Konoha, year 35. I have reincarnated as Orochimaru, precisely during the era when the legendary Sannin rose to prominence. Faced with a future that is destined to be tragic, I choose to embrace the realm of science. While others still rely on bloodline limits, I have commenced my research into cells and genes. The ninjutsu of Uchiha Itachi, the Rinnegan of Madara, in the face of absolute science. All of these are but illusions. In this lifetime, I, Orochimaru, shall shake the very foundations of the ninja world with knowledge. Chapter 1. Waiting for the rain to cease, for the wind to still, for the story to begin. Duan, hold on just a little longer. I will heal you. In the rain-soaked forest, several ninjas encircled a gravely injured man, silent save for the relentless patter of rain and the woman's pleas. She continued to channel chakra into the dying ninja named Duan, but he was already more breath than life. It won't happen. You promised me. The woman's voice trembled, her face streaked with tears, washed away repeatedly by the rain, rendering her a pitiable sight. The companions surrounding her hesitated to speak, casting a heavy silence over the scene. This moment did not escape the notice of a young man standing nearby beneath a tree. He had long black hair and cold, serpentine eyes, yet a flicker of compassion crossed his expression as he beheld the grieving woman. This young man was none other than Orochimaru, and the woman who elicited such empathy from him was Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Recently, a ninja from Sannin, Chiyo, had led a team of elite ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. Duan, leading the patrol, bravely confronted them with his squad. Tsunade had just returned from a mission in the Land of Rain, and was among those who fought alongside him. The two had rekindled their bond during this time apart. Chiyo and Tsunade engaged in a fierce contest of medical ninjutsu, while Duan unleashed his formidable ethereal technique on the battlefield. Initially, he faced no opposition, but the elite ninjas of Sannin were no pushovers. After Duan had claimed the lives of over 20 comrades, they seized an opportunity to strike back, landing a decisive blow on his physical form. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, Duan made a critical mistake, leading to his dire situation. By the time Orochimaru arrived at the battlefield, Duan was on the brink of death. Material things will eventually perish. Only the intangible will endure. Even for someone as accustomed to the brutality of battle as Orochimaru, known for his ruthless decisiveness, witnessing the plight of someone he knew evoked a rare emotional response. Duan was Tsunade's beloved and also a companion of Orochimaru's. Observing the lifeless body of Duan and the anguish on Tsunade's face, Orochimaru could no longer endure the suffocating atmosphere. With a surge of determination, he vanished from his spot. The ninjas of Sannin were already in retreat. Chiyo, having struggled against Tsunade, was leading the remaining few away from the battlefield. Lady Chiyo, our raid has cost us dearly. Must we simply accept this defeat? Queried a wounded ninja, his tone revealing his own injuries. We underestimated Konoha's strength. This operation was rushed. I miscalculated their response time upon returning from the Land of Rain, Chiyo admitted, her voice heavy as they hastened towards the outskirts of the Land of Fire. Initially, their plan was to ambush Konoha while the majority of their elite ninjas were away attacking the Land of Rain. They had sent Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law ahead, the parents of Sasori. However, they did not anticipate the presence of the formidable Konoha White Fang, who swiftly dispatched their forces. This costly blunder only served to elevate the reputation of the White Fang, rivaling that of the newly famed Sannin. Thus, the mission of Sannin was in essence an act of vengeance. Even though we lost many comrades, we succeeded in eliminating that troublesome foe from Konoha. It is said he was Tsunade's beloved, remarked a ninja, recalling Duan's ethereal technique with a mixture of apprehension and grim satisfaction. Speed up, Konoha's ninjas are closing in, Chiyo instructed, setting up a few basic explosive traps along their path, hoping to slow down their pursuers and buy them more time. Soon, a long-haired, drenched ninja reached the location of the traps set by Chiyo and her group. As his foot landed, a cacophony of explosions engulfed him. The sudden illumination in the rain-soaked night revealed the surrounding forest, drawing the attention of the other pursuing Konoha ninjas. As the smoke cleared, a pair of icy serpent-like eyes emerged before them. Ninjas of Sannin, you shall pay dearly. It was Orochimaru, his gaze cold and his tongue instinctively flicking across his lips. Seeing Orochimaru, the Konoha ninjas felt reassured. This was an attack they could easily counter, especially with the rising star that was Orochimaru leading them. Just as he prepared to continue the chase, a sudden, excruciating pain struck his head, causing him to halt mid-dash step. In the next moment, Orochimaru collapsed from the tree, unnoticed in the darkness, the torrential rain concealing the sound of his fall. The following day, at Konoha Hospital, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, the morning sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating his pallid complexion. Where am I? Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a flood of memories surged into his mind, leading him to lie back down weakly. After an undetermined period, he reopened his eyes, still filled with confusion and disbelief. He had been a researcher in the 21st century, and during a field trip had been bitten by a small white snake. Before his colleagues could transport him to the hospital, he had succumbed to his fate. Upon awakening, he found himself not in his original world's hospital, but in a different realm altogether. Through the memories of the original owner of this body, he learned of his new identity and the world he inhabited. Sitting up, Orochimaru examined his new form, pinching his arm to confirm the reality of his situation. Who would have thought that I would experience reincarnation, and merely from a snakebite at that? Orochimaru sighed. Others who reincarnated often hailed from prestigious clans with bloodline limits, while he, despite his potential, found himself at a disadvantage among these prodigious heirs in this world governed by lineage. Chapter 2. The heavens did not bestow upon me, Orochimaru. As an early antagonist, Orochimaru's sinister demeanor and ruthless decisiveness once led many to believe he was the ultimate villain. His early antics left a lasting impression, and his battlefield accomplishments were indeed remarkable. However, as time progressed, his fortunes waned. He was either swiftly vanquished by Uchiha Itachi's mere gaze or taught a harsh lesson by pain. While he had his moments of brilliance, they paled in comparison to the dazzling talents of the next generation, and the incidents of his downfall were more frequent than one could count. Even his own disciple, Sasuke, could best him thoroughly. The singular ability that stands out is his remarkable aptitude for learning. He effortlessly masters a rank ninjutsu, displaying a talent that slightly surpasses that of Tsunade and Jiraiya. His capability to manipulate all 5 elemental chakras enables him to acquire most ninjutsu, and under the tutelage of the 3rd Hokage, renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu, he becomes proficient in all techniques known to the 3rd Hokage, including the forbidden arts that the 3rd does not possess. However, this very talent led Orochimaru to realize that mastering such a multitude of ninjutsu throughout a single lifetime would be an insurmountable challenge. His experiences on the battlefield, where he frequently encountered life and death, brought him to an acute awareness of the fragility of existence, propelling him on a quest for immortality. Years of relentless research indeed yielded significant advancements. He refined the Edo Tensei technique and developed a variant of the reanimation jutsu, tailored to his needs, while also deriving cursed seals from his studies of sage arts. Yet, after witnessing the formidable power of the Uchiha Sharingan, he became infatuated with the bloodline limit, diverting him from his original path of scientific inquiry. It would be unjust to claim he strayed too far. Orochimaru's research on human anatomy remains unparalleled. The crest technique utilized by the Kara organization in Boruto can be seen as a culmination of Orochimaru's extensive experiments. Orochimaru dedicated his life to science, which ultimately left his strength lagging behind that of the exceptionally gifted individuals who possessed extraordinary powers. Even Kakashi, who commands an extensive array of over 1,000 ninjutsu, was able to leverage the residual power of the Sharingan during the final battle, while Orochimaru found himself relegated to a mere supporting role. During Naruto's tenure as Hokage, however, he fervently supported Orochimaru's research endeavors, significantly advancing the technological prowess of Konoha. This led to playful jests among fans, speculating that had Orochimaru ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, the technological advancements in Boruto could have reached the moon, gazing toward the stars and the vast ocean. With a sigh, he lamented, if only the heavens had not brought forth Orochimaru. The realm of scientific inquiry in the ninja world would be eternally shrouded in darkness. As he gazed skyward, reflecting on the myriad experiences of Orochimaru, vivid memories unfolded before him, as if he had lived them himself. From his childhood arrival in Konoha with his parents, through his education in the Ninja Academy, the guidance of the 3rd Hokage, to the battles fought over the years. culminating in his recent fame from the confrontation against Hanzo of the Salamander alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya. These memories, both familiar and foreign, felt as though they were his own, devoid of any disorientation for this reincarnated soul who had supplanted Orochimaru's body and spirit. According to these memories, it is clear that Orochimaru's rise to prominence was relatively smooth. He exhibited exceptional learning ability from a young age, consistently, achieving top marks at the Ninja Academy. Tsunade, the favored princess with abundant resources, paled in comparison, let alone the underachiever Jiraiya. His battlefield exploits were equally impressive, having successfully completed over 500 B-rank missions and 400 A-rank missions, with even over 100 S-rank missions under his belt. These accomplishments surpassed those of most elite Jonin. Had this trajectory continued, competing for the title of Hokage would not have been out of reach, with only Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the legendary Kakashi standing as rivals. Yet, fate proved to be a formidable adversary when the Son of Destiny emerged, one whose reputation and strength rivaled Orochimaru's, ultimately securing the title of Hokage for himself. From that point on, Orochimaru faced a series of humiliating defeats, receiving lessons from Pain, Itachi, the third Hokage, and Sasuke in turn. After enduring such setbacks, he finally awakened to the reality around him, aligning himself with Sasuke in hopes of witnessing the potential of one he had invested so much faith. This not a reflection of our own lives. Initially, we are like fearless calves, unafraid of the tiger. Yet, after sustaining numerous blows and hardships, we come to realize that a tranquil existence is the truest form of life, allowing things to unfold naturally. Thus, we support the next generation, placing our hopes in those we believe in. How strikingly similar. Yet in the face of such helplessness and unresolved sentiments, Orochimaru yearned to see a different outcome, at least ensuring that the events in his life would not echo the frustrations of the original narrative. With this thought, Orochimaru propped himself up against the headboard, skillfully forming a hand seal from memory. In the next moment, a plume of white smoke enveloped him, transforming his appearance into that of a man in his 30s. Indeed, this is no mere illusion. As he surveyed his new form, a wave of novelty and joy surged within him, gradually dispelling the melancholy brought on by his chaotic thoughts. He then continued to morph into the likeness of familiar friends from his past life, allowing him to gain an initial understanding of the ninjutsu of this world. Just as Orochimaru was reveling in this newfound experience, a small white snake unexpectedly emerged from behind his neck. Startled, Orochimaru nearly lost his composure. In his previous life, he had met his demise at the fangs of a venomous serpent, instilling in him a lasting dread of snakes. The enormity of this psychological shadow bore down on him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. However, to his astonishment, this body instinctively reached out to seize the small white snake, as if the action had been deeply ingrained in his very being. Only upon bringing the little creature closer did he realize its harmlessness, prompting him to suppress the impulse to cast it away and instead allow the tiny serpent to entwine itself around his hand. The small white snake, sensing its master's emotional fluctuations, playfully weaved between his fingers, nuzzling its head against his palm with remarkable sensitivity. Its endearing demeanor softened Orochimaru's heart, leading him to lower his guard and gently caress the little snake. The creature showed no sign of resistance, happily traversing between his hands, seemingly expressing its excitement at playing with its master. Having died by a snake in my past life, I am reborn in this life with a connection to snakes. These two lives are undoubtedly intertwined. In his former existence as a biological researcher, years spent in the laboratory culminated in a fatal encounter with a snake during a rare outing to collect specimens. In this new life, his body bore a profound connection to snakes from an early age, evidenced by the two snake-like scars at the corners of his eyes and an unusually elongated tongue. Many ninjutsu are intrinsically linked to snakes, and their names reflect their nature. During a visit to his parents' grave, he stumbled upon the skin of a white snake beside the tomb. The third Hokage had informed Orochimaru that white snakes were once symbols of luck and rebirth, making their discovery a significant stroke of fortune. May my arrival in this world herald a fortunate destiny. Chapter 3. The Fortunate Little White Snake. As Orochimaru gradually accepted the little white snake, a mechanical voice echoed within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have bound the serpent life plot system. Even for someone as composed as Orochimaru, The sudden emergence of this voice startled him momentarily. Yet, as if a realization dawned upon him, he quickly began to investigate further. The Serpent Life plot system. Could this be the essential golden finger for Ultraversers? Before Orochimaru could display his astonishment, another prompt resounded in his mind. This system has detected fluctuations in the host's lifeline, beset by misfortune. The system will provide rewards at pivotal moments in the host's narrative, altering the host's destiny. Triggering a plot? What rewards might await him? Orochimaru hastily inquired. But the voice vanished as if swallowed by the abyss, leaving him in a state of discomfort akin to having a lump lodged in his throat. Just as he began to doubt whether he had merely imagined the voice, it resounded once more. This system has yet to be activated. We request the host to patiently await the opportune moment. In light of the host's misfortunes, the system shall dispense a novice gift pack in advance. Will you accept? A novice gift pack? Upon seeing this prompt, Orochimaru felt an exhilarating joy. Truly, the child who knows how to be endearing receives both milk and sweets. I accept. Though he understood that this newfound golden finger would undoubtedly enhance his life, his excitement was palpable. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the abilities of Sebastian Shaw from the Marvel Universe. Note, a scientist cannot thrive without a robust physique. Sebastian Shaw, wasn't he the villainous Black King from X-Men? First Class? In his past life, while he was a researcher, he would still indulge in films and dramas during his leisure. Naturally, he held a vivid impression of X-Men, a globally successful sci-fi film series. And the formidable antagonist Sebastian Shaw, a classic arch-nemesis, was deeply etched in his memory. The Black King could absorb kinetic energy, nuclear energy, magic, and nearly any form of energy, subsequently converting it to enhance his own attributes or utilize it for direct attacks. The moment a grenade exploded, its energy would be entirely absorbed, and even the onslaught of dozens of machine guns or rockets could be effortlessly received. It was said that if he stood in the sun, he would become an invincible entity, provided his energy conversion efficiency could keep pace. Moreover, the absorbed energy could grant him immortality, though the truth of this claim remained uncertain, as he had ultimately fallen to Magneto. This ability effectively disregards all physical damage. As long as the host's physical condition is sufficiently robust and the energy conversion rate is adequate, the dark escape conjured by Bailu is akin to a superior version of the underworld escape, capable of overwhelming adversaries in every aspect. A sudden pain jolted Orochimaru back to reality, as if every cell in his body was in turmoil, his skin erupting with a multitude of grotesque welts. A truly horrifying sight. Were this scene to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely induce fright. Yet such matters were no longer within Orochimaru's realm of consideration. The pain of cellular division and recombination was excruciating, with a high mortality rate, explaining why humanity generally opposes human experimentation. It's a laborious endeavor with little reward. As the pain intensified, Orochimaru was drenched in sweat, yet he refrained from vocalizing his anguish, instead biting down hard on the bedding, fearful of inadvertently biting his own tongue. The little white snake, observing Orochimaru's torment, swam anxiously around him, hoping to offer some form of assistance. The sensation of pain surged rapidly, only to dissipate just as swiftly, leaving Orochimaru unconscious. Seeing the now tranquil Orochimaru, the little white snake ceased its restless movements and returned to his pillow, quietly watching over him. Genetic alterations do not occur in an instant. Although Orochimaru's exterior appeared restored, the cells within him continued to undergo relentless transformation. His brain, internal organs, and bones gradually metamorphosed, changes of which Orochimaru remained blissfully unaware until darkness fell once more. What is the situation? A middle-aged man's voice resonated at Orochimaru's bedside, imbued with the authority of a superior, as if his inquiry were a demand rather than a question. Lord Hokage, Orochimaru-senpai's physical attributes are all normal. His extended unconsciousness likely results from a minor concussion coupled with recent bodily strain, causing him to instinctively enter a state of slumber. I believe he will awaken shortly, so you need not worry. The doctor, upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, dared not withhold the truth. The man before him was the highest authority in Konoha, and the bedridden Orochimaru held a significant status as well. Yes, resting is indeed wise. After casting a glance at the anxious doctor and then at the peacefully breathing Orochimaru, the third Hokage made no further delay, turning to exit the ward, with the doctor and nurses hastily accompanying him. As a village leader, he was quite busy, especially with the recent events that had transpired. He had merely taken a moment from his duties to check on his disciple. Shortly after the crowd departed, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. In his hazy state, he had already overheard snippets of their conversation, but alas, his consciousness had not yet regained control over his body until this moment. As he gradually reacquainted himself with his physical form, he detected no abnormalities, only an intense feeling of hunger that signaled the passage of considerable time. Glancing out the window, he noticed that night had fully descended, the lights of distant homes illuminating the darkness with a gentle glow. The little white snake, excited by his awakening, crawled up to Orochimaru's eye level, wagging its tail. Sighing, Orochimaru propped himself up in bed, stretching his limbs. After sleeping for an entire day and night, his bones felt as though they were melting into relaxation. Reflecting on the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness, he quickly examined his current physique. Although he perceived no apparent differences, the hunger and thirst emanating from each of his cells made it clear that this was no mere dream. The bedding bore faint bite marks and traces of blood from before his fainting spell, remnants that the nurses had overlooked despite having tidied up the area. The hunger he felt was not merely a desire for food, it was a yearning for external energy. With this realization, Orochimaru found himself eager to explore the capabilities he had just acquired. Chapter 4. Ascending to great heights, stepping down from the hospital bed. The little white snake swiftly slithered into his sleeve, and Orochimaru felt no aversion to the slippery creature. After adjusting his attire, he exited the ward. At the front desk, he completed his discharge paperwork, and soon he emerged from Konoha Hospital. Notably, both doctors and nurses greeted him with utmost respect as they beheld his vibrant demeanor. In response to the awe and flattery of his surroundings, Orochimaru offered polite nods. Even before stepping onto the battlefield of Konoha, he remained a figure of reverence. Although his cold exterior often deterred others, it simultaneously commanded respect. Moreover, with the legendary status of the Sannin, he was a focal point wherever he went, ensuring that the discharge process proceeded without delay. The immediate priority was to address his energy needs and ascertain whether his newly acquired abilities were as formidable as he had envisioned. Resolute in his intention, he swiftly enacted the body flicker technique, vanishing from his original position. At this moment, Konoha village had not yet attained its future expansive scale. Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru arrived at the edge of a forest bordering the village. He produced an explosive tag and ignited it. In the instant the tag ignited, Orochimaru's hands began to compress and absorb the rampant energy that surged outward in all directions. In that fleeting moment, every cell in his body experienced a delightful sense of satisfaction, causing his pores to open in comfort. The efficiency of energy conversion was such that the explosive tag was depleted before long. Ah, what a remarkable ability. It certainly does not disappoint. He mused with a sinister chuckle, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips after the blaze subsided, shrouding him once more in darkness. Much like the powers of the Black King from his memories, it was indeed possible for external energy to be absorbed by his body. After absorbing the energy from one explosive tag, the craving within his cells diminished, and he felt invigorated, his body brimming with newfound strength. This was no mere illusion. This corporeal form was undeniably more potent than his previous one. The extent of this enhancement would only be revealed once his cells had absorbed sufficient energy. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru produced another explosive tag and repeated the process. Drawing from his prior experience, he swiftly completed the absorption once more. This time, the energy not only satiated his cellular needs, but also prompted a surplus that was instinctively stored within his cells. It appeared that the storage of energy occurred within the cells themselves, and he realized there was still a long way to go. The stored energy could not only be utilized in times of need, but could also continuously enhance and transform his physical form. Furthermore, it would aid in maintaining his appearance and prolonging his lifespan, effectively fulfilling Orochimaru's dream of immortality. As he ignited and absorbed yet another explosive tag, he sensed that his cells were nearing their energy capacity, and he estimated that one more tag would lead to an overload. The Black King from the original story had already attained the status of a level 4 mutant, capable of absorbing not only kinetic energy from various firearms, but also nuclear energy. Orochimaru had only just acquired this ability. Being able to absorb the explosive energy from 4 tags was already commendable, especially since he had yet to release it. He believed that if he could absorb and then release the energy, he could engage in a prolonged contest of endurance. However, he was aware that the process of absorption and release would also consume chakra and stamina. Although this consumption was minimal, he had not yet transplanted the cells of the white snake into his body, nor had he transformed his original form into that of the phosphor serpent. His regenerative abilities and chakra reserves had not yet reached the levels they would at the time of his original appearance. 10 years of adversity lead to one morning of ascendance, he thought, reflecting on how even the most unassuming individuals might aspire to become dancers, altering their fates from this very moment. In the original tale, Orochimaru had managed to stir up the ninja world without this ability. Now, with such a formidable beginning, he was eager for what lay ahead. Though he remained uncertain about the specific functions of the life choice system, the rewards from this novice gift indicated that this system was extraordinary. Just as Orochimaru was lost in visions of the future, brimming with ambition, a rustle echoed from behind him. "Who goes there?" As he turned, he discovered an individual had approached within 10 meters. The sudden closeness caused Orochimaru, who had been reveling in his self-satisfaction just moments prior, to inwardly chastise himself for being so careless. Such proximity was child's play for a ninja, who could easily close the distance with a body flicker technique without him even noticing. "Orochimaru-sama, so this is where you are." The newcomer wore a fox mask, unmistakably a member of the Umbu. "Is there something you need?" Upon seeing the visitor, Orochimaru felt a slight easing of tension, though his tone remained noticeably displeased. His eyes narrowing instinctively, glinting with cold light. "The third Hokage has sent me to convey a message. You are to attend the funeral of Dankato tomorrow." The Umbu ninja seemed unfazed by Orochimaru's demeanor, as if oblivious to his displeasure. After delivering the third's orders, the ninja departed in a flash, not waiting for Orochimaru's response. The third's command was clear. He indeed needed to attend Dankato's funeral. Orochimaru found no peculiarity in the Umbu's hasty departure. As a special assassination unit directly under the Hokage, they were merely a blade in the hands of the Hokage, answering to no one else. Murmuring to himself, Orochimaru made his way back toward the village. Being late at night, any noise might attract the attention of wandering ninjas. Moreover, there would be ample time for experimentation in the future. He had already acquired his abilities and felt no urgency. Upon returning to the streets of Konoha, he found a restaurant to quickly satiate his hunger. Initially, he had felt ravenous upon exiting the hospital, but after absorbing the energy from 3 explosive tags, his appetite had significantly diminished. Even after a day and night without sustenance, he only consumed a normal portion. Training can indeed stave off hunger. Isn't this akin to cultivating in the realm of immortality? He mused. This would certainly conserve rations during outdoor missions. Lost in these whimsical thoughts, Orochimaru found himself at the residence etched in his memory. Although he had undertaken numerous missions and accumulated wealth over the years, he held little regard for material comforts. As he gazed at the unremarkable dwelling, similar to those surrounding it, he effortlessly opened the door. Fortunately, the interior was well kept, unlike some researchers who often neglect their surroundings. It was evident that his predecessor valued cleanliness and did not, in fact, share a preference for damp and cold environments like a serpent. After freshening up, Orochimaru reclined on the bed once more, intending to meticulously plan his future endeavors. The next day, Orochimaru awoke early. He had drifted into a hazy sleep while contemplating the future amidst thoughts of a great explosion. Yet this morning he felt no fatigue, perhaps due to the excess rest he had enjoyed over the past couple of days. Upon checking the energy stored within his body, he was relieved to discover that it had not diminished significantly. If he were to absorb 3 explosive tags daily, he would soon find himself overwhelmed, especially as his future needs would likely increase. After completing his morning routine, Orochimaru set out for his morning exercises. This habit was one he had cultivated in his previous life, and even with a new body, his spirit remained unchanged. It was the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself further with this form, adapting to the heightened physical strength he had recently acquired. With this in mind, Orochimaru began to jog towards the outskirts of Konoha, planning to run several laps around the village while also taking the chance to observe the Konoha he had only witnessed in anime and memories. As he jogged, he admired the unique wooden architectural style of this world, reminiscent of the Forbidden City from his past life, albeit with less refined craftsmanship. Should a fire break out, it would be quite a calamity, engulfing a vast area, he thought, but then reassured himself, considering that in this world, ninjas could easily utilize water techniques to quell flames. The ninjas of Konoha were capable of engaging in battle against external foes while simultaneously handling domestic affairs, even serving as firefighters. This nation, built upon the foundation of ninjas, was something Orochimaru understood well from both his past and present. Not to mention, these ninja villages were not merely insignificant territories. They were primary centers for training ninjas, akin to special operations training bases in his previous life, with the village leaders serving as the heads of those elite forces. The legendary Sannin, like the White Fang, were akin to the kings of special forces, their reputations forged through tangible accomplishments. These thoughts flitted through Orochimaru's mind as the buildings around him blurred by. At some point, perhaps due to the jolting motion, a small white snake peeked out from behind his hair, gazing ahead. Little White, are you hungry? Shall we go find some food? He had named the little creature Little White, and it seemed to respond positively to its name, its tongue flicking out to taste the air, occasionally brushing against his cheek. At this moment, Orochimaru had arrived at the outskirts of Konoha village, placing Shiro in the grass by the roadside, intending to return for him later. Early in the morning, there were no villagers around, so he was not concerned about causing any harm. As he passed the cemetery on the edge of Konoha, he looked up to see a stillness that indicated there would be no funerals that early, typically held around 8 o'clock. Thus, Orochimaru circled the village 7 or 8 times before coming to a halt. The perimeter of Konoha village was only about 5 or 6 kilometers, roughly half the size of the Forbidden City. After all, it had been over a decade since the last battle, and with many able-bodied men conscripted, the population had dwindled. It seemed that his current physique was still lacking, as he felt slightly out of breath after merely 30 kilometers. Compared to an average person from his previous life, his physical capabilities were extraordinary, capable of easily breaking world records, yet in this world, they were insufficient. Physical skills and stamina had always been Orochimaru's weaknesses, significantly lagging behind his ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Even the abilities listed in the Book of the Ancestors were only rated at a 7. Just as he began to feel fatigued, the energy stored within his cells replenished him, reviving him as if nothing had happened. No one would believe him if he claimed to have run dozens of kilometers without breaking a sweat. Such remarkable abilities were indeed valuable. Not only did they restore his previous expenditure, but he also felt a newfound vigor coursing through his body. This was no mere illusion. The sensation indicated that his cells were now capable of storing even more energy, with their vitality enhanced. It seemed he needed to dedicate more time to training, aspiring to become a paragon of strength. With this thought, Orochimaru's spirits lifted, and he called out to Shiro before heading toward the cemetery. At this point, pedestrians had begun to appear more frequently, as it was springtime, the season of plum rain, and soon light rain began to fall. Another rainy day, and undeniably unpleasant weather. Just days ago, he had been drenched in a downpour, the memory of Tsunade weeping in the rain still vivid in his mind. Such oppressive scenes were truly disheartening. Upon reaching the depths of the cemetery, he found a considerable gathering of ninjas, likely attending the funeral of Dan Kato. Scanning the crowd, Orochimaru recognized several familiar faces from his memories. Dan Kato, as an elite jonin of Konoha, was well-liked and had formed numerous friendships. Sacrificing himself for the protection of the village, and as Tsunade's lover, he garnered significant respect from various clans. Many had brought their younger generations along. And Orochimaru spotted Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and the Inazuka trio, all of whom would either become clan leaders or renowned ninjas in the future. They were all merely teenagers, some just over 10 years old, trailing behind their elders. Upon noticing Orochimaru approaching through the rain, those who recognized him nodded politely, while those unfamiliar with him had at least heard of the legendary Sannin. The younger ones whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and admiration upon learning that the illustrious Orochimaru was among them. After all, they were still young, and the tales of sudden fame were something they all aspired to experience. Orochimaru paid little mind to the gazes directed his way and strode directly to the front of the crowd. Dan Kato's relatives had already arrived, and a woman was holding a crying infant, seemingly weeping for the loss of a loved one. The little girl was likely Konohamaru, born late last year, and Dan Kato's niece. Approaching the grieving group, Orochimaru observed Tsunade, her face streaked with tears, and felt at a loss for words. Merely standing silently beside her, having just lost her brother and now her lover, it was a blow that would be unbearable for anyone. Even the most soothing words would seem hollow in such a moment. Soon after, the crowd parted again as a middle-aged man in his 40s approached, removing his hat to reveal himself as the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The presence of the Hokage at the funeral was a profound gesture of respect for the ninja who had sacrificed for the village. From dust we come, to dust we shall return. The soul finds its peace in the earth. Where leaves dance, the fire of life endures. Following a eulogy, a moment of silence enveloped the gathering. This was Orochimaru's first time attending such an event since arriving in this world. Although he did not inherit the original Orochimaru's emotions and did not share a deep friendship with Dankato, as a fellow Sannin, he naturally stood by Tsunade's side, observing the proper decorum. After the ceremony, the third Hokage offered some words of comfort to Tsunade, who appeared to be emotionally distant, seemingly not absorbing his sentiments. The Hokage then glanced at Orochimaru, seeking assistance. You can go ahead and take care of things. I'll handle it from here. Orochimaru, understanding the unspoken plea, stepped forward to alleviate the situation. Although the third Hokage sensed a change in Orochimaru, he could not quite pinpoint what was different. After more than a decade of mentoring, he knew his 3 students inside and out. This fleeting sensation passed through his mind. After a moment of silence, he placed a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, sighed, and departed. As the crowd dispersed following the departure of their leader, Orochimaru escorted Dankato's relatives out of the cemetery. You should take the child home now. She shouldn't be exposed to the cold. He urged the woman holding Konohamaru to leave first before turning back. Now, in the vast cemetery, only Tsunade remained, sobbing alone at the grave. With no one else present, she no longer cared for appearances, collapsing to her knees before the grave and weeping openly. Orochimaru's impression of Tsunade was primarily based on her characterization in the original narrative: boisterous, a fierce drinker who became troublesome when intoxicated. Her immense inner strength could lead to misfortune for those around her. She was also a gambler, and every time she won, calamity seemed to follow, such as the deaths of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Her lifelong dream had been to conquer the ninja world through gambling, and she had achieved it, becoming a walking ATM, a prize target for gambling establishments. The only time she had correctly placed her bets was when she entrusted her future to Naruto. Perhaps her disillusionment with Konoha began at that moment. Returning to Tsunade's side, Orochimaru could only stand in the rain with her, sharing in the malevolence that the world had thrust upon them. Time slipped by unnoticed as the clouds gradually dispersed, and Tsunade's sobs became intermittent. Orochimaru feared she might unintentionally succumb to despair. The anguish of losing a loved one was something he had experienced himself, in both this life and the previous one. A painful memory for anyone. At just over 20, in the prime of youth, with her entire family reduced to just her, she must feel an overwhelming loneliness. In this world of relentless downpours, one must conceal their weaknesses. Life persists for all, and no one will bear the burden for you. Do not lament the tumultuous journey ahead. Life is inherently filled with twists and turns. Orochimaru found himself reflecting on these thoughts, his gaze heavy with the weight of experience. Although he had only lived for just over 30 years in his previous life, he had clawed his way through the struggles of rural life, tasting the bittersweet essence of hardship. Perhaps sensing his murmurings, or perhaps simply exhausted from crying, Tsunade lifted her gaze to meet Orochimaru's, catching a glimpse of the rare tenderness in his eyes. Such warmth was seldom seen in Orochimaru. Since stepping onto the battlefield, she had not witnessed this expression from him. Once, during a mission, she, along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, had been trapped in a cave, surrounded by enemies from Iwagakure, with Jiraiya gravely injured. Their situation had been increasingly perilous. At that time, Orochimaru suggested abandoning or even killing Jiraiya, believing that this would significantly increase his and Tsunade's chances of escape. Naturally, Tsunade would not allow such a thing to transpire and resolutely intervened to thwart Orochimaru's intentions. Had it not been for the timely support from Konoha, it is likely that before the enemy could breach their defenses, the two would have already descended into civil strife. Now, witnessing the gentle gaze that Orochimaru cast upon her, Tsunade felt an inexplicable warmth blossom within her heart. Why haven't you left yet? Seeing Tsunade's tear-streaked face and swollen eyes, Orochimaru felt a pang of sympathy, and his tone softened involuntarily. Since there is nothing pressing, I might as well keep you company. I fear you might do something foolish. Orochimaru was not adept at expressing comforting words, particularly in such a moment of loss. actions were his silent form of support. Tsunade found no surprise in Orochimaru's somewhat evasive words. It was already rare for the typically cold and aloof Orochimaru to speak in such a manner. Observing that Tsunade remained still, he continued, "Shinju was my disciple, and Kato Dan was my companion. Their departure grieves me as well. There are few whom I hold dear." This sentiment was not contrived. Throughout his years in Konoha, many he had come to know, both familiar and unfamiliar, had perished in battle. The only remaining bonds were with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Aside from these few, Orochimaru had no true companions left, having only nurtured subordinates who served merely as tools for his ambition. Tsunade was taken aback by Orochimaru's unexpected words during the time of Shinju's passing. Orochimaru had merely fulfilled his duties, expressing little more than rigid responsibility. The words he spoke then were devoid of the heartfelt sentiments he now conveyed. Little did she know that on the day Shinju died, Orochimaru had shed tears of guilt, his outwardly cold demeanor merely a facade. Tsunade's astonishment did not escape Orochimaru's notice. He recognized the change in himself from the solitary figure he had once been, often indifferent to the world around him. "I'm fine, you needn't concern yourself with me," Tsunade said, suppressing her surprise and maintaining a somber tone. She then opened her palm, revealing a crystal pendant of icy blue. Orochimaru recognized it. He had personally returned this pendant to Tsunade upon Shinju's death. Who could have imagined that Tsunade would then hand it over to Kato Dan? The subsequent events were well known. This necklace was a legacy from the first Hokage, and during her life, Tsunade had entrusted it to the two individuals she cared for most, only to lose them shortly thereafter. It could be said that this necklace bore a curse. Those who were not strong enough could not bear its weight. The future would see Tsunade pass the necklace to the protagonist, Naruto, who would also fail to protect it, losing it in battle against pain. As Orochimaru beheld the necklace, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind, triggering dimensional plot. The host may make the following choices: kiss Tsunade and take the necklace, becoming the most formidable man in this world, gaining the dynamic vision of an eagle, or turn a blind eye and live a mundane life as a snake. Note: the system will cease activation and retract the beginner's gift pack. So, this is how the system operates. No wonder rewards are not easily obtained. It seems they awaited him here. Chapter 7. Keen insight faced with this essentially binary choice. The original Orochimaru might have hesitated, but times had changed. Having experienced the information explosion of the past era, he felt little resistance to the idea of a mere kiss. After all, he had witnessed many instances of fleeting affection in nightclubs, where someone would call out husband after a single night. Moreover, the reward of eagle vision was particularly enticing. Orochimaru, having a background in biological research, understood the capabilities of various animals. An eagle can detect prey from 10 kilometers away, soaring thousands of meters high while moving at high speeds, effortlessly spotting creatures hidden in the grass. The density of an eagle's cone cells is 6 to 7 times that of humans, making its visual nerves far more agile. For humans, spotting an insect from 20 meters is a challenge, while for eagles, it is trivial. They can easily observe tiny creatures from 100 meters away and continuously adjust their focal length while in motion to glean more details. From these observations, it was evident that this reward was extraordinary, rivaling the Sharingan and Byakugan. As these thoughts raced through Orochimaru's mind, he declared, "I don't care what you do." The unexpected concern emanating from Orochimaru's cold lips astonished Tsunade. "Is this truly the Orochimaru I know? Have you been possessed?" Her speculation was alarmingly close to the truth. Yet Orochimaru ignored her shock and continued, "Have you never heard the saying? Good people do not live long. Calamities befall the wicked for 1,000 years." Without waiting for her response, Orochimaru leaned in close to Tsunade's ear and gently whispered, then seized the pendant from her hand and swiftly pecked her cheek. With that, he activated his body flicker technique, disappearing in an instant. This series of actions flowed seamlessly as Orochimaru expended all his energy, disregarding the consumption of chakra, and swiftly reached the cemetery's exit. After a few seconds, Tsunade regained her senses and was engulfed by a rush of furious embarrassment. "Orochimaru, I will temporarily safeguard this. As long as I wear it, I shall not be your enemy." Hearing an explosion echo from deep within the cemetery, Orochimaru instinctively shuddered and quickened his pace. Who knew which unfortunate soul's grave had been disturbed? Even in death, one could not find peace. Perhaps they had neglected to heed the feng shui during the burial. The thought of Tsunade's immense strength was enough to instill dread. It was likely that Kato Dan, upon discovering that his beloved had kissed another before his grave, would rise in fury, ready to confront Orochimaru. The moment he escaped the cemetery, the system's prompt rang in his ears, urging him to check it immediately. Congratulations, host. On making a wise choice, you have obtained Eagle Vision. Would you like to fuse now? Upon returning home, Orochimaru wasted no time in selecting fusion. Unlike the painful experience of merging his physique the day before, this time the reaction was localized to his eyes, accompanied by a refreshing sensation that felt quite pleasant. Orochimaru quickly closed his eyes to shield them from external stimuli. In just a few minutes, the system's prompt resounded again. Congratulations, host, on successful fusion. You have gained the abilities of Eagle Vision. Note, any of your ninjutsu are meaningless before my eyes. Without good eyes, what research can you conduct? Such an audacious tone. Was that not Itachi's line? The system certainly had an air of superiority. Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, and a brand new scene unfolded before him. Every object in the room was now vividly visible. Even the smallest specks of dust on the floor and the items in shadowy corners were equally clear. Stepping outside, he leaped onto the rooftop, eager to comprehensively test the capabilities of his new vision. As he had anticipated, details emerged sharply from 100 meters away. The eaves, recently washed by rain, dripped with water, and as he focused intently, the falling droplets appeared to descend in slow motion, with every splash vividly clear. As he gazed upon the pedestrians on the street, he could discern every blemish, mole, and pore on their faces. Their movements appeared to unfold in slow motion, each gesture and action crystal clear, allowing him to anticipate their intentions. This suggested that in future confrontations, he would be able to perceive an enemy's attacks with utmost clarity, enabling him to predict and exploit their weaknesses. Orochimaru incessantly adjusted the focus of his eyes, the orange-hued lens shifting continuously. Just as a dryness began to settle in his eyes, a surge of mental energy coursed through, transforming his visual perception once again. Astonishingly, he realized he had acquired infrared thermal imaging. Orochimaru was taken aback by this newfound ability. No wonder eagles could detect concealed prey from thousands of meters in the sky. This legendary function of infrared thermal imaging was indeed authentic. With extraordinary distance and remarkable dynamic visual acuity, this visual capability surpassed even the Sharingan and Byakugan. It seemed that his earlier choice had been sagacious. Even if he were to endure a beating from Tsunade, it would be worth the risk he had taken. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled slightly upward, and his tongue involuntarily flicked out to wet his lips. Ah no, this repulsive habit must be curbed. Frightening the children would be undesirable. He promptly retracted his tongue and opened his palm to reveal the crystal pendant he had just snatched from Tsunade. Those who had kissed Tsunade, or those who had been kissed by her, had met their demise, not to mention this fabled cursed necklace. A normal person would likely refrain from such reckless behavior. But what did Orochimaru have to fear? Who would dare contest the assertion that he was the most difficult to kill in the ninja world? His forte lay in sheer tenacity. However, that was all contingent upon his mastery of techniques such as the impure world reincarnation, snake substitution, and the heaven and earth seals. Currently, Orochimaru still had a long journey ahead of him. With this thought, Orochimaru returned to his courtyard and slowly exhaled a long sword from his mouth. This sword bore resemblance to the Taoist long sword he remembered from his previous life, its handle adorned with snake scales, a fitting tribute to Orochimaru himself. In this world, there were 3 Kusanagi swords, one being the Amaterasu sword before him, another the sky blade wielded by the second Hokage, renowned for its beauty, though its current possessor remained unknown. The last was the Ten Kusanagi, also known as the Sake cutting sword, whose whereabouts were equally uncertain. Observing the sword now glistening with saliva, Orochimaru expressed a hint of disdain. It appeared that his former self had a strong attachment to this blade. Otherwise, it would not have been hidden within his own body. Though such behavior was rather distasteful, Orochimaru resolved to craft a scabbard for this sword, intending to wear it at his side and refrain from stowing everything in his mouth. Some scrolls might be excused, but a long sword? Was he a mere 9-rank sesame official? Not wishing to dwell further, Orochimaru grasped the long sword and began to practice, eager to adapt swiftly to the newfound abilities granted by his eagle vision. He sought to avoid any future awkwardness where his eyes could not keep pace with his physical movements. In the ensuing period, Orochimaru juggled acclimatizing to the novel vision bestowed by the eagle while delving into the capabilities of the Black Emperor physique. The former task proved manageable, as he constantly engaged his sight except during slumber. The latter, however, demanded considerable exertion. The Black Emperor's ability allowed for the absorption of all external energy, encompassing kinetic, nuclear, and magical energies. Within the realm of the X-Men, the Black Emperor reveled in controlling kinetic and nuclear energy, rendering him impervious to physical attacks before they could inflict harm, epitomizing a state of invulnerability. This premise was indeed extraordinary, yet merely the initial manifestation of his potential. Should he continue to expand the boundaries of his abilities, he would be capable of manipulating the fundamental energies of all matter, enabling him to draw energy from any object down to absolute zero. However, the Black Emperor had yet to fully develop this capacity. His evolution was predominantly focused on quantitative changes rather than qualitative leaps. There remained room for advancement. Mass energy equivalence allowed for mutual transformation, theoretically permitting the Black Emperor to reverse the depletion of matter into energy, transmuting energy back into matter. He could even elevate energy from low to high states or raise temperatures from low to high, thereby directly contravening the second law of thermodynamics, naturally propelling him to the status of a level 5 mutant, one capable of creating from nothing, commanding energy fields, and potentially absorbing the nuclear energy of a star. This was precisely why Orochimaru, upon learning that the system would reward him with such an ability, was determined to integrate it, even if it meant enduring great discomfort. With this ability honed, anything from the 8 gates to tailed beasts would be trivial. After absorbing energy, he could merely step over them. Nonetheless, possessing this ability did not absolve him from the necessity of ninjutsu. Techniques such as transformation, sealing, and illusion remained invaluable. These auxiliary skills would prove essential until he matured fully, particularly regarding illusions. Even with his exceptionally formidable capabilities, the Black Emperor ultimately fell victim to Professor X's mental control, meeting his demise at the hands of a single coin, a truly lamentable fate. This incarnation of Orochimaru exhibited similarly low resistance to illusions. Despite the tome indicating his illusion resistance at a perfect 10, he remained no match for Itachi. It could be said that while the score was perfect, others could exceed the limit of 10. Furthermore, his tendency to sow seeds of chaos among others meant that fragments of his soul were entwined within the heaven and earth seals, affording him numerous opportunities for resurrection while simultaneously diminishing his resistance to illusions, a classic case of gaining one thing while losing another. Now that he was aware of this predicament in advance, he was determined to prevent such occurrences. The Black Emperor's ability had opened a gateway to a new realm for him. His next step would involve enhancing his defenses and resilience against illusions. As for his studies on the human body, Orochimaru had no intention of relinquishing them. His body remained a mere mortal vessel, susceptible to injury and capable of bleeding. Overloading with absorbed energy could lead to fatal consequences. This area of research not only needed to persist, but also required heightened attention. He must comprehend the strength of his own body, the limits of energy absorption, and the capacity of his cells to store energy. In tandem, he intended to pursue research on the Uzumaki and Senju clan cells, particularly the cells of Hashirama. If feasible, he would seek to merge their genes, not with the intention of mastering would release, but rather to acquire their formidable sage body. Each member of the Uzumaki clan possessed vast reserves of chakra, whereas the Senju clan, aside from Ashura's reincarnation, were largely unremarkable. Tsunade's generation had devolved to the point where her Byakugan technique was merely a passive skill inherited from Hashirama. In contrast, the sage body characteristics of the Uzumaki clan were far more pronounced, making them a prime target for Orochimaru's next endeavors. He believed that enhancing cellular vitality would also benefit his abilities. The capacity for rapid cellular regeneration alone held immense utility. Even if he were to overload on absorbed energy, he could regenerate swiftly, avoiding catastrophic failure. In the realm of Marvel, the Black Emperor had taken decades to develop his abilities since World War II. Orochimaru, however, lacked such time and would have to accelerate his progress through alternate means. With this in mind, Orochimaru formed a hand seal and directed his focus toward his hands. At that moment, they began to absorb flames. To an outsider, this spectacle would undoubtedly appear as self-harm. Indeed, Orochimaru's actions were akin to self-inflicted injury. albeit these attacks bore no capacity to harm him. This method of self-sustenance was a novel concept he had devised, utilizing ninjutsu consumed chakra from within his body, distinct from the energy he absorbed and stored, yet it would similarly deplete energy from his cells. Upon absorbing the fiery energy, Orochimaru soon discovered an imbalance between the energy he released and that which he had absorbed. The conversion rate of energy to energy force was woefully inadequate, rendering his efforts both laborious and ungratifying. Sighing softly, he resolved to adopt a different approach. If this thermal energy proved ineffective, perhaps another form would yield better results. Before long, Orochimaru made an unprecedented decision reminiscent of a character from the Marvel Universe. He engaged in peculiar behaviors such as colliding with walls, leaping from heights, and warming himself by flames. Strangely enough, this self-inflicted ordeal bore fruit, though onlookers might mistakenly perceive him as having masochistic tendencies. This moment brought to mind another individual with similar inclinations, Haiden. However, at this juncture, Haiden's father was yet to be born, with several years still ahead. After a seemingly endless series of wall collisions, Orochimaru suddenly realized, why not seek a sparring partner? He had been stubbornly fixated. If he could simply allow someone to strike him daily, he would effortlessly amass energy. This method of absorbing strength through punishment was both time-efficient and labor-saving. With this thought, a figure emerged in his mind, Tsunade. He recalled her formidable strength. A single punch from her would suffice each day. Yet, he had not seen her in recent days and wondered about her well-being. Since returning from the graveyard, he had deliberately avoided her presence. After all, as one of the legendary Sannin, being publicly defeated would tarnish his reputation. Although he was at fault, he felt too embarrassed to retaliate. However, now that he considered the prospect of having a free sparring partner to bolster his energy, a strike seemed inconsequential. After all, it was all for a brighter future. According to Orochimaru's recollections, Tsunade would remain in the village for another 9 years, wandering only after Sakura's promotion to Chunin. During this period, he could not only utilize Tsunade as a training partner, but also engage in academic exchanges, as her expertise in medical ninjutsu and understanding of the human body would complement Orochimaru's research. With this in mind, he dusted himself off, pushed open the courtyard gate, and ventured out. Chapter 9. The Gears of Fate. Before long, Orochimaru arrived at Tsunade's residence. Her abode, a grand estate left by the first and second Hokages, was spacious, yet typically occupied solely by Tsunade. After knocking for an extended period without a response, Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. Had she gone out? Just when he began to think he had arrived at an inopportune moment, a clattering sound emerged from within, likely glass bottles meeting the floor. Go, Shiro, investigate the situation, he commanded, releasing his white snake. Moments later, Shiro returned, its forked tongue flickering and emitting hissing sounds. Orochimaru, fluent in the language of snakes, quickly grasped its message. So, it was indeed something Tsunade could concoct. Unfazed by the notion of trespassing, Orochimaru effortlessly scaled the courtyard wall. Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the sight of Tsunade, sprawled on the floor, asleep at the table, surrounded by an array of empty liquor bottles, drinking in broad daylight. How much has she consumed? Orochimaru mused, his keen sense picking up the pungent scent of alcohol in the air. Approaching her, he called out, but received no response. Tsunade was completely unconscious and defenseless. He took hold of the half-empty bottle in her hand and, in a swift motion, lifted her into his arms, experiencing the warmth of her form against him. The contrast between her soft curves and his pale skin was striking, and he found himself momentarily entranced by the alluring depths before him. As he stood there, lost in this captivating tableau, Tsunade stirred slightly, murmuring incoherent words as she instinctively shifted. The sudden movement jolted Orochimaru back to reality, prompting him to swallow hard. This was not his first visit to Tsunade's home. Relying on his memory, he carried her to her bedroom, gently laying her on the bed. He marveled at her curvaceous figure, momentarily tempted to succumb to his desires. Yet reason prevailed, reminding him that such actions would likely result in a swift rebuttal. After tucking her in, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Just then, a delicate hand grasped the hem of his clothing. "Don't leave me," Tsunade murmured, her brow furrowed and tears brimming at the corners of her eyes. It seemed the emotional toll upon her was greater than he had anticipated. Resolute, Orochimaru fetched a chair, dried her tears, and grasped her gentle hand, soothing her into silence. As her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, Orochimaru took the opportunity to observe her more closely. It was undeniable that Tsunade was one of the rare beauties of the ninja world. Her slightly heroic eyebrows, full crimson lips, and rosy cheeks would make her a goddess in any era. Despite her looks, she had been thrust into the role of Hokage, having left the village for over a decade, only to be sought out one day with the words, "Are you done playing? It's time to return as Hokage." The thought of her being offered the position so casually would surely infuriate Danzo. From the second to the fourth Hokage, Danzo's lifelong schemes had been thwarted. While some individuals were destined for greatness, like the widely acknowledged Princess Tsunade of Konoha. Of course, Danzo's brief tenure as Hokage for 7 days yielded some rewards, as he managed to leave his mark as the fifth Hokage. The true horror lies not in being single, but in possessing a face that attracts potential partners, leading others to believe you are a catch when, in reality, you are merely a hopeless romantic. As Orochimaru admired Tsunade's exquisite features, a smile involuntarily graced his lips. Noticing her breathing steady, he released her hand, covered her with a blanket, and quietly exited. In her drowsy state, Tsunade caught sight of a tall figure slipping out the door. He had intended to discuss training matters with her, but was met with an unforeseen scene. As her comrade, Orochimaru could not bear to witness her in such a despondent state. It was imperative to find her something to do to divert her attention, and engaging her in sparring was the perfect solution. Not only would it allow her to vent her pent-up frustrations, but it would also provide Orochimaru with a continuous source of energy. Having tidied the disheveled room, Orochimaru made his way to Tsunade's study. He had visited this place during his childhood with Jiraiya, yet entering without the owner's consent felt somewhat impolite. However, it would be inappropriate to wake Tsunade immediately after she had fallen asleep. He could wait until she awakened to discuss his plans. The study was spacious and well-stocked, containing numerous medical texts collected by Tsunade, a renowned medical ninja in the ninja world, as well as various documents left by the second Hokage, covering personnel management, ninjutsu research, and educational planning. From this, one can discern the extraordinary talent of the second Hokage, whose intellect and erudition are indeed worthy of his title as the inventor of ninjutsu. Orochimaru approached the shelf containing medical ninjutsu texts and began to peruse one of the volumes. The moment he opened the book, the system's alert echoed within his mind. Host has triggered a plot event, the place where dreams begin. Engaging in research will grant you the ability of photographic memory. Choosing to be a mere slacker will lead you to become an excellent stepping stone in a few decades, and you will acquire a shuriken machine gun. It was unexpected that within just a few days, another significant plot had been triggered. It seemed that Orochimaru's life was destined for the extraordinary. Without hesitation, he opted for the first choice, pondering the absurdity of the shuriken machine gun. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the ability of photographic memory, the gears of fate begin to turn. Note, it is hoped that the host remains true to their original intentions on the path of research to achieve ultimate success. In the next moment, clarity washed over Orochimaru's mind, as memories from his youth, including those from his previous life, became vividly clear. Indeed, the products of the system are of the highest quality. With this thought, Orochimaru began to leaf through the book in his hands, and with his enhanced vision, he resembled a human scanning machine, completing a page in under 3 seconds. He only slowed down when encountering complex concepts, but his reading speed remained unparalleled. The sound of pages turning echoed softly in the room. Chapter 10. The warmth of 3 meals. Orochimaru was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, akin to a sponge absorbing the wisdom contained within the pages. This focused demeanor was not merely a habit formed in his previous life. Orochimaru's exceptional performance from a young age was a testament to his serious approach to his endeavors. Success does not come easily. Even geniuses must toil to achieve lasting results. It was not until a growl from his stomach jolted him back to reality that he realized the time had slipped away. Glancing up, he noticed the sky had darkened, and though his night vision allowed him to read the text, he had not immediately registered the passage of time. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Orochimaru returned the finished book to its place. He made his way to Tsunade's kitchen, where he found an abundance of ingredients. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to prepare a meal. Although the ingredients were not the freshest, they were evidently recently purchased, likely by Tsunade for tonight's dinner. Orochimaru skillfully washed rice, prepared vegetables, and cooked, all tasks within his capability. Having grown up in a rural environment, He was accustomed to taking charge of household duties, especially during community festivities. With a few chef friends, he had developed a respectable knowledge of culinary arts. After preparing 2 dishes, just as he was about to make a final egg soup, the creaking of the kitchen door interrupted him. Tsunade, still half asleep, rubbed her eyes as she entered. Orochimaru, I thought a thief had entered my home. Her disheveled appearance, with a glimpse of her fair skin exposed, made Orochimaru struggle to avert his gaze. He presented her with 2 plates of food. Go, take them to the living room. I will finish the soup. Tsunade mechanically accepted the dishes, placing them on the dining table before retrieving 2 bottles of alcohol. By the time Orochimaru emerged with the soup, Tsunade had already begun to drink. He poured her a bowl of egg soup and swiftly took one of her bottles. We must eat first. It won't do to dine without filling our stomachs, especially since I noticed you skipped lunch today. Tsunade paused, glancing at Orochimaru's displeased expression, then at the modest spread of 2 dishes, soup, and peanuts. Orochimaru had prepared stir-fried pork with green peppers and a plate of shredded potatoes. Aside from the freshly purchased pork, the other ingredients could last several days. It looks decent. I thought you didn't enjoy cooking? With that, Tsunade picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. After just a couple of bites, her eyes lit up and her pace quickened. Perhaps she was genuinely hungry. Or perhaps Orochimaru's cooking was indeed delectable. Soon, her cheeks were stuffed. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Orochimaru shot her a glance, bemused by her ravenous behavior. Moments ago, she had been nibbling on peanuts and drinking, yet now she was indulging without restraint. Wow, I didn't realize your cooking was this good. How did I never notice before? Tsunade exclaimed after finishing her bowl of egg soup, surprisingly praising Orochimaru. My skills are quite impressive. You will understand in time. This earned him an eye roll from Tsunade, who seemed unconvinced by his implication. Orochimaru, there's something off about you. Your sudden kindness is suspicious. After they had finished eating, Tsunade spoke first, her glass filled once again. Orochimaru also filled his cup, savoring a sip. The flavor was reminiscent of sake, not particularly exquisite, but palatable enough. I would like you to spar with me for a while. I have been developing a new ability that requires a partner. Orochimaru said slowly, locking eyes with Tsunade, whose skepticism was apparent. Is it really that simple? Noticing her hesitance, Orochimaru smiled slightly. Of course not. I am also keen to pursue research on biological cells. Your medical ninjutsu would greatly benefit my studies. You possess knowledge in this area that surpasses mine, and I seek your guidance. His sincerity was genuine. Mastering medical ninjutsu necessitated a profound understanding of human anatomy, including knowledge of various organs and meridians, extending even to cellular and genetic levels. Tsunade could indeed provide invaluable insight, helping him avoid unnecessary detours. I knew it. But you seemed different. Even when you needed something before, you weren't this accommodating. She recalled the incident at the graveyard and his behavior today, caring for her and preparing a meal. A frown crossed her face as she pondered. Could it be that Orochimaru has taken a liking to me? No, that's impossible. He was indifferent before. He must be attempting to console me after my loss. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, Tsunade instinctively avoided delving deeper into that line of reasoning. Orochimaru had taken advantage of her vulnerability, and though he had kissed her briefly that rainy day, she was certain it wasn't a figment of her imagination. You will take care of my wife? Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, who was sipping his drink, Tsunade was lost in her own thoughts. If only she knew that within Orochimaru's body resided a completely new soul. Her speculations would seem entirely reasonable. However, that was an impossibility. It could not be. I noticed you have quite the collection of books in your study. May I visit often? Orochimaru inquired, concerned she might recall unpleasant memories. Sure, feel free to browse. They're just gathering dust anyway, Tsunade replied generously, waving her hand dismissively. To her, knowledge that was not retained in her mind was merely text. By the way, if you want me to train with you, you must provide the meals. It must be said that Orochimaru's cooking was indeed delightful, and it appeared that he had successfully won over Tsunade's stomach. Seeing the slight smile on her lips was the first time Orochimaru had witnessed any semblance of joy from her since entering this world. All right, but let it be clear. You can drink, but don't overindulge. You have no idea how much effort it took to get you into the room today. You're bound to gain weight. Go away. You're the one who has gained weight. You've become so gaunt lately, while I'm still under 100 pounds. The two bantered playfully as they enjoyed their drinks, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Today, Orochimaru was not as reticent as before, no longer frequently casting glances filled with disdain. Tsunade appreciated the cheerful demeanor of Orochimaru, recognizing that he was likely putting on this facade to lift her spirits, and indeed, she felt considerably happier. The light streaming through the window was accompanied by their playful banter, filling the courtyard that had long been shrouded in silence. Life, after all, is a delicate balance, where a sprinkle of sweetness can temper the bitterness that often overwhelms us. The following day, Orochimaru and Tsunade arrived early at the training grounds on the outskirts of Konoha. Though referred to as a training ground, it was merely a patch of land designated for the Senju clan's practice. Orochimaru, are you certain you want me to go all out? You are well aware of my strength, Tsunade reiterated, harboring a smoldering frustration within, yet fearful that excessive force might inadvertently harm him. Fear not. Unleash your full potential. I have my methods of coping, Orochimaru replied with a hint of humor. Had this been the old Orochimaru, he might have avoided a direct confrontation with Tsunade, yet now he welcomed the challenge. With his encouragement, Tsunade, no longer hesitant, swiftly approached and launched a punch aimed at his face. A tempest of wind surged as their energies collided. Before her fist reached him, the sheer force of her attack was palpable. Her legendary strength was no mere boast. Orochimaru chose neither to evade nor to receive the blow directly. Although Tsunade moved with remarkable speed, to Orochimaru, it appeared as if time had slowed. He effortlessly blocked her attack with his forearm, and in the instant their bodies collided. A sudden jolt coursed through Orochimaru, causing him to sway like a spring, leaving afterimages in his wake. Upon seeing Orochimaru absorb her attack without flinching, Tsunade instinctively tempered the force of her strikes. Yet, as she observed him recover with ease, her surprise deepened. You have yet to unleash your full power. Witnessing Orochimaru's demeanor, as if untouched by her assault, Tsunade resolved to hold nothing back, launching a powerful attack that was even more ferocious than before. Orochimaru's body adeptly absorbed the kinetic energy, but after just 3 punches, he reached his limit. Rather than remain passive, he initiated his counterattack. Be careful. Before the words had fully left his lips, he leapt into the air, executing a downward kick, which Tsunade narrowly avoided. In the next moment, the previously pristine ground was marred by a deep crater created by his strike. When did you acquire such monstrous strength? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief at the gaping hole. Some possess innate power, while others, like Sakura from the original narrative, cultivate it through sheer determination. This is a new technique I have recently developed. Now we can truly engage in a spirited match. Orochimaru smiled, revealing that the energy absorption and release would not incur significant loss. He could either gradually release energy or accumulate it to unleash a more potent force. Good, then I shall not hold back. That was merely a warm-up. Watch how I bring you to your knees. You were rather rude a few days ago. Tsunade cracked her knuckles, ready to settle the score. For women do tend to hold grudges. In the next instant, they were embroiled in a fierce exchange, their strikes resonating with palpable force, increasingly rapid to the point of creating afterimages. Tsunade, having bottled up her grievances, unleashed her frustrations, striking with abandon, while Orochimaru grew more adept at swiftly absorbing and converting energy. Initially, he had focused on evasion, but as the skirmish progressed, he began to retaliate more frequently. The training grounds soon bore witness to their relentless tussle, transformed beyond recognition. With a powerful punch, Tsunade sent Orochimaru flying, his body colliding with a large rock, resulting in an intimate encounter with the stone. Such occurrences were not uncommon. If Orochimaru failed to timely release energy, reaching his absorption limit would lead to dire consequences. You're not merely holding back. You're trying to crush me. Orochimaru struggled to rise, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet miraculously unscathed. Save for a swelling on his forehead, a fortunate outcome of having absorbed a significant amount of energy. Gasping, Tsunade burst into laughter at his comical state, tears streaming down her face. Observing her blend of mirth and sorrow, Orochimaru approached and gently embraced her. Tsunade offered no resistance, leaning into his warmth. Shedding the fierce persona she had donned moments before, she had endured considerable stress, drowning her sorrows in tears and alcohol, even grimacing in her sleep. Everything will be all right. I believe he wouldn't wish to see you in such pain. You must find joy for his sake, Orochimaru reassured her softly, patting her back like a tender-hearted confidant. Come, let us return for a meal. I shall prepare a few special dishes for you today. Once Tsunade had wept out her frustrations, Orochimaru wiped her tears and ruffled her hair affectionately. This gentle gesture snapped Tsunade back to reality. She brushed his hand away and turned towards the village. Oh, women. They whimper when in need and, once satisfied, turn their backs without a second glance. Truly, I've become a mere tool, Orochimaru mused with a wry smile. Having hoped for more moments of closeness, brushing off the dust from his attire, he followed Tsunade. For lunch, he prepared 3 dishes and a soup: braised pork, chicken stew with mushrooms, and a vegetable dish, accompanied by egg drop soup. Both the former and the original Orochimaru had a fondness for eggs. Having exhausted themselves in the morning's training, Tsunade, despite her initial aversion to fatty meat, found herself unable to resist Orochimaru's braised pork after just one bite. The subsequent chicken stew garnered her endless praise, and thankfully, Orochimaru had purchased an entire chicken, ensuring there was ample food for both. After their meal, Orochimaru enlisted Tsunade's help in locating study materials, favoring a gradual progression from the basic to the complex, allowing him to maximize his learning efficiency. With a background in biological research, focusing on viruses, cells, animals, genetic engineering, and pharmaceuticals, he assimilated knowledge rapidly, continuously intertwining it with the world around him. Whenever he encountered difficulties, he sought Tsunade's guidance, who, far from being impatient, was pleasantly surprised by the depth of his inquiries. Thus, Orochimaru dedicated his spare time to practice physical techniques with Tsunade, while afternoons or evenings were reserved for academic pursuits. With an unending supply of energy, he transitioned from merely enduring Tsunade's 3 punches to enduring countless rounds of energy absorption. Day by day, his cells became denser, his physical prowess strengthened, and his body grew increasingly resilient. The ultimate result was his ability to store vast amounts of energy, and should his cells become fully charged, his weight would multiply several times over. However, all of this is manageable, akin to how the Black Emperor can effortlessly send the young Magneto flying with a mere flick of his finger. This bears a striking resemblance to Tsunade's extraordinary strength, yet it is confined solely to physical techniques. Orochimaru, on the other hand, possesses the ability to convert absorbed kinetic energy into searing flames. His academic explorations have deepened significantly, evolving from theoretical knowledge into clinical practice. Orochimaru transformed Tsunade's basement into a modest biological laboratory, with experimental subjects comprising the rabbits and mice he captured. Anatomy would inevitably come into play, though Tsunade would naturally refrain from engaging in these gruesome experiments. She was not particularly inclined to interact with Orochimaru. However, her niece, Shizune, often visited to care for the little ones. Time flew by, and 2.5 years passed in Konoha's 37th year. On this day, Orochimaru tossed a lethargic little mouse to Shiro, who devoured it in just a few bites. Just eating won't make you grow. Observing Shiro's insatiable demeanor, Orochimaru gently patted the hard bone on its head. Since arriving in this world, he had never let this little creature go hungry. Though its appetite was modest, one meal could sustain it for 3 to 5 days. After initiating clinical trials, he frequently fed it, and the little one was not picky, able to digest anything that was not too large. Time for a breath of fresh air. After an afternoon of cellular research, Orochimaru felt somewhat fatigued. Tidying up his experimental apparatus, he decided to step outside for a moment. Tsunade was not home, a situation Orochimaru had grown accustomed to, likely off tending to Shizune. As long as she made time to train with him in the morning, it was of no concern. Upon opening the gate, he was met by a figure approaching, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The newcomer also had long hair, though it was white, with 2 red marks beneath his eyelids, exuding a sunny and handsome demeanor. Jiraiya, what brings you back? The individual was none other than Jiraiya, who had vanished for 3 years, likely returning from the land of rain after instructing Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Orochimaru, what are you doing at Tsunade's place? Where is she? Their initial encounter was filled with mutual inquiries, as the relationship between Orochimaru and Jiraiya had historically been contentious. However, the current Orochimaru bore no ill will, and he did not take Jiraiya's questioning to heart. Tsunade has stepped out. Let's talk as we walk. With that, Orochimaru closed the door, not intending to invite Jiraiya inside. Was it not awkward for 2 grown men to converse face to face? That would indeed be an uncomfortable chat. Hearing that Tsunade was absent and that Orochimaru wished to converse on the move, Jiraiya did not refuse, eager to learn what Orochimaru had to say. After all, he had just returned to the village, having only briefly acquainted himself with Tsunade's situation before rushing over. Why did it take you so long to come back? Orochimaru was the first to pose a question, even though it was somewhat rhetorical. It took considerable time to train my 3 disciples and impart ninjutsu to them. Jiraiya responded candidly, as there was nothing to conceal. It can't be those 3 little brats, can it? Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan? Orochimaru had encountered them before during a mission in the Land of Rain, when the 3 had approached him and his companions for food. Orochimaru had advocated for their demise, believing that it was better to end their suffering swiftly. However, Jiraiya had intervened, feeling that war had shattered their lives and left them homeless. Initially motivated by guilt, he taught them self-defense, but upon discovering Nagato's Rinnegan, he mistakenly believed he had found the prophesied child. Thus, a master-disciple bond was formed, and Jiraiya devoted 3 years to their education. If he were to foresee the profound impact his disciples would have on the ninja world decades later, he might reconsider this decision. Perhaps, like in the original narrative, he would have chosen to end it himself. Yes, those 3. Thankfully, I stopped you at the time, otherwise I would have lost 3 promising prospects. Jiraiya chuckled, clearly pleased with his students and optimistic about their future. Promising prospects? As long as you do not regret it. Indeed, they were remarkable individuals destined to stir the winds of the ninja world, and they even brought back several bags of rice to Konoha. Had Orochimaru not disregarded Jiraiya's intervention and insisted on eliminating them, who knows what consequences might have ensued. Afterward, the worst that could happen would be a confrontation with Jiraiya, but it was likely that Kagaya, lurking in the shadows, would not allow Nagato's Rinnegan to fall into anyone else's hands. Orochimaru would not be bested by this younger generation. The future was uncertain. The narrative's inertia was not so easily altered, and defying fate was no simple task. How is Tsunade faring? At this moment, the 2 had arrived at the training ground where Orochimaru usually practiced with Tsunade. Orochimaru halted his steps, glancing at Jiraiya, who appeared somewhat anxious. I will share as I fight. You must not retaliate. Upon hearing Orochimaru's reply, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Then his gaze met Orochimaru's sharp eyes. A wave of guilt washed over him, but Orochimaru did not afford him the luxury of self-reproach, delivering a powerful knee strike that sent him flying 5 meters away. Caught off guard, Jiraiya was ruthlessly propelled by Orochimaru, causing the acidic contents of his stomach to surge forth. Just as he began to feel a surge of anger and was about to chastise Orochimaru for his harshness, the latter's voice echoed. She is Konoha's foremost medical ninja. Kato Dan died in her arms. Hearing this, Jiraiya opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond to the revelation. For that, she developed a phobia of blood. It will be nearly impossible for her to wield a scalpel again. Ignoring Jiraiya's speechless expression, Orochimaru kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into several small trees. You have no idea how many tears she has shed. She dreams of crying. Where were you during all of this? Orochimaru pinned Jiraiya down, delivering punch after punch. Initially, Jiraiya attempted to block with his hands, but eventually, he allowed Orochimaru's fists to rain down upon his face, with a powerful punch grazing Jiraiya's cheek. The ground instantly caved in, creating a sizable crater. Humph. If she had not considered you a comrade, I would have truly wanted to kill you. With that, Orochimaru stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and turned to leave. Yet, after walking 7 or 8 meters, he paused again. She will return for dinner tonight. Remember to bring some fine wine. With that, Orochimaru departed, leaving a dazed Jiraiya behind. He could hardly fathom that such events had transpired over the past 2 or 3 years. She must be suffering greatly, Jiraiya finally uttered. Reflecting on this made him less resentful of Orochimaru's actions. He acknowledged that he truly deserved the beating and felt somewhat relieved afterward. Meanwhile, Orochimaru whistled as he strolled toward the market. Though his assault on Jiraiya seemed merciless, he had exercised restraint. At most, Jiraiya would suffer some superficial injuries. Had he truly unleashed his full power, it could have resulted in broken bones and severe harm. In that case, Tsunade would surely be furious with him. If he did not strike Jiraiya to express his emotions, she might misinterpret his cohabitation with her. Now, with this display, he could justify his actions as being for Tsunade's sake. I, the cold and unfeeling Orochimaru, have made such sacrifices solely for the sake of my comrades. Arriving at the vegetable market with practiced ease, Jiraiya realized it was essential to procure some ingredients now that he had returned. He could not settle for a meal like in the original story, where the 3 legendary Sannin gathered at a roadside tavern for dinner. He ordered a hen, a rooster, a fish, 2 pounds of beef, and some vegetarian dishes to accompany the drinks. Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, carried the hen in one hand and a bundle of scallions, ginger, and garlic in the other as he made his way back. This was a common occurrence, regardless of their fame. Ninjas without official positions often engaged in mundane tasks such as grocery shopping and cooking. Even the Hokage, without a wife to prepare meals, would need to ask subordinates to bring back takeout. Upon returning to Tsunade's home, Orochimaru first cleaned the hen and set it to boil for soup before starting to cook rice. By the time Tsunade returned home, Orochimaru had already made considerable progress in the kitchen, with just a couple of dishes left to fry before dinner could be served. Orochimaru, what occasion warrants such an abundance of dishes today? Tsunade inquired, gazing at the lavish spread before them. Normally, they would only have 3 dishes, so such a feast indicated the presence of guests or a festive celebration. Jiraiya has returned, Orochimaru replied with an air of indifference. Tsunade was taken aback by the news. After such a long absence without any correspondence, she had assumed he might have met an untimely end. Just then, a figure appeared at the door. Truly, it was Jiraiya. Hey, Tsunade, long time no see. Upon seeing him, Orochimaru rolled his eyes, thinking that Jiraiya had chosen to arrive precisely at mealtime, leaving him to cook for the entire table. This was merely Orochimaru's internal monologue, however. So you've decided to come back. I thought perhaps you had been captivated by some village maiden. While Tsunade was genuinely pleased to see her long-lost companion, she did not hold back from chastising him, poking his chest with her finger. Jiraiya stood there like a statue, accepting her scolding in silence, too wary to retort. All right, Tsunade, it's time to eat, Orochimaru interjected, casting another glance at Jiraiya. If there's no good wine, you won't be having any. Orochimaru's timely remark saved Jiraiya from further embarrassment. I bought several bottles. I must recoup my losses, he boasted, his pride evident. Orochimaru, expecting a retort from Jiraiya, was taken aback by his enthusiasm. Is it really so difficult to eat without making a fuss? Orochimaru retorted, ignoring Jiraiya's astonishment. Did you hit him? Tsunade asked, glancing from Orochimaru to Jiraiya, whose face still bore a fresh bandage, indicating a recent injury. He didn't tell you he fell? Orochimaru replied with a smirk. Tsunade responded with a dismissive grunt. Serves him right. Jiraiya, feeling neglected, shot a disapproving look at Orochimaru. We should train sometime and see if you've improved over the years. The trio engaged in a casual conversation, quickly finishing their meal. Orochimaru, what are your plans moving forward? Jiraiya asked first, bypassing Tsunade's thoughts. Currently, I practice taijutsu with Tsunade in the mornings and conduct research in the afternoons and evenings. Oh, so you've taken up research? I thought you might be looking for a disciple. Jiraiya jested. Orochimaru took a sip of his drink, aware that certain events were bound to unfold. And you, Tsunade? Are you still working on medical ninjutsu research? I'm just keeping an eye on Shizune, waiting for her to grow up and enjoying some drinks, Tsunade replied, her tone somewhat melancholic, revealing a lack of vitality. It was clear that Orochimaru had enriched her life to some extent. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to the excessive drinking depicted in the original narrative. Seeing Tsunade's lackluster outlook on life, Jiraiya hesitated to offer encouragement. How could he urge her to be optimistic or face life positively? They had grown up together. He understood her character too well to presume he could sway her with mere words. Orochimaru, meanwhile, thought to himself, you can hardly take care of yourself. Yet you want to care for others and expect me to cook? Jiraiya turned his attention back to Orochimaru, unsure of what to say next. And you? How long do you plan to stay this time? Tsunade asked, turning to Jiraiya. I intend to write a book and see if there are any suitable successors in the village. I'm looking for an heir, he replied. Neither was surprised, after all. Jiraiya had previously taken on 3 disciples, so it was not shocking that he would seek another. However, just as Jiraiya finished speaking, the mechanical voice in Orochimaru's mind echoed once more, triggering plot point, the divergence of the Sannin. You have the following options. 1. Collaborate with Tsunade on medical ninjutsu research, becoming a renowned medical duo in the ninja world. Reward, rapid cell regeneration. 2. Teach alongside Jiraiya, becoming the mentor of the prophesied child. Reward, training methods for the flying thunder god technique. 3. Pursue an independent path, revealing one's true character amidst the chaos. Reward, doubled comprehension. As expected, he knew this moment would come. The trio's philosophies had shifted. Had they still been in wartime, They might have been compelled to team up for missions. However, now that they had all made their mark and the war had ended, their perspectives had changed. Tsunade had seen through the futility of war, leading her to a life of apathy. Orochimaru's research had become increasingly distant, even without his time travel. He would have pursued an exploration of immortality, albeit with a different focus. Meanwhile, Jiraiya sought to change something by finding the prophesied child, channeling his frustrations into his writing. Reminiscent of the ancient poet Du Fu, who sang of prosperity and decline, reflecting on his own unfulfilled aspirations. As for the three options presented, rapid cell regeneration was indeed enticing, but the notion of becoming a renowned medical duo was perplexing. What if Tsunade was not inclined to teach? Even if he wished to learn? It would be a challenge given her current state. The second option was not worth considering either. Not only did he lack interest in teaching Minato, but what purpose would it serve? Competing against his own disciple for the Hokage position and potentially losing? Orochimaru never underestimated himself, yet he understood that becoming Hokage was not a role one could simply claim, unlike the third Hokage, who had been called to duty in a time of crisis. The conventional Hokage is elected through a democratic process, where the voice of the populace holds significance, followed by support from prominent clans and consent from the village's elite, culminating in the approval of the daimyo. Orochimaru, however, had none of these advantages. He possessed only a modicum of fame, and it was far from simple to surpass Minato Namikaze during the Third Great Ninja War. Moreover, he faced insurmountable obstacles at the upper echelons, particularly with the third Hokage, his former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who claimed that darkness lurked within his heart. Please, is there still no trace of that in this new generation of promising youth? The multitude of challenges dissuaded him from contemplating this matter further. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, he pondered whether he could master it. Even if he could, would he not practice it in secret like in the original text? The thought of the Flying Thunder Serpent suddenly struck him, but he quickly shook his head and decisively chose option 3. Congratulations, host. Your aptitude has doubled. Note, you may question this serpent's character, but do not doubt its intellect. Young one, have you come to realize this? A refreshing sensation coursed through his mind, causing a smile to unconsciously grace Orochimaru's lips. Hey, Orochimaru, is my idea truly that ludicrous? At that moment, Jiraiya's voice echoed, misinterpreting Orochimaru's smile. Tsunade, please take care of Shizune. It's inconvenient for you to be running back and forth. Ignoring Jiraiya's inquiry, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade. In the past, when Shizune was younger, Tsunade lacked experience caring for children, so she had entrusted her to a nurse from a relative's family. Now, at over 4 years old, Shizune was weaned and capable of eating solid food. Tsunade frequently brought meals over, but this was not a sustainable solution. All right, I'll fetch her tomorrow. Tsunade's eyes lit up at this suggestion. How had she not thought of it before? Jiraiya, feeling out of place, realized he had lost his playful rapport with Tsunade, who had grown disinterested, while Orochimaru was typically reticent, making it challenging to find common ground. The atmosphere grew heavy. Tsunade was sullen, and Orochimaru was absorbed in reviewing the rewards he had just received. Only Jiraiya remained bewildered, feeling his boisterous nature clashed with the somber spirits of the two. They sat in silence, sipping their drinks. As midnight approached, Jiraiya took his leave first, and Orochimaru began to tidy up the table, while Tsunade continued to drink alone. Don't overindulge. We need to pick up Shizune tomorrow. Orochimaru knew he could not dissuade her and resorted to mentioning Shizune. As expected, Tsunade's hand paused on the bottle upon hearing Shizune's name. I know, stop nagging. Seeing her reluctant demeanor, Orochimaru affectionately ruffled her hair. Tomorrow, you should buy her a few outfits. Tsunade, slightly tipsy, initially paused in surprise, then replied. I have plenty of clothes. There's no need to buy more. Orochimaru understood her misunderstanding. He was referring to clothing for Shizune. Recognizing that the child was growing rapidly, evident from Tsunade's demeanor, which indicated she had little experience with children. Come on, in the ninja world, there's no child I can't handle, and with my experience from 2 lifetimes, I'm far more qualified than you. Oh. Tsunade realized her misinterpretation and quickly raised her glass to mask her embarrassment. But then Orochimaru added, of course, you should also purchase a few new outfits for yourself. Practicing with me has surely worn out some of your clothes. After this, Orochimaru focused on a medical journal, reviewing previously recorded issues, some resolved, others still requiring deeper exploration. It was the perfect time to gauge whether his doubled aptitude could inspire fresh insights. The results did not disappoint. Previously challenging problems now seemed remarkably simple, with several alternative solutions emerging. The Orochimaru of yore, though intelligent, paled in comparison to his present self. This exponential increase in aptitude represented a qualitative leap, allowing him not only to shorten the research duration depicted in the original narrative, but also to allocate time to additional projects. Recently, he had acquired cells from Hashirama Senju and Mito Uzumaki through Shiro, providing him an opportunity to engage with them ahead of the planned research in Konoha, thus validating his hypotheses. As Orochimaru became engrossed in his thoughts, Tsunade unsteadily rose to her feet, inadvertently knocking over her empty wine glass, which clinked melodiously. "Would you like me to carry you back?" Orochimaru teased, his mood buoyant. Tsunade glared at him, clearly offended by his suggestive remark. "Are you trying to take advantage of me? Am I the one who's intoxicated, or is it you?" With that, she staggered into the room and slammed the door behind her. The next day, Orochimaru arrived at the training ground as usual, only to find not just Tsunade, but also Jiraiya and the now 4-year-old Shizune. Sister Tsunade is so amazing, and Uncle Orochimaru is incredible too. Shizune clapped her hands, eyes sparkling as she watched the duo sparring. "Shizune, why do you call Tsunade sister and Orochimaru uncle?" Jiraiya inquired, puzzled by the apparent age disparity. "Sister Tsunade is my sister. She told me to call her that." Jiraiya couldn't help but smirk at Shizune's innocent naivety, easily swayed by others' charming words. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were all born in Konoha a decade ago, making them merely 27 years old, a prime age. However, the scars of war had matured them far beyond their peers. The two combatants in the training ground were locked in an intense exchange. After 2.5 years of practice, Orochimaru had come to thoroughly understand this body. Initially, he could barely withstand 3 punches and 2 kicks from Tsunade, but now he could endure 50 to 60 strikes before reaching his limit. As his body rapidly converted energy, Orochimaru consistently pushed the cellular threshold for energy absorption. However, after absorbing Tsunade's formidable energy from her strikes, he hesitated to exceed that limit, as the cells still lacked the capacity to store more energy. It was akin to breaking through successive shackles, yet a bottleneck remained. To surpass it, he needed to elevate his body's limits. This could either take years of energy cultivation, which was too slow for Orochimaru, or he could evolve through the empowering agents of the Mother Vine, similar to the Black King, enhancing his physical limits and absorption capacity. Currently, Orochimaru could only absorb kinetic energy through physical contact, rendering him helpless against magical energies such as fire, magnetism, or gravity. Even the efficiency of absorption and conversion was woefully inadequate, let alone for combat. This explained why he had been persistently sparring with Tsunade. "All right, Tsunade, let's call it a day for training." Despite his reluctance, Orochimaru had to halt as Tsunade's fervor surged. Another benefit of sparring with Tsunade was the visual indulgence. The sight of her ample bosom swaying was dizzying yet irresistible, leaving him yearning for more. However, even the perverse Orochimaru could not withstand Tsunade's brute strength. While the view was delightful, preserving his life took precedence. "Hey, why are you so weak today? Giving in so soon?" Tsunade huffed, hands on her hips, her chest heaving. "Let us conclude for today. You may take Shizune to shop for clothes." Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade ceased her relentless battle, brushed off the dust from her attire, and made her way to the sidelines. Today, Orochimaru hardly fought back, primarily enduring more blows than he delivered. This was not due to any peculiar inclination, but rather because his body had reached its energy threshold, unable to surpass the bottleneck despite further absorption. This condition had persisted for some time, making him acutely aware that this was the utmost limit of his current vessel. With this realization, he naturally lost the desire to continue, finding a fitting excuse to retreat. It appeared that his future objectives would need to shift towards research. He had successfully acquired cells from both Hashirama and the Uzumaki clan. The next step would be to integrate these two sage bodies, trusting that his accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes and enhanced comprehension would allow him to forge a new path. In the original narrative, although Orochimaru was also engaged in human experimentation, he had deviated from the right course, having commenced his forbidden jutsu research during his defection from Konoha. "Hey, Orochimaru, is this the taijutsu you've developed? A technique for enduring punishment? It seems rather impressive." Just as he crystallized his future ambitions, Jiraiya's sarcastic voice echoed nearby. At this moment, Tsunade was leading Shizune back, while Jiraiya remained, mocking Orochimaru. Faced with Jiraiya's disdainful, contemptuous, and skeptical gaze, Orochimaru chose not to engage in conversation. Instead, he approached Jiraiya and delivered a swift flick to his forehead. The next instant, a sharp cry escaped Jiraiya's lips as his body was propelled backward uncontrollably for several meters. If you disagree, then you shall be my practice partner from now on. Jiraiya, clutching his forehead and cursing on the ground, scoffed at Orochimaru's words. You opportunistic snake. Resorting to a sneak attack when I'm vulnerable, truly a lotus growing in a stinking ditch, riddled with malice. Rising to his feet, he glared fiercely at Orochimaru, continuing. I want to see if you've made any progress over the years. It's high time I avenged yesterday's humiliation. Orochimaru understood that Jiraiya referred to the incident where he had been bested the previous day, suffering a loss in front of Tsunade. Not today, perhaps another time, he retorted, disregarding Jiraiya's protests, closing his eyes as he walked away, determined to return to his research, unwilling to squander time on meaningless sparring. The newfound wisdom he had acquired sparked numerous hypotheses that required validation on the experimental platform. Meanwhile, Tsunade was leading Shizun towards the village market. Sister, you're really amazing. I want to become a strong person like you in the future. Shizun, still a young girl, gazed at Tsunade with admiration, her eyes brimming with aspiration. Haha, indeed. I will become even more formidable. I promise to teach you everything when the time comes. Tsunade only exhibited her gentle side when with Shizun, pouring all her affection onto her. Wow, even more powerful techniques. Is it medical ninjutsu? Upon hearing the term, Tsunade's expression dimmed slightly. Yet she nodded resolutely and affectionately patted Shizun's head. Since developing a phobia of blood, she had not performed any surgeries nor even set foot in the kitchen. But that did not hinder her from entrusting her aspirations to Shizun. Perhaps in the future, Shizun could serve as her assistant, wielding the scalpel in her stead. It's better for girls to be gentle. Focus on learning medical ninjutsu. Absolutely. I'll listen to my sister. Chapter 16. The third Hokage summons in the 38th year of Konoha. On this day, Orochimaru departed from Tsunade's residence and returned to his long-neglected abode. However, just as he settled in, a visitor arrived. Lord Orochimaru, the third Hokage requests your presence. An Umbu ninja stood outside Orochimaru's door, their voice behind the mask leaving no room for refusal. Sarutobi-sensei, it has been quite some time. Orochimaru did not resist. This was the first time he had been summoned by the Hokage since arriving in this world. Their last encounter at Kato Dan's funeral had been brief and devoid of substantial dialogue. In Orochimaru's memory, his Hokage mentor was conservative, outdated, yet adept at political maneuvering. Under his leadership, Konoha had avoided significant calamities over the years, yet had also stagnated in progress. Balancing the powers of various clans and suppressing their ambitions had become his limit. Throughout his life, he bore no remarkable achievements or outstanding contributions. Aside from participating in the First and Second Shinobi Wars, he had not personally led troops in a battle, let alone commanded armies. As for the titles like the strongest Hokage or Master of Ninjutsu, those were merely for intimidating external foes, nothing to be taken seriously. His lackluster capabilities were forgivable, yet his tolerance of Danzo's rampant actions was not. He even permitted attempts on his own life by Danzo. When Danzo's operatives were caught attempting to seize Kakashi's Sharingan, no repercussions followed. Even the conspiracy involving other Konoha higher-ups to massacre the Uchiha clan did not provoke his ire, making it difficult for Orochimaru to harbor any fondness for him. The only redeeming quality during his tenure was the introduction of a model where a Jonin led a team of 3 graduated genin, which in Orochimaru's eyes was the sole commendable initiative. Quickly recalling his past impressions of the third Hokage, he soon arrived at the Hokage building. Sensei, you called for me. The door remained ajar as Orochimaru entered the Hokage's office. I've heard you've been engaged in biological research recently? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused his actions, lifting his gaze to meet Orochimaru's, his sharp eyes seemingly piercing through him. In that moment of eye contact, Orochimaru felt the weight of authority pressing down upon him. Yes, I've suddenly taken an interest in this field. It's merely a way to pass the time. Orochimaru could hardly divulge that witnessing too much life and death had compelled him to explore the essence of longevity and the mysteries of existence. Such an admission could lead to being labeled either as ambitious or deranged. We are all adults here. If one claims to have seen too many vehicles on the road and wishes to study spacecraft for interstellar travel, Why not just fly to the heavens? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unconcerned with the veracity of Orochimaru's words, clearly deemed the process irrelevant. He was focused solely on the outcome. The village has decided to establish a research team dedicated to studying the cells of the first Hokage, focusing on integration and application. At this pronouncement, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He had anticipated this project would not commence for another 2 years, yet here it was, unfolding much sooner than expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen was pleased with Orochimaru's reaction and continued. I would like you to serve as the leader of this research team. Volunteers have already signed up within the village. Do you have confidence in this undertaking? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Orochimaru was exceptionally gifted, having demonstrated intelligence since childhood, with a high aptitude for academia, especially as he was now engaged in clinical trials. After discussions among the higher-ups in Konoha, it was unanimously agreed that Orochimaru was the most suitable candidate to oversee this research project. Having experienced the First and Second Shinobi Wars, Konoha had recognized that deploying tailed beasts as weapons of war could significantly reduce casualties while delivering devastating blows to enemy shinobi. Imagine 2 armies clashing, with one side possessing controllable tailed beasts as nuclear weapons while the other could only expend lives. What an advantage that would be. However, the most effective means of controlling tailed beasts lay within the wood-release techniques of Hashirama Senju. The Sharingan was currently not an option, as the Uchiha clan would never permit Konoha to use their eyes for research. Thus, wood-release remained the most viable choice, being not only from their own ranks, but also retaining the techniques that had been preserved. Confidence must be rooted in data, and until attempts were made, Orochimaru could not guarantee success, especially considering those were the cells of the first Hokage. Orochimaru did not guarantee success. He was acutely aware of the high failure and mortality rates associated with this project, and it remained uncertain how far he could progress. Science is meticulous, and your attitude is commendable. Henceforth, this project shall be under your purview. I hope you will not disappoint me as you have in the past, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. His eyes filled with admiration as he took a puff from his pipe. In the ensuing moments, Hiruzen conveyed numerous details to Orochimaru, covering confidential matters, personnel arrangements, and other important instructions. Upon leaving the Hokage building, Orochimaru found himself in possession of a wealth of information, including a list of volunteers and the anatomical research data of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This invaluable research material would significantly streamline Orochimaru's endeavors, as Tobirama's brilliance had propelled him further along the path of human experimentation. However, the primary focus was not on these documents, but rather on the system that resided within his mind. Just as Hiruzen had tasked him with this research project, the system's notification chime resonated. Detected host triggering plotline. Research on Hashirama cells. You have the following choices. Accept the research project. Scientists are always inclined to confront challenges, and you will be rewarded with the technique Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstruction. Alternatively, decline the research and embrace a laid-back existence, in which case you will receive the reward aura of justice. Faced with these 2 options, Orochimaru unhesitatingly chose to accept. The higher-ups of Konoha had already deliberated on the matter, and Hiruzen had presented the documents directly before him. Refusing was not an option. It was unnecessary to offend everyone at once, and he still needed to remain in Konoha to trigger the plot. Thus, he aimed to navigate this path with care. Furthermore, the second option's aura of justice seemed designed to cleanse his reputation, which held little value for Orochimaru. He preferred something tangible. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the space-time ninjutsu Tengai Shinsei, heavenly obstruction. Note, as a scientist, one must always run swiftly when an experiment explodes. Although Orochimaru was unaware of the specifics of Tengai Shinsei, he was familiar with the concept of Shuinpa from his previous life in the world of the anime Bleach, which surpassed mere instantaneous movement by utilizing explosive force to close distances to enemies. Tengai Shinsei was indeed a spatial skill, enabling him to evade neural detection and greatly aiding in combat at mid to long ranges, allowing him to swiftly approach adversaries from any angle or direction. Isn't this just teleportation? With this realization, Orochimaru eagerly set out to test his newfound ability. In the next moment, his figure vanished from his original position. Unlike the Shunshin technique, which required hand seals, he reappeared 50 meters ahead. The sensation of momentarily disappearing from this world was exhilarating, though it seemed to consume chakra rather than stamina, much like the Flying Thunder God technique. Within mere breaths, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory. He began to grasp the capabilities of this newly acquired skill. Aside from the inability to remain suspended in midair, he could perform rapid teleportation on both land and in the air. Perhaps he would learn to lead a girl under the moonlight someday? Suppressing his excitement, Orochimaru began poring over the materials at hand, prioritizing research to yield results, for his current chakra reserves would not sustain many uses of Tengai Shinsei. In the original narrative, Orochimaru underwent extensive modifications to his body, transforming himself into a white phosphorus serpent. While this enhancement significantly increased his chakra, such methods were not what the current Orochimaru sought. He believed that through his experience, intuition, and extensive knowledge, he could forge an entirely new path. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in research until a series of knocks interrupted his concentration. Orochimaru, where have you been? Huh? Tsunade's voice, what brings her here? With a sense of curiosity, he opened the door to find an irate Tsunade awaiting him. Is there something you need? Tsunade's frustration deepened as she observed Orochimaru's oblivious demeanor. Look at the time. Aren't you supposed to be preparing dinner? It was only upon her reminder that Orochimaru realized how late it had become. Glancing at the darkening sky, he sheepishly replied, I got a bit caught up in my work and lost track of time. Humph. She turned toward the kitchen. As his laboratory was a repurposed room in Tsunade's home, which included an experimental area. Typically, he conducted his research here, making it easy for Tsunade to locate him. An hour later, a sumptuous feast was prepared. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shizune had already taken their seats. Come, let's toast to Shizune's birthday, Jiraiya proclaimed, raising his glass first, prompting the others to follow suit, while Shizune raised a glass of juice to join in the celebration. Indeed, today was Shizune's birthday, and Tsunade had informed Orochimaru in advance, to which he had agreed to prepare a grand dinner. However, he had not anticipated that the third Hokage would assign him a new task on this very day, leading him to forget the time while reviewing materials. It was no wonder Tsunade was upset. Typically, if Orochimaru was too busy to cook, she would take Shizune out to eat, but this time was an exception. Shizune, we ended up dining quite late. Blame your Uncle Snake for not keeping track of the time. Jiraiya was the first to scold Orochimaru, seizing any opportunity to tease him. Tsunade shot Orochimaru an exasperated glance, while he could only manage a wry smile in response. It's fine. Uncle Snake has been busy with work, and I hold no grudge against him. Besides, his cooking is delicious. Shizune kindly defended him, prompting Orochimaru to serve her a chicken leg. Your uncle's efforts were not in vain. Look at these two ungrateful ones. Eating my cooking while scolding you, Orochimaru jested, only to receive a light kick from Tsunade. That's where you are mistaken, Jiraiya interjected. I say, Orochimaru. One must accept criticism when they err. How can it be considered scolding? Acknowledging his fault, Orochimaru refrained from further argument, instead contemplating the contents of the second Hokage's data as they dined. What are you thinking about while eating? Tsunade remarked, noticing Orochimaru's distracted demeanor. She understood that he must have encountered something significant, as he typically communicated in advance if he was unable to cook due to experiments. Today, I was summoned by Lord Hiruzen. At the mention of their teacher's name, both Tsunade and Jiraiya paused momentarily, while Shizune remained oblivious, continuing to nibble on her chicken leg. He tasked me with a research project concerning your grandfather. Orochimaru revealed without hesitation, his gaze fixed on Tsunade. Upon hearing that it involved research on the first Hokage, Tsunade and Jiraiya quickly pieced together the implications. Tsunade's expression soured slightly, but she did not exhibit an extreme reaction, which relieved Orochimaru. He had anticipated a furious outburst from her. After all, the first Hokage was her grandfather, who had safeguarded Konoha during his lifetime and was now being subjected to research even after death, which could be seen as disrespectful to the deceased. Are you not angry? Jiraiya, ever the bold one, directly inquired. What good would anger do? Can I change anything? Tsunade replied, acknowledging the futility of such emotions. We three could visit the teacher to discuss this further, if necessary. Enough, Jiraiya. Tsunade interrupted, clearly unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Although they had gained some notoriety and could participate in the upper echelons of Konoha's affairs, even if the project were to receive approval, it indicated that the four high-ranking officials of Konoha had reached a consensus. If other clans were also pushing for it, the decision would be even harder to overturn. Moreover, their teacher was the third Hokage. Would they dare confront him? To challenge him would be seen as lacking perspective and understanding, while not challenging would mean disregarding Tsunade's grandfather. Tsunade could only hope that the third Hokage would exercise discretion and not escalate matters further. Regarding Orochimaru, for Tsunade, he was merely acting on orders. His research was not of concern. Sensing the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive, Orochimaru spoke up. "Shizune, how has life been at the Ninja Academy? Who are the top and bottom students in your class?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shizune named two individuals, Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha. Orochimaru was familiar with these names. In the original narrative, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, which would be next year. Meanwhile, Shizune, Obito, and Rin still had 3 years of study ahead of them. As for Obito, he, like Jiraiya, was perpetually at the bottom of the class. Upon catching a glance from Orochimaru, Jiraiya immediately bristled. "Hey, Orochimaru, I sense you're subtly mocking me. What's wrong with being at the bottom? I think Obito has potential. He will surely be just slightly inferior to me as a ninja in the future." "Indeed, you were only marginally better than Obito in the past," Orochimaru retorted. Tsunade, who had been quietly eating, couldn't help but smile at their banter. Chapter 18. The Study of Hashirama's Cells. Orochimaru, does this mean you won't have time to return and cook for us anymore? Shizune inquired, having gleaned from their earlier conversation that Orochimaru had been assigned a mission. Tsunade also turned her gaze toward Orochimaru, as this concerned their meals. "I will likely be quite busy. I may not have time during lunch, but I should be able to return for dinner." After all, as a team leader, a day in the research lab was hardly sufficient. And if evening hours were also consumed by work, it would truly resemble the grind of a corporate worker. What about Tsunade, though? The Ninja Academy doesn't provide meals, and many children bring lunch from home. Tsunade, who was not particularly adept at cooking, relied on Orochimaru's morning meals for Shizune's lunch over the past year. It seemed her concern for Tsunade was not in vain. Yet, Tsunade was an adult, capable of taking care of herself. Why should she worry about going hungry? Orochimaru, casting a glance at Tsunade, unexpectedly met her piercing gaze. "I'll prepare a little extra in the morning. You just need to heat it up for lunch." Tsunade, Jiraiya, having eavesdropped on their conversation, chimed in, "I want to come over for a meal too." Orochimaru, "You can't play favorites. We are brothers." Observing Jiraiya's shameless demeanor, Orochimaru was unsympathetic. "Sure, but it will cost you 100,000 ryo each month." 100,000? That is robbery. Why doesn't Tsunade have to pay? Jiraiya exploded at the thought, deeming Orochimaru's stance hypocritical, obviously swayed by Tsunade's presence. "I live at her house. Cooking is merely part of the rent. You can join too, but what can you contribute?" Stumped by Orochimaru's retort, Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, struggling to retort. "I can take care of Shizune. Tsunade is taking care of her. I can clean the house. Shizune can sweep. I can warm the bed. Get lost." The following day, Orochimaru arrived at a forbidden area within Konohagakure. "Lord Orochimaru, you have arrived. The other staff members are already here, awaiting your instructions." 2 Yambiyu ninjas stood guard outside the restricted area, greeting Orochimaru politely. Orochimaru merely nodded before proceeding inside. The passage sloped downward, growing darker as he descended, flanked by numerous torches. After winding through, he arrived at a spacious underground chamber, where various experimental apparatuses were arrayed throughout, and several researchers were preparing for work. The place was surprisingly well lit. Orochimaru had anticipated a damp and dreary environment. Upon his arrival, the researchers gathered to await his orders. "Lord Orochimaru, here are the experimental materials." One ANBU ninja presented a glass container filled with a green nutrient solution, within which floated a piece of flesh the size of an infant's fist. "Is this all?" Orochimaru had expected a complete body of Hashirama, only to find this paltry sample. Even what Shiro had collected was more substantial. "This is merely a portion. Further reports will be required for additional supplies." Noticing Orochimaru's displeasure, the ANBU ninja hastily clarified that he was merely following orders. Hearing this, Orochimaru felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, these were Hashirama's cells. In his previous life, fans had jested that Hashiramas would release Conquered All, attributing his strength to being infused with Hashirama's cells. Without further contemplation, Orochimaru took the nutrient vial. He had conducted some clandestine research prior, yielding modest results, though time constraints had hindered significant progress. Now, he could conduct his studies openly, focusing not only on Hashirama's cells, but also on the Uzumaki clan's cells, which he deemed paramount. recognizing the formidable nature of Hashirama's cells and their resistance to manipulation. Thus, each day, Orochimaru departed before dawn and returned only after nightfall, working no less than 12 hours daily, occasionally even longer. Life had become rather monotonous. However, each time he returned home, Tsunade and Shizune were met with his weary form, and he felt a pang of guilt for having to cook for them. Yet, Orochimaru harbored no grievances. He did not let the absence of a warm meal at home affect his mood. Shizune proved to be quite understanding, often assisting him by preparing ingredients beforehand. More often than not, upon his return, everything was ready for a quick meal, saving him precious time. Thus, 6 months passed, leading to the 39th experiment. Lord Orochimaru. The 20th specimen has been confirmed dead. The 33rd exhibited a severe rejection reaction, while the 7th only showed mild rejection. A researcher handed over the recorded experimental data. Upon reviewing it, Orochimaru's brow furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with such outcomes. Initially, they had conducted experiments on rabbits and mice, only progressing to human trials after achieving an 80 survival rate in animals. Yet, no one anticipated such a significant divergence when the same agents were administered to the new specimens. Was it an issue at the genetic level? Over this period, no fewer than 10 specimens had perished. Many could not withstand a single night, with some even undergoing immediate crystallization, being swiftly consumed by Hashirama's cells. The data was continually updated, with adjustments made to the formulations and dosages. However, these came at a cost, as one after another, living individuals met their demise. Orochimaru contemplated halting the experiments, but the pressure from Konohagakure's higher-ups forbade such action. Some would push him to continue, particularly the ever-persistent Danzo, who was more present than the Hokage himself. With no turning back, Orochimaru could only strive to minimize errors and reduce the frequency of experimental mishaps. The data from specimen number 7 appeared relatively stable. Although all attributes were elevated, they remained within acceptable limits, suggesting that the Uzumaki clan cells were not as domineering as Hashirama's. Indeed, specimen number 7 was infused with the Uzumaki clan's cells, a decision orchestrated by Orochimaru himself. This outcome was not entirely unfavorable, yet further experimental data was necessary. Chapter 19. Infiltration of the Sealing Techniques Forbidden Zone. Orochimaru-sama. Here are the blood and tissue samples retrieved from the Konoha Hospital. An Umbu ninja presented a collection of blood bags before Orochimaru. These samples comprised blood and tissues from various clans, including those of the Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, and even that of Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru was aware that the cells of Hashirama could complement and suppress the Uchiha Sharingan, and that Madara Uchiha could utilize Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. Furthermore, Danzo could use his Sharingan-imbued arm to suppress Hashirama's cells. This led him to deduce the direction of his experiments, and he aspired to discover if the cells from other clans possessed similar functionalities. How splendid it would be to obtain both the Sharingan and Byakugan. However, he dismissed this impractical thought. It was not the time for clandestine research with Danzo, and the village could not fulfill all his desires. The collection of these blood and tissue samples had already consumed considerable time. Gazing at the neatly categorized and labeled blood samples, Orochimaru first reached for the Uchiha and Hyuga samples, deciding to commence his research with these two types of cells. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans shared a familial connection. As Kakashi had mentioned in the original narrative, the Uchiha's lineage could be traced back to the Hyuga clan, and both the Byakugan and Sharingan were exclusive ocular techniques of the Otsutsuki clan. Similar to the Senju and Uzumaki clans, the former inherited the sage body, while the latter inherited the sage eyes. The Kagaya clan also shared the sage body lineage, albeit now residing in the land of water. Furthermore, the Bloodpool clan's blood dragon eye had similarly inherited the sage eyes, though its whereabouts were unknown. In this world governed by bloodlines, Orochimaru felt a sense of frustration. For ninjas lacking these bloodlines, ascending to power would be exceedingly difficult, unless one were to possess an advantage akin to Kabuto's sage body. Even the most perfect sage body would ultimately succumb to the Uchiha brothers. As for Sakura's audacious claims of catching up to Naruto and Sasuke, such statements were best left unacknowledged, lest one be tempted to laugh. If one could not triumph even with an advantage, it certainly indicated that the advantage was insufficient. With the inclusion of various clan cells, Orochimaru's research direction expanded. In addition to his personal examinations of the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga cells. He assigned the fusion research projects involving Hashirama cells and those from other clans. Nevertheless, his research progress began to slow. Even with doubled comprehension, ample data was required for analysis, alongside time and risk for trial and error. Orochimaru understood that this research project would likely be halted before yielding any significant results. His knowledge base was still insufficient. The second Hokage's research materials surely encompassed more than what he had at his disposal. As Orochimaru scrutinized a freshly compiled data report, he found himself in deep contemplation. The materials presented by the third Hokage were incomplete, while they appeared comprehensive and extended in various directions. They failed to provide deeper research outcomes. Orochimaru speculated that continuing along these research paths would either reveal questions the second Hokage had not resolved or point towards foundational knowledge of forbidden techniques. Techniques such as Edo Tensei and spirit transformation were developed based on human anatomy studies. The third Hokage was aware of these forbidden arts. Yet he did not understand that the origins of these ninjutsu would greatly benefit Orochimaru's current research, potentially allowing him to avoid many detours and conserve time and energy. Where could he procure such materials? Should he apply for access? That notion was swiftly dismissed. The Hokage would never permit him to examine such documents. Given their association with numerous forbidden techniques, it seemed he would have to resort to old methods. That evening, after dining with Tsunade and Shizune, Orochimaru retreated to his laboratory. His hurried demeanor had not surprised either of them. He had been exceptionally busy of late. As night deepened and both Tsunade and Shizune laid down to rest, Orochimaru created a shadow clone. He then swiftly departed from Tsunade's residence, not pausing for a moment, executing several quick movements until he reached a forbidden area of Konoha. Upon halting 20 meters from the site, he observed two ninjas standing guard, their backs to a cluster of buildings shrouded in darkness. "Hey, Taijima. What is the point of us standing guard here all day? This is a forbidden zone of Konoha. Who in their right mind would dare approach?" One ninja, Mizukane, grumbled to his companion, Taijima, while puffing on a cigarette. "Mizukane, you can say that to me, but don't go spreading it around. If the Hokage hears you, he might just have you reassigned." Taijima admonished Mizukane. Though he too was somewhat dissatisfied with their duty, as a ninja, he could only follow orders. Besides, their pay was quite decent, not much less than that of those dispatched on missions. "I've heard that the Uchiha clan has been a bit unruly lately, getting into fights every few days. I can't fathom what goes through their minds," Mizukane continued, his tone dripping with disdain for the Uchiha clan. "Alas, who can blame them? Their clan is powerful, and they have the backing of the Konoha police force, giving them the audacity we commoners can only envy." "Humph. Those arrogant Uchiha," Mizukane scoffed. Listening to their exchange, Orochimaru remained cautious, not wishing to draw attention to himself. He had no intention of engaging with these guards. His objective was a covert infiltration, and he aimed to avoid any unnecessary alarms. Just as he contemplated his next move, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. "Detected host has prematurely triggered the plot. Infiltration of the sealing techniques forbidden zone. The host has the following options: eliminate the guardians of the forbidden zone and force entry, thereby receiving the fear aura reward, which instills terror in foes upon eye contact, diminishing their will. Alternatively, proceed with a secret infiltration, which grants the host the formula for the Uzumaki clan cell fusion potion." Surprised by the unexpected plot trigger, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement. Could this mean he could expedite his campaign for Hokage and hasten the plan for Konoha's collapse? He swiftly shook his head. Any endeavor he undertook was of monumental significance, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Take this very task, for instance. Should he be discovered while prying into Konoha's secrets, he would likely have no choice but to defect. Reeling himself back to reality, Orochimaru was intrigued by the first option. Yet he recognized that such an action would only yield a one-time benefit, and he was not prepared to defect prematurely. Thus, he weighed the advantages and disadvantages of his early arrival. Regrettably, the rewards were tempting. After careful consideration, Orochimaru decisively opted for the latter. Chapter 20. Formula for the Cell Fusion Potion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the formula for the Uzumaki clan Cell Fusion Potion. Note: Master Core Technology and ascend to the pinnacle of life. As the notification concluded, Orochimaru found a segment of potion formula data materializing in his mind. This would adequately address his immediate research needs. Without further delay, He recognized the importance of handling the current situation. With that thought, Orochimaru swiftly surpassed the two guards, who remained oblivious to any unusual presence. Upon reappearing, he found himself within the building's interior. The outer seals and explosive tags had not been triggered. Before him stood rows of bookshelves, densely packed with neatly arranged tomes, some specifically designated for storing ninjutsu scrolls and various ninja tools. Orochimaru ignited a candle, utilizing his enhanced night vision to navigate the dim flicker of light. He was the first to discover the shelf housing the ninjutsu scrolls. Although the primary objective of this expedition was to locate the research materials on the human experiments conducted by the second Hokage, he did not overlook the forbidden techniques. The Book of Seals contained numerous powerful ninjutsu, yet techniques like the impure world reincarnation, still in the process of refinement, were stored here. As expected, during his subsequent perusal, Orochimaru successfully unearthed this forbidden art. Moreover, he also found the corpse sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing, the 8-trigram sealing, and the 4-symbol sealing, among others. These were precisely what Orochimaru sought. One of his motivations for arriving here ahead of time was to acquire the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Although the Land of Whirlpools was merely a small nation, the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan were immensely powerful. To what extent, you may ask? The 5 great nations, wary of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, united to eradicate this nation, leaving Konoha as a mere bystander. Even the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, such as Nagato, Kushina, and Karen, stirred considerable turmoil in the future. As for how Konoha came to possess the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it is essential to mention the 2 Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Mido, being Hashirama's wife and Tsunade's grandmother, likely imparted many of her clan's sealing techniques to Konoha over the years. Techniques such as the corpse sealing and the 4 symbols sealing both originated from the Uzumaki clan, which Orochimaru found unsurprising. With his photographic memory, Orochimaru swiftly recorded these ninjutsu, not necessarily seeking immediate understanding, but prioritizing documentation for future study. It could be said that everything in the Book of Seals was also present here, with additional detailed versions that explain the theories and origins of these forbidden techniques. This was precisely what Orochimaru desired. Even incomplete forbidden arts provided significant inspiration. He stationed Shiro at the entrance as a guard, unperturbed by the possibility of an unexpected intrusion, until the distant crowing of roosters reached his ears. Orochimaru had just finished reviewing a ninjutsu scroll and was tidying up when Shiro returned at the opportune moment. In a flash, he vanished, having evaded the vigilant eyes of the guarding shinobi. In the days that followed, Orochimaru continued this routine, visiting the forbidden ground whenever he had the opportunity. He did not go too frequently, partly due to concerns of being noticed, and partly because even his body could not withstand the toll of sleepless nights devoted to knowledge. His spirit, too, would eventually wear thin. Daytime for research, nighttime for memorization. All of his efforts were for the village. Additionally, he meticulously studied the formula for the Uzumaki clan's cell fusion potion acquired from the system. To his astonishment, the formula required the cells of the Hyuga clan for neutralization before use. This led Orochimaru to ponder the future offspring of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga. It indeed seemed plausible. Could it be speculated that the cells of the Senju and the Sharingan, along with the Uzumaki cells and the Byakugan, could intertwine in such a manner? Orochimaru mused, yet he understood that scientific inquiry demanded precision, necessitating further research. With the formula in hand, Orochimaru's studies gained a clear direction. Once he overcame a few critical challenges, the rest would pose no issue. Meanwhile, his research on Senju cells continued unabated. He referenced the principles of this formula and proposed several research avenues. Without exception, these studies involved the cellular tissues of the Uchiha clan, and this new perspective initially left the other researchers in the lab baffled. However, after conducting experiments that confirmed the suppressive effect on Senju cells, they came to acknowledge Orochimaru's superiority in this domain, recognizing him as their capable leader. One evening, as usual, Orochimaru returned home to Tsunade's residence, weary and drained. "Orochimaru, you're back." Ino rushed out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise, her sleeves rolled up and droplets of water still clinging to her hands, clearly having been engaged in tasks. "Ah, Ino, where is your sister Tsunade?" Orochimaru ruffled her hair. Typically, At this hour, Tsunade would be waiting for dinner. But today she was notably absent. She left as soon as I got home, saying she was going to play cards and would be back shortly. Ino's voice grew softer, as if she felt she had done something wrong. Forget about her. Ino was still too innocent. Could one believe the words of an adult who said they would return shortly and repay a debt in a few days, especially when it came to gambling? Since Orochimaru's intervention, Tsunade had been more restrained with her drinking, yet her gambling habits remained unchanged. This was a habit ingrained since childhood. A break from gambling left her feeling uneasy. Orochimaru found himself unable to control her. After all, he couldn't follow her around constantly. He couldn't prevent her. But he certainly didn't want her to squander all her money. Orochimaru was unaware of the Senju family's wealth or how much inheritance his two Hokage grandfathers had left her. But the rewards from missions over the years were not insubstantial. Allowing this spendthrift to deplete the family fortune was out of the question. Perhaps it was time for her to learn about budgeting. As he contemplated this, he continued to stir the vegetables in the pan while advising Ino on cooking techniques. I know, Uncle Snake, you've repeated it 100 times. My ears are practically calloused, Ino retorted, covering her ears. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle at her response. He nearly forgot how close she was to 7 years old. So many years had passed with his constant admonitions. Initially, Ino had merely been curious about how Orochimaru could create such delicious meals, and he had patiently explained his methods. Over time, this curiosity evolved into a habit, and Ino transitioned from spectator to assistant, and thus, 3 years had swiftly passed. Go fetch your sister Tsunade for dinner. Observing Ino's impatient demeanor, Orochimaru sent her off. Once she left the kitchen, he added, if she doesn't return, tell her the debt she owes me has doubled. Ino shot him a peculiar glance, but said nothing as she dashed out. Humph, borrowing money from me to gamble. How audacious. Had I known, I wouldn't have lent it to her even at the cost of my life. Orochimaru grimaced. Recovering that money would be a challenge. Initially, when Tsunade asked to borrow money, he thought she was in some sort of predicament, considering how much young Ino's daily expenses could accumulate. They hadn't taken on a mission in quite some time, relying on their savings from the past years. Tsunade had borrowed over 1 million ryo from him in total, which amounted to over 200,000 yuan in today's currency. Moreover, the purchasing power of money was still quite high. A bowl of ramen cost only 30 or 40 ryo. The thought of his hard-earned savings, accumulated through sweat and toil, being so easily squandered by Tsunade was infuriating. Had he not discovered it in time and mitigated the losses, they might well be eating dirt now. Over 200,000. One could say that being entangled with Tsunade could ruin a lifetime. Shaking his head, Orochimaru pushed these thoughts aside and began to hum a tune, seeking to alleviate his fatigue. This was the most relaxing moment of his day. A scientist who couldn't cook was not a qualified scientist. When Ino returned with Tsunade in tow, they found Orochimaru in the kitchen, still stirring the vegetables and humming an unknown tune. I still, in a drunken stupor, laugh at the world's ever-changing affairs. Oh, how I sigh, unable to express the bitterness of longing, reminiscing about the golden years. Do you not see me dancing gracefully? Do you not see me playing the lute with elegance? Do you not see my enchanting smile, captivating in its beauty? Even now, Orochimaru's voice retained a relatively androgynous quality, lacking the deep timbre of his later years. He intentionally lowered his voice, making it sound distinctly feminine. If one were to listen without seeing, they might easily mistake it for a woman singing. This left Tsunade, who had just been forcibly returned from mute silence, utterly astonished. The fierce and indignant Tsunade could hardly believe that Orochimaru could sing so beautifully. Was this intricate arrangement and these lyrics truly crafted by such a cold and detached figure? Tsunade was filled with doubt, and even Shizune, hearing such peculiar melodies and lyrics for the first time, found them surprisingly pleasant. Just as they were both entranced by Orochimaru's enchanting voice, it abruptly ceased. He had realized that both Tsunade and Shizune had returned. I must have unconsciously sung due to the recent stress. I hope you find it amusing, Orochimaru explained. Somewhat embarrassed, regretting that he had forgotten this was not his private space. The previous Orochimaru would have scoffed at singing, let alone cooking. Although the current Orochimaru displayed a more cheerful demeanor than before, it was still rather extraordinary. If anyone were to discern such a drastic shift in his personality, they might suspect he had been possessed. Of course, that was a severe interpretation. Orochimaru still maintained an imposing presence in public. Not at all. Uncle Snake, you sing beautifully. What is the name of this song? Could you teach me? Shizune, unfazed by Orochimaru's slightly awkward expression, inquired about what piqued her interest. I shall teach you green silk when I find the time. For now, let us dine, he replied, avoiding Tsunade's gaze, feeling awkward as if he had nearly faced social ruin. Grateful it was within the confines of home. Green silk was indeed an apt name. Meanwhile, Tsunade found herself unconsciously murmuring, Uncle Snake, why are some people so intelligent? Kakashi from our class graduated early today. Shizune expressed her frustration, clearly envious of Kakashi, who had accelerated through the ranks and graduated from the Ninja Academy ahead of schedule. Kakashi, you say? He seems quite gifted, Orochimaru remarked, casting a glance at Tsunade. They, the legendary Sannin, had all graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 6, and among them, Orochimaru had been the most talented. Those who graduate at such a young age typically achieve remarkable feats, but you need not compare yourself to him. After all, true genius is a rarity. Pausing briefly, Orochimaru continued, what truly supports you are a wealth of knowledge, a solid economic foundation, stable emotions, a controllable pace of life, and the indomitable self, with relentless effort. You can attain this stage. Others merely have taken a step ahead of you. His words, devoid of any mention of innate talent, suggested that with dedication, most could achieve similar heights. Upon hearing Orochimaru's insights, Shizune felt her worries dissipate, and Tsunade concurred with his perspective, recognizing it as the hallmark of a competent ninja. Were it not for Orochimaru's intervention, she might still be wandering aimlessly, despite her otherwise commendable life. Noticing Tsunade's silence, Orochimaru seized the moment to broach the topic of her meal contributions. You must pay for your share of the food. Absolutely not. I have no money, Tsunade retorted, her reaction almost explosive. Well, you can either repay your debts or contribute, Orochimaru countered, not intending to coddle her. Seeing Orochimaru's unwavering stance, Tsunade realized she could no longer evade the issue. I'll just visit the gambling den less frequently, she conceded, aware that tonight's events had given Orochimaru a valid reason to confront her, and she was indeed at fault. You said it. However, you must still contribute to the food expenses, Orochimaru remarked as he noted her reluctant compliance. He did this for the sake of maintaining the household. When Tsunade protested again about paying for meals, Orochimaru suggested, you can keep a tab for now. Just settle it by the end of the year. Relieved by the notion of a tab, Tsunade relaxed, thinking that settling it by year-end was merely a matter of winning a game. Besides, her monthly contributions were not excessive. And considering the task she had taken on, she was aware of Orochimaru's financial standing. Yet, she remained oblivious to the accumulative nature of debts. And with her luck at gambling, winning a significant amount would be improbable unless Orochimaru engaged in a confrontation with the third Hokage beforehand. Listen, Orochimaru, just so we're clear, you can't take money from me through Shizune, she said, her expression defensive. Orochimaru chuckled at her protective demeanor. Knowing she often bestowed Shizune with generous allowances, he would not stoop to pilfering from her. Rest assured, I'll wait for the day you're unable to repay your debts, and then we'll see, he said, casting a mischievous glance at her. Stop that, Tsunade exclaimed, throwing the leftover bones from the table at him, glaring with irritation. Since the passing of Dan Kato, Orochimaru had transformed. His previous indifference had shifted to a more accommodating attitude towards her. It was evident to her that he harbored feelings for her, albeit expressed in a more reserved manner than Jiraiya. His affection was revealed through playful banter and tangible actions, whether moving in, cooking, or ensuring she did not indulge excessively in alcohol and gambling. Tsunade observed all of this, yet she struggled to overcome her emotional barriers, even after several years. She remained trapped in her past. Orochimaru, too, had little hope. Unlike Jiraiya, who feared emotional entanglements, he possessed both the desire and audacity, but refrained from acting. He understood that he would inevitably tread the path of a rogue ninja, a fate that would be thrust upon him regardless of his intentions. There was no escaping the fact that he had given too much. When the time came to stand against Tsunade, no one could predict what would transpire before reaching that final juncture. Maintaining their current ambiguous relationship seemed prudent. Those in my embrace are but illusions. Unrequited love is the truest reality. With such thoughts, Orochimaru sighed deeply, finding the feast before him suddenly unappetizing. Uncle Snake, do you have time this weekend? Shizune inquired, sensing Orochimaru's melancholic demeanor. What is it? He replied, regaining his composure and smiling at her. It's been a while since we went out. How about a little outing? She suggested, glancing at Tsunade for approval. Tsunade had no objections, and soon both women turned their hopeful gazes to Orochimaru. All right then. He acquiesced with a resigned smile, acknowledging that he had been preoccupied lately and could indeed use some relaxation. Yay, let us go have fun. Shizune clapped her hands in delight, visibly buoyed by the prospect of a respite from Kakashi's early graduation, which had clearly impacted her spirits. Let us invite Jiraiya. We'll go camping. The following day, Orochimaru rose before dawn to arrange his work at the research facility. His colleagues, aware of his scheduled day off, did not object. He had been tirelessly laboring without rest, either at the research center or commuting to it. Their concern for their superior's well-being was evident, as they feared the burden of his stress might spill over onto them. The research progress at the facility was proceeding smoothly, requiring little oversight from him. After leaving the research center, daylight had fully arrived. On his way back, Orochimaru purchased some fresh fruits and vegetables from a roadside stall, along with a selection of sweet treats often associated with camping. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Tsunade and Shizune already awake and preparing their gear. You two head off first. I'll go fetch that fool Jiraiya, he instructed before vanishing from sight once more. Tsunade, surprised by Orochimaru's stealthy technique, dismissed it as merely a new teleportation jutsu he had recently developed. Arriving at a small house at the eastern end, Orochimaru realized it was Jiraiya's abode. Though the door was firmly shut, could he have left this early? He pondered, only to sense that Jiraiya was still fast asleep, contrary to his expectations of industriousness. A wry smile crept across Orochimaru's face. With a hint of mischief, he sent Shiro to rouse Jiraiya from his slumber. Moments later, the air was pierced by Jiraiya's furious bellow. Orochimaru, I'll kill you. He stormed out of the house, clad only in oversized shorts, disregarding his appearance. Shiro was clutched in his hand, having been pulled from his waistband. Jiraiya, you're quite spirited this early. Orochimaru taunted, amused by Jiraiya's disheveled state. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself. He tossed Shiro back to Jiraiya, who cracked his knuckles ominously. Tsunade, Shizune, and I are going camping, if you have time. Join us. Ignoring Jiraiya's fury, Orochimaru provided him with the meeting location before departing. Camping? Cooking outdoors? A field trip? Swimwear? Before Jiraiya could inquire further, Orochimaru had already vanished. Tsunade is going too, and she wants me to bring my swimwear. Orochimaru, wait for me. Realizing the rare opportunity for a visual feast, Jiraiya hurriedly dressed and groomed himself. They arrived at a waterfall located 10 kilometers from Konoha, where Tsunade and Shizune had already set up camp nearby. Given her extensive experience in outdoor survival, Tsunade handled the camping effortlessly. Orochimaru approached, burdened with bags primarily filled with cooking essentials. He summoned pots, pans, and utensils from his ninja tool scrolls. An outsider might have deemed his actions a disgrace to the reputation of ninja tools. Uncle Snake, what are we having for lunch? Shizune asked curiously, noticing the array of kitchen equipment. Hot pot for lunch and barbecue for dinner. Hot pot? What's that? Shizune inquired, unfamiliar with the concept, as such a dish did not exist in their world, though she was aware of stews. You'll find out soon enough. Just focus on eating. But where's the meat for the barbecue? She wondered, scanning for any sign of it. As Orochimaru smiled at her confusion, he replied, I'll have you catch some soon. Following the direction of Orochimaru's chin, 3 figures emerged from the path they had taken. It was Jiraiya, accompanied by 2 younger individuals, the blonde-haired boy Minato Namikaze and the red-haired girl Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru hadn't anticipated their arrival and was surprised that Jiraiya had made contact with Minato so early. Kushina likely accompanied him. Behind them, Orochimaru sensed several chakra signatures trailing at a safe distance, revealing a few ninja wearing fox masks. Umbu operatives? With his enhanced vision, he could easily discern details from a kilometer away. Their presence was likely to protect Kushina, though the 3 ninjas were unaware of her status as the Jinchuriki. Konoha had effectively concealed this information, unlike Naruto's later notoriety. However, with the 3 of them present, only a significant number of elite shinobi from other villages or a direct intervention from their Kage could pose a threat. As long as they don't cause trouble, I don't mind a few additional spectators. With that thought, Orochimaru turned his attention back to Jiraiya, who had now approached. Jiraiya, who are these 2? Orochimaru feigned ignorance while discreetly evaluating the newcomers. These are my new disciples, Minato Namikaze and his companion, Kushina Uzumaki. After a brief introduction, Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement of the pair. He held no objections to their presence. Tsunade and Shizune, being mere consumers, had no authority to voice any concerns. Jiraiya, with 2 extra mouths to feed, you'll need to take care of the meat. Hearing this, Jiraiya rolled his eyes, realizing Orochimaru's ploy. Fine. Let us see if I can manage it. Before he could respond, Minato stepped forward with a bright smile. I'll handle the ingredients. His infectious smile radiated warmth, suggesting he was indeed a potential Hokage. Seeing his disciple volunteer to alleviate his burden, Jiraiya beamed with pride, casting a smug glance at Orochimaru, as if to say, see? My disciple is better than yours. Do as you wish. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya's display and continued to set up the cooking station. Minato, shall I join you? No. You should help Tsunade-senpai with the tent, Minato replied. Kushina, excited to be out, had been confined within Konoha since becoming the Jinchuriki. The ceiling barriers restricted her movements. It was ironic that her clan, known for their sealing techniques, inadvertently limited her freedom. Reflecting on this absurdity, Orochimaru thought it only fitting for the 3rd Hokage to orchestrate such a situation. In contrast, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, roamed freely, often absent from home. Upon hearing Minato's refusal, Kushina joined Tsunade to set up their tent nearby. Once Orochimaru completed the cooking station and noting it was still early, he decided to produce a telescopic fishing rod and headed down to the base of the waterfall to fish. Hey, Orochimaru, you can fish? I thought you despised such trivial pursuits. Jiraiya remarked, approaching curiously. Orochimaru typically preferred using water jutsu to catch fish, which was simpler and more efficient than this leisurely approach. The joys of camping lie in such activities. If one only pursues results, what meaning does life hold? Jiraiya, uninterested in Orochimaru's philosophical musings, noticed him with a fishing rod and sat down to fish alongside him. As soon as Jiraiya settled, Orochimaru's float began to bob. Instead of yanking the line, he skillfully played the fish, waiting until it showed signs of exhaustion before reeling it in. Wow, this grass carp is quite sizable. I didn't expect such a promising start. Hearing Jiraiya's praise, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. The joy of fishing was indeed encapsulated in such moments. Shizune and Kushina, drawn by the commotion, rushed over to see the large grass carp beneath Orochimaru's rod. Uncle Snake, that fish must weigh around 2 kilograms, right? It looks a bit intimidating. I think it's more than 2 kilograms. It has to be around 4. Orochimaru chuckled at Shizune's estimation. A 2-kilogram grass carp hardly qualified as a true catch. This one was likely closer to 5. In a previous life, Orochimaru was also a skilled angler, often indulging in fishing before immersing himself in research. However, as his commitments escalated, he found little leisure time for the pastime. Nevertheless, he still retained some techniques and experiences, which, while not on par with the formidable emperor were still commendable. He instructed Tsunade and Kushina to dig a small pit by the pond, and with a swift water release technique, Kushina transformed it into a miniature pool. Tsunade, initially hesitant, soon dashed over to fetch a grass carp, displaying a rather fierce demeanor as she pried open its mouth. As time passed, Orochimaru continued to reel in a number of fish, though none matched the size of his earlier catch, which he discarded downstream. Meanwhile, Jiraiya remained stagnant, growing increasingly impatient as he watched Orochimaru's rod bend with each catch. Finally, after Orochimaru landed a base weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and hurried over, exclaiming, "Hey, Snake Brother, could you spare me some bait?" Upon witnessing Jiraiya's obsequious demeanor, Orochimaru generously offered him the remaining bait. Once in possession of the bait, Jiraiya's confidence surged. Haha, Orochimaru, watch how I catch a 10-pound fish. Alright, Snake Brother, I won't call you that anymore. It's all about you now, Jiraiya. Orochimaru remarked, surprised by Jiraiya's newfound prowess. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been setting up several tents, approached and was taken aback to see the small pool teeming with 7 or 8 fish. Jiraiya, since you're calling him Snake Brother, why not call me Sister too? Tsunade teased, rolling her eyes at Orochimaru's slick tongue. Jiraiya, unperturbed by Orochimaru's jibe, was fixated on his fishing rod, which finally showed signs of movement, his focus sharpening as if he were facing a formidable opponent. Ah, finally hooked. Watch how I deal with you, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling the thrill of the chase as his rod bent nearly at a 90-degree angle, indicating a substantial catch. The excitement drew in Kushina and Tsunade, who cheered him on. Fueled by their encouragement, Jiraiya summoned all his strength to outsmart the fish. After 5 minutes of intense struggle, just as he was about to reel in his prize, a sudden snap echoed from his rod, prompting Jiraiya to gasp in dismay. Indeed, the next moment, the rod broke at the tip. Realizing his catch was slipping away, Jiraiya instinctively lunged forward, managing to grab the broken tip of the rod. However, before he could revel in his small victory, gravity took its toll, and with a splash, he found himself submerged in the water. Jiraiya, don't let that fish escape. Tsunade burst into laughter as Jiraiya resurfaced in the pond, triumphantly holding up a fish. Haha, Orochimaru. This fish is bigger than yours. The sight of his drenched figure elicited smiles from the others, and they noticed a small bump on his forehead that had appeared from who knows when. Big D is right. Remember to wear a helmet when fishing. Chapter 24. Testing new flames with new tea by midday. After completing their tasks, the group gathered beneath the shade of trees. A gentle breeze wafted through, blending the lingering warmth of late summer with the crispness of early autumn. They huddled around a boiler, admiring the fruits of their morning's labor. A variety of prepped ingredients lay nearby, ready to be tossed into the pot for a novel dining experience that piqued their interest. What are you planning to cook, Uncle Snake? Tsunade inquired, observing Orochimaru adding sautéed rabbit meat to a specially ordered dual pot. Rabbit hot pot, you'll see shortly, he replied. But rabbits are so adorable. How can we eat them? Tsunade protested, to which Orochimaru playfully pinched her cheek, dismissing her concerns. Orochimaru-senpai, I've cleaned the mushrooms. Shall I add them? Kushina asked, returning with mushrooms and other wild vegetables that Minato had foraged. Having brought some greens, Orochimaru had instructed Minato to gather additional ones, curious to sample these organic delights. He tossed a handful of mushrooms into the pot with the rabbit, and soon a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Nearby, hidden Umbu ninjas felt their throats involuntarily react to the enticing scent, experiencing such a delectable aroma for the first time, especially at mealtime. Should we ask them for some? One Umbu ninja proposed, finding their rations suddenly unappetizing. Our surveillance has already irritated them. Do you think they would welcome us? Another replied. The first ninja, still reluctant, continued. Do you think Orochimaru would dare to eliminate us? That guy seems formidable. I've heard he wouldn't hesitate to strike down even his comrades. Upon hearing this, the first ninja's discontent faded as the fear of Orochimaru's fearsome reputation settled in, and the rest of the group abandoned the idea of mooching a meal. As the elite assassination unit directly under the Hokage, the Umbu wielded considerable authority, capable of operating anywhere under the Hokage's command. They were traditionally the sharp blade in the hands of successive Hokages, tasked with executing high-difficulty missions, and held high authority in times of peril. Over time, this could foster a sense of invincibility, leading some to disregard others' dignity. Yet, in the presence of the legendary Sannin, they dared not act recklessly. As their strength was at its zenith, each at the level of a Kage, typically serving as team leaders within the Umbu. This was also why Kushina was able to slip away without the third Hokage immediately ordering her capture, as there were 3 Kage-level protectors present, rendering the Umbu more of a supplemental force. Meanwhile, Orochimaru stirred the dual pot with a ladle, as his companions gathered around, with Tsunade ready with her bowl and chopsticks. Orochimaru, why haven't you ever made this hot pot at home? Tsunade expressed her dissatisfaction, recalling their years of cohabitation. Yeah, Uncle Snake, Tsunade echoed, her face displaying a hint of discontent. Seeing their expressions, Orochimaru smiled. I feared that if I made it too delectable, you would become overweight. Both women rolled their eyes at his response, recognizing that since Orochimaru had immersed himself in research, he had been perpetually busy. Having traveled through time, he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peace, working tirelessly for the sake of world harmony. It seems coming here with Teacher Jiraiya was a stroke of luck. We're benefiting from his presence, Minato added with a shy smile. Let us dig in. Today's ingredients are abundant, perfect for sampling your Uncle Snake's culinary skills. Jiraiya encouraged, patting Minato's shoulder to ease his nerves. Let us test the new flames with new tea. Seize the moment, Orochimaru declared, tasting the broth and finally uttering the words everyone had been eagerly awaiting. I yearn for spicy food. Tsunade, do not compete with me. Come and savor this dish with Kushina. Oh, it's incredibly hot. In an instant, everyone began to indulge in the feast. And after being tempted by the tantalizing aroma for so long, It was truly a moment of bliss to finally satisfy their cravings. Initially, the group thought this simple way of eating would be mundane, but once they tasted the first bite of the fragrant, crispy, and tender meat, they were completely enchanted. Minato-senpai, I should have had you catch a few more rabbits. In a state of greasy delight, Shizun could not escape the undeniable allure of the meal, and the others wholeheartedly agreed. I'll catch more this afternoon. I must say, Orochimaru-senpai's culinary skills are exceptional. If only my skills were as refined. Kushina looked at Orochimaru with envy, surprised that the seemingly cold-hearted snake could cook so well. Perhaps this is the tenderness hidden beneath his indifferent facade. As Kushina mused, she cast a glance at Minato, who was grinning like a chubby child. At least he appreciates my cooking. After finishing the rabbit meat, they began to dip slices of beef, lamb, and fish into the pot, with everything except the fish being prepared by Orochimaru beforehand. I haven't felt this full in ages. If only I could eat like this every day. After satisfying their hunger, Jiraiya lay back on a large stone, enjoying the cool breeze, while the others scattered to find their own spots to relax. It was the cusp of summer and autumn, and the cool wind brought a sense of comfort to those who had worked up a sweat from eating. Orochimaru found a shady spot to lie quietly, savoring the moment. He listened to the rustling of leaves, the chirping of insects, and the roaring of the massive waterfall. At some point, Shiro had come over and gently rubbed against his cheek. Since arriving in this world, he had been working tirelessly without a moment's respite. Perhaps it was this rare moment of leisure that lulled Orochimaru into a peaceful slumber. The others noticed Orochimaru reclining on the rock and did not disturb him. Tsunade, Shizun, and Kushina huddled together, whispering about something, occasionally erupting into quiet laughter. Minato approached Jiraiya, likely asking about training, truly a diligent young man. Time passed, and suddenly Orochimaru was jolted awake by a loud shout. He quickly opened his eyes, the remnants of sleep dissipating as his cold, serpent-like gaze turned toward the source of the noise. Hey, Tsunade, come swim. It was Jiraiya, who had somehow made his way to the top of the waterfall and was calling out. The others looked up to see Jiraiya at the waterfall's edge. Upon seeing him bare-chested and clad only in shorts, Shizun and Kushina exchanged glances before shyly averting their eyes. Soon after, Minato was pulled out by Jiraiya from behind. Teacher, that must be at least 30 meters high. Are you sure jumping down won't kill us? Minato looked down at the deep green pool below, swallowing hard. Look at your cowardice. You're destined to become Hokage. You must conquer your fears. Jiraiya patted Minato on the shoulder, flaunting his well-defined abs. But what stood out more was the large scar across his chest. This scar was not from battle, but rather a result of Tsunade's wrath, stemming from his unfortunate habit of peeping at others while they bathed. Jiraiya, a man driven by lust, had never married, yet he approached life with a carefree seriousness. Orochimaru found Jiraiya's character endearing. He possessed a strong sense of responsibility, albeit with some idealism. Here, let me show you how it's done, Jiraiya exclaimed. With that, he leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree flip before plunging into the pool below. As Jiraiya emerged from the water, appearing unfazed, Minato felt a surge of excitement. Just as he was about to take the leap, a sudden shove from behind propelled him forward. With a startled scream, Minato fell into the water, landing directly on Jiraiya. Whoa, Minato, are you trying to kill your teacher? Jiraiya quickly submerged, creating a massive splash. When they resurfaced several seconds later, both immediately looked up at the waterfall, only for Jiraiya to be struck by a wave of frustration upon realizing who had pushed Minato. Orochimaru, you did that on purpose. Come now, Jiraiya. Didn't your disciple just give you a surprise? I'm merely playing the role of a good Samaritan. Orochimaru, also in shorts, stood at the waterfall's edge, his nearly 30-year-old visage appearing no older than 25. Beneath his pale skin lay firm muscles, with his 8-pack abs drawing attention. Years of rigorous training had not been in vain, and his perfectly proportioned physique exemplified the beauty of the human form. Tsunade gazed at him, momentarily lost in thought, while Shizun and Kushina, sheltered flowers, could not help but feel inferior in comparison. Even without a refined taste, one could discern the disparity. Neither Jiraiya nor Minato matched Orochimaru's physique. As they bantered, Jiraiya felt a mix of envy and admiration, vowing to test whether Orochimaru's muscles were merely for show. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he remained indifferent to the opinions of others. He leapt into the air again, diving toward Jiraiya and Minato, who quickly swam aside to avoid him. Another splash echoed as Orochimaru hit the water with the grace of a fish, absorbing the energy of his entry, emerging as if nothing had happened, unlike the flustered Minato. Minato and Jiraiya, drenched and discontent, glared at Orochimaru, who had resurfaced with a smirk. Hey, Jiraiya, my dive was far more challenging than yours. Please. Minato's jump was superior. Their playful argument was interrupted by a bold female voice. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, have you forgotten about me? Looking up, they saw Tsunade, clad in a revealing swimsuit, standing proudly at the waterfall's edge, gazing down at them like a queen surveying her realm. Her stunning figure caused Jiraiya to experience an embarrassing nosebleed. Orochimaru, witnessing Tsunade's alluring form, felt even his cold blood begin to simmer. Besides Tsunade, Kushina looked on with envy, comparing Tsunade's assets to her own modest physique, pondering how such disparities could exist between two women. Before Kushina could dwell on her thoughts, Tsunade took her hand and leaped into the water with her. Their screams echoed through the forest, startling the birds and alarming nearby Yinbyu ninjas, who rushed to investigate. Upon discovering it was merely Tsunade taking a dive, they breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After scanning the surroundings for anything unusual, they retreated into the shadows once more. Kushina, are you all right? Minato swam over, instinctively taking her delicate hand. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt a twinge of envy and quickly chimed in. Tsunade, are you okay? He, too, swam towards Tsunade, but before he could get close, he was struck by a water release technique, sending him hurtling backward at several times his original speed, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Orochimaru, witnessing Jiraiya's dismal state, could only retreat, though his gaze met Tsunade's fierce glare. You too leave. Well, before he even opened his mouth, he was met with an eviction order. It appeared his desire for close observation had been dashed. Sister Tsunade, Sister Kushina, come over here. There are so many big crabs. Due to her tender age and lack of participation in the diving activities, Shizune was currently busy catching crabs at the edge of the pond. And everyone turned to see a palm-sized crab dangling from her hand. Come on, Kushina, let us go take a look. Hearing Tsunade's call, Kushina could only bid farewell to Minato with an apologetic smile, dashing his sweet plans. Orochimaru, it seems you will have to prepare another dish tonight. Jiraiya, having swum back, beckoned Minato to join him in crab catching, leaving Orochimaru to soak alone in the center of the pond. However, Orochimaru did not feel neglected. He had already discovered numerous apple snails by the pond earlier, which would make for an excellent accompaniment. With this thought in mind, he swam towards the shore. Chapter 26. The sunset is especially gentle. Orochimaru first retrieved 2 baskets from the shore, specifically brought along for collecting fruits and vegetables. He tossed one to the others for crab collection while he began to gather the snails. It must be said that in this pristine environment, the wild apple snails were quite sizable. Evidently, the inhabitants of this world were unaware of their edibility, as they were not found in the market. Before long, Orochimaru had filled an entire basket. The others, curious about his catch, gathered around him. Uncle Snake, what are these? Are they edible? Shizune, with her strong curiosity, was the first to inquire, while the others looked on with similar inquisitive expressions. Hee, these are called apple snails. The meat inside is quite delicious. Perfect for snacking with drinks. Your sister Tsunade should enjoy them. As he spoke, Orochimaru's gaze fell upon Tsunade, realizing up close just how stunning she appeared in her swimsuit. Her alluring curves were not something he could easily overlook, though nearly 30. She had not lost her beauty but had developed an air of maturity and charm that was utterly captivating. If you keep staring at me like that, I might just help you dig your own grave. Tsunade's piercing gaze made Orochimaru chuckle awkwardly. She was certainly not one to let an opportunity for retort slip by. After gathering over 10 kilograms of snails, Orochimaru observed that it was still early, so he leisurely soaked them in salt water to let them expel any sand. Despite the weight of the snails, once accounting for the shells and water, he estimated they would yield only about 2 kilograms of meat when cooked. Shizune similarly brought over a basket of crabs, pouring them out beside her before rushing back for an empty basket. These are N.T. river crabs. They're hairy crabs. Orochimaru marveled at the size of the crabs, fascinated by the wonders of this world. Like the snails, these crabs had a lot of shell and little meat. Yet they could survive on land for a while without dying. If only they could add some lobsters, it would be perfect. Hey, Orochimaru, come over for a photo. Just as Orochimaru contemplated a seafood feast, Jiraiya's voice rang out from the edge of the pond. After arranging the crabs, Orochimaru approached the group, only to find Jiraiya had somehow procured a camera. Today is a rare occasion. It would be a shame not to take a photo to commemorate it, especially since I brought my camera. He waved the device, and Orochimaru, who knew Jiraiya enjoyed seeking inspiration for his novels, was surprised to discover he had a penchant for photography as well. It reminded him of the indispensable smartphones or digital cameras one would carry while traveling in his previous life. Is it just like this? Kushina felt a bit shy at the thought of taking a photo in their swimsuits. It's just a photo, not front-page news. Consider it a memento. Jiraiya, seizing the opportunity while Tsunade was still in her swimsuit, pushed for a group photo. I'll go first. Shizune eagerly stepped forward, having never taken a photo before. Tsunade, seeing Shizune's enthusiasm, graciously refrained from opposing. All right, Shizune, you and Tsunade take a picture first. Step a little closer, yes. Jiraiya had an eye for angles, positioning them perfectly against the backdrop of the waterfall, with a deep green pond behind them. With the click of the shutter, they struck various poses for several shots. Next, they took turns. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Shizune, Tsunade and Orochimaru, Shizune and Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kushina and Minato. Initially, everyone was a bit reserved in their swimsuits, but after finishing a roll of film, they began to relax and enjoy themselves. Hey, you there, Umbu, come over for a moment. Jiraiya called over an Umbu ninja. Take a group photo for us. Jiraiya playfully tugged at Minato and Kushina, who were both smiling, with Minato scratching his head in a goofy manner. While Kushina made a peace sign, Shizune stood between Tsunade and Orochimaru, holding two big crabs and smiling brightly. The sunset was particularly gentle, and the world was filled with romance. In the evening, a bonfire was lit. A makeshift wooden table was laden with a variety of dishes, steamed hairy crabs, stir-fried apple snails, and an array of raw ingredients, chicken, fish, mushrooms, wild vegetables, and more. Orochimaru prepared a pot of apple snails on one side and a wild chicken hot pot on the other. The wild chicken had been caught by Minato earlier in the afternoon, and beside it lay a 10-kilogram grilled fish, which Jiraiya had caught later. This lavish outdoor dinner made everyone feel their outing was worthwhile. Kushina admired Orochimaru's culinary skills even more, feeling a tinge of envy towards Tsunade and Shizune for living with him. After a playful afternoon, everyone felt hungry, and with the rich aromas of food wafting through the air, Shizune, a little foodie, had already snuck some pieces of chicken. These apple snails are quite good. I guess I'll have to ask Minato to catch some more in the future. Observing Orochimaru's actions, Jiraiya imitated him, thoroughly enjoying the flavors. Orochimaru had instructed him to cut off the snail's tails earlier for easier consumption of the meat. The legendary Sannin had no trouble handling the snails. The others, hearing Jiraiya's comments, also began to taste this novel food, many experiencing it for the first time. It's all thanks to you, Snake Bro. Jiraiya playfully slapped Minato's shoulder, nearly causing him to swallow an entire apple snail. Cough, cough, Sensei, are you still holding a grudge over this afternoon's diving? Also, it's Snake Bro. I should call you Uncle. The meal left everyone with greasy fingers, a delightful experience even more satisfying than lunch. How about it, Tsunade? Is the flavor acceptable? He put down an apple snail shell, glancing at Tsunade, who was quickly mastering the art of eating snails. Orochimaru eagerly teased, you seem to have a talent for this. It's all right, just a bit spicy, she said, taking a swig of alcohol, her expression revealing a mix of enjoyment and eagerness. If you like it, make it often for me. Upon hearing Orochimaru's somewhat sentimental words, Tsunade shot him a playful glance, though to Orochimaru, this was an alluring sight. Hey, Orochimaru. I like eating too. Can you make it for me often? Upon witnessing Orochimaru's advances towards Tsunade, Jiraiya immediately felt a surge of indignation, muttering under his breath. Have your precious apprentice prepare your meals. Even Snake Brother's efforts are in vain. Orochimaru, undeterred, retaliated with a reminder of his earlier boast. How noble you are. Who was it just a moment ago that suggested, if Tsunade enjoys the meal, Snake Brother will cook for you daily? Regret washed over Jiraiya as he realized his careless words, forgetting that Tsunade was present. In an instant, both Tsunade and Orochimaru sprang into action, and the serene forest echoed with blood-curdling cries. Chapter 27. Danzo's inquiry in the biological research facility. Orochimaru scrutinized the freshly released data report. The furrowed lines on his forehead gradually relaxed as he observed that the fusion serum of the Uzumaki lineage had nearly reached completion, although still somewhat unstable. It remained well within acceptable parameters. Orochimaru compared two sets of data, one regarding the earliest subject, number 7, and the other concerning the final subject, number 35. Subject 7, the first to receive the Uzumaki cells, exhibited severe rejection phenomena prior to the acquisition of a systematic formula, while not as tyrannical as the cells of Hashirama. The experiment had rendered the subject grotesquely inhuman. Conversely, Subject 35 had undergone injection with the initial formulation of the Uzumaki cell fusion serum, resulting in various enhancements to its physiological attributes. However, this improvement was inconsistent, with fluctuating data suggesting that the serum was still far from perfect, though the subject did not exhibit any severe rejection symptoms. Both experimental subjects and their corresponding reports were meticulously overseen by Orochimaru, who had no intention of making public his use of collective resources for personal endeavors. The next step involved perfecting the serum. As he contemplated the imminent success of his experiments, a researcher knocked on his office door. "Lord Orochimaru, Lord Danzo has arrived." The mention of Danzo caused Orochimaru's brow to furrow once more. What brings that old schemer here? He tidied the data report and made his way to the laboratory. Upon entering, he found Danzo meticulously inspecting the experimental subjects, occasionally scrutinizing them from various angles. "Lord Danzo, what brings you here?" Orochimaru inquired, fully aware of the old man's questionable character, who perpetually masked his self-serving agenda under the guise of concern for Konoha. To Orochimaru, Danzo epitomized a thoroughgoing egotist, with his rude organization entirely devoted to him. It was not an exaggeration to claim that the chaos in Konoha lay entirely in Danzo's hands. At this juncture, Orochimaru had no intention of confronting him openly. A facade of cordiality was essential for the time being. "Orochimaru, how goes the progress?" Danzo wasted no time, his inquiry direct and pointed. Noting the insincere smile on Orochimaru's face, Danzo bypassed pleasantries. "Lord Danzo, you overestimate my capabilities. To decipher the first Hokage cells within a year is no simple task. If it were, Konoha would have succeeded long ago." Orochimaru's assertion was not hyperbole. Even with doubled intellect, the majority of the second Hokage's research materials had only led to breakthroughs in rudimentary projects over the past 6 months, with the most crucial aspects still far from resolution. Is there no way to expedite the process? Those of us in Konoha's upper echelons are under considerable pressure. If this remark had come from the third Hokage, Orochimaru might have believed it. But from Danzo? Surely he would remain unfazed even if all the experimental subjects perished. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing such sentiments and instead produced a research report. "Please take a look at this." Danzo accepted the data report from Orochimaru and began to examine it closely. The Uchiha blood exhibits a suppressive effect on Hashirama's cells. With each line he read, Danzo's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The data indeed suggested such a correlation. Yet even when injecting identical Uchiha blood into the experimental subjects, the suppression did not exceed 3%. Though Danzo lacked expertise in experimentation, the glaring data was easy to comprehend. While individuals might deceive, the data remained steadfast. "Do you have any new ideas?" Danzo's single eye narrowed, eager to discern Orochimaru's thoughts. In response, Orochimaru executed his signature gesture, his long tongue flicking around his lips. "I believe Lord Danzo can surmise my thoughts. This is merely conjecture, and specifics must be validated through experimentation." Orochimaru did not explicitly state that what the Uchiha possessed that others coveted was solely their bloodline limit, the Sharingan. He could not openly suggest to Danzo that he procured 2 Sharingan. Such words would surely reach the third Hokage by dawn, for it was naive to assume these researchers were entirely loyal to him. Danzo remained silent, only letting out a cold snort as he departed, taking the data report with him. What the old man intended to do with the rather incomprehensible material was anyone's guess. Orochimaru's fascination did not stem from an obsession with the Sharingan, but rather from its necessity in studying Hashirama's cells. Only by integrating the Sharingan with Hashirama's cells could he uncover the underlying principles and the factors that suppressed them. Were there alternative external conditions that could achieve this suppression? Such inquiries needed validation and research. With successful cases in hand, reverse engineering the principles would become more manageable. As for where to find the Sharingan, Orochimaru felt no compulsion to concern himself with such matters. He was merely a researcher focused on his duties, confident that the necessary materials would eventually be presented to him. Danzo's impatience was palpable. It seemed he was still intent on stirring the pot. Orochimaru recalled that in a few years, Danzo would seek to run for Hokage again. And when he realized his prospects were bleak, he would push Orochimaru to participate in the election. By then, Orochimaru would have already formed a clandestine alliance. Continuing his experiments in secret, Danzo aspired to have another subordinate who could be Hokage. If he could not ascend to the position himself, he would settle for controlling the Hokage. Such convoluted reasoning was astonishing. To attempt to preemptively implant Hashirama cells and cause chaos. Was he dreaming? Orochimaru decided to disregard Danzo for now. Unlike in his former life, he had no need to rely on him, and Danzo's authority could not command him. Even if he was a high-ranking official in Konoha, Orochimaru was not one to be easily manipulated. If Danzo sought to exert control over him, he would simply defect from the village, ensuring to teach Danzo a lesson before he left. Prepare to inject subjects number 7 and 35 with the second serum. Orochimaru summoned a researcher, ensuring the two subjects were monitored closely. With the Uzumaki fusion serum nearing completion, it was time to experiment with other serums. The first serum had been formulated based on the system's recipes derived from Hashirama cells. The second was from the Uchiha clan, while the third was from the Hyuga. Orochimaru would not allow these two subjects to survive unscathed. Such an outcome would raise suspicions and reveal his secrets. As for their fates, they had already received a generous compensation package before the experiments began. Thus, most participants were elderly, infirm, or otherwise unfit. Orochimaru had no power to alter their choices. For the original Orochimaru, the process was merely a means to an end, indifferent to its cruelty or ethical implications. He was not motivated by a desire for bloodshed. He did not relish the act itself. Though the present Orochimaru lacked the radical tendencies of his predecessor, he respected each individual's choice, aware that he, as a mere research team leader, was just a tool in the hands of others. Chapter 28. The Flow of Worldly Affairs in the 40th Year of Konoha. Amidst the backdrop of the three legendary ninjas, a 30-year-old Kakashi, at the tender age of 7, ascended to the rank of Chunin, successfully becoming a disciple of Minato. One fateful day, Orochimaru returned from his late-night research at the laboratory. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Tsunade, inebriated and slumped beside the dining table, while a resigned Shizune was busily clearing away empty bottles. Orochimaru had grown accustomed to such scenes. As Shizune matured, Tsunade found herself with increasingly more leisure time, which naturally led to her reverting to a life of aimlessness, drifting through her days in a haze of alcohol. Orochimaru found himself at a loss. For everyone had their own responsibilities. Jiraiya was busy mentoring his students and often went off on his own adventures. Orochimaru himself was preoccupied with his research, leaving little room to attend to Tsunade's plight. Perhaps only by achieving the position of Hokage could she redirect her thoughts away from her current state of despair. "Uncle Snake, you're back," Shizune exclaimed, her expression a mixture of exasperation and concern. While she could spend time with Tsunade after school, it did little to deter her from consuming drink after drink. "Let me handle this," she said, moving to lift the unconscious Tsunade with practiced ease. A clear indication that this was not her first time. Despite being nearly 8 years old, Shizune's strength was still insufficient to manage an adult's weight effectively. "Leave the rest to you," Orochimaru said, placing Tsunade onto the bed, while entrusting Shizune with the task of fetching slippers and wiping her face, deeming it more appropriate for a girl. Observing Tsunade's peaceful slumber, Orochimaru felt a pang of helplessness. The heart's ailments must be treated by the heart itself, and Tsunade's issues could only be resolved through her own efforts. "Thank you, Uncle Snake. I'll keep an eye on her tonight," Shizune replied, filling a basin with water and busying herself. When she was first brought to reside with Tsunade, it was the latter who looked after her. Now, the roles had reversed. Each time Tsunade overindulged, it was Shizune who tended to her, a responsibility that had weighed heavily upon her. Looking around the room, adorned with a youthful ambience thanks to Shizune's touch, Orochimaru noted the photographs of Tsunade, Shizune, and himself, along with the three legendary ninjas and Minato. These captured moments from a past outing now hung on the walls, though Orochimaru had chosen not to display his own copy. Gently closing the door behind him, Orochimaru retreated to his own chamber. It was time to further enhance his abilities. From within his robe, he procured a vial of pale green elixir, shaking it gently before his eyes. This was the secret serum he had developed for the fusion of the cells of the Uzumaki clan. While creating the formula was straightforward with the right ingredients, achieving perfection and eliminating side effects posed a significant challenge. Determining the appropriate dosage based on differing weights, bodily strengths, and cellular activities was paramount. Maximizing the serum's effects to attain an ideal physique was Orochimaru's ultimate aspiration. Without hesitation, he injected the culmination of over a year's research into his own body. The serum did not provoke any violent reactions, unlike the Hashirama cell serum. It gently integrated with his bodily cells. This gradual metamorphosis would take time, yet Orochimaru was never short of that commodity. The serum's mild nature allowed him to conduct such experiments within the confines of his home laboratory, where he had discreetly prepared it. Once the injection was complete, a wave of weakness washed over him. During the period of cellular transformation, he would be unable to utilize his abilities, even his chakra. This indicated an unprecedented level of vulnerability, akin to that of a civilian. Even a low-ranking ninja could potentially pose a threat. It seemed prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being, lest he inadvertently find himself in peril. However, Orochimaru felt little concern. Within Konoha, as long as Danzo refrained from causing trouble, he had little to fear. Fame could sometimes invite calamity, yet it could also serve as a shield. As he experienced this unprecedented fragility, memories of his civilian life in a world devoid of powers and chakra flooded back, a reality he thought he had left behind. Remarkably, nearly 6 years had passed since his arrival in this world. Time, indeed, flew swiftly. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how Shizune had still been weaning when he first arrived, and now she was over 7 years old. In the span of 6 years, little had truly changed. Tsunade, half alive, Jiraiya, consumed by the training of the prophesied child, and himself, still entrenched in the path of research. The inertia of fate was formidable. Altering one's destiny proved to be an arduous task, and he felt as though he were merely struggling against the currents of fate. Lost in thought, Orochimaru gradually drifted into slumber, while the small white creature nestled against his cheek closed its eyes as well. The world flowed like water, and life felt like a fleeting dream. The following morning, Shizune entered the kitchen as usual, but found no bento prepared by Orochimaru, a stark departure from the norm. Did Uncle Snake not cook today? She wondered, searching in vain for her lunch and noticing the kitchen had not been heated. Upon entering the dining room and observing the immaculate table, Shizune realized with certainty that her usual meal was not forthcoming. Orochimaru, despite his busy schedule, would never neglect her lunch. A delay in dinner was one thing, but this was certainly unusual. Could Uncle Snake have overslept? She pondered, a hint of concern creeping in as she approached his door, knocking gently. Uncle Snake, are you home? After several unanswered knocks, Shizune turned the doorknob, finding it unlocked. Pushing the door open, she caught sight of Orochimaru reclined on his bed. So he really did oversleep, she thought, but decided to let him rest. Just as she prepared to close the door, a sudden realization struck her. Wait, why does Uncle Snake look so flushed today? Could he be unwell? With that thought, Shizune hurriedly pushed the door open and rushed inside. Orochimaru's pale skin was an unmistakable contrast to the unusual redness that adorned his face. Oh my, he's burning up, Shizune exclaimed, instinctively retracting her hand after touching his forehead. Recognizing that Orochimaru was indeed ill, she dashed to find Tsunade in the adjacent room. Children, by nature, often seek out their parents in times of trouble, and in this instance, only Tsunade, a medical ninja, could provide the necessary support. Chapter 29. The CPU overheated. How could it have gotten so serious? Go fetch the medical kit, Tsunade exclaimed, rushing over upon receiving the news. She was typically the one who overslept, but this time she was forced to awaken. Moments later, Shizune returned with a medical kit, her face etched with worry. Tsunade, what is wrong with Uncle Snake? She asked anxiously. Tsunade swiftly tore open Orochimaru's clothing, checking his pulse and inspecting his mouth and eyelids. He seems to have a high fever. Otherwise, his body appears normal, she concluded, exhaling softly. She then produced several vials of medicine and a syringe, her deft movements revealing her proficiency as a seasoned physician. However, as she prepared the medication, her hands hesitated. Since developing her fear of blood, she had not performed clinical work. Be careful, it should be fine, right? She murmured, her heart racing as she glanced at Orochimaru, who grimaced in discomfort. With a determined resolve, she steadied her trembling hands and slowly approached his arm with the syringe. As the needle touched his skin, Tsunade instinctively closed her eyes, turning her head away. With her instincts and years of experience, Tsunade injected the serum into his veins. As she withdrew the needle, she swiftly pressed a medical cotton pad against the blood vessel, discarding the syringe without a second glance. "Tsunade-sensei, how is he?" In a state of anxious anticipation, Shizen finally dared to inquire, aware of Tsunade's hemophobia. Over the years, Tsunade had often imparted medical ninjutsu to her, yet Shizen was still a student at the Ninja Academy. Having only grasped the basics, far from the realm of clinical practice, she wished to assist, but never having handled a needle, she dared not attempt to administer the injection herself. "Let us wait a moment to see if there is any improvement. If not, we'll have to head to the Konoha hospital." Tsunade's voice trembled slightly, her forehead glistening with perspiration as if she had just emerged from a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained oblivious to the events transpiring around him, having believed that a gentle cell fusion serum would suffice for a restful slumber. To his surprise, even with his robust constitution, he experienced rejection. Fortunately, the situation wasn't dire, merely a fevered unconsciousness. Such reactions occasionally occurred during experiments at the research facility. But compared to other test subjects, this was merely a mild rejection. His experiments were conducted clandestinely, yielding limited data, hence the probability of such a mild rejection remained undetermined. As for the Uzumaki Mido's cell fusion serum, its gentleness was only relative to the Hashirama cell serum. As the first-generation Jinchuriki, Mido had the ability to sense the malevolence of her enemies, even without achieving the perfect Jinchuriki state. When the Uchiha clan was mentioned, Madara immediately thought of Mido, questioning how far she could have fallen from greatness. In truth, it was Hashirama's brilliance that overshadowed Mido's prowess. Furthermore, the serum was tailored specifically for individuals. Although Orochimaru possessed a strong physique, the dosage he received was still greater than that of an average person, making him no different from others in this regard. After administering the serum to Orochimaru, Tsunade proceeded with physical cooling. As if the serum had begun to take effect, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he was greeted by Tsunade's beautiful visage, her lips pressed tightly, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Seeing Tsunade, who appeared pale and drenched in perspiration, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile faintly. "Tsunade, what brings you here?" With Orochimaru awake, Tsunade's anxious heart finally found solace. "If I hadn't come, you would have cooked your brain." Tsunade shot him a reproachful glance, having summoned unprecedented courage to administer the injection. "I'm fine, just a bit weak," he replied, coughing lightly as if to emphasize his point, making one wonder if he was on the brink of death. "Uncle Snake, are you all right? Feeling better?" Shizune leaned in with concern, and Orochimaru, noticing her worried expression, smiled gently in response. "With Tsunade here, I want to perish." Hearing him talk of death so casually made Tsunade glare at him. If he truly died, that cursed necklace he wore would surely come to fruition. He hadn't anticipated that an injection could nearly overload his system. "All right, Shizune, you should head back to the Ninja Academy. I'll be fine here." "Oh, then goodbye. Uncle Snake, I'll come back after school." Shizune reluctantly exited, having hoped for an opportunity to skip class, only to have her plans dashed. As for her breakfast and lunch, she wouldn't perish from hunger, especially with some pocket money to spare. "If you feel any discomfort, do let me know. After all, I am a doctor." Orochimaru observed her still somewhat unnatural demeanor, understanding her predicament. "It's rare to see you so concerned for me. Had I known, I would have fallen ill more often." "What nonsense. You still have the energy to chatter, so it seems you're not in too dire a situation. I'm leaving." As she stood to depart, Orochimaru seized her hand. Feeling his grip, Tsunade retook her seat. However, Orochimaru showed no intention of releasing her, clutching her hand tightly, as if fearing she might vanish. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. She struggled, but didn't want to exert too much force, afraid of hurting him. Noticing her futile attempts to break free, Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. Yet, Orochimaru remained unfazed by her threatening gaze. After all, he was the patient. Did patients not have rights? "Fine, I want to leave. You let go first." Seeing Orochimaru's defiance, Tsunade had no choice but to relent. Upon hearing her concede, he gradually loosened his grip. Free once more, Tsunade rubbed her wrist, her joints cracking audibly. I'll remember this debt. We'll settle it once you recover. Agreed, but you better give it your all then. Orochimaru responded, equally unwilling to back down. Once he regained his strength, he would undoubtedly elevate his physical prowess, ready to command this free labor once more. How did you end up with a fever? You seem quite robust. Is it merely skin deep? Tsunade remarked, casting a glance at his abdominal muscles, implying they were mere decoration. Orochimaru perceived her jest, but could only respond helplessly. I suppose I've been overexerting myself lately. My body couldn't keep up. Hearing this, Tsunade fell silent, releasing a heavy sigh. Chapter 30. The east wind awakens the romantic mind truthfully. You need not harbor such fear of blood. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Orochimaru took the initiative to speak, inadvertently striking a nerve with Tsunade. Unpleasant memories surged within her, darkening her expression. Vivid images of crimson flashed before her eyes, akin to a nightmare, and she found her breathing growing labored. Just then, a warm, large hand grasped her smaller one, Orochimaru's. Their gazes locked, and his eyes softened. Devoid of the cold demeanor he often exhibited in the laboratory. Have you noticed that the meals over the past year have often been red? His words reverberated in Tsunade's mind like thunder. Recalling the recipes, they indeed aligned with his observation. Whether it was stir-fried red peppers with meat, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, or red curry rice, all showcased vibrant red ingredients. You Haven Tea realized that your body has become accustomed to blood. You merely Haven Tea crossed that mental barrier. Over the past year, Orochimaru had subtly instilled this thought within Tsunade, gradually introducing her to red foods, from the humble chili pepper to the more complex red curry. Tsunade had never considered this angle. Orochimaru intended to use this exposure to dietary therapy to help her unconsciously overcome her fear of blood. Reflecting on what she had consumed over the year, she realized she had partaken heartily, even finishing every last bit of curry rice. You actually. Seeing Tsunade's speechless reaction, Orochimaru gently squeezed her hand. You never held back when eating. Feeling his playful advance, Tsunade swiftly withdrew her hand and playfully smacked him, restoring the light-hearted atmosphere. As if you've not had your share of touches. Who knows how many times you've done so in my inebriated state. Such words remained unspoken. Those actions had been committed in moments of vulnerability, and if Tsunade were to discover them, Orochimaru's life would surely come to an abrupt end. You've had this thought for quite some time, haven't you? Once her composure was regained, Tsunade inquired. Indeed, but it seems I have failed in this endeavor. Orochimaru did not conceal his intentions. He was eager to witness the fruits of his labor from the past year. Upon hearing Tsunade mention that it was she who had personally administered the acupuncture, he felt a glimmer of hope regarding its efficacy. At the very least, he had not experienced the debilitating symptoms of dizziness and nausea, although her pallor still suggested she was not entirely well. Nevertheless, this was a rare improvement. Tsunade, upon hearing Orochimaru's heartfelt words, felt a twinge of guilt. Her fingers instinctively tightened around the hem of her clothing, reminiscent of a schoolgirl caught in wrongdoing. It seemed she would refrain from preparing dishes such as spicy stir-fried pork, curry rice, and tomato scrambled eggs in the future. After all, consuming such fare would be futile. Better to feed it to the pigs. As Orochimaru spoke, Tsunade reminisced about those meals, only to realize something amiss in his remarks. You are the one who has wasted food. You are the pig, she retorted, pinching Orochimaru sharply, causing him to gasp. Just as they were exchanging banter, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the sound, standing to walk towards the entrance. Moments later, she returned. It was a ninja from the Umbu. I informed them you were unwell and would not be reporting for duty today. Orochimaru wasn't surprised by the visit from the Umbu. He had never been one to arrive late, and it was only natural that no one sought him for so long. He was indifferent to Tsunade taking a sick day on his behalf. As he had not truly rested in ages, this day would be perfect for recuperation. Take good care of yourself. I shall fetch some food, he declared, feeling the pangs of hunger after a morning devoid of breakfast. His body, weakened from the recent fusion of potions, had been deprived of energy, leading to an overwhelming sense of hunger. By noon, Tsunade returned with takeout. Orochimaru reluctantly consumed the rather unpalatable meal, with Tsunade attending to him. Tsunade, do you think there is a possibility you might one day become Hokage? He inquired, catching her off guard. The notion of becoming Hokage had never crossed her mind. In the past, a few friends had aspired to such a position, Kato and Shoju, both of whom had perished in pursuit of that dream. After a brief silence, Tsunade responded, "Why do you pose such a question?" To her, Orochimaru had never shown interest in the Hokage title. It seemed odd that he would suddenly inquire about it now. Orochimaru did not answer directly, but continued, "You are the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the sole heir of the Senju clan, and a disciple of Master Sarutobi. I would not be surprised at all if you ascended to the position of Hokage." Setting aside the remnants of his meal, Tsunade remarked, "I, like you, have no interest in the title of Hokage. Besides, the elders of Konoha likely do not wish to see me in that role. Considering there has never been a female Hokage." She paused before adding, "Moreover, there are many outstanding juniors in Konoha. I have no desire to compete with them." Listening to Tsunade's nonchalant words, Orochimaru realized she held no ambitions in that regard. The future fifth Hokage would likely be thrust into the position against her will. For Tsunade, the title of Hokage represented a burden, a shackle. Once she stepped down, she could lead a life as carefree as Jiraiya's. "I actually have great confidence in you. Your only concern is those old geezers in Konoha. If you were to take the position, I am certain you would excel beyond their capabilities." Orochimaru was sincere in his praise. Although Tsunade may not appear extraordinary in various aspects, lacking the exceptional talents of the Senju brothers, she possessed a subtle strength that could elevate the land of fire without resorting to violence. Unfortunately, her tenure coincided with the tumultuous events of the Akatsuki and the Fourth Great Ninja War. "Are you suggesting you wish to run for Hokage?" Tsunade countered, her tone playful. After all, the third Hokage had held his position for over 20 years, and it was not impossible for him to step down in favor of a successor. In 3 to 4 years, he would pass the mantle to Minato Namikaze. "No, I intend to support you in becoming Hokage," Orochimaru replied with a grin, wishing to give Tsunade a heads up, as he planned to eliminate the old guard eventually. The winds of love awaken dreams of heroism, while life dulls those aspirations. May the autumn winds carry away the pain of parting, soothing the unrest within her heart. He hoped she would not be too sorrowful or resentful when that time came. "Now, go rest, you ailing wretch," Tsunade chided, dismissing Orochimaru's fanciful musings as she tidied up the meal containers and exited the room. Chapter 31. Termination in the evening. Shizune returned from school and promptly made her way to Orochimaru's quarters. She found him reclining against the bed, scribbling in a notebook. "Shizune, you're back from school." Orochimaru greeted her with a faint smile, though his voice lacked vigor. The gentle Shizune rushed over, concerned for his well-being. After years of companionship, Orochimaru had become like a father figure to her. "I'm fine. It's just that I haven't rested well lately. Don't worry. Your sister Tsunade is the strongest medic in the ninja world," he reassured her, tousling her hair affectionately. "You and Tsunade can fend for yourselves for dinner tonight. I want to be able to cook for you." Understanding his condition, Shizune replied, "Uncle Snake, please rest well. Tsunade and I can manage with something simple. Besides, if you crave anything, I can fetch it for you." As they conversed, the door creaked open, revealing Tsunade carrying bags of takeout and fruit. Seeing her, Shizune rushed to assist. "Your health hasn't fully recovered. I can only prepare some light meals for you." Tsunade placed the food on the desk in the bedroom, and Shizune quickly brought a box of food to Orochimaru. "Being cared for feels rather nice," he quipped, prompting Tsunade to roll her eyes. "Considering the years I've spent cooking, I'll indulge you this once. If I fall ill, who will cook for me and Shizune?" "Indeed, Uncle Snake. You must recover quickly so you can prepare us delicious meals," Shizune added. The next day, Orochimaru returned to the research facility as usual. After a day of recuperation, the symptoms of his ailment had gradually subsided. His fever had broken, though he still felt drained and could not utilize chakra. He appeared somewhat lethargic, but it did not hinder his mobility. The journey to the research facility felt unusually lengthy, taking over 20 minutes on foot. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of a familiar, stooped figure adorned in a hat, his robe emblazoned with the words, "Third Hokage." "Lord Hokage, what brings you here?" Orochimaru inquired, surprised to see the long-absent Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I heard you were unwell," Sarutobi replied, scrutinizing Orochimaru's still pallid complexion. "I am nearly recovered. I appreciate your concern." "Lord Hokage." Orochimaru maintained his formal address in public, yet in private, he would refer to him as teacher. Noticing Orochimaru's slightly hoarse voice, Sarutobi expressed further concern. "How is the research progressing?" As he spoke, Sarutobi led the way to the office within the facility, with Orochimaru following closely behind. The two engaged in conversation for an extended period, until finally, Sarutobi exited the office first, leaving Orochimaru behind. At this moment, Orochimaru leaned languidly against the chair in his office, his countenance appearing particularly haggard. The pallor of his already sickly face seemed even more pronounced. To his dismay, the project had been abruptly halted. Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen had come to terminate this research endeavor, which explained Orochimaru's grim expression. He had meticulously managed to mitigate the adverse effects of the experiments. Unlike the original narrative where the project would cease only after the death toll reached around 150 to 60, he had gathered substantial data and reduced the mortality rate by half. Although 3 to 4 dozen test subjects had perished thus far, there remained an equal number still undergoing experimentation. The formula he had developed and the suppression effects of various bloodlines were tangible achievements, albeit requiring further validation over time. It appeared that the third Hokage had truly grown weary. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now merely in his middle age, was not necessarily old in years, but rather seemed to harbor thoughts of retirement. It would be advantageous for him to successfully complete the research on Hashirama's cells while in office. However, he was reluctant to risk tarnishing his legacy as Hokage in the final stages of his tenure. Once accustomed to comfort, one often loses the spirit of ambition, especially if such ambition risks one's reputation. The third Hokage, a conservative figure, could be described as cautious or, less flatteringly, indecisive, standing in stark contrast to the extreme measures of Danzo. Fortunately, the fusion agent for the Uzumaki clan cells had been successfully developed, so not all efforts were in vain. As for the progress on Hashirama's cells, despite overcoming numerous obstacles, many challenges still required verification, and time was of the essence. After collecting his scattered thoughts and rubbing his face, Orochimaru exited the office. The 3 to 4 dozen test subjects still undergoing research would not be immediately discontinued. Yet Konoha would no longer be sending volunteers. Orochimaru could only comply with orders, seemingly on the verge of returning to a normal life. A month later, the experimental project was definitively declared halted. Orochimaru submitted a stack of research reports to the Hokage, comprising data he had compiled regarding Hashirama's cells. Naturally, these reports also encompassed the cellular studies of various clans and their effects on Hashirama's cells. Should members of these clans discover that the Hokage was investigating their cellular lineage, it would likely provoke immediate vigilance against him. However, such matters were of little concern to Orochimaru. After a year of servitude as a mere instrument, he had little inclination to dwell on these issues. Before collecting the cellular materials from these clans, he had reported to Konoha's upper echelons, proposing feasible plans while bearing the blame. What were they thinking? Such hypocrisy, where one feasts at the table yet curses the bowl, could only be orchestrated by the politically savvy leaders of Konoha, whose hearts were tainted by their machinations. Exiting the Hokage building, Orochimaru displayed no discernible emotions. It was fortuitous that the fusion of the Uzumaki cells was nearing completion. This period was ideal for him to elevate his own power. With this thought, Orochimaru resolved his internal conflict and departed the premises. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Danzo expressed his discontent, questioning, "Hiruzen, why have you terminated the experiment?" He was visibly agitated as he observed Orochimaru's research advancing steadily, on the cusp of yielding results, only to receive the abrupt order to halt. Furthermore, this decision had not been discussed with the senior leadership, and while the Hokage held decision-making authority, Konoha was not solely ruled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Witnessing Danzo's ire, the third Hokage elucidated the impact of the experiments, draping his arguments in the guise of righteousness and morality. Yet, Danzo was unmoved by such rhetoric. In his eyes, the lives of a few commoners were inconsequential compared to the potential of his Sharingan arm. The two men, embroiled in a heated argument, remained steadfast in their opposing views, ultimately parting ways in discord. Chapter 32. Stepping forward anew, having regained his freedom, Orochimaru promptly returned to his small studio. He first organized a set of experimental reports, which naturally included the comprehensive data he had retained for himself. The reports submitted to the Hokage were merely a fraction of his findings. The portion he kept was more extensive and detailed. It encompassed not only the research data on Hashirama cells, but also that of the Uchiha, Hyuga, and of course, the Uzumaki. Such data would be invaluable for his future studies. In this world governed by bloodlines, it was lineage that constituted the very foundation of existence. Having fused with the Uzumaki cells, he had transformed his physique to resemble that of the Uzumaki clan. His original cells had diminished significantly, and aside from his exterior, he could assert that his genetic makeup bore little distinction from that of the Uzumaki. Perhaps he could henceforth be referred to as Uzumaki Orochimaru? Contemplating this title, Orochimaru chuckled and shook his head. It was more natural to remain simply as Orochimaru. Fortunately, he now had the time to delve into the sealing techniques recorded within the forbidden area of ninjutsu. He had not forgotten this endeavor. After extensive study, he had documented no less than 1,000 powerful techniques. It could be said that he had thoroughly perused the materials within the forbidden area, accumulating a wealth of knowledge that likely surpassed even that of the so-called ninjutsu professor. However, knowing was one thing. Applying that knowledge was another. For many techniques required specific bloodline limits for their execution. For instance, he was particularly intrigued by the Uzumaki clan's Kongo Fuin, a powerful sealing technique said to be passed down only to females. Additionally, he planned to study various other sealing arts. After all, the Uzumaki sage body should not be wasted. Summoning several shadow clones, Orochimaru began to meticulously examine the various ninjutsu scrolls. He had indeed mastered the multi-shadow clone technique, albeit he did not conjure hundreds or thousands of clones as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki did. While the Uzumaki body was formidable, it could not endure prolonged consumption of chakra. Furthermore, a dozen clones already rendered his studio quite congested. As for the ninjutsu scrolls, they contained various forbidden techniques he had recorded. Orochimaru's individual capacity was limited. If a dozen clones possessed the same enhanced comprehension as he did, the efficiency of his work would multiply. This technique would later be echoed in Naruto, another prodigy who would similarly employ this method. In the studio, the sound of diligent writing resonated, reminiscent of a student earnestly engaged in an examination. On another front, Minato Namikaze, after 2.5 years of intensive research, finally produced a blue spiral sphere in his hands. This would eventually be known as the Rasengan, though at present, it was referred to as the Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Howl technique. This innovation stemmed from insights gained from the tailed beast bomb, compressing and fusing wind chakra with his own in precise proportions. While it appeared straightforward, it demanded exceptional control over chakra. As for the famed Flying Thunder God technique, he had yet to master it. According to Orochimaru's recollections, Minato had gifted Kakashi a Flying Thunder God kunai when he was promoted to Jonin at 12 years of age. Estimating Minato's age, he would have been at least 20 when he finally acquired the Flying Thunder God technique. Through his experience with the second phase of the Flying Thunder God, the Thunder God Guidance, and the Flying Thunder God Body Flicker, it was evident that he too was remarkably adept in the development of ninjutsu, displaying a talent that rivaled Orochimaru's own. The subsequent Third Great Ninja War would further validate this assertion, with Minato single-handedly turning the tide of battle and eliminating over 50 enemy ninjas. Engaging in a solo confrontation with the Raikage, who thereafter dared only to proclaim himself the second fastest in the ninja world. Minato, Kushina, what brings you here? Upon witnessing Kushina rush over, panting, Minato felt a surge of surprise. Just as he had invented a new ninjutsu, Kushina arrived, perfectly poised to witness his achievement. Naturally, Kushina had sneaked out, and as Minato showcased the fruits of his 3 years of labor, she couldn't resist a barrage of playful teasing. Ultimately, he finally named the ninjutsu, dubbing it the Rasengan. Just as in the original tale, while the two were immersed in their sweet camaraderie, the Nine Tails within Kushina suddenly erupted in chaos. Consequently, Minato engaged in a fierce battle with the embodiment of the Nine Tails, successfully subduing it, but ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. When he awoke, it was already the following day, and he found himself in the Konoha hospital. Orochimaru, upon hearing Jiraiya recount the events, couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the Child of Destiny had a way of influencing the unfolding of significant events. It was akin to Spider-Man encountering the Green Goblin right after acquiring his powers, or Tony Stark facing Ivan shortly after donning his Iron Man suit. I apologize for causing you concern, Tsunade-sensei and Orochimaru-senpai. As they regarded Minato, who was foolishly grinning in his hospital bed, they exchanged glances of disbelief. Was this boy fearless or simply extraordinarily fortunate? Orochimaru, I heard your work has concluded? Tsunade initiated the conversation as they exited the hospital. Orochimaru had been sequestered in his workshop for several days, and initially, She thought he was merely taking a break. However, after several days without his return to work, she casually inquired. Yes, my tasks there have reached a conclusion. I expect to enlist you for further training, Orochimaru proposed, revealing his intentions for the future. Orochimaru, I am quite interested in your training as well. Would you mind if I joined? Before Tsunade could respond, Jiraiya eagerly volunteered. Fully aware that Orochimaru's training primarily involved enduring punishment, and he was known for his enthusiastic spirit. Suit yourself, but I fear you may lose interest quickly. Orochimaru was well aware of Jiraiya's thoughts and had no objections. His current physique was far superior, and even Tsunade's innate strength would take considerable time to harness enough energy. Let alone Jiraiya, who was mediocre in martial arts. He worried that he might not accumulate sufficient energy before Jiraiya succumbed to exhaustion. Alas, the shadow clone technique could not substitute for energy collection. Physical prowess had to derive from one's own efforts, predominantly relying on external forces. Now, he could absorb ambient magical energy, fire, heat, and kinetic energy from various objects. If only there were a volcanic vent nearby. Unfortunately, this was not the land of hot water. And while a tailed beast would be splendid, he found himself bereft of both. The path is indeed arduous, yet I shall overcome it anew. Jiraiya needed to stay behind to care for Minato. After parting ways, Orochimaru and Tsunade pondered where to seek an unending supply of kinetic energy. Chapter 33, Master. I yearn for progress. It seems I lack any innate spatial aptitude. Gazing at the recorded Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru couldn't help but lament. In the original narrative, acquiring this ninjutsu should have posed no challenge for him. Aside from his dealings with Danzo, he had ventured into the forbidden techniques, making it improbable that he would be unable to obtain this practical ninjutsu for fleeing and combat. This technique was undoubtedly alluring, yet he had failed to master it. It appeared he had not succeeded in learning it, despite Orochimaru currently wielding the space-time ninjutsu of the Heavenly Demon Escape. That was a reward from the system, akin to receiving enlightenment, and did not necessitate starting from scratch. Aside from Minato, no one else in Konoha had managed to master it, indicating that this ninjutsu was not meant for him. After becoming Hokage, Minato had also attempted to teach his 4 elite guards this spatial ninjutsu, yet none had succeeded. 2 of them could merely work together to create a teleportation array. With that thought, Orochimaru begrudgingly stored the scroll away. He had the spiral turn, which was not insignificant, though he could not utilize the Flying Thunder God for long-distance travel as Minato did. Close-range interactions could similarly transfer tailed beast bombs, and due to his unique physique, direct absorption and release were sufficient. After securing the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru retrieved another scroll, the Edo Tensei. A month later, in a cave 10 kilometers from Konoha, Orochimaru scrutinized the middle-aged ninja before him, whose skin was marred with numerous cracks. Clad in blue armor and wearing a Konoha headband, the figure bore 2 elongated red stripes on his cheeks. He was none other than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Orochimaru had previously extracted the second Hokage's cellular material and captured a notorious mountain bandit from a nearby village as a vessel for his resurrection. Placing a kunai inscribed with seals into the back of the bandit's head, the consciousness of the second Hokage gradually awakened. Lord Second Hokage, it has been a long time. Orochimaru maintained his hand signs, observing the reawakening Tobirama. Am I not dead? Who are you? Where am I? Upon regaining consciousness, Tobirama initially focused on Orochimaru before surveying his surroundings, noting the shelves brimming with books and various research apparatus. Lord Tobirama, you have indeed passed away. You are now summoned by me through Edo Tensei. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, this is my research facility. As for my identity, I am your grand disciple, Orochimaru. I had the privilege of meeting you a few times in my youth. Upon hearing Orochimaru's claim of being summoned through Edo Tensei, Tobirama glanced at his hands, realizing his current state. Learning that Orochimaru was his grand disciple eased his initial wariness. A disciple of the monkey? What compelled you to summon me? You must know that disturbing the spirits is most disrespectful. Realizing he was not free, Tobirama crossed his arms, examining Orochimaru's intentions. Since transforming into a member of the Uzumaki clan, Orochimaru's chakra had multiplied significantly, approximately 5-fold compared to before. No wonder Mito could extract the Nine Tails chakra before fully taming it. This body was indeed extraordinary, with such an abundance of chakra at his disposal. Orochimaru was unperturbed by the possibility of Tobirama breaking free from his control. Summoning you, Lord Tobirama, was a necessity. I am currently researching a ninjutsu meant to counter Uchiha Genjutsu, but I have encountered some difficulties and require your guidance. Orochimaru was forthright about his intentions, genuinely seeking scholarly discourse. Among all shinobi, few rivaled Tobirama's expertise in ninjutsu development. Rather than summoning him for battle, Orochimaru sought his mentorship, reflecting a commendable thirst for knowledge. Had Tobirama known of Orochimaru's academic aspirations, he would have been eager to engage in discourse without the need for summoning. Tobirama was taken aback to learn that Orochimaru had summoned him solely for the purpose of studying ninjutsu. The prospect of countering the malevolent Uchiha piqued his interest, prompting him to sit cross-legged. Is that the only reason? Tobirama remained skeptical, scrutinizing Orochimaru's gaze, which met his unflinchingly, devoid of any signs of guilt. Master, I yearn for progress. This address momentarily clouded Tobirama's eyes, transporting him back to the days when he taught Danzo, Sarutobi, and Uchiha Kagami. Speak. What do you wish to inquire? Sensing Tobirama's tentative acceptance of his rationale, Orochimaru relaxed his hold and retrieved a stack of documents from the side. They contained information on sealing techniques and mental energy ninjutsu, including the diamond lock, 8 trigram sealing, for symbol sealing, spiritualization technique, and dark passage technique, among others. The preceding text is imbued with numerous insights from Orochimaru, who is currently engrossed in researching new ninjutsu to counter the Uchiha clan's Genjutsu, including sealing techniques that inhibit mental power and the 8 gates of life. It appears you have acquired quite a bit of knowledge. Tobirama, intrigued, picked up the notes to read them thoroughly, at this moment fully convinced of Orochimaru's earnest efforts to summon him for the purpose of developing new ninjutsu. I merely possess a rudimentary understanding. As the second Hokage, the plethora of ninjutsu at my disposal is immeasurable, and the forbidden techniques I have developed are countless. Regardless of the amount of documentation or techniques available, none can compare to the personal tutelage of the second Hokage. In the original narrative, Orochimaru may not have fully deciphered the impure world reincarnation, possibly due to his own limitations or a reluctance to attempt it. One must bear in mind that a misstep could result in being dispatched by the summoned second Hokage, especially considering Orochimaru had already defected at that time, rendering him hesitant to practice any techniques imparted by the second Hokage. A mistake in instruction could lead to dire consequences, even without the second Hokage's direct intervention. As time progressed, Orochimaru successfully engaged Tobirama in a discussion about the development of the 8 gates of life. Through their discourse, Tobirama discerned Orochimaru's exceptional intellect, a quality that had led him to conceive such an innovative approach to developing new techniques. Initially, Orochimaru was somewhat guarded, yet as time passed and their discussion deepened, he unconsciously relaxed his control until he ultimately relinquished it entirely. This was not due to Orochimaru's recklessness. Even if Tobirama were to strike unexpectedly, he would not be easily vanquished, nor could he escape if he wished. Orochimaru had long established barriers outside, making it impossible to leave in a hurry. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, one could not exit without a marker. Moreover, Orochimaru was no novice. Given a moment's reaction time, he could regain control over Tobirama, which was another reason for his lack of concern. The initial use of hand signs for control stemmed from his apprehension that Tobirama, just awakened, might act unpredictably. Chapter 34. The 8 Gates of Life. Orochimaru. How fares Konoha now? After 2 months of relentless discussion, Tobirama finally inquired, a question of utmost concern, as he sought to ascertain whether he had entrusted the village's fate to capable hands. Master, overall, Konoha is faring reasonably well. However, the situation has been less than optimistic since your departure. Orochimaru replied slowly, weariness etched upon his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with satisfaction over the advancements made in developing the 8 gates of life. Noticing the inquiry in Tobirama's gaze, Orochimaru chose not to withhold information, revealing the actions taken by the third Hokage upon his reluctant assumption of the role. When discussing the third Hokage's efforts to stabilize the situation in the land of whirlpools, Tobirama felt a sense of relief. However, as Orochimaru delved deeper, Tobirama's expression grew increasingly somber. From the third Hokage's passive stance regarding the land of whirlpools to the resumption of human experimentation, from Danzo's establishment of the root organization and his ambitions for power, Compared to you and the first Hokage, the third Hokage can only be deemed marginally adequate, though his political machinations far surpass those of you both. Hearing that his disciple sustained Konoha's development in such a fashion, Tobirama felt a twinge of disappointment. How many times must I say it? Always refer to one's title during work. After a brief pause, he continued, "What do you believe Konoha should do next to reverse this decline?" Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback by the question. Why would he be asked such a thing? He was not the Hokage, after all. However, upon receiving a nod of encouragement from Tobirama, he proceeded. If Konoha were to have another Hokage as prodigious as you two, these issues would naturally resolve themselves. After a moment's reflection, Orochimaru added, "The third Hokage has lost his fighting spirit, and with Danzo lurking menacingly. We require a leader who possesses reputation, capability, and fervor to guide everyone anew." He then referenced Minato, suggesting that if someone with his charisma and exceptional abilities were to lead Konoha, it might not reach the heights of the first Hokage. But Minato's brilliance would certainly instill a sense of caution in other villages. Ah, forget it. He is already deceased, no need to worry now. It is the realm of the youth. With these words, Tobirama patted Orochimaru's shoulder. After 2 months of interaction, he recognized Orochimaru's singular pursuit of strength. Devoid of any ambition for the Hokage position, this trait bore resemblance to his elder brother. "I must express my gratitude to you, Lord Tobirama. Should Konoha face any crises in the future, I shall rise to offer my assistance." Upon hearing this, Tobirama beamed, the first genuine smile he had worn in 2 months. "Your words suffice, proving that my guidance over these past 2 months was not in vain. I hope you will follow through." With that, his form gradually turned to ash, as Orochimaru released the impure world reincarnation. After bidding farewell to Tobirama, Orochimaru gazed at the newly developed ninjutsu, the 8 Gates of Life. This technique, as Orochimaru had mentioned, was specifically designed to counter genjutsu, particularly that of the Uchiha clan. Upon the initial onset of an enemy's genjutsu, this technique would activate automatically within him, gradually manifesting the 8 Gates of Life formation. Most genjutsu would find it impossible to penetrate this barrier and exert control over Orochimaru's mental realm. However, it did not come without a cost. Upon activation, Orochimaru would be unable to utilize chakra. Yet, he remained unperturbed, knowing that he still possessed physical energy to wield, sufficient to overwhelm any adversary, thereby allowing him to launch a surprise attack. As for more potent genjutsu, such as Kotoame Tsukumi, Tsukuyami, and Izanami, the current iteration of the 8 Gates of Life could not provide comprehensive immunity. Nevertheless, he harbored confidence in further development. Every journey begins with a single step, and once that step is taken, the path becomes less daunting. Moreover, during this time, he did not merely focus on developing this technique. He took the opportunity to consult the second Hokage on a multitude of other ninjutsu, such as the Shadow of Darkness technique, the shortcomings and enhancements of impure world reincarnation, and the principles behind explosive tags. Recognizing the rarity of encountering a versatile mentor like the second Hokage, Orochimaru seized the opportunity. He also used this time to meticulously review the ninjutsu he was familiar with, understanding that mastery lies not in quantity, but in refinement. Yet, without a solid foundation of ninjutsu knowledge, it would be impossible for Orochimaru to devise a technique uniquely his own. The adage "one must practice 1,000 melodies to understand sound, and observe 1,000 swords to recognize their forms" encapsulates this principle. Having spent 2 months away, it was time to return. During his stay at the secret research facility, Orochimaru had relied on shadow clones to fetch food, merely seeking rest after the exhausting 2 months. The toll on his spirit had rendered him utterly fatigued. He pondered briefly about Tsunade and Shizune. With that thought, Orochimaru tidied up the materials and, in the next instant, vanished from the location. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared at home, specifically at Tsunade's residence. Upon discovering that neither Shizune nor Tsunade was present, Orochimaru quickly washed up and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was 3 mornings later. "Ah, Shizune, good morning." Orochimaru opened the door, stretching, only to find Shizune emerging from her room. "Wow, Uncle Snake, you are back," she exclaimed, rushing over to envelop him in a warm embrace. "Yes, I just returned and fell asleep." Orochimaru ruffled her hair, noting that she seemed a bit thinner after 2 months apart. "Uncle Snake, you can't imagine how the last 2 months have been with Sister Tsunade." As she spoke, tears welled in Shizune's eyes, shimmering as they threatened to spill over. All right. You're back, aren't you? You've grown so much yet still crying. Come, tell uncle what happened. Orochimaru pinched her delicate cheek, thinking that one must seize the moment to enjoy such cuteness before it fades. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face, he listened to Shizun's grievances in silence. It turned out that when Orochimaru announced he would be away for a while, the two did not take it to heart. They had been eating out for several days, but after a fortnight of takeout, they decided to cook for themselves. Naturally, it was not Tsunade who would take on this culinary endeavor, but Shizun, who had picked up a few home-cooked recipes by following Orochimaru. However, cooking might sound simple, but once one engages in it, it's an entirely different affair. The dishes they produced were far from satisfactory, and after several days, Tsunade had developed a slight aversion to Shizun's cooking. Fortuitously, they returned to the convenience of takeout. After hearing her tale and observing her woeful expression, Orochimaru spat out the mouthwash. Now you understand the importance of your uncle's snake, huh? Chapter 35, Danzo's Olive Branch Shizun. Who are you talking to? A sleepily yawning Tsunade approached, momentarily taken aback at the sight of a freshly groomed Orochimaru. Humph, I thought you had perished outside. Seeing Tsunade's disdainful pout, Orochimaru was unfazed. You've certainly gained some weight in my absence. Without caring for her sulking expression, he strode back to his room. Once he left, Tsunade quietly inquired of Shizun. Hey, Shizun, have I really put on weight? Shizun glanced at her and then towards Orochimaru's room, timidly responding, it seems. Not really. Oh no, it must be the junk food I've been eating lately. It's all Orochimaru's fault. Orochimaru could easily predict Tsunade's reaction, as a woman's weight is a highly sensitive topic. In the following days, Orochimaru returned to his tranquil routine. One day, he was engrossed in his research in the studio. Although he had integrated the cells of the Uzumaki clan, he had yet to fully analyze the Uchiha and Hyuga cells. Just as he was diligently shaking a test tube, a rustling sound outside the door interrupted his concentration. In the next moment, Orochimaru vanished from his spot. You have quite the audacity. At the studio entrance, a masked ninja found himself firmly gripped by Orochimaru's hand around his throat, lifted like a chick, his voice turning raspy and grim. To dare sneak into the Senju clan's domain in broad daylight and spy on my experiments. You're clearly tired of living. Ugh. Orochimaru, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Just as the ninja was on the brink of asphyxiation, he managed to squeeze out those words. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru eased his grip and tossed him aside, as if discarding refuse. It turned out to be a root ninja. Orochimaru had assumed it was an Umbu ninja surveilling him. Considering he had not engaged in any outrageous behavior lately, he believed the third Hokage would not be keeping tabs on him. Orochimaru, Lord Danzo has sent me to escort you, the recovering root ninja said in a somewhat stiff tone. Through the eye holes of his mask, Orochimaru observed the emotionless gaze, prompting a chilling smile from him. Indeed, this reflects the style of your root organization. Lead the way. Orochimaru did not wish to waste time conversing with these emotionless pawns trained by Danzo. Skirting the main entrance, the root ninja led him over walls and through secluded, shadowy paths, indicative of their accustomed stealthy operations. Following the ninja, Orochimaru arrived at an underground chamber on the outskirts of Konoha. This place also fell within the forbidden zones of Konoha, typically untouched by the patrols of the Konoha Guard or Umbu. It was monitored by its own root patrols. After winding through the dim corridors for several minutes, the leading root ninja finally halted. Lord Danzo, the person has been brought. Orochimaru looked up to see the one-eyed Danzo seated confidently in a large chair, scrutinizing his surroundings. There was a simple table and chair, reminiscent of the Hokage's office, revealing Danzo's long-standing ambition for the Hokage position. Orochimaru, it has been a while. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the escorting ninja and rose from his seat. Lord Danzo, what brings you to seek me? Orochimaru's voice took on a low, gravelly tone. As a figure operating in the shadows of the ninja world, he knew Danzo's interest in him could hardly bode well. Contemplating what he possessed that Danzo might desire, the answer became apparent. As expected, Danzo's next words revealed his ulterior motives. What is your perspective on the study of Hashirama's cells? If successful, this research would undoubtedly benefit the nation and its people. Not only would it inherit the first Hokage's would release bloodline limit, but its potential for limb regeneration and bodily restoration would revolutionize medical practices throughout the ninja world. Even in a world where only ninjas could master medical ninjutsu, limb regeneration would mark a historical breakthrough. especially in this war-torn era where countless ninjas had become disabled and many families lost their primary providers. Indeed, I share your sentiments entirely. Danzo expressed satisfaction with Orochimaru's reply before continuing. If we were to revive this research project, would you be confident in achieving success? Finally, Danzo's true intention for summoning Orochimaru came to light. As he spoke, Danzo's remaining eye bore down on Orochimaru, his imposing aura emanating palpable pressure. Faced with Danzo's intimidating presence, Orochimaru did not respond immediately, but fell into deep contemplation. He was not pondering Danzo's inquiry. Rather, upon hearing the proposal to resume the research, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Host detected triggering plotline. Danzo's olive branch. You have the following choices. Accept Danzo's collaboration invitation to continue researching Hashirama's cells. You will gain the ability to perceive the heart network. Refuse Danzo's invitation, disdainfully avoiding collusion with him. You will gain the ability of armament haki. Unexpectedly, the rewards were quite substantial this time. The heart network, also known as observation haki, could significantly enhance his sensory abilities, while armament haki would merely serve as an embellishment to his already formidable physique. Considering his circumstances, the former was far more advantageous. Furthermore, he would undoubtedly continue his research on Hashirama's cells, and collaborating with Danzo would merely be a guise. As for the potential risks of exposure, he could simply deflect any blame onto himself, just as in the original tale. This time, it was not Orochimaru who instigated the trouble. If Danzo chose to pin the blame on him, it mattered little, as he was destined to betray them eventually and would face reckoning in due course. You seem to disagree with my perspective? After observing Orochimaru's prolonged silence, Danzo might have assumed he was indecisive. I see no issue in conducting this research. However, it concerns the third Hokage. Returning to reality, Orochimaru met Danzo's icy gaze and voiced his apprehensions. This matter pertains to Root. It is not for him to meddle in. Pausing, he continued, what I am doing is for the benefit of Konoha. Do you not wish to make this minor sacrifice? Chapter 36. Forced cooperation. Orochimaru regarded Danzo with a mixture of contempt and disdain as the latter exuded an air of righteous authority. How convenient it is for you to speak of sacrifices for the village, yet you push me into the flames, displaying a one-sided commitment to altruism devoid of personal gain. Faced with Danzo's moral coercion, Orochimaru's expression darkened. Lord Danzo, we are not fools. I can continue my research on the cells of Hashirama. But why should I risk defying the Hokage's orders to do so? In response to Danzo's somewhat threatening gaze, Orochimaru continued. There is no need for you to look at me that way, Lord Danzo. I am not the kind of madman who disregards everything in pursuit of my research. Orochimaru pondered the reasons behind his collaboration with Danzo in the original narrative. Was it for experimental materials, test subjects, or perhaps the research on the Edo Tensei? None of these considerations mattered to the current Orochimaru. What could Danzo possibly offer him? Or, more importantly, what did Konoha still possess that piqued his interest? What do you want? If your demands are not excessive, I am willing to oblige. Noticing a slight softening in Danzo's tone, Orochimaru chose to abandon his confrontational stance. It was Danzo seeking his cooperation, not the other way around. And if I refuse? Orochimaru replied with a sardonic smile, not immediately engaging. Instead countering Danzo's inquiry with a question of his own, curious to see how Danzo would respond. As soon as he spoke, without waiting for Danzo's instruction, a swarm of 20 or 30 root ninjas emerged from the shadows. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Observing the multitude around him, with more ninjas likely arriving from outside, Orochimaru wondered if this was intended as a warning. He was not particularly afraid of these men, even with Danzo present. He held confidence in his ability to escape, for no one in Konoha knew of his proficiency with space-time ninjutsu. But what would he do once he left? Complain to the third Hokage? Defect? Neither of these options appealed to Orochimaru. He did not trust that the third Hokage would deal with Danzo, and it was more likely that he would simply issue a warning, perhaps even incurring Danzo's wrath. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru finally spoke, the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the Byakugan of the Hyuga. He was unafraid that his bold request might deter Danzo. He understood that these conditions would pose a challenge for him, yet they were not insurmountable. As far as he knew, the Uchiha massacre had been orchestrated by Danzo himself, resulting in the collection of numerous Sharingan. As for the Byakugan, that too should not be an insurmountable issue. I can agree to this condition, and even without your prompting, I would find a way to acquire them. Upon hearing Orochimaru's demands, Danzo breathed a sigh of relief, having anticipated more unreasonable requests. It seemed he would still be able to maintain control over Orochimaru. However, before he could contemplate further, Orochimaru's voice cut through once again. Not for research, but for my own possession. What? That is out of the question. Danzo's composure faltered upon hearing Orochimaru's stipulation. If the eyes were intended for research, he would have no objections, but transferring ownership to Orochimaru fundamentally altered the nature of the arrangement. Not to mention that once the Hyuga clan's ninjas perished, they would actively destroy their Byakugan. As for the Sharingan, he himself possessed very few. Despite years of collection, his stock was scant compared to the Hashirama cells. This demand was not unreasonable, for success in research would necessitate both of these bloodline limits, and he was merely asking for a bit more. Danzo fell into contemplation. Even if he handed over these 2 pairs of eyes to Orochimaru, it would not matter. He could easily shift the blame onto Orochimaru when the time came. Furthermore, as Orochimaru suggested, should the research on Hashirama's cells yield successful results, such a price would be insignificant. Very well, I can agree to your terms. But this matter must remain confidential until success is achieved. Orochimaru understood Danzo's ulterior motives. Once his research bore fruit, it would likely mark the end of his good days. The discovery of Orochimaru's experiments in the original narrative was no coincidence. Danzo would never allow a bomb containing his greatest secret to remain close. Even within the village of Konoha, Orochimaru's desire for the Uchiha's Sharingan and the Hyuga's Byakugan was not for his own use. He had already developed vision inferior to these 2 bloodline limits. His intention in collecting them was to conduct independent research in the future, exploring the possibility of evolution or fusion between the 2. Moreover, should he encounter Kimimaro, he could investigate ways to compensate for his congenital genetic deficiencies. Having reached a preliminary consensus, Orochimaru found himself reluctantly signing an unequal treaty. In the ensuing time, he raised additional requests to Danzo, all pertaining to test subjects. He could not afford to repeat the mistakes of the original narrative by personally involving himself in the affairs of his own village. Such leverage could not be allowed to fall into Danzo's hands, and the dirty work was better suited for the root ninjas. This arrangement posed no problem for Danzo. Disregarding the imminent Third Great Ninja War, there were plenty of enemy ninjas available as materials, and Konoha's prison housed numerous spies and death row inmates from rival nations. In his past life, Orochimaru had no concept of good and evil, nor did he abide by moral boundaries. Everything was merely a means to an end. However, now that he had traversed into this world, he resolved not to harm innocent civilians, at the very least. As for targeting the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, that was of no concern to him. It was merely Danzo's personal agenda, unrelated to his own research pursuits. Have you ever seen a nuclear scientist dragged out and beheaded for their work? I will provide you with the necessary experimental materials, subjects, and documentation. But you must conduct your work under my watchful eye. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was not surprised. Danzo would never allow him unfettered freedom, as he certainly did not want anyone else knowing about such illicit activities. Of course, that is acceptable. However, I will only focus on my research. The safety and confidentiality of the laboratory must be the responsibility of the root ninjas. Should any issues arise, the first to be held accountable would undoubtedly be Danzo. He would likely throw Orochimaru under the bus, just as in the original story. Nevertheless, until the success of his research on the Sharingan, Orochimaru's personal safety was assured. When the time came, he would assess the situation and make further plans, for no one could truly hinder his escape if he chose to depart. Very well. I believe the experimental base is prepared. You may commence your research immediately. With that, Danzo stepped forward, and Orochimaru was taken aback. Clearly, this old fox had been well prepared, perhaps even anticipating that Orochimaru might fail to achieve any significant results, hence his invitation. Before long, Orochimaru followed Danzo to a research facility belonging to the Root. Here, numerous researchers clad in white lab coats greeted Danzo's arrival with respectful nods. Chapter 37. Survival depends on 3 essentials after surveying the researchers and the surrounding environment. Orochimaru confirmed his suspicions. It seemed Danzo had been engaged in research on Hashirama's cells for quite some time. It was likely that when he received the 3rd Hokage's orders, Danzo had concurrently initiated his own studies, perfectly aligning with Orochimaru's own experimental data a true cunning fox, cursing the old man as treachery under his breath. Orochimaru approached the coffin on the experimental table. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as belonging to Hashirama. Danzo had indeed gone to great lengths, securing an entire coffin. Not only that of the first Hokage, but also those of Tobirama and Mito. Orochimaru even spotted coffins bearing the symbols of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Truly, Danzo was unparalleled. He had pioneered the grave-robbing endeavor, leaving Orochimaru with little room to maneuver. In the ninja world, those who had not been involved in grave-robbing were not considered significant figures. Spirit, this is Orochimaru. He will be your superior from now on. Danzo addressed a female researcher, then turned to Orochimaru with a knowing look. From now on, she shall serve as your assistant. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with her. She will promptly fulfill your requests. Orochimaru cast a glance at the female researcher, who, though masked, revealed only her sharp, narrow eyes, indicating her competence as a woman of resolve. While it may be diplomatically termed an assistant, one could argue that her true role is to monitor Orochimaru's every move. It appears that Danzo's machinations are quite ambitious, igniting a sense of impatience within me. Orochimaru mirrored her keen interest with an expression of curiosity. Humph, I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Danzo turned and departed, while the researcher named Ling approached to transition into her duties alongside Orochimaru. The work remained fundamentally unchanged from his previous research, with only a slightly accelerated pace, still well within Orochimaru's control. Since avoidance was not an option, he resolved to continue his studies on the Hashirama cells, recognizing their significance for his future endeavors. If one must adapt, then let it be so. Whether at home or here, it is all research, merely a change in surroundings. Unburdened by worries, Orochimaru commenced preparations. As Orochimaru resumed his grueling routine, a heated debate erupted within Konoha regarding the importance of missions versus comrades. The catalyst for this discourse was none other than the valorous Kakashi Hatake, who, during a critical moment of a mission, chose to turn back and rescue a comrade in peril, ultimately causing him to miss the optimal opportunity to fulfill the task, resulting in its failure. For the common folk, this was merely a matter of choice, yet for the higher echelons of Konoha, such an act was a blatant challenge to their authority. Ever since the third Hokage ascended to power, the past 2 decades have been a relentless promotion of the will of fire. What does this entail? It signifies dedication, sacrifice, and obedience. However, Kakashi's actions undermine their governance. If everyone were to prioritize comrades over missions, chaos would ensue in Konoha. Of course, aiding a comrade is commendable, yet no one would be foolish enough to openly contest this notion. Even those who recognize the righteousness of his actions remained silent. As Konoha's White Fang, a ninja of legendary status, renowned for completing hundreds of S-rank missions, his standing within the village was formidable. Under normal circumstances, even without vocal supporters, he would not face condemnation. Yet, unexpectedly, the situation unfolded in an unforeseen manner. Not only did his comrades criticize him, but even the very ninja whose life he saved turned against him, branding him a coward and traitor, accusing him of betrayal and disloyalty. During this transitional period of Hokage succession, it would be naive to believe that no one was orchestrating the downfall of Orochimaru. The Hatake clan is sparse in numbers, consisting solely of Kakashi and his father, making them vulnerable compared to the larger clans. Moreover, while Kakashi is undeniably powerful, his prowess alone has allowed him to attain the Hokage mantle without being part of any influential faction. Should he emerge as a contender for Hokage, the common folk would rally behind him, but such a scenario would not align with the interests of Konoha's elite. The emergence of an outsider as Hokage would be intolerable. Many, including Danzo, Tsunade, Mito, and Sarutobi, along with various clans, would prefer to see no one but their own ascend to the Hokage seat. A closer examination of Konoha's historical Hokages reveals a pattern. The brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, followed by the third Hokage, who was a disciple of the second, and the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya's pupil, also a grand student of the third. Likewise, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was a student of the first and the third. As for subsequent Hokages, Kakashi was Minato's student, and Naruto was Kakashi's pupil, also a disciple of Jiraiya. Thus, the prospect of Kakashi, a figure outside their interests, contending for Hokage was inconceivable. Now, with an opportunity at hand, they could not afford to delay in eliminating him. Indeed, Not only Kakashi, but even the legendary Uchiha Madara would find it impossible to ascend to the Hokage position. Observing the candidates for Hokage, it is evident that Madara does not belong to this web of interests. All his efforts over the years have been in vain. As Orochimaru had anticipated, the public sentiment gradually shifted unfavorably towards Kakashi. He had discerned numerous hidden influences, not only from Konoha's elite, but also from clans that typically engaged with the Hitaki family, who began to distance themselves. Consequently, the esteemed Konoha White Fang, a legendary warrior, ultimately succumbed to the immense pressure of online harassment, leading to his tragic demise within his own home. Orochimaru lamented this outcome, recognizing the tragedy of a legendary figure reduced to a pawn in political games. In the face of self-interest, what does it matter if the village's power diminishes? Sacrificing one for the benefit of the many is a win-win scenario. Indeed, those who dabble in politics possess murky hearts. Standing atop Hokage Rock, Orochimaru gazed down upon Konoha village, initially believing he could involve himself in this affair. However, the system remained silent. It seemed this incident, much like in the original narrative, did not directly concern him, thus failing to trigger any plot developments. Does this imply that Hinata's abduction and the Uchiha massacre are also unrelated to me? With a heavy sigh, Orochimaru pondered his expectations of surviving in the village until the very end, only to realize that the system is adept at discerning human connections. Events or individuals devoid of his association do not activate the plot, signifying that if he wished to grow stronger and progress, he must adhere to the original trajectory. Was not his entire existence meticulously orchestrated by the system? Well, let the tide take its course when the time arrives. Chapter 38. The Fate of Daisuke Konoha. Year 42. Here is the list for the upcoming experiment. The researcher named Ling handed a list to Orochimaru, who in turn provided her with an experimental report. This has been the routine. Periodically, Orochimaru submits research reports to Danzo, who then procures the necessary materials for his experiments. The research base has also been relocated to another secret facility within Konoha. Ultimately, it is Danzo's stronghold. He would never allow Orochimaru to establish a base there, enabling him to disavow any responsibility should complications arise. Orochimaru was fully aware of Danzo's desire to reap the rewards without bearing the risks. However, he did not mind, as he preferred not to conduct his research under constant surveillance, appreciating the semblance of freedom this arrangement afforded him. A heavenly burial? How intriguing. Fate's wheels have indeed conspired to bring them together. Indeed, this would be the sole individual to survive post-integration of Hashirama's cells, Daisuke. In the original narrative, Orochimaru presumed the experiment a failure and abandoned him, only to discover later that Daisuke's fierce will to survive enabled him to endure, ultimately attracting Danzo's attention, which led to his recruitment into the Root organization. Orochimaru's current research into Hashirama cells is far more advanced than in the original story, and the success rate of the cell fusion serum has significantly improved. However, he had not revealed this progress, and the reports submitted to Danzo were equally redacted. Now, with the emergence of this uniquely gifted Daisuke, Orochimaru resolved to invest all his efforts. Not only must he ensure Daisuke's survival, but he may also consider enhancing his abilities in the future. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru began to concoct the serum. After a while, at a training ground in Konoha, Minato was diligently practicing his ninjutsu, while nearby, Jiraiya was engrossed in writing with a brush atop a large tree. Suddenly, a small white snake slithered up the tree trunk before Jiraiya. Lo and behold, it is Orochimaru. Upon encountering the small white snake hanging there, Jiraiya was taken aback, instinctively uttering Orochimaru's name. The serpent flicked its tongue at him before slithering off in a particular direction. Noticing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brows, pondering Orochimaru's mysterious antics. Murmuring to himself, he decided against greeting Minato, choosing instead to follow the snake. After navigating through the dense woods bordering Konohagakure, Jiraiya observed the snake come to a halt and ascend a tree. In the next moment, a silhouette emerged from the thick trunk, gradually revealing Orochimaru. Orochimaru, is there something so secretive that it cannot be discussed in the open? Jiraiya remarked, while absent-mindedly picking his nose. This matter is of great significance, and I have been compelled to act in such a manner. Orochimaru's serious demeanor prompted Jiraiya to adopt a more earnest expression, recognizing that this was an unusual sight for Orochimaru, suggesting that the situation was far from trivial. I require your assistance in raising a child. Jiraiya was initially stunned, followed by disbelief. Have you committed some grave misdeed to find yourself with a child? He stumbled back, clutching the tree trunk in shock. Orochimaru, sensing the misunderstanding, clarified. The child is not mine. I cannot divulge his origins at this moment, and it is inconvenient for me to care for him myself. Hearing this, Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief, though confusion soon creased his brow as he asked, why is it inconvenient? You still have Tsunade and Shizun to assist you. Surely they could care for him. How could I, a man unaccustomed to raising children, manage such a task? Understanding that a mere few words would not suffice to persuade Jiraiya, Orochimaru pondered before stating, he possesses the ability to use wood release. The simplicity of those words sent shockwaves through Jiraiya's mind. Wood release was a unique Kekkei Genkai of the first Hokage, and since his passing, no one had been able to wield it, except for the elusive Uchiha Madara. For years, Konoha had endeavored to artificially create a ninja capable of using wood release. Yet none had succeeded thus far. As realization dawned upon him, Jiraiya suddenly grasped the implication. Could it be that you successfully fused Hashirama's cells? At Orochimaru's subtle nod, Jiraiya's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wait, I thought that project had been discontinued. His voice dwindled as he seemed to piece together the truth. It was likely that Orochimaru had conducted secret experiments. Yet even if he had succeeded, why the secrecy? Was he afraid of repercussions from the Hokage? And why not care for the child himself? Why enlist Jiraiya's help? A cascade of questions flooded Jiraiya's mind, leading him to realize the complexity of the situation. Orochimaru, observing his deep contemplation, continued, his current identity must remain confidential. Once he reaches the age of 8 or graduates from the Ninja Academy, you can report this matter to the instructors. Although Orochimaru had considered raising the child himself, he knew that having a child by his side would raise suspicions, especially from Danzo. By the time the child reached 8 or 9, Orochimaru would likely have left Konoha, unconcerned with the ensuing chaos. Entrusting Jiraiya with the child's upbringing, while somewhat abrupt, would at least draw less attention. After all, in these times, many orphans roamed the streets. What harm would it be for a 30-something bachelor like Jiraiya to adopt a child? Moreover, given his notorious reputation for womanizing, no one would find it particularly strange for him to return with a child. What exactly are you doing? Jiraiya queried, now fully alert to Orochimaru's intentions. With a resigned sigh, Orochimaru replied, I am fully aware of my actions, and I implore you to keep this matter confidential. In Jiraiya's memory, it was rare for Orochimaru to seek help, especially in such a manner. Seeing a fleeting look of desperation in Orochimaru's eyes, Jiraiya hesitated, finally letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, where's the child? Upon hearing Jiraiya's consent, Orochimaru vanished momentarily, only to return with a 2-year-old child cradled in his arms. Blissfully unaware of the world around him. His original name is Daibutsu, but you may choose to rename him, Orochimaru said, carefully placing the child into Jiraiya's hands, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. After conveying essential instructions regarding the child, Orochimaru quietly departed. Before leaving, Jiraiya earnestly urged him to reconsider the path he was on. Torn between years of friendship and the Hokage's prohibitions, Jiraiya wished to protect Orochimaru from further missteps. A conflict that many faced, whether to uphold familial bonds or to adhere to principles. Orochimaru acknowledged Jiraiya's good intentions, but remained steadfast in his course. Watching him fade into the shadows, Jiraiya longed to pull him back, yet ultimately refrained from taking that step. The following day, news of Jiraiya returning with a child began to circulate. Hey, have you heard? One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, brought back a child. Your information is outdated. I heard he fathered a child while drunk, and now the girl is seeking him out. This guy has always been a peeper at the women's bathhouse. It was only a matter of time before something like this happened. Such rumors ricocheted among familiar ninjas, prompting Jiraiya to avoid social interactions. Teacher, is it true what they say outside? Is this child really? Minato inquired, curious as he observed the child in Jiraiya's arms, noting Jiraiya's clumsy demeanor. Go away. Don't believe everything you hear. I merely found this child outside. Jiraiya shot Minato a glare, attempting to soothe the little one in his arms. Jiraiya had repeated similar denials countless times over the past 2 days, but others assumed he was merely shy about admitting the truth. After all, it was unseemly for a man in his 30s, without a wife, to suddenly appear with an innocent child. Teacher, what is his name? Minato pressed. sensing Jiraiya's reluctance to discuss the subject. What about naming him Jiraiya Water? Jiraiya Water sounds good. It has a nice ring to it. And it shares the water character with my name. Truly, you have an eye for names. The two, lacking creativity in naming, failed to conjure any brilliance. If Orochimaru were present, he would surely have given Jiraiya a thumbs up for the amusing coincidence. However, unbeknownst to them, Tenza was the child's true name, and Jiraiya's misinterpretation led to the child being whimsically renamed Jiraiya Water, a name that would forever associate him with Jiraiya, making any denial of connection implausible. Moreover, Minato's suggestion was equally unreliable, as the Rasengan had been named by Kushina. Well, Minato, in addition to training, you now have a new responsibility. Jiraiya observed Minato, who was playfully teasing the running water, and the two shared a harmonious rapport. Ah, teacher, you say that any task assigned by a teacher must be undertaken with unwavering commitment. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt a wave of relief wash over him. From now on, you shall be responsible for changing diapers and washing pants. What? Surely you jest, teacher. I have never done such things. Fear not. When you have children in the future, you will need to learn, so consider this an opportunity to gather experience. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was entirely unaware of the situation at hand. After entrusting Day to Jiraiya, he had caught wind of some rumors, but to him, this was a boon. Once the word spread, the dirt that had fallen into the trousers would be regarded as excrement, regardless of its true nature. The fact that Jiraiya had one more child did not attract the attention of Konoha's upper echelons. Even the third Hokage simply came to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing the child's name, Running Water, everything became self-explanatory. It was assumed that Jiraiya had fathered a child with someone outside. Realizing that further explanations were futile, Jiraiya resigned himself to the gossip, as he could not reveal the truth to others. Orochimaru did not abandon the child to Jiraiya's care entirely. He ensured to provide Jiraiya with some living expenses periodically. Although not substantial, it represented his heartfelt consideration. After all, Day, now named Running Water, was in this predicament because of him. While he bore some responsibility for the situation, it was not wholly his fault. Even without Orochimaru, Danzo would have extended his reach towards these individuals, potentially leading to even more victims. Running Water's existence was marked by both fortune and misfortune. The fortunate aspect lay in his enhanced research capabilities compared to the original narrative, sparing him from prolonged suffering. Conversely, it was unfortunate that he had become a subject for experiments involving Hashirama's cells, a cruel twist of fate. By allowing Jiraiya, an individual with a somewhat restless spirit, to care for him, he would certainly have a better nurturing environment than under Danzo's control. In the original tale, Running Water lived in darkness until encountering Kakashi, later serving as a temporary instructor for Team 7, yearning for Kakashi's approval. Even during the infinite Tsukuyomi, Orochimaru's intervention had irrevocably altered his destiny. Unlike others whose thoughts were already set in stone, where changing their fates required altering their mindsets, a child's worldview is still malleable, making their destinies easier to reshape. As a master of infrastructure and a real estate mogul, he would eventually serve as an ally to Tsunade. Setting aside concerns about Running Water, Orochimaru felt reassured under Jiraiya's supervision. If Tsunade could raise a child in silence, Jiraiya, being a man, would surely manage well. Orochimaru returned to his routine, spending days at the base conducting research for Danzo and returning home each night to prepare dinner. Of course, he had to sneak into Danzo's territory, departing before dusk and returning only after nightfall. With the ability to sense his surroundings, Orochimaru could evade many prying eyes, his perception range extending to 2 kilometers, though this was still significantly less than the 5 or 10 kilometers typical in this world. His unique abilities allowed him to excel in ways others could not, such as fighting enemies with his eyes closed, perceiving each move with clarity, an advantage unattainable by the sensory ninjas of this realm. Despite this, he would send a shadow clone to Tsunade's workshop, creating the illusion that he was home all day. This was no difficult feat for Orochimaru, as his chakra reserves were sufficient to sustain a shadow clone for an entire day. Moreover, the clone diligently followed Orochimaru's plans, yielding fruitful results by the end of the day. Chapter 40. Graduation Season. Shizune, Kurenai, and Asuma, congratulations on your graduation from the Ninja Academy. Tsunade raised her glass to toast with the young ones, and Orochimaru similarly raised his in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, Shizune had already graduated, alongside contemporaries such as Uchiha Obito, Noira Rin, Yuhi Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma. Shizune and Kurenai had been close friends since childhood, while Asuma and Kurenai also shared a good bond. Having yet to experience the harshness of society, Asuma remained somewhat rebellious, neglecting to celebrate his graduation at home with the third Hokage. Orochimaru observed Asuma for the first time, the scion of a prominent family, destined to become one of the 12 guardian ninja. His appearance still bore the marks of youth, with a bowl-cut hairstyle and some stubble, resembling a street thug. Yet, it was undeniable that Asuma excelled academically at the Ninja Academy, which led to his assignment as a bodyguard to the daimyo, a role akin to that of a sword-bearing sentinel in ancient courts. The reason for gathering at Tsunade's home was twofold: the camaraderie with Kurenai and the strained relationship with his father. In the original narrative, Asuma yearned for a mere word of recognition from the third Hokage. A simple "this boy" is quite commendable, which he waited a lifetime to hear. While the third Hokage had a methodical approach to mentoring his disciples, his guidance towards his own son left much to be desired. Perhaps having held the title of Hokage for too long, he applied the same stern principles to Asuma, who, in his rebellious phase, was unable to accept such treatment. Even after leaving the daimyo's side and returning to Konoha, the third Hokage continued to regard him without favoritism, oblivious to the fact that sometimes all a child requires is a father's praise and affirmation. If the third Hokage were to claim that he treated Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade as his own children, Orochimaru would vehemently dispute such a notion. The trio's excellence stemmed not only from their inherent talents, but also from being recognized by the third Hokage. It was a symbiotic relationship that could not solely credit the Hokage. Various signs indicated that the third Hokage was not an adequate father. And did Asuma not share in this fault? It is entirely normal for a rebellious child to crave paternal validation. Yet he failed to view the situation from his father's perspective. Had he shown more comprehension of his father's duties and exercised greater patience, he might have avoided the tragic scenario of unfulfilled familial bonds. Of course, the circumstances were complicated by Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's downfall, but until the end, who could predict the outcome? Ultimately, both parties bore their share of faults. Had their relationship resembled that of Minato and Naruto, many issues could have been averted. Minato's warmth, gentleness, and acceptance left a profound impression, while Naruto's relentless optimism and fervor served as a powerful influence, guiding him along a smoother path. Even when he strayed, his companions were eager to assist him. Observing the somewhat rogue-like Asuma, who would one day gain fame in the ninja world as the Old Man Banana Fist, Orochimaru had no intention of interfering with his fate. "Come, little man, let us drink." Asuma, surprised by Orochimaru's toast, eagerly filled his glass. "You honor me, Senior Orochimaru." Asuma, displaying a generous spirit, drank heartily. Regardless of his relationship with his father, he treated his friends and comrades well. In the future, he would often treat his students to meals, and today he had brought an ample supply of ingredients to Tsunade's home, demonstrating his generosity, a quality that would explain why so many fans mourned his fate in the original story. It was evident that the bond between Old Man and Kurenai had deep roots, which would later blossom into a romantic relationship. After encouraging everyone to indulge in the feast, Orochimaru turned to Shizune, inquiring about her future plans. Engrossed in her meal, Shizune glanced up at Orochimaru, her mouth still full, and mumbled, "Tsunade-sensei said she would teach me medical ninjutsu, and I plan to study under her for a while." In the original text, the silent medical ninjutsu is indeed remarkable. During the years when Tsunade could not bear to see blood, it was Shizune who wielded the scalpel on her behalf. As long as Tsunade communicated the steps and circumstances, the remainder was executed by Shizune. Her role resembles that of Kabuto, the skilled medical ninja who served Orochimaru, diligently handling many tedious tasks. Not only did she hold deep admiration for Orochimaru, but her unwavering loyalty also allowed her to remain by his side throughout. While a keen intellect is invaluable, it is loyalty that holds paramount importance. However, it is uncertain where Kabuto currently resides. It is good to have plans. After making his statement, Orochimaru turned to Tsunade, saying, "I will need to venture out in a few days, for a duration ranging from 6 months to a year." Upon hearing that Orochimaru intended to leave, both Kurenai and Asuma showed little reaction, yet Shizune and Tsunade grew restless. A span of 6 months to a year would mean returning to the days of preparing their own meals or resorting to takeout. Why such a long duration? Is there a mission involved? Tsunade cast a scrutinizing glance at Orochimaru, sensing an increasing air of mystery surrounding him. He seemed to vanish for periods, engaged in research. And once she encountered Jiraiya, who indirectly inquired about Orochimaru's whereabouts. Something felt amiss. There are matters to attend to that require my absence. I should inform the two of them, lest they worry about my sudden disappearance. As for Danzo, that is not a concern. I am currently his most crucial research personnel. So what is wrong with taking a long break? Recently, there have been issues with the research on Hashirama's cells, making this an opportune time for a brief respite. To put it plainly, I am in a position of power. If I were to resign abruptly, there would be little he could say. Regardless, I have yet to acquire the Byakugan and Sharingan, so this is an excellent opportunity to capture his attention. Upon hearing that Orochimaru provided no further explanation, Tsunade chose not to press further and instead inquired about Jiraiya. I heard that Jiraiya brought back a child from his travels, named Mizukage. At the mention of the first part, Orochimaru felt indifferent, as it was expected. However, upon hearing the name Mizukage, he nearly spewed his drink. Was it truly that shocking? Observing Orochimaru's incessant coughing, Tsunade was puzzled. Was Jiraiya's behavior truly so extraordinary given his flirtatious nature? Little did she know how deeply Orochimaru was affected by the name Mizukage. Even a person from the 21st century would find it remarkable. I too have heard of it. That name is quite intriguing. Orochimaru could only disguise his discomfort with an awkward smile. A few days later, Orochimaru hastily gathered his belongings and departed from Konoha. He informed only the third Hokage, Danzo, and Tsunade, without alerting anyone else. In this era of peace, there were no pressing matters within the village. The third Hokage did not hinder him. After a brief inquiry into the situation, he permitted Orochimaru's departure upon learning he was going to train. It was common for individuals like Jiraiya, who often ventured out, to be absent from the village. Moreover, with both of them present, there was no cause for concern. As for Danzo, upon learning that Orochimaru intended to be away for 6 months to a year, he was reluctant to grant permission. Yet he understood the need not to pressure him too much. Additionally, he had yet to fulfill his promises to Orochimaru, leaving him in a weak position. It would not do to keep him against his will, especially if it drew unwanted attention. During his journey, Orochimaru spent 2 days distancing himself from Konoha, lacking a clear objective for his outing, or rather, he had yet to formulate one. It has been quite some time since I last ventured out. This feels refreshing. As he sped through the air, he utilized instantaneous movement, appearing several dozen meters away in an instant. Within Konoha, he was always cautious, but now he reveled in his freedom. Finally experiencing a sense of liberation akin to Minato's, he never anticipated that he, Orochimaru, would someday soar through the skies. As he surveyed the terrain below, his senses expanded, detecting numerous beasts within the forest. His extraordinary vision allowed him to experience the sensation of an eagle soaring high above. As he observed distant objects from kilometers away, enabling him to avoid villages and indigenous peoples, thereby sidestepping numerous troubles. Suddenly, he spotted an expansive, secluded valley ahead, and his eyes brightened. Yes, this is the place. With just a few breaths, he arrived at the valley, where the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle flow of streams created an idyllic paradise. Summoning technique. Orochimaru sliced his finger, swiftly forming hand seals. As a plume of white smoke billowed, a massive shadow emerged from the mist. A gigantic purple serpent, adorned with 2 horns, materialized before him, exuding an overwhelming presence. Orochimaru, what brings you to summon me? Spoke the serpent, known as Manda, his summoning beast. Is it not permissible to simply converse with you? Orochimaru replied with a half-smirk. Observing the creature whose maw emanated a foul odor, its sharp fangs appearing menacing. Each time Manda emerged, Orochimaru was required to provide 100 living beings as sustenance. While such offerings were plentiful on the battlefield, the demand became a significant burden in peaceful times. The relationship between a summoning beast and its master typically falls into either a hierarchical dynamic, like that of Tsunade, or a partnership, akin to Jiraiya. However, the connection between Orochimaru and Manda was somewhat ambiguous. They operated more like collaborators, with Orochimaru supplying food in exchange for Manda's assistance in battle. In the original narrative, it is suggested that perhaps their summoning contract had expired, or that after Orochimaru employed the reanimation jutsu, Manda no longer acknowledged his identity, leading to increasingly demanding terms. However, everything had changed now. Upon acquiring strength, Orochimaru was determined to reassess their relationship. Are you jesting? If you do not provide me with 100 living beings, I shall not hesitate to make you my next meal. Manda's spine bristled with indignation, and its massive head loomed closer to Orochimaru, the stench overwhelming. Given Manda's demeanor, it seemed entirely plausible that should Orochimaru fail to meet its demands, he might indeed become the creature's dinner, even on ordinary days. Should Manda sense Orochimaru in a weakened state, it would be eager to devour him. Who do you think you're addressing? I believe it is time we redefine our relationship. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Manda's pupils constricted in disbelief, pondering if this audacious creature had taken leave of its senses. When did it dare to speak to him in such a tone? Enraged, Manda considered whether it had become too lenient recently, mistaking itself for one of the foolish beasts from Mount Myaboku or the Wet-Bone Forest. 100 sacrifices, you say? Let us see how many punches you can withstand. Before Manda could unleash its fury, Orochimaru swiftly darted in front of it, delivering a powerful uppercut that sent the serpent's head reeling backward. Its entire body toppling from the force, its jaw making contact with its upper mandible in a painful clash. Even in its wildest dreams, the myriad serpents could never have anticipated that Orochimaru would strike without provocation, nor could they fathom the source of his newfound ferocity. However, such ponderings were of little consequence in the immediate aftermath of Orochimaru's unexpected blow, as the myriad serpents instinctively retaliated. In the blink of an eye, the serpents raised their colossal heads, pivoting with remarkable agility, their jaws capable of engulfing an elephant as they lashed out at Orochimaru. Yet, to the current Orochimaru, this assault posed no threat. Every movement of the serpents appeared to unfold in slow motion before his astute gaze. With a deft maneuver, he evaded the serpent's bite, reappearing atop their massive head. The sheer force of his fist, amplified to a magnitude far surpassing even Tsunade's, descended upon the serpent's upper jaw. Had he not harbored a reluctance to obliterate the creature in a single strike, Orochimaru would have gladly unleashed the entirety of his energy. However, his primary objective was not to vanquish the serpents, but to subdue them, compelling compliance without delivering a fatal blow. Indeed, the serpents were left reeling from the impact, their massive form crashing into the ground, creating a substantial crater, while their head was driven into the earth. I preferred your earlier, more brazen demeanor, Orochimaru remarked, standing atop the serpent's head, gazing down with a mix of mockery and disdain. A beast must recognize its place, otherwise. Orochimaru's tongue unconsciously flicked across his lips. I wouldn't mind ending your existence. Chapter 42. All great power returns to the self, having endured 2 unforeseen and increasingly ferocious assaults. The myriad serpents now found their heads throbbing with pain. Their eyes reflected not only fury but also disbelief. When had Orochimaru's martial prowess escalated to such heights? The ninja who had formed a pact with the slugs certainly did not possess such formidable strength. Yet, these questions were swiftly drowned in a tide of rage as the serpents raised their heads once more, emitting a furious roar. Orochimaru nimbly leapt from their head. In an instant, a tempest swept through the valley, stones flew, and birds took flight. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Orochimaru might have mistaken the sound for that of a roaring dinosaur. Ah, so you still possess some defiance? Excellent. It has been quite some time since I could truly unleash my prowess. As a fully realized serpent spirit, the myriad serpents were not only immense in size and capable of human speech, but they also harbored a vast reservoir of sage chakra within. While this degree of assault inflicted pain, it was clear that compelling their submission would be no easy feat. The sage chakra swiftly mended their wounds, granting them a renewed sense of invincibility. Orochimaru, you have successfully enraged me. I swear I shall make you wish for death. In the next moment, the serpents unleashed a torrent of venomous liquid from their maw, enveloping Orochimaru in a deluge. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Orochimaru vanished from sight, and the venomous spray struck nothing but air. He reappeared before the serpents, poised to deliver a decisive blow to their eye when a powerful gust swept in from the side. Orochimaru did not flinch, raising his arm to shield himself. Bang! The serpent's tail, imbued with tremendous force, crashed against Orochimaru's arm, yet he remained unfazed, not shifting a fraction. How is this possible? The serpent's astonishment was palpable. It felt as though their tail had struck an unyielding pillar, inflicting no harm upon Orochimaru, while pain coursed through their own appendage. The principle of force is reciprocal. Orochimaru absorbed the kinetic energy, while the serpents endured the backlash. Without regard for the astonished serpents, Orochimaru unleashed another crushing fist upon their mouth, shattering their two venomous fangs. In the next instant, the anguished cries of the serpents echoed throughout the valley. They finally grasped the essence of an all-encompassing defeat. Despite possessing sage chakra, quick reflexes, and formidable resilience, none could withstand the might of Orochimaru's twin fists. All great power returns to the self. Martial prowess is most fitting for such colossal summoning beasts. If one lacks in physical technique, it is merely a sign that they have yet to master it fully. The serpent's initial disdain morphed into anger, and ultimately, a tinge of fear. They wished they could split apart like the slug and evade such assaults. I shall not be called Orochimaru until I have subdued you. With these words, Orochimaru swiftly maneuvered to the serpent's vulnerable spot, for as the adage goes, strike at the serpent's 7 inches, regardless of size. This remains its Achilles heel. Having gauged the serpent's limits through previous encounters, Orochimaru's attacks grew increasingly forceful. A kick imbued with immense power struck at the serpent's vital point, and even before the blow landed, the serpent's body visibly caved in, attesting to the ferocity of the strike. With no means of evasion, the serpents were rendered helpless as a heart-wrenching scream erupted, and their entire form collided violently with the mountainside. The valley trembled, stones scattered, and the cliffs bored deep fissures. Observing the serpents bleeding from their mouth and nose, and with shattered fangs, Orochimaru mused that perhaps this beating would render them compliant. Yet, when he met the serpent's venomous gaze, he understood that they would not relent until met with their demise. Your gaze unsettles me. With this, Orochimaru prepared to obliterate their eyes. Such a summoning beast must not survive to challenge its master. However, just as he intended to strike, the serpents voluntarily dispelled the summoning. In an instant, a puff of white smoke enveloped the area, and the serpent's massive form vanished. This abrupt turn of events momentarily halted Orochimaru's actions, leaving him in a state of disbelief. A summoning beast could unilaterally dispel the contract without the contractor's consent, though such actions were rarely taken lightly. Should a summoning beast dismiss the contract at the first sign of danger, what purpose would they serve? This is why the relationship between contractors and summoning beasts is typically one of companionship or hierarchical cooperation. Both parties must trust and assist one another, unlike the disjointed dynamic between Orochimaru and the serpents. A fortunate turn of events for you, but our time is far from over. Orochimaru was in no rush. After all, a summoning contract had been forged, and as long as chakra remained abundant, they could summon as often as they pleased. However, such mindless summoning would undoubtedly lead to a severe beating for the serpents and create a crisis of trust between them. Yet, the serpents harbored no such concerns. Should Orochimaru choose to summon again, he could easily do so, but he thought better of it. Let me grant you a few more chances. If it proves futile, I shall not hesitate to end you. After such tumult, a pang of hunger struck Orochimaru. With this thought, he resolved to satiate his hunger first. Before long, he kindled a fire and heated a pot. He intended to remain in the valley for several days. He would not depart until he had tamed the serpents. In the ensuing days, Orochimaru summoned the serpents daily. Yet, upon their emergence, he granted them no opportunity for dialogue, opting instead to deliver a beating first. The serpents suffered greatly. Initially, they struggled in vain, but after exhausting all their tactics and hidden cards without managing to best Orochimaru, they began to realize that he was no longer the Orochimaru they had once bullied with impunity. In recent days, it has endured relentless assaults from Orochimaru, leaving it battered and bruised, with broken bones and torn flesh becoming a common sight. This relentless torment has inflicted immense suffering, leading it to gradually abandon thoughts of resistance. Moreover, the duration for which it could maintain the summoning technique has significantly dwindled after 10 consecutive days of beating. On this particular day, Orochimaru summoned the myriad serpents once more. "Do not rush back," he said. "I believe we can have a proper discussion now." The myriad serpents, surprised that Orochimaru did not immediately resort to violence, but instead wished to converse, regarded him with skepticism. Having been thoroughly intimidated over the past few days, and with old wounds still unhealed and new injuries exacerbating its pain, the serpent doubted its own survival. If not for its sage chakra, it would have suspected it would have been reduced to a mere dish by now. It had learned to be wise, contemplating that if it could not provoke Orochimaru, perhaps it could evade him. What do you wish to say? It inquired, instinctively retracting its head, devoid of its former bravado. Observing this reaction, Orochimaru recognized that his preliminary plan had succeeded, and with a seemingly harmless smile, he said, "Take me to the Dragon Cave. I wish to meet the White Serpent Sage." Upon hearing Orochimaru's intention to visit the Dragon Cave, the myriad serpents felt a slight relief, as long as Orochimaru did not intend to harm it or impose unreasonable demands. It was content. "I can guide you to the Dragon Cave, but whether you can meet the White Serpent Sage is beyond my control." For the serpent, merely providing directions was a trivial task. It had no interest in Orochimaru's motives for visiting the Dragon Cave. Once they arrived at the Dragon Cave, it was a familiar territory, teeming with formidable beings. Not only were there the elder figures like the goddesses of Tianxin, Shichudo, and Sannin, but even the one-eyed Sinya was not to be underestimated, possessing a notoriously volatile temperament. The mere thought of being in their presence revitalized the myriad serpents' previously waning spirits, its eyes gleaming with newfound determination. "You need only guide me. I have my own means of handling the rest." With that declaration, Orochimaru leaped forward. The myriad serpents, mistaking his approach for another attack, instinctively recoiled. However, Orochimaru disregarded its fear and seized its jaws. "Open your mouth." Reluctantly, the myriad serpents complied, allowing Orochimaru to endure the foul stench as he entered its mouth. For a fleeting moment, the serpent contemplated devouring Orochimaru whole. But upon catching a glimpse of the enigmatic smile on his face, it swiftly discarded the thought. The expression had been deeply etched in its memory over these trying days. Despite Orochimaru facing away, it understood that any sign of defiance could result in a swift retaliation. To the serpent's astonishment, Orochimaru intended to traverse to the Dragon Cave this way, a method that had never occurred to anyone before. Since summoning beasts could traverse dimensions freely, it was logical that their sustenance could also accompany them. They were, after all, a singular entity, though no one had ever attempted this. As the serpent's mouth gradually closed, a plume of white smoke enveloped them, and in the next instant, they vanished from sight. When the smoke cleared, the myriad serpents found itself at the entrance of the Dragon Cave. Without waiting for Orochimaru to gather his bearings, it eagerly expelled him and swiftly slithered into the cave. Its massive form moved with astonishing speed, leaving Orochimaru astonished as he struggled to keep pace. "How revolting," he mused. "It seems this method should be avoided unless absolutely necessary." Observing the sticky saliva clinging to him, he noted the corrosive effects it had already had on his clothing, while the pervasive stench was utterly repugnant. If this method allowed for a reverse summoning, why had Jiraiya not employed it to escape during his reconnaissance in the Land of Rain? Orochimaru found it perplexing that Jiraiya had not allowed Gamakichi to swallow him, thus ensuring a successful return to Mount Myaboku. If all else failed, why not attempt reverse summoning to flee the Land of Rain? Though it carried the risk of becoming lost in an alternate dimension, it presented a glimmer of hope for survival, whereas remaining in the Land of Rain offered only a grim fate. Perhaps guilt compelled him, or he had long resigned to his fate, determined to atone for his past mistakes at any cost. Who could say? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Orochimaru employed a water technique to cleanse himself. Had the myriad serpents kept him in its belly any longer, he feared he would have been marinated in the stench. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the dense foliage obscured his location, and even in broad daylight, the area felt dim. A peculiar energy lingered in the air, as if isolating this place from the outside world. It was only due to Orochimaru's sensitivity to various energies that he detected this anomaly. A mere civilian, or even a ninja, might unknowingly stumble into such a place. This reminded him of tales from his past life, where someone unknowingly wandered into a cave while foraging for herbs, only to return to find their grandchildren older than they. He wondered if time flowed differently here compared to the outside world. Even if it did, it likely wouldn't be too extreme. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have been a perennial student upon his return from mastering sage arts. As he approached the Dragon Cave, its entrance largely concealed by undergrowth. The moment he stepped inside, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, detecting host triggering a storyline. Initial arrival at the Dragon Cave. You have the following options: learn sage arts and master the training methods of the Demon Clan to receive the reward. Optimized version of the Earth and Heaven Seal. Reject sage arts, as those not of my kind are bound to differ. You will receive the reward, the art of non-corporeal reincarnation. This development did not surprise Orochimaru. though he was intrigued by the reward of the first choice. The Earth and Heaven Seal, to his knowledge, was a low-tier sage mode derived from the unique cells of the rebirth technique. With the enhancement of the Earth and Heaven Seal, his physical responses, speed, and chakra flow would accelerate. It could further extract energy from his body, and at the second stage, he might even experience physical transformations akin to the wings of the second pillar. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had mastered not only the Earth and Heaven Seal, but also the Beast Seal and the Sound Ninja Force Seals, albeit the latter were substantially less potent. The Heaven Seal could enable him to revive after death, reminiscent of the cursed seal used by Kinshiki of the Otsutsuki clan in the era of Boruto. This clearly indicated the advanced nature of Orochimaru's research over the years, and activating the seal bore an appearance similar to tattoos. Without delving into the disparities between the Earth and Heaven Seal and those of others, it was evident that this research held immense potential. Receiving the system's reward directly spared Orochimaru the need for further experimentation, and he was curious about the optimized version of the seal. The system's offerings were undoubtedly top-notch. As for the second option, the non-corporeal reincarnation, he scoffed at its insignificance. The phrase "those not of my kind are bound to differ" held some truth. Yet the human race's pursuit of the demon clan's training methods was a last resort. After all, the Sage of Six Paths had left no cultural legacy, solely relying on bloodline inheritance, thwarting countless seekers of enlightenment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the improved version of the Earth and Heaven Seal. Would you like to claim your reward now? Without hesitation, Orochimaru selected the first option. However, he refrained from claiming the reward immediately, as he was still in an unknown realm. It would be of little use at the moment, so he decided to prioritize mastering the sage arts. At this moment, the small white creature on Orochimaru's neck had unwittingly poked its little head out from behind his long hair, evidently sensing the unusual atmosphere. The serpent's tongue flickered back and forth in the air, as if it were trying to perceive something. Without further hesitation, Orochimaru strode directly toward the dragon cave. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings gradually dimmed, yet the walls on either side of the cave entrance were embedded with numerous luminescent stones, illuminating the path ahead. The damp and shadowy environment was quite fitting for the habitat of serpents. Before long, a mist began to waft through the air, reminiscent of the scent of decaying wood. Trial participants, welcome to the Dragon Cave. Suddenly, a sultry, beguiling voice echoed, and as the words faded, Orochimaru felt the ground tremble beneath him. The stone walls surrounding him began to close in, converging toward him from all directions, halting only 5 meters away. Upon glancing up, he found himself encircled by thick stone walls, with a massive rock blocking his path ahead, creating what appeared to be a sealed chamber. The rock was riddled with numerous holes, and beneath it lay a mound of crystals. To pass through this obstacle, he would need to fill every hole in the rock with crystals. A strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat eerie figure materialized before Orochimaru, revealing herself as one of the elders of the Dragon Cave and a confidant of the White Serpent Sage. The selection committee for trial participants consisted of 3, the deity Tianshin, the deity Ichikushida, and the deity Suji. Those who failed the trials could be consumed by them with the permission of the White Serpent Sage. How intriguing. Yet, I wonder who this enchanting figure is. Observing the stunning woman as she completed her explanation of the trial and gradually faded from view, Orochimaru realized he could not evade this challenge. Such a trial would not daunt him. He immediately summoned several shadow clones and sent them rushing toward the mound of crystals. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Dragon Cave, within a temple, a voice filled with grace spoke softly to a being coiled upon a throne. "Elder, I've brought back that little rascal Orochimaru." The speaker was Suji, one of the elders and a trusted companion of the White Serpent Sage. The only one deserving of her deference was the sage herself. The White Serpent Sage, adorned with a purple silk headband and military green horn-like adornments, had flowing orange hair cascading beneath the band. Her enormous yellow eyes, larger than lanterns, radiated an aura of sovereign authority. Perhaps inheriting the Dragon Clan's penchant for collecting, she bore a green cat's eye stone on her chest, a red luminous pearl atop her head, and 2 golden rings on her tail. Very well, you may handle it as you see fit. Her colossal form, coiling for countless meters, remained still. Perhaps this ancient creature, having lived for over a millennium, enjoyed the indulgence of smoke. She leisurely puffed on a pipe before speaking. The White Serpent Sage was well aware of all occurrences within the Dragon Cave, without needing reports from her subordinates. For years, She had solely focused on testing those who sought to learn the art of immortality, remaining indifferent to worldly matters, embodying the essence of this sacred sanctuary. Only those with sincere intentions could encounter her, and in her eyes, only the truly power-hungry madman would venture here. Upon hearing the White Serpent Sage's directive, Suji respectfully withdrew. With a resounding rumble, the massive stone before Orochimaru slowly shifted aside. Although he had expended a considerable amount of chakra, he easily passed this trial. And this chakra was negligible given his current physique. As he pressed onward into the depths, Orochimaru remained unaware of the trials that awaited him, though he assumed they would not be overly challenging. After all, the original story had depicted him meeting the White Serpent Sage despite his frail condition. Twisting and turning, he descended deeper until he rounded a sharp bend and beheld a grand, ancient castle before him. Is this the second trial? Observing the castle adorned with an array of delectable dishes, Orochimaru recognized that these were merely illusions. Should he succumb to temptation and taste any of the food, his body and chakra would be devoured by the master of this realm, rendering the food a bait of death. Just as Orochimaru contemplated the simplicity of the trial, a chorus of feminine laughter rang in his ears. A group of alluring women, clad in sheer fabric that tantalizingly concealed their forms, appeared before him. With graceful movements, they approached, each smiling sweetly and casting seductive glances that ensnared him. Feeling their soft bodies lean against him, he was enveloped by their intoxicating presence. As one woman tenderly caressed his cheek, her fragrant essence overwhelming. Even a seasoned connoisseur of beauty like Orochimaru felt parched, seduced by their supple forms and delicate waists. The sensations were undeniably real, and the constraints of the 8 gates within him offered no hope of resistance, making everything feel achingly tangible. Just as he was about to reach out to the captivating beauty before him, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his neck. What? It was Little White, fiercely biting the area beneath his shoulder. Orochimaru felt the world spin, a wave of dizziness and nausea washing over him. He quickly cradled his head and knelt, beads of sweat dripping onto the ground. When he finally raised his gaze, the once present sumptuous food and alluring women had vanished. When had he been ensnared by an illusion? How had he failed to notice? In that moment, doubt crept into Orochimaru's mind about the efficacy of the 8 gates, developed through tireless research by the second Hokage. Gasping for breath, he recalled his journey thus far, pondering any overlooked details. Could it have been the scent? Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. This world contained illusions cast through sight, sound, and even actions, yet he had never encountered one utilizing scent. It bore a resemblance to hallucinogenic substances from his past life, differing only in its stealthy approach. Exhibiting a potent effect, the illusion had originated internally, which explained why the 8 gates had not reacted. If not for Little White's awakening, he would have likely succumbed. Gently stroking Little White's head, Orochimaru felt a surge of gratitude, only to be interrupted by a tinkling laugh once more. Haha, you are fortunate to have such a splendid companion. Hearing that bewitching voice again, Orochimaru drew his sword, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Is this the nature of the trial? Before he could unleash his wrath, the voice vanished without a trace. After enduring such mockery, Orochimaru contemplated retreating, cursing the absurdity of these trials. Fortunately, his subsequent journey was devoid of further disturbances until he encountered 2 colossal creatures blocking his path, one red and one purple, equal in size. They were the myriad snakes and its newfound ally. Is it you who injured me? Spoke the massive serpent with crimson scales and a fearsome face, bearing a single eye. Humph. If not for the constraints of the outside world, you would not be so audacious. Listening to these 2 creatures dismiss him entirely, Orochimaru grasped the audacity of the myriad snakes in opposing him. It is presumed that the Dragon Cave serves as a stronghold, significantly enhancing its power. The red serpent beside it is likely to be Shinya, the future summoning beast of Boruto. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Orochimaru observed the 2 serpents, eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and challenge, before his gaze shifted to the myriad of serpents. The dragon ascends the mountain while the tiger descends. The shinobi world is not yours to command. The rain has ceased, the skies have cleared. Do you truly believe you have the upper hand? In the presence of Orochimaru's orange-yellow serpent eyes, the myriad serpent instinctively recoiled, though it quickly regained its composure, for this was indeed its territory, bolstered by the formidable Shinya. Anger and humiliation surged within, twisting its expression into a fierce grimace. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end, Orochimaru. Before the words had fully left its mouth, a powerful gust of wind swept in from both sides, a barrage from the tails of the myriad serpent and Shinya, poised to cleave Orochimaru in two. Their coordination was commendable, yet to Orochimaru, it seemed sluggish. He did not evade, after all. The myriad serpent had not resisted these past few days, and its energy was nearly depleted, a perfect opportunity for him to siphon its strength. However, the ensuing events took him by surprise. The twin forces struck with the ferocity of dragons, and before he could fully absorb the energy, his body was severed in half. Witnessing this, Shinya's eyes reflected disdain. Is this all you've got? The myriad serpent's expression mirrored surprise. You were so arrogant, yet now you see the consequences. But before the serpents could manifest any semblance of triumph, Orochimaru's severed halves were swiftly connected by a multitude of serpents, each one bracing against their tails. I underestimated you, Orochimaru mused. He had not anticipated the strength the two serpents wielded here in the Dragon Cave, from the force displayed. The myriad serpent's power had at least increased by a significant margin. Caution was paramount. A misstep could lead to embarrassment. His demeanor grew serious. Meanwhile, not far from the skirmish, a strikingly beautiful woman spoke to another equally enchanting figure clad in palace attire. Do you truly believe that allowing those two to run rampant will result in no consequences? Huh? Did you not witness the devastation inflicted on the myriad serpent days ago? Worry not. That creature is far from simple. The palace-clad woman paused, a mischievous glint in her eye as she continued. Even if our matriarch permits us to act freely, regardless of the outcome, we shall not be held accountable. Upon hearing her companion's reassurances, the first woman felt her worries dissipate, recalling the imposing figure she had glimpsed during the initial trials. Such a vast reservoir of chakra would undoubtedly suffice to handle those unruly serpents. These two were, after all, the elders responsible for testing Orochimaru in the Dragon Cave. The one assessing his chakra was Chikishoto, while the other, responsible for testing his willpower through illusions, was the divine spirit of Tenku. They were well aware that Orochimaru was the contract holder of the myriad serpent, having witnessed the latter's earlier humiliation. They had deliberately increased the difficulty of his trials. The myriad serpent, not one to forget grievances, was eager for retribution, joining forces with the equally tempestuous Shinya. However, their schemes were destined to fail, for shortly after the words of Tenku and Chikishoto faded, a shadow cloaked in darkness emerged. Gaining his breath, Orochimaru stepped forward, treading over the forms of the myriad serpent and Shinya, having triumphed in their confrontation. The victor was unmistakably Orochimaru, while the two serpents lay defeated, their bodies exuding heat, akin to being scorched. Although Orochimaru had struck with significant force, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. This was the Dragon Cave, after all. The White Snake Sage was observing. A degree of restraint was warranted. The injuries sustained would only require a brief recovery period of 10 days to 2 weeks, as the abundant energy in this sacred realm would facilitate their healing. Greetings, esteemed elders. I trust you are well, Orochimaru rasped, addressing the two waiting serpent maidens ahead. One was familiar from the first trial, while the other appeared to be the examiner for the second. To his surprise, her illusionary form was quite alluring. Hehe, Orochimaru. Since you have passed the trials of the Dragon Cave, you may accompany us. The one with a somewhat enigmatic smile, Tenku, winked at Orochimaru before turning to lead the way. Bah, manipulative vixen, attempting to ensnare me with your charms. Such thoughts remained unspoken within Orochimaru's mind. To openly rebuff her would surely invite retribution. As he observed the slender forms of the two women, their serpentine waists swaying gracefully, an ember of desire flickered within him, not for them, but for the opportunity to finally meet the legendary White Snake Sage, an ancient being that had endured since the era of Kagaya, outlasting even the Sage of Six Paths. He wondered just how formidable its power had become. Before long, Orochimaru reached the terminus of the passageway. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a vast cavern, sprawling like a boundless expanse, reminiscent of several football fields combined. What grandeur the White Snake Sage commands! He marveled, gazing upon the colossal, serpentine figure that spiraled and coiled within, stretching several hundred meters. Its size dwarfed that of the myriad serpent, a mere child in comparison. It was no wonder such a being could subdue the myriad of demonic entities in this domain. Are you the trial participant? A thunderous voice resonated in Orochimaru's ears, snapping him from his reverie. The enormous, lantern-like eyes of the white snake sage scrutinized Orochimaru's demeanor, seemingly pleased with his astonishment. Chapter 46. In a humble abode, why not lurk a dragon? You are indeed the trial participant? The booming voice of the white snake sage momentarily left Orochimaru in a daze, the sight before him reshaping his worldview. Orochimaru, the sage, is inquiring. Tinku, next to the white snake sage, noticed Orochimaru's stunned expression and prompted him. They were accustomed to such reactions. It was not uncommon for first-time visitors to the white snake sage to be overwhelmed. Some had knelt in reverence, while others had fainted in fear. Orochimaru's reaction, however, was comparatively restrained. The Grand Hall is not necessarily the abode of the true phoenix. In a humble dwelling, why not harbor the lurking dragon? I apologize for intruding upon your serene meditation. Upon regaining his composure, Orochimaru stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the white snake sage. He held a deep reverence for the sage who would soon impart powerful techniques. The principle of valuing one's teacher was ingrained within him, a remnant of his previous existence. Although he cherished the lessons from the third Hokage, they were memories from before his reincarnation. For his present self, they held little significance, especially since, without the third Hokage's guidance, Orochimaru's accomplishments would not have diminished, given his innate talent. The third Hokage had imparted only basic techniques and a few forbidden jutsu. However, the true pinnacle of power remained untaught, ultimately capping Orochimaru's potential. In contrast, the white snake sage stood as a being of ancient wisdom, capable of teaching techniques that could rival even the sage of six paths, and thus, Orochimaru regarded this opportunity with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Orochimaru's flattering words, the white snake sage's eyes sparkled with interest. After all, years of cultivation were aimed at achieving the ultimate transformation into a dragon. The white snake sage took a deep drag from her pipe. A swirling mist enveloped the surroundings, and the scene before them began to warp and twist. Before Orochimaru could marvel at the sage's extraordinary abilities, the formidable figure of the white snake sage vanished, replaced by a kind-hearted old woman clad in a flowing white robe. Little Orochimaru, not bad. In an instant, the sage, who had been 100 meters away just moments ago, now stood right before him. Orochimaru stifled his impulse to strike the old face, standing still and refraining from any rash actions. You possess an innate affinity with serpents, a commendable physique, albeit a tad aged. The white snake sage circled Orochimaru, inspecting him while nodding. However, her words struck Orochimaru as somewhat unflattering. What did she mean by a tad aged? Compared to this old hag, he was practically an infant. It was true that, relative to Jiraiya and Minato, who had ventured into sage arts in their teens, at 33, he was a bit late. Yet, his appearance had remained youthful, seemingly frozen at 25, a testament to his remarkable lineage, which the sage astutely recognized. A kind word warms 3 winters, but the words of a serpent can chill one to the bone in June. I may not be a youthful heartthrob, but I am certainly no old baby. As the sage circled, the 3 elder women approached, also scrutinizing Orochimaru, though their limited skills rendered them unable to discern much. The art of sagehood cannot be lightly bestowed. Since you have passed the preliminary trials, I shall impart upon you the sage techniques of the Dragon Cave. However, I must caution you, the process of learning these arts carries great risks. Should you fail, the price may be your very life. The white snake sage returned to face Orochimaru, laying bare the stakes to ensure he understood the gravity of the endeavor. I grasp the concept of sacrifice, Orochimaru rasped. If I cannot succeed, it is merely a reflection of my own inadequacies. He had anticipated this moment. Had he possessed his previous body, he might have hesitated. However, the prospect of his current form being sealed by death was not a concern. In the original narrative, years later, Orochimaru had come to the Dragon Cave. Perhaps because of an incomplete soul, he had failed to master the sage arts. Remarkably, he had escaped a seemingly fatal predicament, his essence transforming into that of a phosphorescent serpent. Prepare yourself, the sage instructed, gliding toward her throne, while the 3 women gestured for Orochimaru to follow. They arrived at an altar where Orochimaru, adhering to the instructions, removed his upper garment and sat cross-legged. The 3 women, witnessing his robust physique, were momentarily taken aback by his well-defined form, showcasing an athletic build and pronounced abdominal muscles. a striking contrast between clothed and unclothed. Ignoring their whispers and jests, Orochimaru centered himself, calming his mind. Channel your chakra with all your might, or you shall perish. The sage's words echoed in his ears, and at that instant, a sharp pain pierced his neck. A peculiar and potent energy surged within him, compelling Orochimaru to activate his chakra to counteract this force. In that fleeting moment, changes manifested. His snake-like markings intensified, and subtle scales began to emerge across his body, an indication of his transformation. The sage arts of the Dragon Cave were far from gentle. The process involved the sage personally infusing natural energy into the aspirant's being. Should one fail to absorb this energy mid-process, they would directly succumb to transformation. Unlike the gentler methods of Myaboku Mountain, which allowed for remedies like toad oil to negate adverse effects, this was precisely why so few succeeded in mastering the Dragon Cave's sage arts. Failure equated to death. Of course, Orochimaru surmised that there must exist methods to counteract this transformation, but why would they offer him special treatment? There were many petrified statues in Myaboku Mountain. Had he not been the prophesied child, he would not have received such privileges. Keep a close watch. If he falters, lend him a hand. The White Snake Sage instructed the three women, their eyes widening in surprise, for no previous aspirants had been afforded such consideration. Clearly, Orochimaru had captured the sage's attention. The three women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with envy as they regarded Orochimaru, deeming him a fortunate individual. Yet, unbeknownst to them, while Orochimaru exhibited signs of transformation upon the altar, he maintained a precarious balance. Should he fail to assimilate the natural energy before exhausting his own chakra, that would be the moment for their intervention. However, this would merely signify his trial's failure, and their assistance would only serve to preserve his life. I had hoped to savor the essence of this body, but it seems that shall not come to pass, remarked the spirit of Tenshin Shinki. For those who failed the trial were destined to be consumed by them. Nevertheless, since the White Snake Sage had intervened, they would let it be. Come now. We shan't miss a meal. You might consider another form of tasting, suggested one of the women. He does seem to possess considerable strength. They spoke candidly not far from him, yet at that moment, Orochimaru was oblivious to the world around him. Chapter 47. The Law of True Fragrance in the Outside World. At the border between the land of earth and the land of rain, a middle-aged man resembling a monk was seated in meditation within the forest. His striking red hair was tied in a small ponytail, complemented by a full red beard. A black guard adorned his brow, and his purple robe and armored attire were particularly eye-catching. This individual was the rogue ninja Otsutsuki, a host of the Four Tails, Sun Wukong. Otsutsuki. Life as a fugitive must be challenging. Look how you fared. In the realm of the spirit, Sun Wukong expressed his schadenfreude towards Otsutsuki. Over the years, through Otsutsuki's diligent training, the bond between man and beast had gradually improved. Sun Wukong had begun to accept Otsutsuki as a host. However, it perplexed him that this fellow had chosen the path of a monk. Such a choice was a torment for the hot-tempered Wukong. While constant brawls might have been more bearable, violence was hardly compatible with the lifestyle of a recluse. With gain comes loss. Yet it was precisely Otsutsuki's serene demeanor that earned Wukong's approval. Midnight's murky wine soothes the solitude, while dawn brings forth the bustling world. Through the trials of life, the spirit awakens. Otsutsuki remained unfazed by Sun Wukong's taunts, having heard such remarks countless times. Stubbornly, he remained undeterred. Humph, how dull. Noticing Otsutsuki's indifference, Wukong ceased his banter. Day after day, their activities consisted of wandering and practicing their combined ninjutsu. Otsutsuki had proven diligent in this regard, dedicating all but time for travel to the arduous task of mastering the Four Tails control. They had begun to develop a mutual understanding. Yet the road to becoming a perfect Jinchuriki remained long and arduous. Seeing that Wukong had settled down, Otsutsuki deemed it time to rest after a long day, for they had to continue their journey the next day. At the Dragon Cave, upon the altar, after 3 days of meditation, Orochimaru had begun to adapt to the overwhelming nature of the natural energy. His chakra had countered the invasive energy, and the outward signs of transformation had ceased. However, unbeknownst to him, 2 black tear marks had appeared beneath his eyes, a sign of sage transformation. Orochimaru had only associated such markings with the Wetbone Forest and Myaboku Mountain, never anticipating they would manifest in the Dragon Cave as well. Orochimaru remained oblivious to these external changes, yet he felt his body gradually returning to normal. His next objective was to fully master and wield this newfound energy. Half a month later, Orochimaru slowly opened his eyes, involuntarily exhaling a breath of stale air. Congratulations. You have entered the realm of sage arts. As Orochimaru opened his eyes for the first time, a soft and enchanting feminine voice reached his ears. Lifting his gaze, he found himself face to face with Shichikujima. Was this merely the initial foray? Rising from the altar after meditating for half a month, his body had grown stiff. Yet he was astonished that, despite such a prolonged period without sustenance, he felt no pangs of hunger. With his formidable sage body, mastering sage techniques was entirely within his expectations. What left him astounded was the fact that the natural energy imbued by the white serpent sage could sustain him for such an extended duration. Of course, this was merely the first step. The subsequent stages lay ahead. Shichikujima spoke slowly, gesturing for Orochimaru to follow in her footsteps. Orochimaru, having no reason for hesitation, recognized that while others took 3 to 5 months, or even a year and a half, to learn sage techniques, he could not possibly have mastered them in just half a month. Though he prided himself on his genius, he had not reached a level of understanding that defied the natural order, unless rewarded by the system. As they navigated the winding paths deep beneath the earth, a radiant light soon beckoned from ahead. What is this place? Shielding his eyes from the blinding brightness, he found it challenging to adjust after spending so long in the dim cave. Before he could fully acclimate to the stunning scenery, the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds filled the air, accompanied by the sweet fragrance of blossoms. When he finally grasped the sight before him, he was taken aback. It was a veritable paradise, replete with vibrant flora and clear waters, a true haven. He pondered the source of this light, suspecting it to be some divine method. Was this not the genuine sacred ground of the immortals? Seeing Orochimaru's awestruck expression, Shichikujima smiled charmingly. This subterranean realm was not a place just anyone could visit. Over the millennia, only a handful of humans had made their way here. Upon hearing her words, Orochimaru became aware that the air was saturated with abundant natural energy, not much less than that of the white serpent sage's dwelling. Gurgle. At that moment, Orochimaru's stomach audibly grumbled, and a wave of hunger washed over him. Hee. Perhaps you should find a way to remedy your predicament. Shichikujima chuckled softly, covering her mouth while leaving him to figure out the issue of sustenance for himself. Orochimaru could only proceed forward with a sense of resignation. The environment was pleasant, and the food chain presumably well established. Surely, it could not be like Mayaboko Mountain, where he subsisted solely on insects. Here, he had more autonomy in his choices, aside from avoiding the disciples of Shichikujima. He saw no problem in foraging. With that thought, Orochimaru ventured toward the towering thickets to take in the scenery. Before long, he prepared a pot to heat oil, next to which lay a sizable fish he had cleaned, estimating its weight to be around 10 pounds. It must be said that in such an environment, not only was the natural energy abundant, but the oxygen content in the air surpassed that of the outside world, resulting in larger creatures than those found beyond. Bringing pots and pans for a home-cooked meal was merely standard practice, and it was merely a matter of using a ninja tool scroll, no bother at all. As Orochimaru cooked, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, soon attracting numerous animals to observe from a distance. However, these creatures dared not approach, caught between curiosity and caution. Step aside. Mere ants. With a resounding roar, a colossal creature emerged before him. It was the fully healed 10,000 serpents. Drawn by the delectable scent, it had come. As for the proud Shinya, he likely retreated in shame after his defeat. Orochimaru, how bold of you to trespass upon this sacred ground. The 10,000 serpents towered over him, though the drool dripping from its mouth betrayed its true intentions. Orochimaru doubted that it was unaware of why he had come here. After all, without the permission of the white serpent sage, who could enter this domain? As it attempted to cast accusations upon him, the glistening saliva revealed its ulterior motives. Chapter 48. Brother Snake. Practicing sage techniques, seeing that Orochimaru ignored its presence, the 10,000 serpents seethed with indignation. However, upon meeting Orochimaru's disdainful gaze, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over it, instantly tempering its arrogance. Have you forgotten your place? Speak to me like that again, and I shall break your spine. With this, Orochimaru turned the fish on the grill while stirring the rabbit meat simmering in the pot. The allure of the rabbit stew was undeniable, Otherwise, the 10,000 serpents would not dare approach, risking a confrontation. Orochimaru, if you let me have that fish, I shall heed your commands in the future. The 10,000 serpents, having abandoned its haughty demeanor, now spoke with a hint of humility. Orochimaru regarded it anew, a smile gracing his lips. If you call me Brother Snake, I would not mind grilling you a piece. Upon hearing this, the 10,000 serpents flared with indignation. How could it? A being of formidable lineage, having lived for centuries and the leader of the Dragon Cave, call a mere youth a brother? Absolutely not. However, as Orochimaru sprinkled seasoning over the fish, the 10,000 serpents could no longer hold back. Yet, in the presence of so many onlookers, it still retained a modicum of pride, quietly slinking closer within 2 meters of Orochimaru, reluctantly uttering, "Brother Snake." When it approached, Orochimaru initially thought it was about to launch an attack. Little did he expect such a proposal. With no means to fight back and unable to resist temptation, it decided to concede to Orochimaru for now, vowing to reclaim its honor in the future. "Go catch your own fish in the river," Orochimaru said without turning back. And the 10,000 serpents swiftly plunged into the nearby waters. Orochimaru chuckled at the scene. Having set the precedent, many more would follow. "See, I can handle you." Eventually, the 10,000 serpents successfully feasted upon Orochimaru's grilled fish, savoring the fragrant aroma and succulent juices, reluctant to consume it all at once. Instead, it delicately nibbled at the fish, leaving the observing animals nearby envious. Ah, what a delightful fragrance! Witnessing the humbled 10,000 serpents succumb to the allure of the enticing aroma, Orochimaru felt no surprise. This was a law more powerful than causality itself, a simple creature. The 10,000 serpents, how absurd! Once Orochimaru had satisfied his hunger, Tianshin Shunshur approached him. Surprised, Orochimaru had assumed that Tianshin Shunshur would guide him throughout. Yet here was a change in instruction. His impression of her was not particularly favorable. Not only had she dealt him a severe blow during the illusion trial, but her alluring and enigmatic visage also did little to endear her to him. Her gaze seemed to hold ulterior motives, as if she were ravenously intent on consuming him. "Orochimaru, I shall guide you through the next phase of your training. Do be careful not to perish, otherwise." As she spoke, Tianshin Shunshur extended a tongue longer than Orochimaru's, licking her lips with an unmistakable glint in her eyes. Indeed, this enchantress was coveting him. In the ensuing time, under Tianshin Shunshur's tutelage, Orochimaru embarked on the second stage of his training. Though her demeanor was less than pleasant, she was diligent in addressing his inquiries. The second stage of training was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. It involved sensing and guiding the natural energy present in the air into one's body. However, one had to carefully control the amount absorbed, for a moment's carelessness could lead to transformation. Orochimaru needed to gradually familiarize himself with natural energy through absorption and refinement until he could master it completely. In this secluded mountain, time flowed unmarked, the chill of winter unaware of the passage of years. Thus, in the process of this training, half a year quietly slipped away. On this day, Snake Brother, do you think these can be of use? A myriad of snakes, with a cloth pouch clutched in their fangs, scampered eagerly towards Orochimaru. After the dual impact of martial prowess and delectable cuisine, addressing Orochimaru as Snake Brother had become second nature to them. The generosity of Orochimaru had left them with no choice. As the pouch was placed before Orochimaru, its contents, various bottles and jars, tumbled out, revealing the seasonings he used for cooking. The assortment was quite complete. How were the ingredients for lunch coming along? Orochimaru, seated in a meditative posture, glanced at the heap of seasonings and promptly inquired of the myriad snakes. "I shall prepare it at once." With that, the myriad snakes vanished in a flash. It was no wonder they had become so eager. Now, they had a share in the daily meals. And all they needed to do was present the various ingredients to Orochimaru to relish the exquisite dishes. These were far more delectable than the food illusions experienced during trials. And it wasn't just them. Tianshin Shinji, Shikido Heim, and Tuanjin Heim also benefited from this culinary delight. Initially, the three women felt a bit shy, but upon witnessing the unabashed gluttony of the myriad snakes, they could no longer restrain themselves. With the assistance of the three women, Orochimaru faced no difficulties in his training, allowing him to master Sage Mode to a significant extent in just half a year. Observing the sharp nails sprouting from his fingers and toes, the black tear streaks beneath his eyes, and the emergence of a pair of black wings and a slender steel tail on his back, Orochimaru was intently focused on cooking. Others found nothing unusual. According to Orochimaru, maintaining and utilizing Sage Mode for extended periods allowed him to reap training benefits. In his view, these simple daily activities were precisely what enabled him to refine his control over Sage Mode. Indeed, the results were remarkable. In this state, he could continuously absorb natural energy, activating Sage Mode in mere moments. Except when sleeping, he was essentially always in Sage Mode, and sustaining this condition for extended periods significantly drained his mental energy. Yet it also greatly enhanced it. This portion is for the White Snake Sage, and this one is for you. Orochimaru handed a large pot to the myriad snakes, directing them to deliver it to the White Snake Sage. Orochimaru was quite adept at navigating the intricacies of snake social dynamics. After all, even if the White Snake Sage appeared unperturbed, who could tell what she might be secretly thinking about his perceived insensitivity? The myriad snakes grasped the pot with their fangs and scurried deeper into the dragon cave. Handling such errands was naturally their duty. The remaining pot was designated for the meals of the four of them. Ever since the three women had tasted Orochimaru's cooking, they had lost interest in raw meat and now eagerly gathered around. Little Snake Maru, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could stay here forever? I truly don't want you to leave so soon after learning. Tuanjin Heim was the first to speak, with the other two women chiming in. Yes, stay with us. You won't feel lonely with your sisters around. If I had known it would be so quick for you to learn, I would have offered less guidance. The three women had grown quite familiar with Orochimaru and no longer held back in their playful banter. Regrettably, I plan to leave in a few days, Orochimaru replied, unaffected by their teasing. After all this time, he had come to understand their natures. However, upon hearing his words, the three women cast him glances tinged with sorrow. Chapter 49. If you do not understand the great vehicle of Buddhism high in the sky, a dark figure moved swiftly, in a world devoid of airplanes or flying saucers. It could only be Orochimaru. Just moments ago, he had bid farewell to the White Snake Sage and the three elders of the Dragon Cave. The parting scene was naturally bittersweet, primarily because they were reluctant to see him go. Having grown accustomed to the exquisite delicacies prepared by Orochimaru, they were quite unwilling to return to primitive times. Fortunately, during the past 6 months, they had absorbed much of Orochimaru's culinary expertise, learning a great deal through observation. Though the extent of their skills varied, they had at least mastered the basics of grilling fish and meat, simply requiring good control of the heat and the right seasonings. They had also learned various hands-on cooking methods, such as hot pot and spicy skewers. Orochimaru never imagined he would single-handedly alter their centuries-old habits of subsisting on raw flesh. He owed much to his past life for this. Before departing, the White Snake Sage, perhaps out of appreciation for Orochimaru's conscientiousness over the past 6 months, imparted a method for serpent cultivation to Little White. Gently stroking the small creature resting on his head, Orochimaru acknowledged its fortunate destiny. The great serpent soared upwards, riding the winds to a height of 9 kilometers. Orochimaru reveled in this moment of freedom. The sensation of flying through the heavens was distinctly different from that of spinning in place. Spinning consumed chakra, while Sage Mode relied on natural energy, as well as physical and mental stamina. The latter seemed a greater cost, yet natural energy could be replenished at will, and the consumption of physical and mental energy was not excessive. Maintaining this state for an entire day was entirely feasible. Orochimaru had also inquired of the White Snake Sage regarding the normalcy of his Sage Mode, for unlike the Sage Mode of others, including Naruto, Jiraiya, or the first Hokage, which retained a human form, his was quite distinct. Even the so-called perfect Sage Mode of Tobi merely manifested dragon horns and snake scales. His Sage Mode, on the other hand, did have a normal form, an initial state of Sage Mode. In this state, aside from the black tear streaks and a pair of dragon horns measuring 20 centimeters sprouting from his head, the rest of his body remained normal, with only minor scales appearing at the corners of his eyes. However, upon fully entering Sage Mode, not only did his hands and feet undergo transformation, but he also sprouted black wings and a tail resembling a steel whip. This was comparable to Kenshiki's second curse mark state. Both were closer to beastly forms. Orochimaru decided to name the first state Dragon Snake form and the second state Black-Winged Great Serpent form. The White Snake Sage had mentioned that Sage Mode in the Dragon Cave varied from person to person, with various characteristics of dragon transformation potentially manifesting, and she had seen her fair share of such phenomena. no longer troubled by these thoughts. Orochimaru was content as long as he did not end up with an absurdly grotesque form like that of Jugo. He felt that he was now capable of competing with the Kage of other shinobi villages. He believed that aside from the third Raikage, who could contend with the Eight Tails, and Oinoki, who possessed the unique ability to eliminate bloodlines, he could hold his own against the rest of the Kage. However, these were merely Orochimaru's conjectures. He would need to find someone to compare his abilities against. Even if he could hold his ground or even dominate them, he did not consider himself invincible. He was acutely aware that future figures like Madara and the matured Nagato would not be easily subdued, let alone the likes of Kaguya or the Six Paths Madara, who had transcended the very essence of life itself. Even Might Guy, who risked his life, had failed to deliver a conclusive blow, while others could recover to full strength within mere moments. While Orochimaru was lost in thought, a powerful surge of chakra emanated from below. He quickly extended his senses and, upon detecting the situation 2 kilometers down, was taken aback, a grin forming on his lips. Just as he had been contemplating finding someone to spar with, he had stumbled upon the perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, Orochimaru soared towards the source of the chakra fluctuation. As he approached the destination, a kilometer away, Orochimaru withdrew from Sage Mode, returning to his original form. The energy fluctuations of Sage Mode were excessively potent. He did not wish to frighten away his potential opponent before even arriving. Is it still insufficient? At that moment, Old Z was panting heavily, straining to control the Four Tails, attempting to unleash greater capabilities. Alas, your talent is too lacking. It seems you must exert yourself even more. In the realm of spiritual consciousness, the Four Tails sighed, pondering the absurdity of it all. If only Naruto possessed such innate talent, there would have been no need for 2.5 years of practice. He could have perfected his status as a Jinchuriki in merely 6 months. Suddenly, a presence approached. Just as Otsutsuki was poised to continue his efforts, the Four Tails alert abruptly halted his motion. Following the Four Tails cue, Otsutsuki cast his gaze towards a particular direction, yet the dense thicket ahead revealed no signs of disturbance. Just when he presumed it was merely a passerby, a pale figure with flowing hair emerged into view. Indeed, it was you, the rogue ninja from Awagakure, Otsutsuki. The Four Tails, Jinchuriki. Upon noticing the Leaf Village forehead protector adorning the newcomer, Otsutsuki's intuition warned him of impending trouble, and he detested being referred to as the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Umitba, my friend, I trust you are well. Otsutsuki greeted Orochimaru with a gesture reminiscent of a monk, almost indistinguishable from one. I hear you possess the ability to harness the power of tailed beasts in battle. I assume your strength is formidable. I would be most grateful if the esteemed Otsutsuki could lend me the Four Tails for a brief period. As he spoke, Orochimaru approached with a smirk, his words not mere fabrications, as he genuinely wished to study the tailed beast. However, the rasp in his tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of provocation to Otsutsuki. The notion of borrowing it for a time was a blatant attempt at coercion. A flicker of anger ignited within his eyes, and his tone grew icy. Umitba, my friend, please exercise restraint. Personal items are not for loan. This reaction was anticipated by Orochimaru. Should he acquire the tailed beast, he would ensure his survival. His primary aim was to test Otsutsuki's current strength, with the tailed beast merely a secondary concern. Ah, what nonsense. Today, either I shall vanquish you, or you shall perish at my hands. Orochimaru charged towards Otsutsuki, his words an effort to prevent an immediate escape, for he had no intention of engaging in philosophical discourse. If you cannot comprehend the profound teachings, I possess some martial skills. Seeing his opponent make the first move, Otsutsuki discarded any hesitation and hurled shurikens at Orochimaru. Their battle was ignited, a common occurrence in the ninja world where discord often led to combat. With their opposing allegiances, Otsutsuki, having defected from Awagakure, would show no mercy to former foes, and Orochimaru felt similarly. He might hesitate against allies, but against a rogue ninja, he felt no obligation to hold back. After all, he was engaged in righteous deeds, eliminating threats to the populace, and would soon seek accolades from Inoki. Chapter 50. Yukong, why waste words with him? As a Jinchuriki capable of wielding the tailed beast's power, Otsutsuki had not yet reached the level of deep communion and understanding, yet he was steadily progressing in that direction. Not long ago, he had successfully cultivated the Kekkei Genkai of lava release. Indeed, Otsutsuki's mastery of lava release was acquired through diligent training rather than innate talent. He unleashed a barrage of lava-release fireballs at Orochimaru, which posed little threat to him, as he quickly closed in. Their fists collided. Orochimaru, confident in his overwhelming strength, relished the exchange, while Otsutsuki, bolstered by his status as a Jinchuriki, refused to show weakness. A resounding explosion erupted as their fists met. Despite the ferocity of Orochimaru's strike, he had not exerted his full force, intending to gauge Otsutsuki's power. Thus, most of the energy was absorbed. And Otsutsuki's magma-infused punches did not disappoint, as the searing heat was swiftly neutralized. Truly, he was a human volcano, an ideal adversary for training. Otsutsuki was momentarily taken aback as the intense heat dissipated from his fist, realizing that his opponent possessed an unusual ability. With renewed vigor, he enveloped himself in a layer of lava, entering the lava-release chakra mode, a sight so striking that even a kainu nearby would mistake it for a family member. Infernal flow of lava technique. Otsutsuki unleashed multiple fireballs, their coverage significantly broader than before, and their offensive capability markedly enhanced. In high-stakes combat, unless one's skills were honed to perfection, encounters would merely test who could endure more damage. Coincidentally, Orochimaru excelled in enduring blows. He feared not the direct confrontation but rather evasive tactics. Thus he opted not to engage in ninjutsu with Otsutsuki. In a swift motion, Orochimaru appeared before Otsutsuki, delivering a punch directly to his face. The suddenness of this assault left Otsutsuki vulnerable. Before he could react, he endured a heavy blow. In the next instant, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing through trees for a distance of 4 to 5 dozen meters before finally halting. Otsutsuki, this adversary, is formidable. That seemed akin to teleportation. Even I could not sense it. I might meet my end here today. Witnessing Orochimaru's might, Otsutsuki felt an urgent need to act. After years of arduous training, he could not afford to perish against a worthy Jinchuriki. Is this the extent of the Four Tails Jinchuriki? Such mediocrity is truly disappointing. As Orochimaru advanced, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet echoed ominously in Otsutsuki's ears. Rubbing his bruised face, Otsutsuki spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with several teeth, as his chakra mode dimmed, leaving him grave and serious. "Lend me your strength," he implored the Four Tails, and in an instant, a layer of tailed beast armor enveloped him, releasing a powerful chakra wave that manifested a tail from his lower back. "Oh, so you truly intend to fight for your life?" Before Orochimaru could finish his thought, Otsutsuki vanished from sight, charging at him with a speed that eluded human perception. Even the extraordinary Orochimaru had to concede that Otsutsuki's rapid movement in close quarters rivaled his own. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. Once again, he unleashed a lava attack. Yet this time, Orochimaru did not retreat, but met it head-on. The scorching lava, far from inflicting harm, was a coveted boon for him. They clashed once more, with Otsutsuki's lava punches and spheres being forcefully suppressed by Orochimaru. After their fists met, Orochimaru seized both of Otsutsuki's arms, extinguishing the lava enveloping him. Furthermore, the lava release chakra was being rapidly siphoned away, rendering Otsutsuki akin to a mere battery. Before he could register shock, Orochimaru's voice echoed in his ear. "Did you think you were the only one capable of spewing energy?" With that, Orochimaru extended his extraordinarily elongated tongue, forming a dark red energy sphere at its tip. How is this possible? Otsutsuki could hardly believe his eyes as the crimson sphere hurtled toward his face. Anyone struck by such a close-range attack would surely be gravely injured or worse. This technique, developed by Orochimaru based on energy properties, resembled the Zero from Bleach. However, while Zero gathered spiritual energy, Orochimaru's technique compressed energy from within his own body, forming at a speed even swifter than Zero. The two techniques differed only in their methods of energy accumulation, yet their destructive power was comparable. It could be said to be a mere variation of the same essence. And thus he retained the name Zero. The violent, searing energy engulfed Otsutsuki, who lacked the ability to absorb energy like Orochimaru, leaving him severely scorched. Orochimaru envisioned Otsutsuki's charred form, concluding that perhaps Jinchuriki were not as formidable as they seemed. Before he could even reveal a smile, a colossal shadow manifested amidst the smoke and dust, and in the next moment, an unexpected attack sent Orochimaru flying. This body is indeed powerful. It was about time it displayed such strength. As the haze dissipated, a gigantic creature, 50 meters long with crimson mane and four tails trailing behind, revealed itself, fully transformed into the four tails. I had never encountered a ninja with such peculiar abilities. The lava attacks had no effect on him, and his fighting style was far from ordinary. It must be said that although the old man had not reached the pinnacle of perfect Jinchuriki, he maintained a lucid mind even in his fully tailed beast form. I refused to believe that even with such strength, he could match me in a direct confrontation. After all, a human remains a human. It is quite reasonable for the four tails to think this way, as it had yet to hear of anyone capable of confronting a tailed beast single-handedly in the ninja world. As for the third Reikage of Kyomogakure, he was a rare exception. Let me take control of the body. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't need to exert my full strength to defeat him. Upon hearing this, the old man relaxed his mind, while Orochimaru stood back up in the distance, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet otherwise appeared unfazed. Kid, you're doomed. Wukong, stop wasting words with him. Facing such a massive opponent for the first time, Orochimaru felt a surge of excitement, as it was an excellent opportunity to explore the limits of this Uzumaki body. The previous battle had been a one-sided massacre, lacking any thrill. Now, the fully tailed beast form of the four tails promised even greater power. With this thought, Orochimaru stepped forward without hesitation. Chapter 51. How to lose to a dragon rider as a being formed from condensed chakra. The power of a tailed beast is naturally formidable. This is not like the summonable snakes. The difference lies not only in size, but also in combat style, which transcends mere grappling and biting. Some tailed beasts can even utilize ninjutsu, such as the wind release of Shikaku or the lava release of the four tails, which possess immense power and a vast area of effect when wielded. Orochimaru finally met an opponent that matched his size. In their initial clash, he was surprisingly pushed back over 10 meters, feeling a tingling sensation in his fist for the first time. Looking at the four tails, its fist was merely deflected slightly, and it too was astonished that Orochimaru could stand up to it. Evidently, it would have to go all out. With this realization, the four tails opened its massive mouth, surrounding energy gradually coalescing into a tailed beast ball. Upon seeing the four tails gather the tailed beast ball, Orochimaru also extended a finger, swiftly forming an energy sphere. In the next moment, two dark red energy spheres collided, and both parties stood their ground, their explosions resonating without retreat. The four tails, with its tough hide, shielded itself with its four tails to absorb the impact, while Orochimaru, undeterred, released a significant amount of energy, having found a way to utilize it again. As the dust settled, both sides stared at each other, seemingly unscathed. The standoff did not last long. After all, mere glares could not harm anyone, and they resumed their brutal exchange. Initially, Orochimaru found himself at a disadvantage, yet after absorbing sufficient energy, he began to strike back with all his might, managing to hold his ground against the four tails. Using ninjutsu might have yielded better results, but Orochimaru was unwilling to squander the opportunity to face such a formidable opponent. He relished the feeling of exerting all his strength with every clash, noticing a marked improvement in his body's capacity to absorb energy. Since the battle took place outdoors, both sides had no reservations. The four tails lava had engulfed a 1-kilometer radius, and flames blazed even further away. The four tails combined its four tails and executed a sweeping strike that sent Orochimaru flying, while simultaneously spewing a torrent of lava to engulf him. Wukong, the situation is dire. This kid is not only powerful, but the lava release has no effect on him. Observing Orochimaru emerging from the lava rain, the old man felt a twinge of worry. Is he even human? Who truly is the tailed beast here? Continuing this way doesn't seem viable. I sense his strength growing. The four tails echoed the sentiment. Having exhausted various techniques, finding that neither the tailed beast ball nor its immense power could subdue Orochimaru. At this point, both combatants sensed a desire to retreat. But against Orochimaru's elusive teleportation, they had to devise an escape plan. The mental communication between the two was unbeknownst to Orochimaru, who was lost in the fervent embrace of the molten lava. All right, let's do it. They reached a consensus, having prepared to withdraw. In the next moment, the four tails gathered another tailed beast ball, this one larger than the last. Here we go again. Seeing the tailed beast ball, Orochimaru felt a sense of resignation. The same technique seemed never-ending. However, he soon discerned the opponent's intention. As the tailed beast ball approached, Orochimaru did not engage directly, Instead, he absorbed the energy at the moment of contact. Had his body not been saturated with energy from previous absorption, he could have taken in the tailed beast ball entirely. Yet now, he could scarcely bear to force any more energy in. Thus, upon touching the tailed beast ball, he released an energy sphere towards the four tails. It sounded simple, but Orochimaru maximized his body's speed, causing everything around him to slow down like a scene from Bullet Time. Another explosive sound resonated, and a small mushroom cloud gradually ascended. As the dust cleared, Orochimaru was taken aback to see four identical four-tails before him. The tailed beast can create shadow clones? He pondered. Yet three more would pose no issue. With this thought, Orochimaru formed several hand seals, while the four tails remained still, seemingly curious about Orochimaru's next move. Moments later, he halted his hand movements. Sage Mode activate. Orochimaru decided to enter the first stage of Sage Mode, as it was the perfect opportunity to test the combat capabilities of the dragon snake form. Although he had practiced with the snakes in the dragon cave, their limited skills meant he could easily dominate them without entering Sage Mode. This kid seems even stronger. Everyone, be cautious. The four-tailed beasts exchanged glances, steeling themselves. But by the time they returned their focus to Orochimaru, he had vanished from sight. Before they could express their astonishment, his voice echoed in their ears. A fist imbued with tremendous force struck one of the four tails squarely in the face. Perhaps the strength of the Sage Mode was overwhelming. As the beast crumbled under the impact, before it could fly away and collide with the other tailed beasts, a resounding thud echoed as the creature dissipated into a puff of white smoke. So fragile? Orochimaru mused, glancing at his fist and then at the vanished tailed beast, now replaced by a severed red tail on the ground. Realizing the nature of the four creatures before him, his gaze gradually turned cold. Humph! With a disdainful snort, Orochimaru executed the same tactic, swiftly appearing before the remaining three-tailed beasts. How can the dragon rider lose? Observing the four lively tails on the ground, he lamented his carelessness. It was not that his side lacked strength, but rather that the enemy was too cunning. His heart network expanded, unable to sense the old man's chakra within a 3-kilometer radius. Well, it's not a total loss. During the battle, his heart network perception remained centered around the four tails, entirely neglecting the broader area, and the surrounding 1 to 2 kilometers had already been affected by their conflict, alleviating concerns about civilians wandering into the fray. With 4 sealing scrolls in hand, Orochimaru successfully sealed the four tails lying on the ground one by one. It is well understood that the sealing scrolls cannot maintain their effectiveness for long. Ideally, a suitable sealing container would be required. However, Orochimaru's temporary sealing, coupled with his remarkable sealing techniques, made transporting these tailed beast tails back to Konohagakure a feasible task. This would provide an excellent opportunity for further research. After stowing the sealing scrolls, Orochimaru absorbed the surrounding magma energy and extinguished a distant forest fire in the process. If the flames continued to spread, the entire forest would suffer, and it would be unfortunate for the small animals residing there. This battle allowed Orochimaru to gain a preliminary understanding of his current strength, as he could now contend with tailed beasts of the four-tailed variety using only his physical techniques. He imagined that he could also hold his own against the greater 8 tails and even the 9 tails for a while. As for the 10 tails, the complete Susanoo was a distant aspiration. However, Orochimaru's body still had room for growth and had yet to reach its limits. In high spirits, Orochimaru did not linger any longer and spread his wings, soaring towards Konohagakure. As the saying goes, a great serpent is not merely a creature of the pond. When faced with a storm, it transforms into a dragon. At this juncture, Orochimaru had acquired sufficient strength to ensure his own survival in this world. Chapter 52. The method of using the heaven and earth sealing technique. The approximate location of the dragon cave lies in the northern region of the Land of Fire, bordering the Land of Rice. It is described as approximate because, upon being transported by the White Serpent Sage, Orochimaru found no trace of the dragon cave remaining. It is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to locate it. Aside from the barrier that surrounds it, the misty illusions in the vicinity are not something most can traverse. Only those with sincere hearts may find the place, and only if the White Serpent Sage is willing to grant them an audience. In less than half a day, Orochimaru entered the Land of Fire. At an altitude of 1 kilometer, he felt no fear of danger. After all, there were no planes or rockets in this era, necessitating careful route planning. Occasionally, a few eagles would fly past, but upon witnessing Orochimaru's wings, which spanned 6 to 7 meters, they all retreated in haste. He was not at all worried about any anti-aircraft artillery on the ground. Otherwise, he might have thought he had entered a sci-fi realm. It was the perfect moment to explore the specific functions of the heaven and earth sealing technique, as he had nearly forgotten about it. With this thought, Orochimaru began to examine the rewards he had yet to utilize. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the heaven and earth sealing technique. As a scientist, how could you lack an external enhancement? As the system's notification echoed, the method for crafting the heaven and earth sealing technique flooded into Orochimaru's mind, revealing the technique's precise capabilities. The audacity of these enhancements was quite remarkable. Taking advantage of the quiet time while flying, he delved into the details. The heaven and earth sealing technique allows for the integration of specific cells with the host's consciousness, thereby granting the host a portion of the original cell owner's characteristics. The strength of the sealing technique is contingent upon the power of the cell's original owner. Reading this description filled Orochimaru with excitement, prompting him to spin in midair. He already had a source for the cells, so that aspect posed no problem at all. Orochimaru had formulated plans for how to utilize this sealing technique. For the earth sealing technique, he would use the cells from Mito, and for the Vortex clan, which served as a long-lasting source of sage power. He had personally experienced their formidable physical strength. Merely inheriting their chakra would represent a qualitative leap for any ninja. It is often said that the strength does not lie in wood release, but rather in Hashirama. Why is Hashirama so powerful? Is it not due to his vast chakra reserves? If he were to adopt another bloodline limit, he would similarly reach new heights. The chakra of a ninja is innate and challenging to enhance through training, which is why most ninjas use their chakra sparingly, especially in combat. Each point of chakra must be meticulously managed. Exemplars of this are Kakashi and Itachi. Kakashi, having transplanted the Sharingan, has it perpetually activated, which results in a constant drain on his chakra. He has often faced setbacks due to insufficient chakra, or else he would not merely be known as an equal in the ninja world. Achieving the level of the legendary Sannin would not be out of reach. As for Itachi, he has been calculating since childhood. After joining the Akatsuki, surrounded by threats, he must constantly exert himself to intimidate others, which is quite taxing. Now, consider the Jinchuriki with immense chakra reserves. Even someone like Gaara, whom many deem worthless, can manifest absolute defense, the San Susanoo. If he could also inherit some of the sealing techniques from the Vortex clan, then this sealing technique would rival that of the original work's heaven sealing technique. In the original narrative, the heaven and earth sealing technique, despite being a rudimentary application of sage chakra, became progressively less beneficial to its user, particularly as the series advanced. Looking at the second Hashirama, it was clear that while the technique was effective in the early stages, allowing for a balanced confrontation with the initial tailed beast transformation of Naruto, it became less relevant over time. In the later stages, when others had begun to employ authentic sage techniques, one could not still be fiddling with a low-tier version of the sealing technique. Moreover, it is evident that those who ultimately possessed the sealing technique either met tragic fates or were sealed by Itachi, only to be used for resurrection. Ironically, its greatest utility became a means for Orochimaru's rebirth. As for the current heaven sealing technique, it would naturally utilize Hashirama's cells, which also possess vast chakra reserves and the wood release ability. Most importantly, the characteristic of rapid regeneration. Were the second Hashirama to adopt this sealing technique, he would likely have no issue contending until the conclusion of the tale, easily handling the 7th Hokage without needing Itachi to intervene and rescue that foolish Udo. However, to his surprise, the method of employing the sealing technique did not involve transferring through his teeth. Instead, Orochimaru would need to create 2 heaven and earth scrolls, inscribe specific symbols, and infuse them with a fragment of his consciousness and cellular material to complete the process. The ease of production and the selection of cellular materials would be determined by himself, allowing for significant developmental opportunities. He could even consider using the cells of Ryo, Kimimaro, or Karui, choosing whichever was most suitable, though the effects and side effects would require experimentation to ascertain. This method of bestowal was far less distasteful. The thought of extending his neck to bite someone and create a sealing technique made Orochimaru feel somewhat uneasy. It reminded him of contracting rabies after being bitten by a dog. Now, however, he had not transformed into a phosphorus serpent, and with his neck no longer elongated, he need not resort to biting others. As for merging his consciousness with Orochimaru's essence, it merely required a drop of blood. What purpose did this serve? The system provided an explanation. The owner of the sealing technique could be sensed by the host within a certain range and could even convey messages unilaterally through their consciousness. The host itself cannot use it. Was this not akin to long-distance telepathy? Although it might not reach a full 1,000 miles, 2 to 3 miles was quite commendable, if only a low-tier version. Overall, aside from the inability to resurrect and the absence of sage chakra, the heaven and earth sealing technique boasted numerous commendable functions. Orochimaru was even tempted to acquire a heaven sealing technique for himself, primarily to harness the various capabilities of Hashirama's cells. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. He had no desire to obtain the incomplete strength of Hashirama through such means, and the system had already clarified that. If this method were indeed feasible, then the original Orochimaru could have simply bitten himself to gain the entire sealing technique and similarly enhance his power, yet he clearly did not take that route. Not everyone is like Karui, who can nurture themselves. It was best to remain patient. Although the research on Hashirama's cells progressed slowly, there would inevitably come a day when breakthroughs would occur. With this thought, Orochimaru set aside his unrealistic ambitions. Gazing at the 4 sealing scrolls in his possession, he felt a tinge of helplessness. If only he had a storage space or a spatial ring. Those summoning scrolls are convenient for sealing ninja tools, energy attacks, entail beast chakra. One cannot be burdened with a multitude of scrolls when venturing outside. Unless it is the sealing class, no one would act in such a manner. Reflecting on Obito's alternate dimension, it is somewhat regrettable that, as a time traveler, I lack a storage space. Chapter 53, Sun Slash. Do you support my candidacy to be the spokesperson? Konoha, Year 44. Ah, Uncle Snake, you have returned. Upon arriving home, Shizune hurriedly emerged to investigate the commotion, and upon seeing the long-absent Orochimaru, she excitedly rushed over. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, Shizune devoted herself to learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, occasionally taking on some missions. Ninjas are required to undertake a certain number of tasks each year. Otherwise, they will not meet the requirements for the Chunin exams. However, the missions assigned to Genin are not particularly challenging, and to accept more difficult tasks, one must possess corresponding strength. It is not merely a matter of impulsively taking on any task. The mission administrators will not allow ninjas to recklessly endanger themselves. Through this period of training, Shizune's youthful visage has grown considerably more resolute, and the delicate aura of a girl has diminished significantly. With a strict teacher, it is impossible for the disciple to be overly timid. It has been a long time, Shizune. Orochimaru's large hand instinctively ruffled her hair. Oh dear, Uncle Snake. I have grown up, Shizune said with a frown, pushing his arm away, though escaping Orochimaru's grasp proved futile. You've grown, haven't you? In a few more years. Will you stop calling me uncle and just refer to me as Orochimaru? It seems that might indeed be the case. Where's Tsunade? He tousled Shizune's hair. Perhaps a rare display of his mischievous side. Hearing Orochimaru's query, Shizune pouted in dissatisfaction. She's lying on the table. As expected, just past lunchtime. Tsunade was already in a drunken stupor, reverting to her state of indulgence in Orochimaru's absence. Never mind, handle it yourself. I must report on my duties. Before Shizune could inquire further, Orochimaru's figure vanished from sight. Returning only to store a scroll, he had to report to the 3rd Hokage after such a long absence, and also check on Danzo's research progress and his own 2 pairs of eyes. Sunslash, when do you plan to step down? The 3rd Hokage was seated at his desk, smoking a pipe, while opposite him sat the one-eyed, one-armed middle-aged man, Danzo. This matter required the villagers to elect the next Hokage. Observing Danzo's fervent expression, the 3rd could not help but scoff inwardly. In his view, regardless of who occupied that position, it would never be Danzo. This was a matter of principle he understood well. Having grown up together with the same teacher, they were deeply familiar with one another after years of mutual reliance and competition. Their relationship was one of both cooperation and rivalry. The 3rd managed the overt operations while Danzo dealt with the less savory tasks. Danzo handled all the dirty work, and it was even rumored that while Sunslash was in charge, Danzo was the true power behind the scenes. Over the years, Danzo's root organization had become extraordinary, and as a high-ranking official in Konoha, his influence was substantial. However, this old schemer lacked the public relations acumen to maintain his image, despite his contributions to Konoha. Most of his actions were shrouded in secrecy. Thus, he had garnered a poor reputation among the populace, and the militarized nature of the root organization ensured that their deeds remained largely unknown. Upon hearing that the third intended to conduct a formal election for Hokage, a cloud of gloom descended upon Danzo. This method presented him with no chance of victory. It blatantly indicated that the position of Hokage was not out of reach, but he would need to fight for it. You are saying I lack capability? The third Hokage had assumed leadership during the First Shinobi World War, bypassing such procedures. But now, in a time of peace, to claim the title of Hokage, he would either have to run for election or placate the opposing factions within Konoha. The latter was clearly implausible. Not only would the third not consent, but Tsunade and Mito also would not align with him without reason, as it did not serve their interests. I have dedicated so many years to Konoha. My qualifications and contributions are more than sufficient to warrant this position. Danzo remained undeterred, convinced that it was his turn to lead after years of bearing the burdens. I have done all the dirty work. If I am unworthy, then who is? He believed that with the third's nod, even if the other two elders opposed him, it would be futile at that point. The Umbu and Root would be under his command, wielding the most crucial military power, and two powerless old men could not create a significant disturbance. I have been Hokage for over 20 years. What harm is there in allowing me a few more years? Just give the nod, and the next spokesperson will be me. The fourth Hokage, Shimura Danzo. The fear of his own failure was indeed daunting, but the success of his brother was even more unsettling. Danzo, this position is not one that can be claimed at will. Even if I were to agree, the villagers would not. The villagers' consensus and the opinions of the noble clans cannot be disregarded. Seeing Danzo's delusions of entitlement, the third was incensed. What era do you think this is? The two Shinobi World Wars are behind us. Look at yourself. If you were genuinely dedicated to Konoha's development, that would be one thing. But have you even reflected on your own actions? The bloodshed you have caused ensures you will never see the light of day. Furthermore, do you think I am oblivious to your clandestine developments with the Root organization? You are not my disciple. There are countless capable ninjas in the village. So why should a disreputable old man like you be Hokage? Upon hearing the third's words, Danzo's face shifted through shades of green and white before finally turning crimson as he shouted, "Just tell me, Sunslash, do you support my candidacy to be the spokesperson?" He believed that the will of the villagers and the opinions of the noble clans were inconsequential. Any dissenters could be suppressed by force and under his iron-fisted approach. He feared no one would deny his authority. You have so many supporters, that should suffice without me. Do you think I am your godfather? After a pause, the third continued, Danzo, after all these years, I am nearing retirement. Konoha needs fresh blood, a vibrant young Hokage to lead the village. The new era no longer has room for us. The third gazed earnestly at Danzo, his tone softening, as these were indeed his sincere thoughts. However, this speech fell on Danzo's ears in an entirely different light. You, Sarutobi Sunslash, have served as Hokage for over 20 years. You are tired and wish to retire. What about me? I have toiled day and night for over 20 years, and now that I have finally outlasted you, you come to me with talk of stepping back, claiming there are young, talented ninjas outside. If it were not for the impossibility of defeating him, Danzo would have wanted to slap him across the face. It was evident how devastated Danzo felt at that moment, a flash of malice crossing his gaze. Chapter 54. Orochimaru, do you wish to become the village chief? Hokage-sama, are you busy? Just as the two were embroiled in a heated argument, Danzo's gloomy demeanor was interrupted by a knock at the door. Come in. The door slowly opened, and Orochimaru's silhouette appeared before the two. Hokage-sama, I hope I am not interrupting, he greeted politely while noticing Danzo's back. Curiously, he noted the old schemer's presence but thought it best not to inform him, as their relationship was one of mere collaboration without any hierarchical obligation. Nonetheless, Orochimaru still acknowledged him, as he was an elder and deserved recognition. The third Hokage, upon seeing the long-absent Orochimaru, merely raised an eyebrow in surprise before nodding slightly. However, Danzo did not reciprocate Orochimaru's greeting, his expression dark and foreboding, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Orochimaru, unfazed, silently criticized him, thinking it audacious for Danzo to display such displeasure upon his return, especially when he expected Orochimaru to assist him in his research on the Sharingan arm. Noticing the tension between the two, Orochimaru decided to make a brief report and then take his leave. To his astonishment, Danzo stood up as well, storming out without a word to the third. Orochimaru. At the sound of his name, Orochimaru paused, turning to see Danzo's discontented face. Is there something you need, Lord Danzo? Surely you don't expect me to jump back into action immediately upon my return? It was evident that Danzo had something to say, and the next moment confirmed Orochimaru's suspicions. Now that you are back, work must continue, Danzo insisted as they walked side by side toward the Foundation-S base. Orochimaru felt a surge of indignation. He had just returned and was already being treated like a mere laborer without compensation. Lord Danzo, it has been quite some time. Yet the items I seek remain elusive while I have continuously provided you with research findings, he retorted, halting and narrowing his eyes. Our relationship is one of collaboration, and if you cannot provide me with a definitive answer, I must reconsider our partnership. Danzo's countenance darkened further at Orochimaru's audacity to threaten him. What? You dare defy my orders? The mere thought of Danzo issuing commands to him made Orochimaru chuckle. You, the ever-cunning fox, giving me orders? Have you lost your wits after our time apart? Defy your orders? Danzo, if that is how you perceive our arrangement, I believe it is unnecessary for us to continue working together. I stand to lose nothing. After a pause, he added, conversely, if you believe you can manage without my assistance, I have no objections. Their relationship, after all, was merely one of mutual benefit. And unlike the original narrative where he was consumed by his research, he was not one to be driven to desperation. If matters escalated, he could simply withdraw, even if it meant revealing secrets. Danzo felt his temper flare at Orochimaru's words, yet upon meeting his cold, serpentine gaze, he swallowed his retort. He knew Orochimaru was capable of such drastic measures, and given the stagnation in research progress over the past year, it was evident that Orochimaru's genius far surpassed that of others. Danzo reminded himself that now was not the time to sever ties with Orochimaru. He needed to remain calm. You know, both items you desire are not easily acquired. The halt in experiments has persisted long enough. It is time to hasten our progress. Noticing a softening in Danzo's tone, Orochimaru resumed walking. Perhaps he had been too hasty in angering his valuable collaborator. Have you ever considered becoming Hokage? Danzo's voice broke the silence, though it sounded as if the words were forced from him. Oh, what prompts such a question, Lord Danzo? I would think the position of Hokage would pique your interest far more. Orochimaru replied, his tone light, as he effortlessly shifted the topic away. It was common knowledge that Danzo had long coveted the Hokage title. All were aware of his ambitions. Surely, he was not suggesting that Orochimaru consider stepping into the fray after their recent altercation in the Hokage's office? A moment's contemplation revealed the underlying motive behind Danzo's unexpected proposal. In the original tale, when Danzo realized his own ambitions for Hokage were futile, he had put forth Orochimaru as a candidate, knowing that should Orochimaru ascend, he would benefit significantly as his supporter. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Orochimaru's mind. Host has triggered a plot event. The 4th Hokage election. You have the following choices. Participate in the election for Hokage, and you shall receive a reward, a random enhancement of 1 physical attribute. Decline the election, and you shall receive the reward of the bloodline limit, Byakugan. Orochimaru, uninterested in the offer of Hokage, chose the first option without hesitation. The title held little allure for him, and participating in the election was merely a formality. Congratulations, host. You have acquired max-level Earth Affinity. To his surprise, it was Earth Affinity when he had anticipated wind, the element most associated with his former self. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, and he sensed a newfound affinity with the earth around him, feeling he could effortlessly manipulate the very soil and stone with but a thought. Yet, with Danzo still present, he would wait to experiment further upon his return. Danzo, observing Orochimaru's contemplative demeanor, assumed he was pondering the Hokage election and refrained from interrupting him. I have no objections to your running for Hokage. Do as you see fit. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru finally replied, offering a response that seemed to please Danzo. This inquiry had merely been a passing thought for Danzo, contingent upon how events unfolded. With time still on their side, Danzo hoped to strategize further. After all, a chance to seize the title was still in play. Thus, the two, each with their own ulterior motives, entered Danzo's base of operations. Arriving at the laboratory within the Foundation, Danzo instructed his subordinates to present a stack of research reports to Orochimaru. Without surprise, Orochimaru noted the slow progress regarding the study of Hashirama's cells over the past year, which had been nearly stagnant. It was not that the researchers were incompetent. Even with Orochimaru's exceptional intellect, the research proved formidable. After a brief overview of their findings, Orochimaru departed from the laboratory. He had just returned to the village and had yet to rest properly before being thrust into work. His diligence was commendable. Ignoring Danzo's thoughts, he spent merely 2 hours at the base before leaving. Once away from the foundation, Orochimaru found an open area at the village's edge. Eager to explore his newly acquired max-level Earth affinity. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, Earth Release, Earth Clone. After attempting several Earth Release techniques, Orochimaru found them exceedingly easy to execute, seemingly without the need for hand seals. Thus, he refrained from forming seals, instead focusing his thoughts, and soon, a series of Earth Release techniques manifested effortlessly. It appeared to be mere basic manipulation. Suddenly, he recalled that Otokage Inoki and his technique of super lightweight rock. Without forming seals, he concentrated, and in an instant, his body began to levitate. Such was the advantage of max-level Earth affinity. What if I do this? He declared, and his floating form plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. It is indeed the manifestation of the techniques of ultralight and heavy rock, and he feels a sudden surge of energy within as gravity bears down upon him. If applying gravity to oneself can serve as a source of energy, then future energy concerns would be alleviated. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru began to impose gravity upon his own body, first doubling it, then tripling it, until he reached tenfold. At which point he felt a strain. Observing the energy within his body, he noted that it too increased with the augmented gravity, confirming the viability of this method. After several attempts, he discovered that at the tenfold stage, chakra consumption was minimal, and his capacity to endure was comfortably within this range. This method is indeed feasible. It seems that future training will not be a worry. One must acknowledge the impressive strength of this body. Few could withstand the pressure of tenfold gravity. Not to mention the astronauts and pilots of his past life. Even the average ninja in this world would be incapable of such feats. Moreover, once accustomed to this gravity, he could further increase it with little chakra expenditure. Truly, one could grow stronger merely by standing still. In the ensuing time, he diligently experimented with various Earth-style jutsu. Beyond the 2 applications of ultralight and heavy rock techniques, he discovered that he could create a gravitational field within a 5-meter radius, allowing him to manipulate gravity within that space. It could be said that as long as his chakra was sufficient, he could unleash a force equivalent to 10,000 pounds, a veritable gravity fruit of sorts, albeit perhaps a less potent version. Furthermore, mastery of the earth element extends beyond this application. Earth-style ninjutsu can also be utilized, and strictly speaking, it possesses capabilities akin to the stone fruit. This ability significantly elevated Orochimaru's offensive and defensive prowess, much to his satisfaction. In a cheerful mood, Orochimaru returned to Tsunade's residence, only to find her slumped over a table, fast asleep, a wine bottle clutched in her hand. Meanwhile, Shizune seemed to have vanished, leaving the grand estate devoid of company save for Tsunade. How she clings to her wine. Although accustomed to such scenes over the years, it still weighed on Orochimaru. It seemed that altering her fate would not be an easy task. After removing the bottle from Tsunade's grasp, he recalled the newfound ability to traverse the skies and was suddenly struck with an idea. Since she had indulged too much, it would be prudent to take her out for some fresh air. With this thought, he hoisted Tsunade onto his back, and in the next moment, their figures vanished from the living room. When Orochimaru reappeared, they were soaring several hundred meters above Konoha village. It was midsummer, and as evening approached, the air grew cooler. The drowsy Tsunade sighed in comfort as the cool breeze brushed against her, nearly causing Orochimaru to entertain inappropriate thoughts, gliding through the air as if walking upon it. Orochimaru possessed 3 forms of flight, aside from the more ostentatious sound of the sage mode. This ability to manipulate gravity while flying was relatively unremarkable. Perhaps due to the strong winds at such heights, it wasn't long before Tsunade slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was being carried forward, her expression turned to one of confusion. "Where are we?" she inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. Noticing the lovely woman awakening on his back, Orochimaru adjusted her position slightly. Her weight felt as light as a feather to him. "You're awake. I thought you might enjoy some fresh air after your indulgence." Descending from a height of 1,000 meters to about 500, he continued, "I just learned this not long ago. I thought you might like to experience the thrill of flying together." Hearing such audacious words from Orochimaru, Tsunade rolled her eyes and playfully struck his back. "What nonsense are you spouting? Where are we headed? Put me down at once. Is that what you wish? Then I shall let go." As he feigned dropping her, Tsunade gasped in alarm. "Orochimaru, are you trying to kill me? Have you not scratched my itch for mischief in a while?" This playful exchange roused Tsunade fully, and she realized that now was not the time to settle scores with him. She would have to allow him to carry her. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at a breathtaking location, and so they decided to enjoy the refreshing breeze. As they beheld two colossal stone statues, flanked by a cascading waterfall, they stood atop the likenesses of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara. "The Valley of the End, what brings you here?" Tsunade's voice rang out just as they reached their destination. Chapter 56. The moon under the sea is the moon in the sky. Amidst the evening glow, they descended into the embrace of colorful clouds. Upon reaching the summit of Uchiha Madara's statue, Orochimaru finally set Tsunade down. "It has been a while. I wanted you to witness the sunset." As the sun quietly sank beyond the horizon, the evening glow painted half the sky in crimson hues. Bathed in the sunset's warmth, the two stood atop the statue, far removed from the clamor of the bustling world below, enveloped in a serene paradise. "When did you become so contemplative?" Tsunade, hands on her hips, gazed towards the horizon. The thunderous roar of the waterfall and the chirping of birds stirred her rare curiosity. The setting sun and the lone wild goose fly together. The autumn waters blend seamlessly with the sky. No sunset in this world is dull. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Tsunade was taken aback. When had he become so cultured? Observing the rare, sunny smile on his face, she felt a momentary daze. Was this truly the Orochimaru she knew? It was surprising to see this brighter side of him. Noticing Tsunade's dreamy gaze upon him, Orochimaru affectionately tousled her hair and turned his attention back to the horizon. Tsunade offered no resistance, and they quietly admired the beauty of the sunset. Life is fleeting. Do not miss the sunset. She could not recall the last time she had shared such a moment with another. In her memories, only that one time with Dan remained vivid. For Orochimaru, this was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt an inclination to appreciate such beauty. The original Orochimaru had little interest in such matters. With his morally ambiguous nature and chaotic values, he was not one to indulge in romance. One could only imagine the gruesome outcome if one attempted to engage him in such discussions. No wonder Tsunade was astonished. Though Orochimaru had changed significantly over the years, romance had never been part of his character. That evening, the sunset was splendid. Vibrant hues painted the mountains and cascaded over the swaying willows, merging into the emerald waters below. The tranquil surface of the water seemed to amplify the beauty of the evening glow, the crimson clouds reflecting Tsunade's sweet smile. As the sun dipped below the mountains and Tsunade's hair fluttered in the breeze, her cheeks flushed from the sunset's glow, Orochimaru found himself entranced. In that moment, he contemplated confessing his feelings. Yet Tsunade seemed to sense the fervent gaze directed at her, and with a roll of her eyes, she abruptly shattered the ambience. "What are you doing? The sunset is over. It's time to go." Seeing Tsunade's fierce demeanor, Orochimaru understood her reluctance to let him voice his true feelings. Tsunade was well aware of Orochimaru's affections. She had observed his growth and the care he had shown over the years. She, however, could not move on from her past relationship and was unwilling to disrupt her current bond with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru were to confess his feelings openly, she would not be mentally prepared to accept him, yet rejecting him would seem too cruel, which would likely leave him deeply disappointed. In a different era, Tsunade's predicament would have branded her as a heartbreaker, having relied on someone for sustenance and care for years, only to declare that they were incompatible. It would be akin to a devoted admirer ending up with nothing after investing so much. Yet, Orochimaru's intentions in approaching Tsunade were not driven by mere lust. Initially, he recognized her extraordinary potential, which he believed could elevate his own standing. He harbored gratitude towards her, and as the three legendary ninjas took their separate paths, he found himself provided with a skill set that he deemed advantageous. Feeling somewhat bored in solitude, he thought it would be lively to share a roof with her. And though he found her alluring, he was aware that simply watching her was a delightful indulgence. Tsunade's words jolted Orochimaru back to reality. As he had nearly succumbed to the intoxicating atmosphere, he sheepishly admitted to being ensnared in a ninjutsu. Realizing how deceptive appearances could be, he massaged his temples, maintaining a composed demeanor while internally lamenting the perilous nature of women, almost losing his composure. Tsunade, not daring to accuse him of being infatuated, shot him a sharp glare instead. Let's head back. It's getting late, and I'm sure Shizun will start to worry. Without waiting for Tsunade to respond, he swept her into a princess carry and leaped from the waterfall. Orochimaru's audacious gesture was bold, but the cost of his flirtation was steep. As soon as they touched the water's surface, Tsunade playfully struck his chest with her fist. After enduring the playful assault, Orochimaru obediently carried her back to Konoha. Reflecting on how others might embrace romance, while he found himself on the receiving end of a playful beating. Was his approach misguided? Noticing the moon had yet to rise, he concluded that caution was indeed warranted. Tsunade, my mentor intends to retire. Would you be interested in succeeding him as Hokage? On their return journey, Orochimaru broached the subject of the third Hokage's impending retirement to gauge Tsunade's interest. I'm not interested. I plan to leave Konoha with Shizun in a couple of years. This response caught Orochimaru off guard. He hadn't anticipated her foresight. Observing his silence, Tsunade feared her departure had unsettled him and inquired, "What about you? You would likely have a significant chance if you chose to run. Like you. I have little interest in that position. However, I suspect the higher-ups in Konoha may push me forward," Orochimaru replied. He acknowledged that he was merely qualified to run, but the course of events was beyond his control. He was indifferent to the machinations of Danzo, who would likely manipulate the situation to his advantage. The outcome was predetermined. He was aware of the formidable competition he faced, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, who had garnered immense respect in the upcoming Third Great Ninja War, and whose reputation was formidable enough to overshadow Orochimaru's own. After this exchange, a heavy silence enveloped them, as both the topic of the Hokage position and Tsunade's departure weighed heavily on their hearts. "Let me know before you leave." As they neared Konoha, Orochimaru set Tsunade down and uttered this caution, fearing she might leave without a word, disappearing for years on end. Tsunade merely nodded in response, and together they walked side by side towards the village. The following day at noon, Orochimaru arrived at a training ground in Konoha. He observed several figures engaged in combat. While not far off, a white-haired man was lost in thought, pondering how to continue his writing of the Ika series. Seated cross-legged on a tree branch, Jiraiya was grappling with his writer's block, occasionally poking his head with his pen while casting glances at the training field, his face marred by frustration. Just as Jiraiya was at a loss for words, a small white snake unexpectedly dropped down into his collar. What in the world? The sudden slippery sensation sent chills down Jiraiya's spine, causing him to leap up and shake his clothes, inadvertently losing his footing and tumbling from the branch. "Haha, Jiraiya. Why such grand gestures upon our reunion?" A tall figure approached, and upon seeing the sprawled Jiraiya, Orochimaru couldn't help but smirk. "Why are you tormenting me like this?" Jiraiya, now standing, glared at Orochimaru, gripping his collar tightly while unleashing a torrent of complaints. "I merely wanted to surprise you since you seemed stuck." "Surprise? Is it your intention to scare me to death so I might pass my talented student on to you?" Their playful banter continued as the little snake returned to Orochimaru's shoulder after Jiraiya's outburst. Once he had calmed down, Jiraiya released Orochimaru, asking, "So, what brings you here?" Orochimaru rarely visited without a purpose, and his unexpected appearance after years away was likely significant. "I came to check on this little one," he said, gesturing towards the training ground where Minato and Kakashi were energetically practicing ninjutsu. Nearby, another young boy was engaged in physical training. It was Konohamaru. After 2.5 years of training, he had grown sturdy and robust, his earlier frailty replaced by a healthy complexion and determined expression. "You've abandoned him to my care without a second thought. You have no idea how much I've endured," Jiraiya complained, realizing that, had he not recognized the boy as potential and maturity from a young age, he might have sent him to an orphanage. Jiraiya, having undertaken numerous missions, had amassed a considerable fortune, and despite the absence of Orochimaru's previous support, raising a child was not beyond his means. Looking at Tsunade, who squandered her days on gambling and drinking, one could see how she had depleted her resources yet still managed to care for Shizun. Jiraiya, in contrast, had a more stable financial situation without any extravagant spending habits, allowing him to maintain a comfortable lifestyle. Nevertheless, it was the societal scrutiny that troubled him more than anything. As a man of stature yet unmarried, he faced relentless rumors and gossip. Accusations ranged from his alleged dalliances with women outside the village to whispers of illegitimate offspring, all of which tarnished his reputation. While the tales of his so-called foundling were met with skepticism, the resemblance between him and the boy only fueled further speculation. Despite the scandalous nature of the rumors, the villagers were too wary of Jiraiya's status as one of the legendary Sannin to voice their opinions openly, preferring to whisper among themselves. As he pondered this, Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya and said, "Do not take him to the women's bathhouse. With such poor habits from a young age, how can he possibly marry in the future with a reputation as tarnished as yours?" Orochimaru distinctly remembered that Jiraiya had always been a lecher, and it was this very fellow who had dragged him to spy on the women's bathhouse for the first time, initially unaware of what Jiraiya was observing. Indeed, trouble ensued when Tsunade delivered a fierce kick to his chest, leaving Jiraiya with a grotesque scar to this day. It could be said that he was a lecher from his youth, and even during Naruto's time, he remained unchanged. I am now a writer. I no longer indulge in such voyeuristic escapades. It was simply for the sake of inspiration. If such a righteous declaration were made by another, Orochimaru might have believed it to some extent. However, now, he could only chuckle. "Hey, Mizukawa, come here." Seeing Mizukawa pausing his activities in the distance, Jiraiya waved him over. Upon hearing Jiraiya's call, Mizukawa scampered over, perhaps fatigued from the earlier training, his little stature swaying amusingly. "Did you call for me, foster father?" Mizukawa exclaimed, his face radiant with childlike innocence, which left Orochimaru somewhat astonished. He had expected Jiraiya to have him call him Dad, given their similarly structured names. Let me introduce you. This is my dear friend, Orochimaru. You may call him Uncle Snake." Jiraiya seemed quite accustomed to this title, displaying no signs of discomfort. "Hello, Uncle Snake," Mizukawa exclaimed breathlessly, even bowing respectfully. "What a polite little fellow." Orochimaru smiled and ruffled his hair, the child responding with adorable obedience. Having escaped Danzo's control, Mizukawa's environment had improved significantly. He appeared quite clever, his expressions much more vibrant. Although Orochimaru had not taken on any apprentices since his journey through time, the memories of his previous student, Shinosuke, lingered vividly, and he could see traces of Shinosuke within this child. Perhaps every child possesses such hope and longing for life and the future. Such sentiments are reminiscent of Orochimaru's own childhood. On our first meeting, I would like to present you with this sealing scroll as a token of our introduction. With that, Orochimaru produced a sealing scroll from within his robes. This scroll was the result of his research based on the second Hokage's mutual explosive tags. It contained specially designed explosive tags, which, once the seal was broken, could be manipulated through mental energy, generating an endless supply of explosive tags with a certain amount of chakra consumption. The principle was identical to that of the second Hokage's, albeit as a one-time consumable. After a brief explanation, Jiraiya expressed his astonishment at Orochimaru's ability to develop such an offensive technique, while Mizukawa was bursting with excitement. "Since it is a gift from Uncle Snake, you should accept it." "Really? Foster father?" With Jiraiya's consent, the little fellow showered Orochimaru with gratitude. Such a wide-ranging attack could indeed prove useful in critical moments. While it might not guarantee a kill, it would certainly provide ample time to escape. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Orochimaru learned of Mizukawa's current training progress, noting that within a year and a half, he would be ready for the Chunin exams. He had begun to engage with ninjutsu training, spending his free time refining his body, cultivating chakra, and learning various hand signs for ninjutsu. Such foundational knowledge was essential. As many peers at this stage simply wandered the village aimlessly, Jiraiya did not impose overly rigorous training tasks on him, recognizing that the child was still growing. And in this semi-free-range state, Jiraiya had little to worry about. "Orochimaru-senpai, what brings you here?" A figure swiftly approached them, revealing it to be Minato Namikaze, with Kakashi trailing behind him. Now 20 years old, Minato had naturally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing before them without Orochimaru's sensing network picking up on his presence. It could be said that leaving a mark undetected was a formidable challenge against his ambush. However, when it came to surprise, Orochimaru's sound technique, combined with his sensing network, allowed him to appear wherever he wished without needing a mark. "Long time no see, your skills have improved greatly, Minato." Orochimaru assessed him carefully, his handsome face radiated confidence. Exuding vitality, albeit still carrying a hint of youthful innocence, untouched by the trials of war. "You flatter me," It is all thanks to Jiraiya-sensei. Kakashi, having joined Minato, offered a polite nod to Orochimaru. Following the loss of his father, Kakashi had become increasingly reserved, speaking little. Had it not been for Minato's sunny disposition guiding him, his demeanor might have soured further. Just in time for lunch, let us dine together. Uncle Snake is treating. Jiraiya clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder, seizing the opportunity to enjoy a meal with him, eager to make him pay for all the burdens he had borne for so long. Very well, you choose the place, and I shall cover the bill. After such a long separation, Orochimaru was more than willing to gather with them, particularly since Jiraiya seemed intent on treating him to a meal. Uncle Snake is so generous. He truly is the best, Mizukawa exclaimed, while Jiraiya twisted his ear playfully. Do you think I treat you poorly? Do you still want to call him foster father? The group playfully made their way to a barbecue restaurant in the village, a place they typically did not indulge in. It was not due to an inability to afford it, but rather that the appetites of these martial artists were substantial, making it financially unfeasible to dine out frequently. They did not hesitate with Orochimaru, especially Jiraiya, who specifically chose the finest ingredients. Minato, being a familiar face, also did not hold back. As for Mizukawa, he was blissfully unaware of any notions of propriety, seizing the opportunity to indulge in the delectable treats he rarely encountered. The only one who seemed somewhat reserved was Kakashi, perceiving Orochimaru as a somewhat cold figure, especially with his piercing serpent-like gaze. Consequently, his demeanor was rather conventional. While Minato kindly ordered several dishes Kakashi enjoyed. Once seated, Jiraiya called for a fine bottle of sake. Why are you drinking during the day? Shouldn't you be supervising their training this afternoon? Orochimaru remarked as Jiraiya poured him a glass. A few drinks one tea hurt. Especially since they need no supervision from me right now. Perhaps a little sake will spark my inspiration for writing novels, Jiraiya replied, draping an arm around Orochimaru's shoulder and clinking their glasses together. Before their meals had even arrived, they began to drink, the younger ones unfazed, engaging in their own conversations while tending to the barbecue. Naturally, it was their duty as apprentices to manage such tasks. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were only responsible for enjoying the feast. Here, take a look at this novel I have written, a culmination of my years of effort. Jiraiya pulled out a book titled Paradise of Intimacy and handed it to Orochimaru, who casually flipped through its pages. Orochimaru had long been curious about this renowned work within the ninja world and was eager to see what Jiraiya's literary prowess could produce. Goodness! Orochimaru exclaimed. Only the beautiful can create exquisite forms. The audience must not utter flowery words. Had it not been for the platform's prohibition on forbidden texts, I would have poured my heart out in savage prose. It is undeniable that Jiraiya possesses an extraordinary talent in this regard, or rather, a wealth of experience. The countless years spent observing women's baths have not been in vain. His vivid descriptions reveal that he is indeed a seasoned veteran with first-hand experience. The only flaw lies in the misnaming of certain characters. While his epithets remain unblemished, truly, the lecherous sage lives up to his reputation. A cursory glance through the material reveals a plethora of images and text, which Orochimaru silently collects. Upon returning home that evening, he must thoroughly evaluate Jiraiya's literary prowess. Let there be no misunderstanding. Orochimaru will approach this endeavor with a critical eye. With a jovial spirit, Jiraiya raises his cup in response to Orochimaru's gestures, sharing a camaraderie that speaks volumes. Does this not signify that Jiraiya's work has garnered recognition? In future conversations, he might boast, Orochimaru, you know him, right? Yes, indeed. He is my equal, my younger counterpart. Even the cold and unyielding Orochimaru cannot resist the allure of paradise of affection. Orochimaru, however, remains oblivious to Jiraiya's intentions and contemplates delivering a fitting retort. Before long, the grilled meat is ready, and the group indulges heartily. Even Kakashi shedding his reservations to satiate his hunger first. His method of eating is somewhat peculiar, as he turns his head to the side and lifts his mask to eat, but the others are unfazed by this quirk. After a satisfying meal, Orochimaru and Jiraiya leave the barbecue restaurant, with Jiraiya slightly inebriated and his steps somewhat unsteady. Upon reaching the training grounds, they find Minato and Kakashi engaged in a discussion about their morning training insights, while Jiraiya is dispatched by Orochimaru to listen in. This is for you. The timing for imparting this knowledge is at your discretion, Orochimaru states with purpose, as he hands a scroll containing a ninjutsu to Jiraiya. Ignoring Jiraiya's puzzled gaze, he continues. For the next 5 years, do not disclose my identity. I will bear all consequences afterward. With that, Orochimaru dismisses the slightly tipsy Jiraiya and departs. Once alone, Jiraiya unrolls the scroll, puzzled by Orochimaru's enigmatic behavior. Yet, as he comprehends the contents, clarity washes over him, dispelling any remnants of intoxication. Just where did Orochimaru acquire such knowledge? Jiraiya hastily stashes the scroll away, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had thought that Orochimaru had turned over a new leaf after a year of silence, but the sight of this material darkens his heart. Moreover, to conceal this for 5 years, what lies ahead? What are Orochimaru's true intentions? These questions swirl in Jiraiya's mind, leading him to sigh heavily as he gazes in the direction Orochimaru departed. The scroll contains not just any ninjutsu. It is the wood release techniques that Orochimaru has meticulously documented. Presently, Yamato is free from Danzo's control, and without Danzo's backing, mastering the wood release is impossible. However, if Orochimaru can obtain such knowledge, Danzo, the old rascal, could certainly secure it as well. It is common knowledge that possessing the wood release's bloodline limit makes it nearly impossible for others to utilize it. This is precisely why Danzo allowed Orochimaru to examine the ninjutsu. Indeed, within the confines of the forbidden sealing arts, numerous wood release techniques exist, all of which Orochimaru has recorded. Jiraiya remains unaware of these particulars, yet he senses that the path by which Orochimaru acquired this wood release ninjutsu is anything but legitimate. Given that even the third Hokage is unaware of Jiraiya's true identity, it stands to reason that Danzo is equally ignorant. Otherwise, he would have already attempted to seize Jiraiya. Since both are oblivious, Jiraiya surmises that Orochimaru did not obtain this knowledge through honorable means. The burden of such wealth and power is not easily borne. However, observing the earnestness of the listening Jiraiya, he dismisses the thought of surrendering the ninjutsu scroll. What a sin that would be. Meanwhile, after leaving the training grounds, Orochimaru arrives at the laboratory that Danzo had arranged for him. The lab, having been stagnant for a year, is now covered in dust, but fortunately, Orochimaru had sealed away the experimental equipment before his departure. A brief cleaning, and it is ready for use once more. As he cleans a glass test tube, a robust voice calls out from behind him. Who would have thought you possessed such loyalty? Without turning, Orochimaru instantly recognizes the speaker. Only Danzo, that wily old fox, would arrive at such an hour. His words suggest that he is aware of Orochimaru's recent dining companion, and Orochimaru has long since grown accustomed to Danzo's covert surveillance. Had he not managed to slip away from Konoha unnoticed, it is likely that Danzo would have dispatched someone to keep watch over him. What an unexpected visit, Lord Danzo. What brings you here personally? Orochimaru continues cleaning the test tube as Danzo approaches. In the past, Danzo seldom visited this experimental base due to the clandestine nature of the research conducted there. Any slip-up could lead to considerable trouble. Should anyone catch them in the act, it would be akin to having mud on one's trousers, an indelible embarrassment that defies explanation. I intend to announce my candidacy for Hokage. I shall support you wholeheartedly, Danzo declares, positioning himself beside Orochimaru, his single eye scrutinizing him for any hint of reaction. However, he is met with disappointment, as Orochimaru displays neither excitement nor gratitude. The only indication of his thoughts is a brief pause in his cleaning. Noticing this, Danzo's eyes narrow, pondering whether Orochimaru anticipated this move or if he harbored no interest in the position of Hokage. Such a notion seems implausible. After all, the Hokage title is a coveted aspiration for Danzo. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Attributing Orochimaru's silence to foresight, Danzo presses on. Lord Danzo, feel free to make arrangements as you see fit. I am at your service. Orochimaru finally finishes cleaning the test tube and faces Danzo to express his sentiments. This reflects his true feelings. No matter how much he is involved, the Hokage title will never fall into his hands. Very well. I have arranged a course at the Ninja Academy for you, and you should attend daily. Spend more time within the village, Danzo responds, satisfied with Orochimaru's reply. Although he doesn't cease his cleaning, he pays little heed to the minutiae. In his eyes, a partner capable of yielding great benefits deserves considerable leniency. Orochimaru, in turn, has no objections to Danzo's plans. It is merely a means to enhance his visibility. When the villagers cast their votes, they will surely recall him, while the other strategies for garnering votes are not his concern. Very well, after all, experiments do not yield immediate results. A stroll outside would be beneficial. In the ensuing moments, Danzo elaborates on the crucial aspects Orochimaru should keep in mind regarding his candidacy for Hokage. Essentially, he emphasizes that he will support him from the shadows, claiming that if Orochimaru succeeds, Danzo will be the greatest benefactor. After departing from Orochimaru's laboratory, Danzo feels a renewed sense of ambition. In his estimation, having one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, in the race doubles the odds of success. Though Orochimaru is not the most sociable of individuals, his reputation precedes him. Among the current generation of Konoha ninjas, who can truly rival Orochimaru? With the most formidable contender, Tsukumo Hatake, no longer among the living. As long as Orochimaru asserts his presence, surpassing the other candidates in popularity should pose no challenge. However, he was evidently unaware that the position of Hokage had nearly been predetermined by the third Hokage. In the eyes of the third, Orochimaru harbored a darkness within, making him less suitable than his two fellow disciples. After tidying up his laboratory, Orochimaru retrieved the petri dish that the old thief Danzo had brought him, within which floated a mass of flesh, specifically the cells of Hashirama. After a year of contemplation, Orochimaru had devised numerous experimental plans, each of which required his meticulous unraveling. Without a comprehensive understanding of the principles, usage, and dosage of the formulas provided by the system, he could not succeed. He sought the perfect potion and an impeccable body, allowing no room for careless fusion. Throughout the afternoon, Orochimaru immersed himself in the familiar realm of experimentation, diligently recording data, clearly relishing the process. The following day, Orochimaru arrived early at the Ninja Academy. Danzo had assigned him the task of teaching a political science class to the students. Although it was termed a political course, it was essentially a lesson in ethics, something any competent ninja could manage. Orochimaru was merely a temporary substitute teacher, and the whereabouts of the original instructor remained a mystery, presumably handled by Danzo. Danzo's ability to arrange for a substitute teacher for a period was commendable. Such tactics were not easily challenged by the other high-ranking officials of Konoha. After all, it was not disgraceful to campaign for Hokage. With the appointment letter in hand, Orochimaru made his way to the academy's office, exchanging greetings with several faculty members, some of whom he recognized, such as Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and the Oil Clan's oil girl, Shiho. However, these familiar faces were still quite youthful, in their early 20s. Orochimaru-senpai, here is your class schedule. Upon receiving the timetable from Nara Shikaku, the young grade director, Orochimaru noted the impressive intellect of this young man, who had risen to such a position at a tender age. Today's grade director could easily become the vice principal tomorrow, he mused. As for the principal, that title belonged to the Hokage, and Shikaku would have to wait until after his demise for his son to inherit such fortune. Thank you very much. Orochimaru smiled as he accepted the schedule, feeling no intimidation in front of this exceptionally bright ninja. You're too kind. We will be the ones imposing on you for a while, Shikaku replied with a smile. He could surmise the reasons behind Orochimaru's sudden role as a teacher, but the machinations of Konoha's elite were beyond his purview, as he was not yet the leader of the Nara clan and lacked the authority to intervene in such power struggles. Orochimaru's presence at the academy was not necessarily a bad thing. The reputation of the legendary Sannin could serve as an inspiration for the younger generation. As long as Orochimaru refrained from causing trouble at the school, Shikaku preferred to avoid complications. Much like his future son, he despised disturbances. By now, the school bell had rung for some time, and Orochimaru proceeded to the designated classroom. The moment he entered, the previously noisy room fell silent. The students gazed at their new substitute teacher with curiosity, while Orochimaru surveyed the fresh faces of Konoha. He was taken aback that Danzo had appointed a scientist like him to teach these young children about political ideology. Orochimaru was a firm believer in science. Discussing the will of fire with him seemed like an exercise in futility. Moreover, having a scientist engage a group of children in such discussions felt absurd. Unless Danzo had lost his mind, or Orochimaru appeared to be a staunch supporter of the will of fire, perhaps Jiraiya would have been a more fitting choice. The academy might have recognized that Orochimaru was not particularly adept at such teachings and assigned him an older class. The children before him were around 7 or 8 years old, their worldviews largely formed, rendering any shortcomings in Orochimaru's instruction inconsequential. As he observed the eager and curious faces before him, he also recognized a few familiar ones. Mitarashi Anko, Tintin, Kamizuki Izumo, Irika Yumino, and Tsukuyami Shikamaru, among others. Some already recognized his identity, gazing at him with excitement, while others brimmed with curiosity and anticipation. Hello, everyone. I am your substitute teacher for ethics class, Orochimaru. As soon as he spoke, whispers erupted among the students. Wow, it's really Orochimaru-sensei. The legendary Sannin. How lucky are we? Is he really Orochimaru? He looks a bit intimidating. Nonsense. I think he looks quite impressive. Opinions varied wildly, some filled with disbelief, others with fear, admiration, or even infatuation. Regardless of their sentiments, the prevailing emotion could be encapsulated in one word: awe. All right, everyone, please settle down. Orochimaru clapped his hands, and the classroom fell silent, the tension palpable. Satisfied with their reaction, he continued, "Today, we will discuss the self-cultivation of a ninja." It was understandable that Orochimaru would focus on this topic, had Obito been present. He would have undoubtedly lectured about the dangers of early romance, but alas, he had graduated and escaped that fate. The ninja world over the next decade would largely be influenced by Obito's romantic notions, and while Rin's feelings for him were often debated, the reality of youthful love was far from comprehension. Orochimaru had little respect for such unrealistic devotion. While Tsunade grieved the loss of her loved ones without causing harm to others, Obito stirred chaos for an uncertain relationship, committing grievous acts such as killing his teacher, his mother, orchestrating the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, manipulating the Fourth Mizukage, and instigating the Fourth Great Ninja War. Ultimately, he failed to resurrect his beloved and instead fell deeper into despair. Orochimaru mused that anyone could redeem themselves, but he could not. In contrast, he had once been the main antagonist, known as the Sly Snake, yet now everyone referred to him as Mr. Orochimaru. For a decade, I was overlooked. Yet in a single moment of wealth, the world came to know me. With no desire to lecture these soon-to-graduate children about the perils of early romance, he directly addressed the topic of personal development. This subject was broad and versatile. He could discuss nearly anything, even boastful tales. As they pertain to the cultivation of a ninja, teacher, we are all staunch supporters of the will of fire, so self-cultivation is certainly not an issue. One child raised their hand, clearly a member of the Hyuga clan, explaining their audacity. The classroom was filled with children from various esteemed families, who not only received education at the academy, but also continued their training within their clans. Compared to their civilian counterparts, these privileged children exhibited greater confidence and rebelliousness. Upon seeing the boy with white eyes, who sported long yellow hair that obscured one eye and an earring, Orochimaru felt a sense of nostalgia. Yes, that was the essence. His scalp tingled, and he longed for the return of his own bangs, though his hair had thinned over the years. I have encountered many young individuals like you. After a few years of training, you believe you can achieve greatness. However, stepping outside the village can be a daunting experience. Mastering ninjutsu does not grant you the freedom to do everything. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued to address the spirited young man. You do not wish to undertake a mission, nor do you want to engage in labor, and you certainly have no desire to expose yourself as a traveling merchant. So, how do you plan to sustain yourself? No matter how formidable your ninjutsu may be, one must eat. His words left the young man speechless, while others around him appeared to ponder thoughtfully. I hope everyone can provide me with a graduation plan before class concludes. Hurry up. My stomach will soon be growling. Chapter 61. Everyone present is worthless. Upon hearing the tasks assigned by Orochimaru, the students' expressions instantly fell. Noticing their dismay, Orochimaru merely smiled silently. A class could not last forever, and he could not speak for an entire hour. Does anyone have further questions? It is not too late to draft your graduation plans in the remaining 20 minutes. His words rekindled the spirits of the crowd, revealing that this new teacher might not be as intolerable as they had initially thought. Teacher, could you share with us the story of your rise to fame? Spoke Mitarashi Anko, a question that echoed the curiosity of many students. The topic of achieving sudden renown is a dream cherished by every aspiring ninja preparing to step beyond the school gates. How many have fantasized about their moment of brilliance? Very well, I shall recount the events of that time, Orochimaru replied. He picked up a piece of chalk and approached the blackboard. Writing down the names of the elite teams from Konoha, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, alongside Hanzo's team from the village hidden in rain. To discuss this war, one must first consider the factions involved. Observing the students' eager faces, their yearning for knowledge stirred a sense of nostalgia in Orochimaru. Their thirst for understanding mirrored his own. The enemy fought on familiar ground, possessing both geographical and human advantages, needing only to defend to remain unbeaten. Their disadvantage lay in their ignorance of our precise numbers. Conversely, our forces made a lengthy march. Our knowledge of the terrain could not match that of the rain ninjas, and we too were outnumbered. The only advantage we could claim was our element of surprise. Orochimaru outlined the strengths and weaknesses of both sides for the students to comprehend clearly. A pivotal element in this conflict was undoubtedly intelligence. Jiraiya sacrificed his life for information in the Land of Rain. Naruto risked everything to reach the Heaven and Earth Bridge for intelligence. Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha succeeded largely due to superior intelligence. In later years, the major ninja villages struggled against the Akatsuki largely due to a lack of intelligence. Had they been aware of all the members, Asuma might have survived, and pain would have torn Naruto apart at first sight. This underscores the significance of intelligence for ninjas, particularly when one side possesses information while the other does not. Our initial knowledge of Hanzo was scant. Had we known in advance of his use of poison, we would not have dared to confront him head-on. Had we anticipated his prowess in fire release techniques, Tsunade would not have sustained injuries. After a moment's pause, Orochimaru continued. Moreover, that day it rained heavily, and no one could surpass Hanzo's mastery over water. Under Hanzo's name, Orochimaru wrote various ninjutsu he was skilled in, knowledge gleaned from their bloody experiences. Imparting this information to the students was not inappropriate. It was essential for them to familiarize themselves with such intelligence should they ever undertake missions pertaining to the Land of Rain. Had we been privy to this knowledge beforehand, the war would not have been so arduous. Although it is termed a battle of fame, I have always regarded it as a disgrace. Despite the fact that the legendary three ninjas had not yet reached their peak at that time, being spared by Hanzo and granted the title of Legendary Three was, in Orochimaru's eyes, an act of pity from the victor towards the vanquished, deserving of respect, yet a loss remains a loss. Teacher, is Hanzo truly powerful? I've heard he is regarded as a demigod in the ninja world, inquired the previously spirited young man, reigniting curiosity among the students. Whether Hanzo is strong or not is not for me to say, but I assure you he could crush you with a single slap. At this remark, the young man from the Hyuga clan turned crimson, and laughter erupted around him. I do not mean to single you out. I am merely stating that all present are worthless. Instantaneously, the classroom fell silent, astonished by Orochimaru's blunt declaration. The students, regaining their composure, exhibited a mix of anger, embarrassment, and a sense of disappointment. Orochimaru, the central figure, could not boast about Hanzo's current ineffectiveness or belittle his own prowess. If the legendary three were to face Hanzo again, not to mention fighting as a unit, with the intelligence they possessed, Tsunade could easily defeat him. As for Jiraiya's sage mode, that would pose no challenge either. As for Orochimaru himself, it would be a jest. If he could draw even a drop of blood from him, that would count as a victory for Hanzo. Ignoring the students' emotional responses, Orochimaru continued. The village hidden in rain faced enemies on three fronts. Managing to develop a village into a nation amid the encirclement of the land of earth, wind, and fire. Moreover, they successfully defended their borders during the war. Although the major nations refrained from a full confrontation, the villagers revered Hanzo as a demigod, and he indeed possessed remarkable abilities. As Orochimaru animatedly discussed the situation in the classroom, the grade director, Narashikaku, had quietly taken position by the window, observing the scene unfold. Orochimaru noticed him but chose to disregard his presence. Why did teachers enjoy lurking outside the window to startle students? It seemed to be a common shadow of every student's youth, revealing that even educators possessed such peculiar tastes. Who could have thought that Orochimaru Senpai would analyze the situation so astutely? Truly, he is worthy of being one of the legendary three, Shikaka thought to himself, affirming in his heart that he wholeheartedly agreed with Orochimaru's assessment. The ability to confront one's shortcomings and view matters with objectivity was a testament to Orochimaru's qualifications as a leader. Students, do you have any further questions? Orochimaru inquired with a smile, looking at the rapt attention of the children. Being a teacher to so many for the first time felt novel indeed. Orochimaru-sensei, I wish to know how one can become a powerful ninja like you. Inuzuka Irika gazed at Orochimaru with eager eyes, and not just he. But all the students in the class were now intensely interested in both the tale of his rise and the path to strength. Orochimaru regarded the somewhat naive Iruka with interest, then turned to the eager faces of the children and wrote a few words on the blackboard. Talent, hard work? Upon seeing these two terms, the students exchanged puzzled glances. Even Shikaku outside the window fell into contemplation. Indeed, talent can be further categorized into bloodline limits and the aptitude for learning various formidable ninjutsu. As he spoke, Orochimaru branched out the concept of talent on the board, refreshing his own knowledge in the process. The power of bloodline limits was evident to all. Those with such talent could pursue this path, and their future accomplishments would surely be significant, much like your grade director, Shikaka-sensei. Orochimaru cast a reluctant glance at Shikaku outside, as if to say, "See, this is what you get for peeping." Shikaku was taken aback. How could he receive flack while merely standing there? What should students lacking talent do? Chapter 62. You are the worst class one have ever taught. What should students lacking talent do? A student clad in suspenders and sporting a middle parting posed a query that echoed the collective curiosity of the crowd. Besides the scions of illustrious families, the majority of students present were rather ordinary. For someone like him, a seemingly unremarkable trainee who had practiced for 2.5 years, rising to prominence seemed an arduous task indeed. What a sight! With his middle part, suspenders, and 2.5 years of training, he was merely missing a basketball. Without the advantage of a bloodline limit or extraordinary talent, one could only resort to the second option. Orochimaru diligently drew 2 horizontal lines beneath his words before addressing the assembly once more. The reason for limiting the options to effort and talent was that even with a powerful family backing one, lacking talent or a bloodline limit rendered one's efforts futile. How many grand clans exist in the ninja world, and how many shinobi of extraordinary caliber have emerged from these families? Orochimaru did not deny the advantages that come with lineage. However, these advantages only manifest when combined with innate talent. Take Minato, for instance. Did he rely on a family legacy? His talent allowed him to master the Flying Thunder God technique, and he even secured a legacy as a Hokage. While effort may seem insignificant in the face of talent, the fusion of hard work with suitable jutsu can illuminate one's path. Observing the puzzled expressions of his audience, Orochimaru was poised to provide clarity. In the village, there exists a ninja named Might Guy, whose mastery of physical techniques is formidable, yet to unleash their full potential demands an exceptionally strong physique. Physical techniques? How potent can they truly be? Might Guy. This name is unfamiliar to me. I recognize him. He is that ninja who perpetually dons a green jumpsuit. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, Orochimaru pressed on. Do not underestimate him merely because he is a genin. Should he unleash his full might, he could likely best 5 or 6 elite jonin with ease. This proclamation sent a ripple of astonishment through the students, who could scarcely believe that an obscure genin could possess such strength. It was not just the students who were taken aback, even outside. Kakashi was astonished to learn of Might Guy's hidden prowess. Although reluctant to accept this notion, the weight of Orochimaru's words compelled them to reconsider. Orochimaru did not rush to quell the students' discussions. After all, they were struggling to comprehend. And even the entirety of Konoha had been incredulous following Might Guy's defeat of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Konoha only tentatively acknowledged Might Guy's abilities thereafter, failing to recognize the potency of his physical techniques until the 4th Great Ninja War, when Might Guy nearly delivered a climactic blow. Society may be simple, but it is human complexity that complicates matters. Grand edifices rise from humble beginnings, and greatness must be self-forged. Orochimaru raised his hands to silence the students, then glanced at the clock. Half an hour remained until class ended. A student raised a hand to inquire further, only to be halted by Orochimaru's gesture. You are, without doubt, the worst class I have ever taught. Any questions may be saved for the next session. I hope you will contemplate your future plans seriously and understand your place in the world. With that, Orochimaru sauntered to the door, crossing his arms and leaning against the frame, quietly observing the students as they lowered their heads. Indeed, even a teacher can find satisfaction in such moments. Without that disparaging remark, these students' youth would feel incomplete. With this thought, a slight smile crept onto Orochimaru's lips, having relished the moment. While the students were left grappling with a mix of emotions. Not only had they been labeled as lacking by Orochimaru, but they were also deemed the worst class he had ever encountered. Perhaps only exemplary ninjas could be fortunate enough to be his disciples. This sentiment echoed among many of the students as they reflected on their illustrious predecessors, like Jiraiya's disciple, Minato, who had garnered significant acclaim among ninjas. The tasks he accomplished rivaled those of seasoned jonin, and although some had never met Jiraiya, they often glimpsed Minato. As their senior, Minato had excelled in the Ninja Academy, consistently ranking at the top of his class. Such an accomplished senior could only have been placed under Jiraiya's tutelage, and while they fancied themselves remarkable, they recognized their limitations in comparison to Minato. As the students fervently pinned their life plans, Kakashi silently approached Orochimaru. Upon noticing him in the corridor outside the classroom, Orochimaru greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. "Director Kakashi, are you here to oversee my work? I confess this is my first time teaching such a large group, and I appreciate your understanding." This humble expression earned Orochimaru a nod of approval from Kakashi, who acknowledged the respect afforded to him as the director of the year. The course was not only enlightening but also engaging, showcasing Orochimaru's admirable communication skills. "Orochimaru, you are too modest. Your teaching style is indeed unique. Yet I find your proposed graduation plans quite commendable. If you don't mind, I intend to have every graduating class draft a similar document. Indeed, it is the hallmark of Konoha's think tank. Such a graduation thesis promises to be beneficial, helping students recognize their strengths and weaknesses while providing them with clear objectives upon graduation, thereby reducing missteps. Of course, I have no objections. The graduation thesis is ultimately for the students' benefit, as long as they do not take offense at my forthrightness." Orochimaru was untroubled by the students' potential critiques, for they had yet to face the harsh realities of the world. Youthful exuberance was to be expected. However, should adults fail to grasp his intentions, it could become problematic. Imagine a student bringing a parent to school, claiming their child was insulted by a teacher. A graduation thesis? The title seems fitting. Sometimes, the most valuable advice is the hardest to hear. If they do not leave a lasting impression now, they may find themselves confronted with a blade in the future. This assertion holds merit. Had the ninja school prepared them for the perils that lay outside, they would be better equipped to adapt swiftly, ensuring they do not fall behind before the race even begins. Just as their academic discourse continued, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. "I shall not interrupt you any further, Orochimaru. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out in my office," Kakashi remarked, preparing to depart, fully aware that Orochimaru still had assignments to collect and would likely return in a few days. "Very well, I appreciate your concern, Director." Orochimaru patted him on the shoulder, recognizing him as a diligent and attentive director. "Orochimaru-sensei, here are the students' graduation plans." Before Orochimaru could re-enter the classroom, a female student approached him, clutching a thick stack of papers. Indeed, the students' assignments. "Thank you. What is your name?" He accepted the papers, instinctively ruffling the girl's hair, for he had a soft spot for obedient students. "I am Akamichi Raso." Chapter 63. Narrow perspectives. Looking at Raso's innocent face, her bright, star-like eyes evoked a sense of affection. "You are quite remarkable. I shall remember you, dear student." For those who listen well, Orochimaru never hesitated to bestow compliments. With that, he left the teaching building. "Orochimaru-sensei actually praised me." Raso stood rooted to the spot, her cheeks flushed, having rarely received compliments in her life. The acknowledgement from someone as esteemed as Orochimaru was thrilling. Unbeknownst to him, he had captured the heart of his very first little fan. While he himself pondered, why has the system not triggered the storyline? Raso should be an important character, although her role may be limited. As Orochimaru's second disciple and assistant, she should be capable of initiating a plot. Could it be that the timing is not yet right? Orochimaru could only attribute it to this, realizing that advancing the narrative prematurely might be impossible. Yet, while vertical progression might be constrained, perhaps lateral changes could be pursued. The current iteration of Raso possesses a significantly enhanced constitution compared to the original. Orochimaru's strength is significantly greater than that depicted in the original narrative. This alteration in character power remains a viable method. Upon arriving at the biological research facility, Orochimaru set aside the students' assignments and resumed his own research endeavors. Meanwhile, at the ninja school, students returned to their homes after classes, each seeking their respective families. "Mom, I'm back," Irika called out as he entered his empty home, only to find his father, Yumino Irika, engaged in physical training in the yard. "Dad, where's Mom?" panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Yumino Irika felt increasingly irked by his son's question. Why do you come home immediately asking about your mother? Speak to your father instead. Irika looked at his father with a mix of suspicion and surprise. When had his father become so assertive? Dad, can I have my allowance for this month? Upon hearing this, Yumino Irika's expression shifted dramatically. Faced with his son's outstretched hand, he suddenly felt awkward. Your mother went out to buy groceries. She'll be back soon. Why don't you sit in the living room for a bit? With a resigned shrug, Irika darted off, and as evening fell, the scent of cooking wafted from every home as families gathered for dinner. Dad, we got a new substitute teacher in class. Irika excitedly recounted his experiences at school. Children, unable to contain their excitement, relished these moments of familial warmth. Oh, who is it? Let us see if I know them, Yumino Irika inquired. Knowing that most teachers at the Ninja Academy were of a high rank, given the limited circles in which they operated. It's teacher Orochimaru. He said we're the worst class he has ever taught. Just as Yumino Irika took a sip of his drink, he unexpectedly spat it out, spraying Irika's face. What did you say? Orochimaru? He called you trash? Irika shot a resentful glance at his father, thinking, why the physical attack? Oh dear. Look what you've done to the child. Irika's mother glared at her husband and quickly grabbed a towel to wipe Irika's face. Unbelievable. How could Orochimaru speak to students that way? I must confront him at school tomorrow. Yumino Irika slammed the table in anger. Although Orochimaru was a seasoned jonin, he should not mislead the youth. It baffled him why the Ninja Academy would appoint Orochimaru as a substitute teacher. If he was unfit for teaching, they should find someone else. Was Konoha truly devoid of talent? Calm down. Can't you let the child finish his story? If there is a genuine issue with Orochimaru, we can address it later, but if we misjudge him, that wouldn't be good, Irika's mother retorted. Her words brought Yumino Irika back to a state of calm. His authority at home was limited to his son. He dared not raise his voice in front of his wife. I remember the grade director is Nara Shikaku. How could he allow Orochimaru to mislead students? Hearing his wife's words, Yumino Irika nodded, realizing he couldn't doubt Nara Shikaku either. Now tell us what happened. He urged Irika with a stern look. Feeling wronged, Irika thought, I've only spoken a few sentences, and you are making such a fuss. It's not that I don't want to speak. You just want to let me. He then recounted Orochimaru's lesson in detail, truthfully, without embellishment. He even said we are the worst class he has ever taught. Instead of inciting his father's wrath, this statement prompted a scrutinizing gaze from Yumino Irika. While Orochimaru's remarks were indeed harsh, they contained a kernel of truth. I actually think such a teacher is beneficial. A strict teacher yields excellent students. Additionally, the graduation plan he assigned is essential. It shows responsibility towards the students. Perhaps we've been too narrow-minded. Understanding the context, Yumino Irika and his wife found themselves in agreement with Orochimaru's perspective. Children of this generation are not like those from other places who cannot be disciplined. If a child returns home claiming they were punished at school, parents might well extract the doorbolt to administer their own form of education. Yumino Irika's temper, combined with Irika's failure to articulate the main point and his focus on the less pleasant aspects, added to the tension. Dad, are we truly the worst class? Irika asked hopefully, seeking a different answer from his father. Yumino Irika pondered for a moment, casting a sideways glance at Irika before stating. Orochimaru had a disciple named Shinju Rope Tree. Irika, bewildered, had never heard of such a person. None of the revered ancestors bore that name. Ignoring Irika's confusion, Yumino Irika continued. He is Tsunade's brother and the grandson of the first Hokage. The grandson of the first Hokage, Tsunade's brother. Irika was stunned and shocked. How could they compare to such a lineage? The grandson of the first Hokage must possess extraordinary talent, especially being Tsunade's brother. How can we compete with that? It's indisputable that we are the worst class. With this revelation, Irika dared not utter a word, content to quietly eat his meal. Simultaneously, similar scenes unfolded in many students' homes, where, rather than blaming Orochimaru, some parents even chastised their underperforming children. The following day, the classroom was filled with bruised faces. Although Orochimaru remained unaware of the cause, character education classes were not a daily occurrence, only held twice a week. So there was no need for Orochimaru to visit the Ninja Academy frequently. 3 days later, when Orochimaru returned to the Ninja Academy, he hadn't even reached his designated desk in the office when Shikaku approached him eagerly. Teacher Orochimaru, you've arrived. Noting Shikaku's enthusiastic demeanor, Orochimaru felt puzzled. What is going on? Have parents come to confront me about that lesson? Teacher, we have discussed your proposal regarding the graduation thesis, and it has received unanimous approval from the leadership. We intend for every graduating class to write a thesis. Orochimaru was taken aback. Just that? Perhaps sensing Orochimaru's skepticism, Shikaku spoke earnestly. Teacher Orochimaru, your proposal will benefit the Ninja Academy. This is your achievement. The Hokage acknowledges your contributions, and your name will surely be etched in the history of the ninja school. As he spoke, Yamashiro Aoi and Akimichi Choza also gathered around, offering praises filled with admiration. Initially, they believed Orochimaru simply sought to embellish his resume, merely going through the motions of teaching. However, they were astonished to discover that Orochimaru had already achieved such results upon his appointment, prompting them to regard him with newfound respect. As educators, who wouldn't desire a good reputation? Who wouldn't aspire to cultivate a legacy that would endure through the ages? The third Hokage led a rather unremarkable life, with his only notable contribution being the establishment of the three-person team model in the Ninja Academy, where one Jonin leads a trio of students. It was uncertain who initiated the applause, but Orochimaru felt a twinge of embarrassment as he faced the teachers who genuinely expressed their gratitude towards him. Being praised for merely plagiarizing was indeed a matter of shame. After exchanging pleasantries with a few individuals, Orochimaru extricated himself from the crowd's fervor and proceeded directly to his classroom. As he neared the classroom, a cacophony of chatter reached his ears, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. The teacher has arrived, a student exclaimed, and instantly, the classroom fell silent, as if the previous commotion had nothing to do with them. Your class is the noisiest in the entire building. I can hear you from my office. Orochimaru finally comprehended why teachers in his previous life often uttered such phrases. Those little rascals truly warranted a reprimand. Teacher, you're late, came a timid voice from a corner, shattering Orochimaru's previously pleasant mood. Do I have a habit of arriving early? He glared at the student, who promptly shrank back in fear. I have reviewed your graduation theses, he announced, observing the students below who now resembled quails, their demeanor shifting as his expression turned stern and intimidating. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the students exchanged glances filled with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. Facing the eager faces yearning for praise, Orochimaru unceremoniously doused their hopes with cold water. To say you are garbage is to elevate your status. You are nothing but utter rubbish. Upon this declaration, the students could no longer sit still. Some flushed with embarrassment, others turned pale, while many muttered indignantly under their breaths. Ignoring their reactions, Orochimaru began to sift through their submitted papers. Let us examine this student's plan to return home after graduation and take over his father's pork stall, contributing to Konoha. He read each word with clarity, prompting stifled laughter among the students, who began to glance knowingly at one of their peers. I urged you to be pragmatic. Yet you are in your prime. Shouldn't you harbor some aspirations? Some dreams? While I do not oppose the notion of contributing to Konoha, even a butcher should have the ambition of a dancer. Shaking his head, Orochimaru expressed his exasperation at such a lack of ambition among his students. Now, let us consider this student's proposal. Upon graduation, he plans to take on missions, which is commendable. However, his subsequent assertion of completing hundreds of S-rank missions and vying for the position of Hokage is quite unrealistic. After a pause, Orochimaru's lips twitched as he remarked, You regard the Hokage position as trivial, do you? What kind of reasoning leads to such impractical notions? It is exhausting. Having illustrated two starkly contrasting examples, he proceeded to read a few more outlandish graduation plans, which left him astounded. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth, he noted, finding one proposal commendably ambitious, albeit in need of actionable steps. Spotting a well-articulated essay, he recognized the author, Irika Yumino. No wonder. The future principal of the Ninja Academy. Well done. Noticing the gleeful smile on Irika's face, Orochimaru acknowledged the boy's joy, remarking, If one aspires to lofty heights, dare to challenge even Hanzo. Meanwhile, a girl named Akimichi was blushing with embarrassment, clearly the author of her own ambitious plans. Observing the rest of the class, their heads hung low in shame, Orochimaru thought, Do you think being a ninja is so easy? The Hokage position is not as mundane as eating or drinking. Danzo has struggled for over 20 years to reach this position, and you think you can ascend to it in just 3 years at the Ninja Academy? Sighing, he instructed them to revise their papers, emphasizing that he did not expect immediate perfection. Go home and have meaningful discussions with your families or elders. Your plans must align with reality. Do not submit empty rhetoric. With that, he cast aside a hefty stack of assignments. Finally grasping why some teachers had such fiery tempers, it was indeed infuriating. You cannot merely gaze upon the trajectories of the prodigies. You must consider your own circumstances. Today, I shall share the tale of the second Hokage's perseverance. Orochimaru grasped a piece of chalk and began to illustrate on the blackboard, piquing the curiosity of the students. The second Hokage's perseverance? How come we have never heard of this before? Did our parents not mention it? The students exchanged puzzled glances. Their interest piqued as they focused on the words Orochimaru inscribed. In this lesson, Nara Shikaku also came to observe, accompanied by 2 members of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio. Not only the 3 of them, but even teachers without classes gathered by the windows, intrigued as they listened to Orochimaru expound on his topic. Ninjutsu Technology Powerhouse. A student inadvertently read aloud, prompting agreement from his peers. After the passing of the first Hokage, the ninja world transitioned from a singular dominance to a competitive landscape. Yet the newly appointed second Hokage refrained from rash actions. Orochimaru continued, the second Hokage was a genius, inventing thousands of ninjutsu, significantly enhancing the overall strength of Konoha's ninjas and reducing casualties. His words opened the students' eyes and brightened the faces of the teachers outside. Shikaku was particularly aware of a forbidden technique, the impure world reincarnation, which utilized the deceased in battle, compensating for Konoha's dwindling population. To cultivate more exceptional ninjas, the second Hokage proposed the establishment of the Ninja Academy, which over the years has produced countless outstanding graduates. Orochimaru emphasized the significance of the academy, noting that many of the ninjutsu they currently practiced were inherited from the second Hokage, a realization that dawned on some students. To maintain Konoha's safety, the second Hokage established a powerful regulatory body, which is now known as the Konoha Guard. This topic briefly touched upon the Uchiha clan, and Orochimaru glossed over it. Additionally, to tackle high-level S-rank missions and swiftly quell rebellions, he initiated a covert and formidable organization, the Umbu. At the mention of the Umbu, many students displayed fear, as these individuals were seldom seen, and even when they were, students tended to keep their distance. Yet, this distance bred curiosity, and with Orochimaru's explanations, they realized that those masked figures were not as terrifying as they had imagined. As long as one remained obedient and unremarkable, ninjas would likely never intersect with them. Indeed, the second Hokage's measures significantly impacted the village, and the ninja academies and Umbu of other nations were mere imitations of Konoha's model, or in homage to the second Hokage. Oh, so the second Hokage was truly remarkable. I only just realized how advanced Konoha is. I aspire to become a ninja like the second Hokage. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile wryly at these comments. After all, the third Hokage was still in office, and yet, such bold declarations were made so freely. However, he was not afraid of these words reaching the ears of the third Hokage. He merely spoke the truth. Deep down, he knew his own capabilities well. If it truly was unbearable, then he should achieve something noteworthy. Through various measures, Konoha had regained its former strength, and now it had the confidence to step out into the world. Below the establishment of a secret violent organization, a few words were inscribed, Alliance for Strength. Konoha had reached a cooperative intention with the village hidden in the clouds, but due to certain reasons, the collaboration had not materialized. The cause was, of course, the betrayal by the duo of Kin and Jin, who had even brought about the demise of the second Hokage, allowing the third Hokage to benefit from the chaos. These were relatively confidential matters, and since they involved the third Hokage, they could not be spoken of lightly. Otherwise, rumors would spread that the third Hokage was unworthy of his position, and even Orochimaru could not wash away the stains of his reputation by jumping into the Yellow River. As soon as he finished speaking, the students present erupted in hushed whispers, exchanging thoughts amongst themselves. Orochimaru's words indeed broadened their horizons. They had heard the teachers speak before, but never in such a clear manner regarding the context and consequences. At that moment, Orochimaru cast a smiling glance at the group of teachers observing from outside the window, noticing that several of them appeared contemplative, likely having never considered these issues in depth. After all, they were merely teachers. Such matters were typically reserved for the Hokage to ponder, and even if they did think of them, they would not dare to voice such thoughts. Now, having said so much, I want you all to understand this. Before you become powerful, do not reach for the stars. Start from your own foundations. By citing the example of the second Hokage, a realist, I urge you not to incessantly speak of the Hokage without the strength to back it up. Before you possess the capability, such talk is nothing but empty bravado, and you won't even have the qualification to meet the Hokage. Those who toil sincerely shall not be forsaken. With 3,000 ninjas, a nation can be extinguished. Orochimaru wrote this phrase again. Although lacking in literary flair, he had to modify it, as shifting the conflict to another nation was not an option. 3,000 ninjas may seem numerous, but it depends on their levels. If they are all Jonin or elite Jonin, it truly poses no problem. However, if they are merely ordinary ninjas, encountering a third Raikage who can single-handedly hold back 3,000 ninjas for 3 days and nights would be futile. As soon as Orochimaru finished writing, the bell for the end of class rang. I have taken a minute of your time. Orochimaru employed a tactic familiar to teachers, extending the class. It was not that he intended to make things difficult, but at that moment, he felt the time was insufficient. You can go home and discuss with your elders about the mistakes they made at your age. I believe it will inspire you. The attentive students did not show any impatience. Rather, they appeared contemplative, as Orochimaru's words had left a significant impact on them, necessitating careful consideration. I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory response next week. Otherwise, I do not mind having the unqualified students repeat a year. With that, Orochimaru displayed a villainous smile, instantly bringing the students back to reality. Threatening them with retention was indeed despicable. However, Orochimaru insisted this was for their own good. Otherwise, they would either depend on their families or face starvation upon entering society. Having said this, Orochimaru clapped his hands and exited the classroom, adhering to his promise of not exceeding the time limit. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, a group of teachers approached him, each gazing at Orochimaru with admiration. Ah, truly, Orochimaru-sensei is remarkable. His lecture was inspiring enough to ignite my passion. Indeed, how could he not be one of the legendary Sannin of the ninja world? It is my brother Snake. Hearing just one of your words is more enlightening than 100 lectures. Someone called out Snake Brother, causing Orochimaru to momentarily wonder if Jiraiya had infiltrated the gathering. But upon glancing around, he realized it was just an ordinary teacher, and he felt relieved. That evening, Iruka returned home. Dad, Orochimaru-sensei said we are worthless. At the dinner table, Iruka unwittingly touched upon a sensitive topic, and he soon saw the familiar angry expression on his father's face. In the next moment, Kaya rolled up his sleeves and drew out a belt. Iruka's childhood was vividly brought back to life. Why are you hitting me, Dad? Please let me finish, Mom. Calling out to his mother proved futile. How could you be so thoughtless, speaking without restraint during dinner? Before long, Iruka found himself bruised and sprawled on the floor, while his mother watched the scene unfold. Explain what happened. If you do not clarify, you shall go hungry tonight, Kaya said irritably, and after that, he ignored Iruka's moans on the ground, continuing to eat with his wife. But the teacher praised me today. Why didn't you let me finish? Iruka whimpered, rubbing his sore backside, feeling unjustly punished for what he thought was a good thing. Oh, hurry and tell me, if your father is wrong. I will deal with him tonight. Upon hearing this, Kaya trembled, suddenly feeling that the soup in his bowl lacked flavor. Iruka recounted everything that had transpired in class that day, explaining why they were deemed inferior and how the second Hokage endured hardships, eventually leading to the mention of his paper being specifically praised. He embellished this part passionately, but Kaya showed little interest, instead contemplating the achievements of the second Hokage. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth. Kaya exclaimed, my son possesses the spirit of a Hokage. His mother served him a chicken leg, urging him to sit down, her eyes filled with admiration. What do women know? 30 years from now, will they say not to underestimate the middle-aged poor, and 30 years after that, will it be not to underestimate the elderly poor? Kaya, however, resonated with Orochimaru's statement about needing to take concrete actions. Shouting slogans was easy, and he viewed Iruka's behavior as mere cleverness. Dad, the teacher praised me. Do you think you have better judgment than him? I endured that beating for nothing. Sensing his father's disapproving gaze, Iruka, the unfortunate child, quickly leaned closer to his mother. All right, next time, Get to the point first. His mother, feeling sympathetic towards him, shot a glare at Kaya before comforting Irika. Your teacher is correct. After dinner, bring out your graduation thesis for me to review. Your future is not a trivial matter. It was rare to encounter such a responsible teacher. This was no simple graduation. Upon entering society, one would be tasked with missions, facing various dangers, and a careless mistake could lead to the loss of life. As the students returned home, they shared their experiences at the Ninja Academy with their parents, and soon many families became aware of Orochimaru, a knowledgeable and responsible teacher. Consequently, parents began to carefully plan their children's post-graduation paths. Without such planning, witnessing their children's previously boastful essays left many parents furious. After graduation, they would either be working menial jobs or aspiring to be in positions of authority in Konoha. Lacking dreams or merely shouting slogans, did they think it was a game? Becoming Hokage required meticulous planning, such as establishing a small goal first. 2 days later, in the Hokage's office, Hokage-sama, after visiting every household, we have gathered considerable voting data for the next Hokage. An Umbu ninja presented a report to the third Hokage. The first step in the Hokage election was the residents' votes. Each household had one voting right, and having more children did not grant additional votes. Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the report closely, and his eyes brightened when he noticed 2 candidates with nearly equal votes. The child Namikaze Minato has indeed not disappointed me. Naturally, he occupies the top position. Konoha Village, as the Special Forces training base of the Land of Fire, boasts a considerable number of ninjas. Minato enjoys an excellent reputation among them, garnering substantial support, which contributes to his leading vote count. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted to the second position, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Orochimaru? What accounts for this sudden surge in votes? His confusion was evident as he turned to the Umbu personnel present, clearly seeking an explanation. Lord Hokage, Orochimaru is currently serving as a substitute teacher at the Ninja Academy, and the spike in votes appeared the day after he finished his lecture. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly scrutinized the upward trend of Orochimaru's votes. Indeed, there were 2 unusual spikes, each more pronounced than the last, nearly closing the gap with Minato. At this rate, Orochimaru could very well catch up to Minato, perhaps even surpass him. You say these surges occurred the day after his lectures? I find it hard to believe. What exactly is he teaching? Powerful ninjutsu, or perhaps some forbidden techniques? Yes, I have compiled the content of Orochimaru's lectures. The reason for his rapid rise in votes is primarily due to the parents of the students. As Sarutobi Hiruzen perused the additional data, a frown creased his brow. He was baffled, truly perplexed. When did Orochimaru acquire such capabilities? His vision and perspective seemed to indicate potential for the role of Hokage. The report not only detailed Orochimaru's thesis, but also elaborated on his discourse regarding the war with the Cloud Village and the legendary perseverance of the second Hokage. Among other topics, these matters appeared coherent to Sarutobi Hiruzen, imbued with lofty ideals, and were articulated from the perspective of an outsider or a leader. When is Orochimaru's next class? After reviewing the materials, even Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a spark of interest, intending to observe the class personally. Orochimaru only held 2 classes a week, with the next one scheduled for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Upon learning this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He had no pressing matters at hand and decided it would be prudent to witness the event for himself. Unbeknownst to this unfolding scenario, Orochimaru was diligently engaged in research within the biological laboratory. Regrettably, the system had yet to produce the fusion formula for Hashirama cells, preventing him from gauging his research progress. As he analyzed a mountain of data, the sound of a creaking door drew his attention. Chapter 67. Are you teaching me how to work? The door swung open, and a familiar figure stepped into view. Orochimaru cast a detached glance at the visitor while organizing the documents on his desk. Danzo, leaning on his cane and holding a set of data, entered slowly. Orochimaru's recent performance had indeed been commendable. Pushing him forward was a strategic move by the third Hokage. Placing the documents before Orochimaru, it was the voting data related to the Hokage election. Although Danzo had withdrawn from the race with reluctance, the die had been cast. With no hope for himself, he could only rely on Orochimaru. The data from the past week had undoubtedly astonished him, reinforcing his belief that he had not misjudged Orochimaru's potential. With a mere cursory glance, Orochimaru dismissed the information. He had already received his rewards, Participating in the Hokage election felt like a mere formality. Were it not for his agreement to Danzo's insistence, he would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Is this why you came to see me? Noting Orochimaru's lack of concern, Danzo's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. It seemed that the principal party showed no interest, while he had been bustling about in a frenzy. Orochimaru, this is about the Hokage election. I hope you can take it seriously. Danzo spoke with a grim expression, tinged with a hint of reproach. Should Orochimaru ascend to the position of Hokage under his support, he would not merely be a puppet. At the very least, his own interests would be maximized. Though Danzo's hands were stained with blood, Orochimaru was not without his own moral compromises. They were, in essence, two sides of the same coin. However, the prerequisite for this alliance's success hinged on Orochimaru's election, thus necessitating a greater focus. With just a little more effort, you could surpass your greatest competitor, Minato. How can a mere boy compete with you? Danzo continued to drone on, oblivious to Orochimaru's sentiments. I have gathered historical data on past Hokages for your review, he added, evidently seeking to curry favor by providing Orochimaru with resources related to his lectures. Are you teaching me how to work? Orochimaru retorted, not indulging Danzo's tendency to use him as a pawn, his tone unyielding. I did not intend that. Danzo replied, somewhat flustered. In the future, do not disparage my nephew in my presence. I will handle matters accordingly. Refrain from dictating my actions. Momentarily taken aback, Danzo felt a surge of annoyance. Yet recognizing Orochimaru's current ascent, he refrained from confronting him. I admire your approach to work, principled and ambitious. Such words would not convince an outsider, let alone the subject himself. Danzo casually slurped his noodles, seemingly unfazed. After inquiring about the progress of Orochimaru's experiment, Danzo exited the laboratory, his heart lightened. Years of anticipation led him to feel he was a step closer to the Hokage position, prompting him to seek Orochimaru's favor. Meanwhile, the news of Orochimaru's candidacy for Hokage spread among many in the ninja community, from elite jounin to freshly graduated genin. Minato, have you heard that Orochimaru is also running for Hokage? The only one genuinely invested in this matter was Jiraiya, who understood Orochimaru's character and motivations. Historically, Orochimaru had shown little interest in the Hokage title. His current involvement was certainly unusual. It was evident that he had support behind the scenes. And a closer examination of his recent affiliations within Konoha would likely reveal the source of this backing. Perhaps. I've seen quite a few discussions about it, but I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, he replied. The Hokage is managing the situation. I prefer to focus on my own responsibilities. If Orochimaru intended to become Hokage, he would have informed the old man long ago. Why would he compete at this moment? Jiraiya sensed a conspiracy brewing. If Orochimaru had genuine ambitions, he would have made his move during his prime years, rallying followers with a mere wave of his hand. Hokage candidates like Minato emerged in their early 20s. During their rise, their fame and strength soared. It was incongruous for Orochimaru, now in his 30s, to suddenly declare his intention to run. What had he been doing all this time? This situation reeked of the unusual, and Jiraiya pondered the political machinations at play within Konoha's upper echelons. If this were indeed the case, there was little he could do to intervene. Despite being renowned as the legendary Sannin, figures like Konoha's White Fang became mere tools in the power struggles, heroes included. Only during significant events did elite jounin and clan leaders gain entry into the political sphere of Konoha. As for the usual tasks, one must accept assignments and obey orders when necessary, being able to summon skills at will when required. Do not dwell on this matter. Your master uncle likely had no choice in the situation. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Jiraiya explained to Minato, concerned that his disciple might overthink things, especially since Orochimaru. As a senior, intervening at this juncture was not particularly honorable. I naturally would not blame my uncle. If he truly wished to become Hokage, he could have done so many years ago. The position of Hokage is open to all, and if my uncle were to attain it, it would be well-deserved. Minato said with a beaming smile, no longer the naive youth he once was. He had gained some insight into the power struggles within Konoha. In daily life, it is common for high-difficulty missions to see certain clans inserting lower-ranked ninjas into the team. While superficially framed as an opportunity for experience, it can also be interpreted as seeking a strong ally to carry them through challenging tasks. Indeed, the purpose of such arrangements is often to enhance the future ninja's resume. as not all A-rank or S-rank jutsu can be accomplished alone. Even a formidable ninja like Kakashi requires a team. It is entirely reasonable for teammates to receive credit for participation in S-rank missions. This not only elevates one's status among peers, but also positions one favorably within their clan. With reputation and experience in hand, the next step is to attain positions of elder or clan leader. Observing Minato's carefree demeanor, Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder if his prized disciple was truly suited for the role of Hokage. Chapter 68. The Essence of a Ninja. A day later, Orochimaru returned to the Ninja Academy. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately noticed several unfamiliar faces in the back row. A subtle perception revealed that these newcomers possessed chakra far more potent than the students present. Though they appeared as students, Orochimaru discerned that they were likely utilizing transformation techniques to disguise themselves. He paid them little mind, assuming they were teachers or officials attending as auditors. The teachers who had previously lurked outside had arrived early, now seated in the back row with some even armed with notebooks, evidently prepared to record observations. Scanning the unusually obedient students, no one dared to act out, especially those in the last row, who appeared as serious as if negotiating a multi-million-dollar deal. While the top 3 students may not necessarily be friends, the bottom 3 are undoubtedly comrades. Today, we shall continue our discussion on the fundamental self-cultivation of ninjas. Orochimaru wrote the phrase on the blackboard in large, bold letters, ensuring clarity even for those seated at the back. Can anyone tell me what the most basic quality of a ninja is? As he posed the question, Orochimaru's gaze swept across the classroom, noting the unusually subdued atmosphere, likely due to the presence of other teachers. Just as he began to mutter an exasperated thought about the students, a small hand shot up. Teacher, I know, one must not misuse ninjutsu, sacrifice pride when necessary, and absolutely must not reveal one's identity. The speaker was Akamichi, a brave young girl who dared to speak up. Orochimaru felt a sense of pride. Well said, Akamichi. You should have learned this from your first day at the Ninja Academy. After a brief pause, he continued, these are indeed essential qualities for competent ninjas. But today I wish to discuss something beyond this. Consider the saying, a moment's thought can lead to regret. A ninja must endure to remain untroubled. The essence of a ninja lies in the very concept of endurance. Orochimaru inscribed the word endure on the board, drawing 2 horizontal lines beneath it. A ninja is one who endures what others cannot and achieves what others cannot. Endurance is one line, ability is another. The space between these 2 lines signifies survival. If we can truly endure what others cannot and achieve what others cannot, our space for survival will be greater than that of others. In the gap between the lines, Orochimaru pinned the word shunken, survival. He had thoroughly prepared for this lesson. It was not a spur-of-the-moment fabrication. His explanation was straightforward and, coupled with his written notes, made the concept easily comprehensible, even prompting nods of agreement from the observing teachers. The perilous nature of ninja combat often lies in the razor-thin margins between victory and defeat. If you can outlast your opponent, you emerge triumphant. Orochimaru elucidated the essence of a ninja with clarity and depth, leading the students to take notes diligently. Following previous lessons, the students had begun to take note-taking seriously, as many had faced consequences at home for poor performance. Once the students paused to look up from their notes, Orochimaru continued. All of our efforts appear directed towards completing missions, driven by fame and fortune. His gaze subtly shifted towards the unfamiliar students in the back row, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Some ninjas aspire to be revered heroes, while others are motivated by the lucrative rewards of their missions. There is no shame in this, as it is a necessity of life. He wrote the word sungtsen, survival, on the blackboard once more. In terms of survival skills within the ninja world, few possess greater authority than Orochimaru. Many can match him in combat, but none have managed to slay him. Teacher, didn't you say we should strive for higher aspirations? Why is it only about survival? A spirited student from the Hyuga clan was the first to raise his hand. Evidently skeptical of this contradictory notion, pleased by the engagement, Orochimaru felt encouraged by the young man's potential. Through diligence and practice, we can minimize bloodshed in battle. All this is for the sake of survival. As long as one lives, there remains a future, a chance to reclaim lost honor. Even in the event of mission failure, survival allows for a fresh start. Had Kakashi heard these words, he would undoubtedly have found inspiration, though fate had claimed him too soon, depriving him of Orochimaru's wisdom. For instance, There was a ninja from Takigakure named Kakazu, who fearlessly challenged the first Hokage and, predictably, met with defeat. However, the first Hokage, in his magnanimity, chose not to punish this relatively weak ninja, granting him a second chance. What do you think became of him? Orochimaru posed the question to his students with a sly smile. Kakuzu, alas, can only serve as a cautionary tale. If I were to encounter him again, I would certainly reward him with a few tokens. Perhaps he perished? Unlikely. If he had died, I wouldn't be discussing him. I believe he is very much alive. Even if he is alive, he must be living in obscurity. Engrossed in the discussion, the students momentarily forgot about their teachers, engaging in lively debate without restraint. The question of survival versus death loomed large. Some students may have surmised the truth. Indeed, he was alive, thriving, and now possessed strength at the level of an elite jonin. This revelation sparked even more excitement, and as the students exchanged skeptical glances, Orochimaru raised his hand to quiet them. The second Hokage once said, "A true ninja dares to face the harshness of life and confront the bloodshed." In the back row, Sarutobi Hisashi wore a perplexed expression. Did the teacher ever say that? How come I don't recall hearing it? Was I not attentive in class? Why should the second Hokage bear the blame? It is because of his remarkable talent. Is it not normal for him to articulate a few profound maxims? As for the first Hokage, with his boisterous personality, he likely wouldn't express such depth. What I wish to convey is that a momentary failure is inconsequential. As long as one endures hardship, identifies problems, resolves them, and avoids repeating the same errors, one becomes stronger than before. After expressing this, Orochimaru wrote several lines on the blackboard. What truly supports you is a wealth of knowledge, a solid economic foundation, sustained emotional stability, a controllable pace of life, and the indefatigable self. In Chapter 69, the third Hokage's unease became evident. While Orochimaru spoke of preserving oneself for a future resurgence, the students and faculty generally concurred. However, one individual, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared rather displeased. What happened to the notion of sacrifice? What of the spirit of fire? Such sentiments starkly contrasted with his beliefs. Yet, Orochimaru's arguments were logical and irrefutable. It seemed that Orochimaru sensed this discomfort, and his next words took a different turn. What I am saying is not an encouragement for cowardice or a fear of death. With a serious expression, Orochimaru continued, sacrifice is inevitable. In war, there are always casualties. However, a true man knows when to act and when to refrain. We are all birthed by our parents, and life is singular. Under conditions where there is even a glimmer of hope, I urge you all not to surrender lightly. This is the essence of my message. Orochimaru acknowledged that he was not a benevolent figure, his hands stained with blood, and perhaps he did not value others' lives as much as he professed. Nonetheless, such sentiments should not be spoken. He was deeply concerned about the fresh blood of Konoha, urging them not to waste their lives out of reckless fervor. Look at Uchiha Madara. Even after all these years, he still stirs up chaos. Then consider Kakashi. After a few harsh words, he succumbed to despair. Isn't it frustrating? Don't they understand that it is better to live than to die? Ding, ding, ding. As Orochimaru concluded, the class bell rang, and he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, someone audaciously began to applaud, prompting more students to rise in support. Write a reflection on this class and submit it to me in 2 days. Observing the students' enthusiasm, Orochimaru decided to assign homework. Otherwise, his words would have been in vain. The students did not express dissatisfaction, given that they had 2 days to complete it, allowing them to play for now. Teacher, here are the students' graduation papers. Akane presented the collected assignments. And atop the stack was her own, such a diligent child. I truly appreciate your efforts, Akane. The teacher will ensure thorough grading. He affectionately patted her head, causing her to blush with delight. Not at all. Now that school is over, let me help you take the papers to the office. Seeing Akane's eager eyes, Orochimaru found it difficult to refuse her offer. I, Orochimaru, am too kind-hearted. I need to take them home for grading, so there's no need to trouble yourself. I'll carry them for you. Before he could finish, Akane interjected, lowering her head shyly. Regardless of the top paper or her proactive demeanor, Orochimaru understood her intentions. She wished to impress and earn praise. Well then, thank you, Akane. With that, he strode forward, unconcerned with the thoughts of the observing teachers. Lord Hokage, do you have any instructions? Sarutobi Hiruzen, also leaving the classroom, headed toward the Hokage Tower, accompanied by two Umbu ninjas wearing fox masks. Once outside the teaching building, they resumed their usual demeanor, with the third Hokage producing his pipe. At that moment, he reflected on Orochimaru's teachings. He could not deny the persuasive power of Orochimaru's words, which had captivated the students. Yet, the content was somewhat unorthodox, diverging from his intention to instill the spirit of fire. Teaching students that retreating is acceptable and seeking revenge later contradicts the idea of fighting valiantly, even at the cost of one's life. If everyone held such views, how could unity be maintained? How could the spirit of fire be instilled? And how could a ruler govern? Ninjas should prioritize obedience to commands. Although he held favorable opinions of Danzo's root ninjas, as Hokage, he would never overtly command ninjas to sacrifice themselves. He needed to uphold the image of Konoha's righteousness for the future. Quickly tally the votes for the Hokage election. After some time, the third Hokage finally uttered this command, prompting the Umbu ninjas to vanish in an instant. Orochimaru could not continue teaching. Once the results were in, his appointment at the Ninja Academy would likely conclude. Hiruzen thought this was the only way to handle it. If he intervened directly, Danzo would not relent. Thus, he opted for a relatively gentle approach to rectify the situation. He mused that Minato was much easier to manage. Having inherited Jiraiya's spirit of fire, if he became Hokage, Hiruzen could step back and perhaps serve as an elder. The high-ranking officials of Konoha would still retain their status, and these old men could contend with the Hokage. If Orochimaru ascended to the position, it would indeed be a new order, unlike in the original narrative, where Nara Shikaku and Mito Kamizuki served for 4 generations. Occupying a position without contributing, yet refusing to retire, was indeed disgraceful, yet they were ensnared in the web of power. Now, as the opportunity for a Hokage transition arose, with external circumstances growing tumultuous, the third Hokage could not afford to make uncertain decisions. Stability was paramount, a principle he had adhered to for over 20 years. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was blissfully unaware that his esteemed teacher had already decided to dismiss him and was engaging in light conversation with his young admirer. "Teacher, will you always teach at the Ninja Academy?" Akane gazed at him with hope, viewing Orochimaru as the most erudite instructor she had encountered, possessing both charm and wisdom. "I am merely a substitute teacher. I certainly won't remain long at the academy. My appointment may conclude in a few days." Orochimaru had no reason to conceal the truth, aware that today's lesson would undoubtedly reach the Hokage's ears, marking the end of his teaching career. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Akane's eyes dimmed slightly. She had hoped he would continue guiding them for the limited time left at the academy. However, in the next moment, she seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes brightening once more. "Then, teacher, when I graduate next year, can I stay by your side?" At this remark, Orochimaru paused in surprise. Was history truly unchanged? Would the narrative only unfold next year? Contemplating this, he halted, gently pinching her rosy cheek. Her star-like bright eyes were hard to resist. "Of course. However, staying by your teacher's side may be quite tiring. If you don't mind, you are always welcome." Chapter 70. The making of a mature woman. In the original tale, Akane followed Orochimaru for many years, and their relationship was neither as intimate as that of Tsunade and Shizun, nor as familial as that of Jiraiya and Minato. To Orochimaru, Hondo was merely a transient assistant, later becoming the first test subject for the earthly sealing technique. Ultimately, she was cast aside with the words, "You possess no ambition, no aspirations," without being invited to embark on a venture alongside him. It is fair to say that Hondo's misfortune lay in her unfortunate choice of mentor, a morally corrupt figure like Orochimaru, who now silently berates his former self for being so depraved. However, in this lifetime, Orochimaru vowed not to allow such a scenario to repeat. While he wouldn't impart all his knowledge, he resolved to treat her with greater kindness. "Wow, is this your home, sensei? It looks magnificent." Upon arriving at Tsunade's residence, Hondo's eyes sparkled with awe as she exclaimed in wonder, "This is merely the abode of my esteemed predecessor, Tsunade. I am but a temporary guest," Orochimaru reflected, contemplating the nearly decade-long duration of his stay, a testament to the relentless passage of time. As they entered the mansion, Hondo, with curiosity in her eyes, surveyed her surroundings. The dwelling of the first and second Hokage was not something an ordinary citizen could compare to. They first proceeded to his laboratory, where he instructed Hondo to place her assignments on the desk. Orochimaru, rarely displaying warmth, offered her a gentle smile, saying, "Would you assist me a bit more? Dinner will be at my place tonight." The notion of nurturing a mature figure from a young girl excited Hondo, who nodded vigorously at his request. "But I fear I might not perform well," she said, her small fingers nervously tugging at her clothing. Her gaze lowered as she expressed her doubts about her capabilities. "Do not worry. It's merely a matter of assisting with simple tasks. It's very straightforward." Orochimaru pinched her adorable cheek, urging her to seize the moment before her youthful charm faded. Hearing this, a renewed determination gleamed in Hondo's eyes. She was resolved to fulfill her teacher's expectations. Indeed, this was the first time in years that anyone had entered the laboratory, which had previously been a desolate space. Now, it seemed to be infused with a hint of vitality. Tsunade typically refrained from entering such a place, which occasionally witnessed bloodshed, and Ino had established a separate medical lab for her. "You are the first student to step foot here," Orochimaru declared as he led Hondo to a collection of experimental apparatus. Naturally, Hondo was elated upon hearing this. She could hardly contain her eagerness to engage in some work. "Let me help you clean the test tubes." After assigning her a task, Orochimaru returned to the microscope, where he was currently investigating the relationship between the cells of the Senju clan and those of the Uzumaki clan. He found that the two seemed to complement each other. Senju cells not only possessed all the characteristics of Uzumaki cells, but also exhibited enhanced vitality, resilience, and regenerative capabilities. The next step was to ascertain whether Uzumaki cells could augment Senju cells. For instance, what chemical reactions might occur if Senju cells were applied to Nagato? Conversely, what reactions would arise if Nagato's cells were utilized on Tsunade? Setting aside his unique feelings for Tsunade, it was only fitting that after residing in her home for so long, he should make some gesture of gratitude. Should any research yield significant results, he would not forget this proud little woman. As evening descended, Orochimaru exited the laboratory first, leaving Hondo behind to clean various test tubes. This was not a matter of shirking duties. After all, he couldn't simply order takeout after promising someone a meal. Moreover, it had been quite some time since they had entertained guests, and it was high time to cook a proper meal. "Hey, Snake Uncle, what brings you here?" "I just returned from shopping and haven't had a chance to start cooking." Just then, Ino walked in, her arms laden with bags filled with various ingredients. During Orochimaru's year-long absence from Konoha, she had gradually learned to cook, having sought guidance from him after witnessing past mishaps. Thus, her culinary skills had improved, and she had grown accustomed to preparing her own meals. "Since we have a guest, let me handle dinner tonight." Upon hearing this, the 12-year-old Ino's initial confusion transformed into delight as she realized she would once again savor Orochimaru's cooking. "I'll help you." With Orochimaru back for a few days, Ino eagerly jumped into action. Her curiosity piqued. She had never seen Snake Uncle bring anyone home as a guest, igniting her inquisitive spirit. She initially suspected that he had abandoned his pursuit of Tsunade to bring back a vixen, prompting her to pry into the matter. Upon learning from Orochimaru that it was merely a student visiting, Ino's worries subsided. "Thank goodness, just a student. It appears Snake Uncle hasn't given up on Teacher Tsunade after all." Orochimaru found Ino's dramatic reactions perplexing, wondering why she seemed so flustered by the arrival of a guest. Feeling slightly embarrassed under his scrutiny, Ino managed a sheepish smile, but her curiosity about this student only deepened. What made her so special that Snake Uncle would personally cook for her? Is this student from the Ninja Academy? Do you hold her in high regard? Ino's innate curiosity shone through, particularly for a girl her age. "Indeed, I am seeking an experimental assistant, and if she is willing, I intend to take her as my disciple upon her graduation." Understanding dawned upon Ino. It made sense that Orochimaru would not invite someone to dinner without reason, especially since he seldom cooked, even for someone as notable as Jiraiya. "Oh, Tsunade-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei both have disciples. It would be strange if you did not have one." Ignoring Ino's knowing gaze, Orochimaru accepted a basket of red beans from her. He had specifically instructed Ino to procure these, along with some dumplings, two of Hondo's favorite treats. Winning hearts required catering to their preferences. As the old adage from Danzo suggested, "Little Hondo, how could you possibly escape the grasp of my hand?" The plan to nurture a mature figure began with endearing the young girl first. No child could evade Orochimaru's influence. No, it was more about his gentle guidance. As he pondered this, a villainous grin unexpectedly crept onto his face. Ino, witnessing this moment, felt a chill run down her spine. Wondering if he planned to poison the dumplings, perhaps to inherit Tsunade's debts, or rather, The Noda Household. Chapter 71. Hondo in the South. Before long, a grand feast was prepared. Ino dashed off to the casino to fetch Tsunade for dinner, while Orochimaru returned to the laboratory. Little Hondo, stop working for a moment and join me for dinner. Observing the meticulously arranged experimental equipment and the hundreds of glass vessels piled by the sink, Orochimaru could not help but acknowledge the dexterity of young girls. Typically, such tasks were handled by shadow clones, thus he had little first-hand experience. Yes, sensei, I will come right away. With that, Hondo set down the glass test tubes, shook off her hands, and hurried over. As she approached Orochimaru, she inadvertently stumbled, but he swiftly reached out to steady her. Be careful. Standing for so long must have made your feet numb. Blushing, Hondo shook her head, and Orochimaru noticed her small hands were slightly wrinkled from the water. You've worked hard. Now let us eat. With that, he led her toward the living room. It was undeniable that this child was quite earnest. Orochimaru had merely intended to assign her a few tasks to ease her transition, yet she had immersed herself in the work without a hint of laziness. Not long after, Shizune returned with Tsunade, her reluctance evident in her expression. Upon entering, they noticed the small figure of Hondo seated beside Orochimaru. Hondo, recognizing the illustrious ninja, quickly stood to greet Tsunade. Hello, senpai. My name is Hondo. Tsunade scrutinized the excited girl, who seemed to struggle with her words. Hondo? That's a lovely name. It appears Orochimaru has an eye for talent, she remarked. Orochimaru, overhearing, cast a sidelong glance at her, retorting, as if my judgment has ever been poor. You must think me blind. You're Hondo, right? No need to be formal. Uncle Snake prepared your favorite dishes. Shizune interjected, pulling Hondo to sit down. It was then that Hondo noticed the fried dumplings and red bean soup on the table. How did the teacher know I liked these? And even made them just for me? Surprised yet pleased, she felt a touch of shyness at the thought of such thoughtfulness. Let's eat. Here, I'll serve you some soup. Shizune offered, sensing Hondo's bashfulness, embodying the role of a considerate older sister. Spring brings forth a few branches in the southern lands. I hope you gather more. For this is the essence of longing, she teased, presenting a full bowl of red bean soup to Hondo, causing her cheeks to flush even more. Shizune habitually served bowls of soup to both Orochimaru and Tsunade, accustomed to the routine of caring for her elders. Isn't raising a child meant for honoring their elders? Besides, Tsunade has enjoyed this for quite some time. Ever since Shizune matured, it has been her who looks after Tsunade. With Shizune's lively presence, the meal was far more enjoyable. They learned that Hondo was still a student at the Ninja Academy and that Orochimaru had recently taken up teaching there, which surprised Tsunade. Orochimaru had always disliked being in the spotlight. Little did she know he merely indulged in the novelty of teaching, not that he was averse to visibility, but rather that the time for him to stir the pot had not yet arrived. Shizune felt envious upon hearing about Orochimaru's teaching. Why hadn't she had such an opportunity during her time? Curiosity piqued, she pressed Hondo for details. Hondo was forthcoming, sharing snippets of the 3 lessons taught by Orochimaru, tales of the second Hokage's perseverance, the challenge posed by the first Hokage from 800 miles away, and the advice to never look back when fleeing. Tsunade and Shizune listened, momentarily stunned. Tsunade pondered whether her great-grandfather and grandfather had undertaken similar feats. The accounts seemed plausible, yet slightly off, casting a dubious glance toward Orochimaru. Say, Orochimaru, you wouldn't mislead your students, would you? Should a parent come knocking. I can't help you, Tsunade warned. Orochimaru, maintaining a faint smile, replied, Fear not. Even the Hokage has come to listen. If any issues arise, it won't be your concern. Orochimaru, ever perceptive, had noticed the subtle activities of the third Hokage and recognized the identities of the unfamiliar students only upon leaving the academy. Why the stealth in attending class? That's rather conspicuous. I assent it. However, I suspect my time at the Ninja Academy will be brief. This statement elicited no surprise. Hondo had anticipated it, while Tsunade and Shizune assumed Orochimaru was either unfit for the role or merely seeking the thrill of teaching. Teaching Hondo is no issue. But I find it hard to believe you could sustain the attention of so many for long, Tsunade remarked, downing her drink as she gazed at Orochimaru's face. Recently, he had trimmed his hair, no longer sporting the lengthy locks of his youth, but resembling his younger self instead. This change was an effort to present a more amiable appearance, striving to fulfill the role of a respectable teacher. Are you considering taking Hondo as a disciple? Tsunade inquired further. Before Orochimaru could respond, Hondo's eyes widened in disbelief, a mixture of shock and hope sparkling in her gaze. Let her graduate first, if Hondo agrees. I wouldn't mind having a disciple, he said, affectionately ruffling Hondo's hair, who blushed at the prospect of such news. Then, does this mean Hondo will often be able to dine here? Shizune interjected, noting the potential for companionship. As the presence of two adults at home could be rather dull, a scientist and a gambler, though she had graduated and occasionally took on D-rank missions within the village. Much of her time was spent completing medical assignments given by Tsunade. Finding a friend like Hondo was a welcome change. Orochimaru, however, dismissed Shizune's enthusiasm. I see you wish to indulge in my cooking daily. Chapter 72. The final lesson in mid-year 45 of the Hidden Leaf. The results of the Hokage election were announced, with Minato Namikaze unsurprisingly emerging as the leading candidate. This outcome was anticipated by Orochimaru, though he hadn't yet conducted his fourth lesson at the Ninja Academy before the results were revealed. Observing the furious expression on the elder's face, Orochimaru continued to grade the graduation papers with an impassive demeanor, just as the essence of the papers suggested. He had graduated. Orochimaru, don't you have anything to say? Danzo's countenance was grim, his voice laced with irritation. Had the bullets flown a bit longer, Orochimaru might have caught up with Minato's votes. Yet the third Hokage's maneuver had caught him off guard. That's a problem on your end. I have no hand in your upper echelon's affairs, Orochimaru replied, well aware that blame could not fall upon him, though Danzo seethed at the notion of unfair competition. I didn't foresee Sarutobi's underhanded tactics. It's my fault for being careless. If there's nothing more, please don't disturb me. Orochimaru issued a dismissal, uninterested in Danzo's grievances. Humph. Danzo scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the graduation papers before him. He had no desire to witness a student's assignments being graded when hope seemed lost. He contemplated setting them ablaze. Without further ado, he departed from Tsunade's residence. Not fond of such places, his anger had propelled him there. It seems the upper echelons of Konoha are determined to prevent me from assuming this position. At the very least, the third Hokage is unwilling to embrace my unpredictability. Setting down the final paper, Orochimaru sighed, recognizing that divine intervention could not compete with fate. He had never held high hopes. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This only applies to Danzo. Look at Minato. He merely rests and becomes Hokage. The comparison is infuriating. Well, one must see things through to the end. I'll deliver their final lesson. Orochimaru picked up the assignments and walked outside. Although the class was no longer necessary at this point, he disliked leaving tasks half-finished. Upon returning to the Ninja Academy, he did not head straight to the classroom, but rather made his way to the office first. He had no formalities to attend to as a temporary worker. A simple notification sufficed. His visit held a different purpose. As he entered the office, he immediately spotted Shikaku, who also noticed him. Shikaku's expression was one of mild surprise, clearly having heard something that led him to believe Orochimaru would relinquish his responsibilities. It was unexpected for Orochimaru to show up. Before Shikaku could voice his query, Orochimaru stated his intention. I am here to conduct the final lesson for these students and would like to inquire if we could hold the class outdoors. Hearing this, Shikaku secretly sighed in relief, glad it was not a result of frustration from a failed election. Of course, we often have outdoor classes. That's not a problem at all. A smile returned to Shikaku's face, welcoming such a responsible teacher. There was no need to worry about Orochimaru acting excessively or doing anything detrimental to the students. Safety was guaranteed within the confines of the Ninja Academy. Besides, Orochimaru would have to be quite irrational to behave in such a manner, and he certainly did not regard his fellow teachers as mere bystanders. Very well, I will head over now, Orochimaru replied with a smile, leaving Shikaku in a state of puzzlement. Outdoor class. Could it be a special subject? Indeed, Orochimaru intended to provide these students with a truly unforgettable practical lesson. As he entered the classroom, the usual noise subsided. Today marks the final lesson I will teach you. With a thud, he placed a stack of assignments on the podium. The gravity of his words elicited a variety of reactions from the students. Some were confused, others relieved, and some felt a tinge of sadness. They had indeed learned a great deal from Orochimaru's classes, a teacher so knowledgeable that he instilled both fear and respect. Today's lesson was on illusions, or rather, fear. Gazing at the students, Orochimaru displayed his signature villainous smile, a hint of murderous intent seeping through. This left the students feeling unnerved. Even a 3-year-old would have nightmares from such a visage. let alone with the veiled malice accompanying it. Your illusion teachers should have taught you about breaking illusions. And your task now is, he wrote on the blackboard, confront fear, overcome fear, break the illusion. Illusions? Was it truly about illusions? Akin to what their illusion teacher had taught? My father once used one on me, and I didn't even realize it, one student remarked. I think it's not that terrifying. The last illusion teacher's demonstration wasn't scary at all. A flurry of discussions erupted, filled with curiosity and intrigue about illusions. The envy and fear surrounding the Uchiha clan stemmed from their possession of the Sharingan. After all, illusions were indeed the Uchiha's forte. Who hadn't fantasized about vanquishing foes with a mere glance? These students, all under 10, had only a rudimentary understanding of illusions, primarily due to their age. A misstep could lead to psychological harm, potentially leaving lasting scars. Their usual illusion teacher approached the subject gradually, focusing mainly on defensive techniques and methods to dispel illusions. Only those with a natural aptitude for illusions received intensive training. Unlike their peers, such as the Sannin, Minato, and Kakashi, who had been introduced to illusions at a tender age of 5 or 6, these children were still inexperienced. Moreover, children of that era were not as coddled. They would be thrust into battle at the age of 5 or 6. As long as they survived, they were deemed fit for action. Thus, the ninja skills of Orochimaru's generation were formidable, particularly Orochimaru, whose mastery of illusions surpassed that of Tsunade and Jiraiya. According to the records, Orochimaru's illusion skill was rated a 10. As for why he was dispatched by Itachi with a mere glance, well, let's just say he was careless and leave it at that. Thus, Orochimaru was entirely qualified to teach these students about illusions. After reiterating various methods to dispel illusions, he led the group of students to the training ground of the school. Meanwhile, Shikaku, having learned of Orochimaru's intention to teach illusions, followed suit. He had perused Orochimaru's dossier and was aware of his considerable skill in illusions, thus he would not oppose the lesson. He also summoned the medical ninjas from the school, not out of concern for Orochimaru's handling of the lesson, but rather as a precaution. After all, the lives of children should never be trifled with. Before long, the students arrived at the training ground, where Akamichi was organizing them into neat lines. Observing Akamichi bustling about, Orochimaru felt a swell of pride, thinking she certainly deserved an award for being an exemplary student. Teacher, everyone is present, Akamichi announced, and Orochimaru nodded in acknowledgement, scanning the area and noting Shikaku and others standing at the edge of the field. Becoming a qualified ninja is no mere triviality. At your age, I had already faced numerous battles, big and small. From atop a large stone, Orochimaru gazed down at the students and continued. What I wish to convey is not my own greatness, but the importance of your continued growth. You must remain vigilant. The nations are restless once more, and war may erupt at any time. You might find yourselves on the battlefield, but ask yourselves, are you prepared? Orochimaru was acutely aware that the Battle of Kikyo Mountain was imminent, and next year the ninja world would be engulfed in the Third Great Ninja War. While these youngsters might not be on the front lines, they could assist their elders in logistical support. Even the 2.5-year-old Itachi would accompany Fugaku to the battlefield to gain experience, let alone these older students. They must not embarrass themselves by admitting they had been under the tutelage of Orochimaru during such tumultuous times. For the students below, while Orochimaru's words were not alarmist, some remained indifferent. After all, they were naive youngsters who had never experienced war. Fear was not a concept they understood. Some even felt a thrill at the prospect. However, Shikaku, standing at the edge of the field, was astonished by Orochimaru's words. There had indeed been unusual movements among the major nations recently, but even he could not discern when war might break out. Perhaps, as Orochimaru suggested, it could happen at any moment. Many were unaware of the dread of war. Today, I will allow you to have a preliminary taste of the essence of death. With that, Orochimaru formed hand seals, and in the next moment, a cloud of smoke billowed forth. The students felt an overwhelming sense of pressure encroaching upon them. When they looked up, a massive, purple serpent with a fearsome visage appeared before them. It was Manda. Unleash your pressure and aura. At Orochimaru's command, Manda roared at the group of students. A gust of wind surged from the serpent's gaping maw, carrying with it the scent of blood and an oppressive spiritual force that enveloped them. The moment they laid eyes on Manda, many students were already gripped by fear, and as the monstrous mouth drew closer, their trepidation intensified. Would the teacher truly wish for the great python to consume us? Oh, how terrifying. Its fangs were still stained with blood and flesh. And where had the teacher vanished? Some students, unable to bear the pressure, collapsed to the ground, while others sobbed uncontrollably, and a couple even fainted from fear. The majority remained frozen in place, paralyzed by terror as the multitude of serpents slithered around them, their enormous, bell-like eyes coldly observing, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. It seemed as if the mighty Orochimaru had summoned them for battle, but in reality, he merely sought to frighten these young children. If it had been the former, the demand for 100 living sacrifices would have been unthinkable, yet a feast of roasted fish was still anticipated. However, given the current circumstances, that hope seemed dashed as he felt disheartened by the thought of his meal being spoiled, directing his frustration towards this group of youngsters. Orochimaru observed their reactions closely, and when he deemed it sufficient, he leapt atop the head of the great python. The students who had fainted were now out of the game. "Thank you, Teacher Rikuju," he remarked, signaling for the python to retract its coils and release the students. In the next moment, several medical ninjas rushed forward to assist or carry the eliminated students away. The psychological resilience of these students was indeed worrisome. Congratulations to those who remained standing. You have passed the first trial. However, upon hearing that it was merely the first trial, the previously relieved expressions of the students turned to shock. Was it not over? How could there possibly be more? The previous trial had already been terrifying. What lay ahead? Orochimaru regarded the students, who were intermittently swallowing hard, with a smirk that did not bode well. Fortunately, those familiar faces he recognized, Akane, Steel, Iruka, and others, had not been eliminated. Though their pallor was not favorable, they remained steadfast. Now, the main event of the day was about to unfold. Without further ado, under the watchful gazes of the students, Orochimaru pulled down the eyelid of his left eye. Naraka's illusion. In an instant, a wave of mental energy enveloped all the students, and before they could react, crimson engulfed their vision. Kunai pierced their foreheads, and blood splattered. Teacher Orochimaru, is this truly safe? Rikuju, who had been watching from the sidelines, rushed over, concern etched on his face as he looked at the motionless students. Their expressions filled with dread. Orochimaru, having dispelled the summoning, reassured Rikuju, "Rest assured, I have controlled the intensity of the illusion. Using it on so many at once is no small feat, but the power will not be excessive. I can manage this level of nuance." The original Orochimaru might have struggled with chakra consumption when deploying such illusions on many, but for me now, it poses no challenge. The Naraka's illusion was the most frequently employed jinjutsu by Orochimaru, although it paled in comparison to the Uchiha Tsukuyami or Kotoeme Tsukumi. It was trivial enough to handle these students who had yet to step outside the school gates. Was it too soon for them to face such horrors? Rikuju knew the essence of Naraka's illusion. Those ensnared would confront their deepest fears, visions of death, childhood traumas, or the loss of cherished things. This method maximized their terror. And to overcome fear, one must confront it directly. In the original narrative, the character Sasuke, endowed with the Sharingan, managed to break free from the illusion. Yet true liberation required external stimulus. Knowing is one thing. Experiencing is another. If war were to break out soon, would they require their enemies to teach them a lesson? Chapter 74. The prelude to the Third War. As Orochimaru imparted his final lesson to the students, turmoil brewed within the Hokage's office. "Hiruzen, why did you prematurely conclude the election?" Danzo seethed, directing his ire towards the third Hokage, while the other two elders in the office turned their gazes towards him. Neither elder had been involved in this matter. It was purely a struggle between Danzo and Hiruzen, with Hiruzen Sarutobi at the helm. They believed he would not make choices detrimental to their interests. After all, they were a small faction, and the only variable was the extent of their power. "The current situation among the nations is precarious. I merely sought to conclude this matter swiftly and redirect our focus," Hiruzen said, unwilling to admit that his motives were selfish. The clandestine manipulation of votes was not a matter of honor. Unlike Danzo, who had been visiting families and covertly persuading citizens to vote for Orochimaru, Hiruzen viewed this as a battle of wits. His position as Hokage naturally conferred him some advantage, or so he believed. "The situation is not dire enough to squander time on this triviality. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will not let this matter rest," Danzo retorted, unwilling to yield. After so many years, he had lost hope. Now, he had finally endorsed a promising ninja, only to see it thwarted. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, you have gone too far. Perhaps we should wait and see. The situation is tense, and risking a renewal of war would be unwise, suggested Kotetsu, attempting to defuse the tension. We did not come here solely for this matter. Other significant issues require our attention. Iwagakure has been unusually active near the borders of the Land of Fire. We must respond accordingly. Mito seized the opportunity to shift the topic, recognizing that if Danzo and Hiruzen continued to bicker, they would be at it until nightfall. After the topic shifted, Danzo refrained from pressing further, as neither of the two elders spoke up on his behalf, forcing him to suppress his ire. Humph. He scoffed disdainfully, his face darkened, knowing this issue would not be easily dismissed. Indeed, I did not expect so many to pass this trial, Orochimaru remarked, surveying the recovering students with admiration. Akane, Steel, Shinju, Irika, and others, who were destined to appear frequently in the future, had shown remarkable promise from a young age. Hence, it was no wonder they had shed their pedestrian facades. This lesson from teacher Orochimaru is likely to be etched in their memories for a lifetime, Rikuju noted, impressed by Orochimaru's unconventional teaching methods. If only every graduating class could have a high-level illusion teacher like him. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Perhaps they could consider hiring some illusion specialists for the ninja school part-time. Well, my task is complete. The rest is up to you, Orochimaru said, patting Rikuju on the shoulder. He waved farewell to the still-shaken students and departed the ninja school. His retreating figure was striking, finally allowing the students to exhale. Yet the awe in their eyes only deepened. Why do I feel that teacher Orochimaru appears a bit forlorn? Akane mused, catching a glimpse of Orochimaru's elongated shadow under the sunlight. To her, despite his strictness, it was all for their benefit, and through their interactions over the past days, she sensed that he was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. Yet, the students remained oblivious to this side of him, as Orochimaru's wicked smiles had left a lasting impression. As time progressed, it indeed unfolded as Orochimaru had predicted. By the end of 45 years of the Hidden Leaf, the Kikyo Mountain battle erupted, marking the preliminary onset of the Third War. A 5-year-old child, devoid of memories, was rescued on the battlefield by the medical team leader, Yakushi Kabuto, who brought him back to the orphanage, naming him Kabuto and bestowing upon him the Yakushi name. During a mission, Might Guy, Ebisu, and Shirinui Gunma encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Fortunately, Might Due arrived just in time to provide cover for their retreat, unleashing the 8th gate. Might Due decimated the 7 swordsmen, leaving Suigetsu, Karai, and the others severely injured, forcing them to flee. The 4 fallen mist ninjas did not even have a chance to retrieve their swords, and when the Konoha forces arrived at the battlefield, they found no trace of the weapons, merely assuming the enemy had taken them. The news shocked and sobered the Konoha ninjas, prompting some to recall the words of Orochimaru. Previously, when Orochimaru mentioned that Might Due possessed near Kage-level strength, no one believed him. Many had gone to investigate. But upon discovering that he was merely a low-ranking ninja who couldn't even take on missions, their interest waned, dismissing Orochimaru's claims as mere nonsense. Yet, the swift turn of events was startling. Not long after, war broke out, and this thick-browed, wide-eyed man proved to be extraordinarily formidable. Consequently, the 3rd Hokage personally attended Dewey's funeral, seeking to restore his reputation. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain not only ignited the 3rd Great Ninja War, but also reshaped perceptions of taijutsu, elevating Orochimaru's status significantly. However, Orochimaru remained indifferent, as he was on his way to the orphanage to meet his future assistant, Kabuto Yakushi. Despite the boy's current innocence, few could predict that he would later become one of the instigators of the 4th Great Ninja War. Initially, he played a minor role, occasionally appearing alongside Orochimaru as his assistant for nearly 2 decades, before eventually rising to prominence. In terms of guile and harmlessness, he surpassed even Uchiha Obito. This indicates Kabuto's considerable talent, particularly in medical ninjutsu. Even Tsunade acknowledged his gifts during the 3rd Great Ninja War, not to mention his later fusion with Orochimaru's body. Mastering sage techniques and earning the title of the strongest under the 6 paths, Orochimaru aimed to engage with Kabuto before Danzo took notice, hoping to recruit him early on. Lost in thought, he soon arrived at the orphanage, which appeared somewhat secluded and quiet. Rarely visited by ordinary people, it had an air of desolation. However, the sounds of children's laughter emanating from the yard brought a semblance of life to the place. Carrying 2 bags of fruit, Orochimaru knocked on the gatekeeper's door. wearing a somewhat gentle smile as he addressed the elderly guard. "Hello, I am a teacher from the ninja school, here to visit the children." An old man, puffing on a pipe, peeked out of the window and, upon hearing that Orochimaru was a teacher, greeted him warmly. "Ah, it's the teacher. Please, come in." The old man was quite amiable. Visitors often came to see the children, so Orochimaru's arrival did not seem unusual to him. After a brief registration, Orochimaru handed the 2 bags of fruit to the old man, whose face lit up with joy, and he enthusiastically directed him inside. "Hello, I am the director here. May I ask who you are?" Before Orochimaru could take a few steps, a woman in her 20s, wearing round glasses, approached him. "Hello, I am Orochimaru, a teacher from the ninja school." Orochimaru offered a warm smile, and he suspected this woman was Yakushi Nono. "Orochimaru, it is an honor. What brings you here?" Clearly, she was aware of Orochimaru's reputation, and his fame proved beneficial. Orochimaru explained his purpose, and upon learning he had come specifically to see the children, Nono's face brightened, and she quickly ushered him into the yard. Contrary to its outward appearance, the orphanage was well equipped with various recreational facilities and ample space for activities. It did not evoke feelings of oppression. Rather, it resembled a kindergarten, filled with laughter and joy. Orochimaru handed over the 2 large bags of fruit and a bag of candy to Nono for distribution among the children, all while observing the playful children in the yard. "Come get your candy." "Wow, there's fruit. I want candy too." "All right, everyone will get their share, no need to rush." The children, hearing the commotion, scampered over, each a little greedy for treats. However, upon closer inspection of the children, Orochimaru's brow furrowed slightly. Many of the orphans were displaced due to war, some having lost their parents, while others had been abandoned. This was somewhat expected, yet many of the children bore physical disabilities. Some were missing fingers, had scars on their faces, or were even missing limbs. Reflecting on this, Orochimaru felt a sense of understanding. Children in orphanages from his previous life varied greatly, not to mention a world where wars erupted every decade or so. Peace is indeed precious. With a sigh, Orochimaru approached Nono and squatted down. "Are all the children here?" He placed a handful of candy into the pocket of a little girl who had reached out to him. "Quickly say thank you to Uncle." Nono gently wiped the dust from the girl's face and reminded her. "Thank you, Uncle." Orochimaru affectionately patted her little head, finding joy in the innocence of these children. "There are still a few shy ones who haven't come out yet. Let me take you to see them." Once the children had received their candy, they rushed off to play. After the last child received their treat, Nono stood up and spoke to Orochimaru. "No wonder." Orochimaru murmured, his voice piquing Nono's curiosity. "I mean, are there many such children?" "Oh, just a few. Some have recently lost their parents, while others are naturally quiet. They have only just arrived and need guidance from the teachers." As they spoke, they arrived at a sand dune within the orphanage, where 4 or 5 children were playing with the sand. "Tian Yuan, Xiao Shi, Kabuto, come get your candy." The mentioned children hurriedly set down the sand and timidly approached Nono, looking hesitant in front of the unfamiliar Orochimaru. To ease their apprehension, Orochimaru displayed a harmless smile, and with his jonin vest, he appeared quite approachable. "Are you Kabuto?" Observing the white-haired boy with a bandaged head, Orochimaru handed him a handful of candy. These treats served as a bridge to connect with the children. However, Kabuto merely stared blankly at the candy, unable to respond. "He just arrived a couple of days ago and is a bit shy. Please don't mind him." Orochimaru certainly bore no ill will towards the child. Instead, he gently lifted Kabuto into his arms. "Hello, I am Orochimaru. Don't be afraid. Uncle is a good person." After a brief moment of panic, Kabuto ceased his struggles, his curious yet fearful gaze fixed on Orochimaru. Although Kabuto appeared older, at 5 years old, he was notably smaller and frilier than his peers, likely due to malnutrition and stunted growth. "If you want anything, Uncle Snake will bring it for you next time." In that moment, Orochimaru resembled a dubious uncle enticing a naive child. Without comparison, Orochimaru's smile seemed warm and welcoming to Kabuto, who found comfort in the promise of treats. Not everyone matures early like Kakashi. Most children at this age are still rambunctious little rascals running around the village. Indeed, Director Nanoyu. Will these children attend ninja school when they come of age? Orochimaru voiced his concern, pondering the consequences for these children if they missed the optimal time for education. The conditions at the orphanage, as you are aware, do not guarantee that everyone can become a ninja. For me, it suffices that most of these children grow up to lead healthy and fulfilling lives. Director Nanoyu gently reached out to caress the small face of Do, reflecting on how no parent wishes for their child to live a life fraught with danger. In her eyes, each child at the orphanage was her own. She did not seek their future achievements, only their safe and sound growth. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a surge of respect for her selfless character, one he could not match. I find this little one promising. He should achieve something remarkable in the future. Oh, you seem quite optimistic about him. Since entering, Orochimaru had not shared such closeness with a child before, making his fondness for Do evident. However, Do had suffered a head injury, causing him to lose all previous memories. At this point, Nanoyu's tone grew somber as she recounted her first meeting with Do, describing him as a blank slate, entirely unaware of his past. With blood still trickling from his head, it was no surprise he was completely oblivious, even to the extent that Nanoyu had to name him. I see. It seems the director will have to put in extra effort moving forward, Orochimaru remarked, recalling Do's seemingly dazed expression when they first met. Now understanding it was due to amnesia. No wonder that old man Danzo sought him out. Such a blank slate child was precisely the type he coveted. Orochimaru had hoped to interact with Do to see if it would trigger any narrative, but alas, the timing was not yet right. And he could only cultivate a benevolent connection for now. He could adopt Do, but even so, Danzo would likely choose another individual for espionage training. And if he left Konoha, he would be left in the dark. Do's role as a spy was indeed essential, as it would allow for timely intelligence gathering on Konoha and any movements from Danzo. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was necessary to subject this child to trials. True talent often arises from adversity. Chapter 76. Minato's Transmission. Konoha. Year 46. Teacher, we have completed our mission. When shall we return to the village? Minato, clad in a Jonin vest, inquired of Jiraiya ahead of him, his expression appearing quite relaxed. We will scout ahead for further intelligence. Since we are out here, we might as well observe the movements of a Wagakure, Jiraiya replied without turning back, seeing intelligence as the key to victory. With the difference between having information and lacking it being monumental. Thick-skinned white fang, healthy Itachi, Jiraiya is not undeserving of his reputation for intelligence. Minato, are you perhaps longing for your girlfriend? Two teammates flanked Minato, one with slightly darker skin and white hair named Dakai, and the other resembling Sasuke, named Dakai Shuichi. All part of the three-man team, led by Jiraiya. Dakai, a single dog like you cannot comprehend the sentiments of those in relationships. Before Minato could respond, Shuichi retorted, suggesting he too was not lacking in romantic interests. Up ahead, Jiraiya felt subtly insulted, as if they were flaunting their superiority right before him. Haha, it has been quite a while. I fear Kushina might be worried. Minato awkwardly scratched his head. After numerous battles, his youthful innocence had gradually faded, replaced by a newfound determination in his gaze. I must admit, I too have begun to miss that little rascal. At this thought, a gentle warmth flickered in Jiraiya's eyes, reminiscing about how Kakashi had been caring for Naruto during their absence on missions. Whenever Kakashi was preoccupied, Naruto would play with Might Guy, both orphans finding solace in each other's company. With Might Guy being Kakashi's friend, he often sought him out for training, leading to Naruto becoming acquainted with them. After Might Guy's tragic demise, Kakashi had consoled him, sharing the pain of losing loved ones, which resonated deeply with Naruto's circumstances, allowing the three to bond. It is undeniable that war has turned many into orphans, and the future may yield even more. Fortunately, with guardians like Jiraiya, their lives would be more bearable. Under Jiraiya's leadership, this was the first time they participated in such a significant conflict in the ninja world. Initially, they were somewhat anxious, but under Jiraiya's guidance, they achieved victory in several confrontations with the Wagakure. Those who reached the front lines were all seasoned veterans, quickly acclimating to the battlefield atmosphere. The tasks were not vastly different from their usual missions, with the primary distinction being that disagreements could lead to immediate combat, with no room for negotiation. Victorious teams would continue their missions, while those who faltered faced dire consequences. Conflicts arose frequently, with enemy numbers far exceeding the typical 3 to 5, sometimes escalating to 50, 100, or even thousands. However, squads like Jiraiya's were numerous, primarily responsible for advancing on the battlefield, gathering intelligence, or executing decapitation missions. Quality over quantity was paramount. As Orochimaru would say, they were the scouts among the special forces, the very voice of Konoha. Just as Jiraiya mentioned, they were in no rush to return to the village. He intended to take a different route back to Konoha while also observing the situation along the borders. Just as the group began to daydream about their plans upon returning to the village, Jiraiya suddenly halted. Noticing Jiraiya's abrupt movement, the others immediately went on high alert, swiftly scanning their surroundings. No anomalies detected within a 3-kilometer radius. Shuichi, the sensor ninja of the team, reported after a thorough search. "Teacher, have you discovered something?" The others, having found nothing unusual, turned to Jiraiya with curiosity, though they remained on guard, ready for combat. "I feel a sense of unease. It seems a powerful ninja is approaching." Jiraiya's brow furrowed. His extensive experience had honed his acute battle instincts, and such feelings of apprehension were often quite accurate. The last time he felt this way was when the 3 legendary ninjas found themselves trapped in a cave, facing dire straits. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Shuichi resumed his search, this time with even greater diligence. Still, he found nothing. Once again, Shuichi reported his findings, and both Minato and Shuichi exchanged puzzled glances with Jiraiya. But before they could speak, the ground beneath them quaked violently. "Not good. Watch your footing." Jiraiya reacted swiftly, grabbing Dakai, who was closest, and leaping away. Minato was equally quick, activating his Flying Thunder God technique the moment he made contact with Shuichi. Before they could land, molten lava erupted from their previous position, accompanied by searing steam, exploding forth like a volcanic eruption. "What is this?" 100 meters away, Jiraiya set Dakai down, observing the scene, while Dakai, having narrowly escaped disaster, patted his chest in disbelief. "It seems we have drawn attention." Minato, now with Shuichi at his back, quickly turned to Jiraiya upon hearing his words. The scorching lava spread wide. Had they not known that the land of fire and the land of earth lacked volcanoes, they might have thought they were witnessing a volcanic eruption. "Han, I told you this method would not work." "Silence. What qualifications do you, a rogue ninja, have to lecture me?" Amidst the steam, the voices of 2 individuals could be heard conversing softly. As they emerged from the epicenter of the explosion, their true forms were revealed. They were none other than the Jinchuriki of Awagakure, Old Purple, and the steam-emanating Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, Han. Jiraiya and Dakai simultaneously identified the two, causing Watergate and Shoei's expressions to grow grave. It was unexpected for them to appear here together. "It seems our fortune is not in our favor." Jiraiya, equally alert, recognized that this was his first encounter with a Jinchuriki. Following the Second Great Ninja War, all major ninja villages had come to acknowledge the pivotal role of Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Almost every village had cultivated their own Jinchuriki, with Awagakure having 2, just like Kumogakure. However, Old Purple, this restless individual, often ran away from home due to his discord with Inoki, earning the label of a rogue ninja. Yet during the outbreak of the Ninja War, he had the conscience to return and assist his country. I wondered who it could be. "But aren't you the ninja from Konoha?" Han remarked with feigned ignorance, his tone laced with mockery. Old Purple, recognizing the faces of the individuals before him, breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently adopting a haughty demeanor as he gazed forward. Chapter 77. Am I not human? Upon hearing the audacious words and arrogant expressions of the two before him, Jiraiya's countenance turned serious, quickly shielding Watergate and the others behind him. The adversaries before them were undeniably formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, Jiraiya felt confident in facing a Jinchuriki, even if he could not emerge victorious. He could find a way to escape. However, facing 2 at once was a different matter altogether. Moreover, he was currently leading 3 still maturing ninjas, leaving him with little opportunity to divide his attention. "If you wish to oppose us, bring the 9 Tails Jinchuriki," Old Purple declared as he began to undergo partial tailed beast transformation, while Han, unwilling to be outdone, also commenced his own transformation. In synchrony, they swiftly conjured a tailed beast bomb before them. "It's a tailed beast bomb. We must retreat, Watergate," Jiraiya commanded without hesitation, recognizing that the scene before them was beyond their capacity to manage. If the legendary 3 ninjas were present, they might have had a chance, but for now, their lives were paramount. Yes, just as he finished speaking, the tailed beast bombs were formed and hurtled towards them in an instant. As the attack was about to strike, they suddenly felt weightless. The explosive force of the 2-tailed beast bombs was akin to that of miniature nuclear weapons, affecting a 2-kilometer radius in an instant. With a mushroom cloud slowly rising. "Are we dead? Is this a pure land?" Dakai gasped, still shaken by the overwhelming pressure of the previous assault, momentarily frozen in place. Fear not, Dakai. Watergate used the flying thunder god to get us away. Shoei, drenched in sweat, maintained his vigilance as a sensing ninja, quickly noticing the changes in their surroundings. That was a close call. Thank goodness for Watergate's presence. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, acknowledging the destructive power that could level cities and nations. Is this what a tailed beast bomb is? It resembles the spiral sphere, and now that I've witnessed it firsthand, it seems the spiral sphere has much room for development. Having witnessed the astonishing destructive capability, Watergate shared his insights, realizing that the basic spiral sphere was still far from sufficient. Since his research on the spiral sphere, he had gained new insights, especially after seeing Naruto's version during the Lost Tower mission. Experiencing the tailed beast bomb directly deepened his understanding further, and if Orochimaru were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly agree that this jutsu, which had never claimed a life, indeed required enhancement. What should we do now? Dakai's voice interrupted Watergate's thoughts. This was not the moment for such considerations. We must return to the village. The fact that a Wagakure has dispatched 2 Jinchuriki to the battlefield must be reported to the village at once to prevent greater casualties. Just as they fled the battlefield, Han, having unleashed the tailed beast bomb, was the first to inquire, "Have we dealt with them?" Old Purple did not respond directly, but instead communicated with Sun Wukong, aware that tailed beasts had keen sensing abilities. "I can no longer perceive their chakra. Perhaps they have turned to ashes," Old Purple said, clearly skeptical that anyone could survive such an onslaught, save for that one individual. Humph. If anyone could escape the 2 tailed beast bombs, they must be remarkably fortunate. Han scoffed disdainfully, deeming the Konoha ninjas as mere trifles before his might. "Oh, you seem quite arrogant." A sudden voice startled both of them, raising their spirits once more. Old Purple, upon hearing this voice, felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Who? Before they could react, a colossal entity came crashing down upon them. A gigantic serpent coiled where they had once stood, and atop its head stood a cold, aloof man with flowing hair. Arms crossed. Using Earth Release to evade disaster, Old Purple revealed himself from 100 meters away. Upon seeing the familiar face ahead, his pupils constricted slightly. "Orochimaru, it's you." The newly arrived figure was none other than the serpent of 1,000 snakes, Orochimaru. The bitter lesson from before had left him deeply scarred. Had it not been for the Four Tails' timely intervention, he might have perished at the hands of this individual. If there was anyone in his life whom he truly feared, it was Inoki, whose bloodline limit, Dust Release, could intimidate even Old Purple. Equally, the presence of Orochimaru instilled dread within him. He had never encountered a ninja capable of grappling with tailed beasts using mere physical prowess, and his bizarre attack methods left him feeling utterly powerless. Neither Earth Release nor Lava Release seemed effective, and even the mightiest tailed beast bomb could not harm him, rendering Old Purple completely overwhelmed and despairing. "Old Purple, do you know this person?" Han, who had also evaded using Earth Release, approached Old Purple but maintained a cautious distance, still wary of the rogue ninja. "Han, this individual is quite troublesome. If we wish to survive, we must set aside our grievances. Only by joining forces may we have a chance." Old Purple, regaining his composure, swallowed hard and cast a serious glance at Han, clearly affected by the shadow Orochimaru cast upon him. Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3 ninjas from Konoha? His reputation is indeed formidable, but is his strength truly as great as you claim? Han regarded Old Purple with disbelief, unable to fathom how anyone could confront 2 Jinchuriki simultaneously. The notion that their collaboration might only yield a possible victory struck him as absurd. Is a Wagakure devoid of capable ninjas? They sent you 2 beasts to confront me. Orochimaru gazed at the 2 with an air of superiority, dismissing them entirely. "Am I not human? I ask you, am I not human?" The 5 Tails Jinchuriki, Han bellowed, his theatrics proving rather tiresome and only serving to deepen Orochimaru's smirk. "Old Purple, did I not tell you that in the ninja world, one should bow their head before me, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru cast a glance at Han before shifting his gaze back to Old Purple. Such arrogance cannot be tolerated in the ninja realm. With that, Orochimaru commanded the myriad snakes to surge forth and attack. Ever since the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War, he had kept a close watch on Jiraiya and Watergate, and upon learning that Jiraiya's team had hastened to the front lines, he had stealthily followed them. To fulfill his mission, Orochimaru had exerted considerable effort to track down these 2 individuals, and now they stood before him. Though his heart's web possesses a vast range of perception, the adept sensory ninjas of Jiraiya's team are not to be underestimated. The journey has been fraught with tension, leading to this pivotal moment. While his current physique can harness gravity to achieve training goals, the most effective method lies in engaging in exhilarating combat. This not only serves to test his strength, but also to understand the essence of ability through practical application. I yearn to vanquish the two of them, or perhaps to be vanquished by them. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Orochimaru dispatches an energy clone to assist the myriad snakes against the elderly sage. His primary target is Han, or rather, the Four-Tails Mu King, as the plan to capture tailed beasts commences at this very instant. Chapter 78. Enduring the cruelest assault. Orochimaru's energy clone is a ninjutsu developed from his own physical constitution. Chakra, being a form of energy, constitutes the essence of tailed beasts. Meanwhile, this energy clone is formed through the condensation of physical energy. Although it cannot utilize chakra or various ninjutsu, it can absorb external energy to sustain itself. The clone inherits 20% of Orochimaru's original strength, and as long as the external attacks do not exceed certain limits, this clone will persist, proving to be far more resilient than ordinary chakra clones. Armed with prior experience, the elderly sage immediately employs the tailed beast cloak. Wary of Orochimaru's clone and the myriad snakes, he understands the urgency to eliminate the clone swiftly to join forces with Han against Orochimaru. On the other side, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, Han, remains mentally invigorated yet has not transformed into a partial beast form. He is confident in his abilities. Facing Orochimaru's fierce advance, he boldly charges forward. A sound reminiscent of a locomotive erupts from Han's steam armor as he raises his chakra to its boiling point, experiencing a familiar surge that significantly enhances his speed. Boiling release, unmatched strength. In the blink of an eye, he closes the distance to Orochimaru, who remains unflinching, extending a hand to meet Han's fist. The moment their fists collide, a tempest of wind erupts, energy radiating outward. How is this possible? Han's eyes widen in disbelief. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki, have you not eaten? One of Orochimaru's hands grips Han's fist tightly, and he does not budge an inch. The ground beneath Han's feet is indented, demonstrating the immense force he exerts. Orochimaru's demeanor remains calm, laced with mockery, which infuriates Han. Steam bursts forth from his elbows as he forcefully breaks free from Orochimaru's grasp, executing a backflip to create distance. Indeed, you have successfully provoked my ire. With that, Han pinches the back of his neck as if activating a switch, and in the next moment, his steam armor emits a thunderous roar. Hyper mode, activate. Upon their first encounter, Han realizes the formidable nature of his opponent, prompting him to shed any semblance of underestimation. His expression grows solemn. Steam charge. The steam thrusters on Han's back ignite, leaving a long trail of white vapor as he hurtles toward Orochimaru like a rocket. Truly an intriguing piece of equipment. Orochimaru muses, eager to gauge whether Han's grand display of power matches his intimidating appearance. Han's velocity becomes nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling teleportation within a confined space. Yet, under Orochimaru's keen gaze, it proves insufficient. He raises his arms, crossing his fists above his head. As he completes this motion, an overwhelming force descends upon him. Han's foot strikes Orochimaru's arms, yet despite most of his energy being absorbed, cracks form beneath his feet. Clearly, this attack surpasses his previous efforts, and Orochimaru senses Han's newfound strength escalating significantly. The wrath of an ant is but this. In the moment Han's old power wanes and new strength has yet to surface, Orochimaru swiftly seizes Han's ankle, disregarding his astonished expression as he slams him to the ground. Caught off guard, Han loses his balance, becoming a mere plaything for Orochimaru, who swings him like a sandbag. What grants you the confidence to display taijutsu before me? Do you think I am to be underestimated? After several blows, Han's mask slips away, revealing an unremarkable middle-aged face. Frustration wells within him, directed solely at the elderly sage, who failed to warn him about Orochimaru's extraordinary taijutsu. Speak the harshest words, endure the cruelest blows. Yet now is not the time for contemplation. Bloodied, Han channels steam from his entire body toward Orochimaru. Sensing the intense heat, Orochimaru delivers a sharp kick to Han's abdomen, sending him flying. This strike forces Han to cough blood midair. Pathetic, truly fragile. Slowly emerging from the steam, Orochimaru dusts off his garments, showing no signs of burns. This level of heat is trivial to him. However, swiftly dispatching Han would be counterproductive, as he wishes to prolong the conflict before capturing the tailed beast. The distinction between defeating a tailed beast and a Jinchuriki is immense, and this skirmish lacks sufficient excitement. I concede your strength is surprising. But if you think this is all I possess, soon you will regret ever stepping into this world. From somewhere, Han retrieves a cloth to wipe the blood from his face, his expression contorted with rage as he gazes at Orochimaru. His demeanor clearly indicates his refusal to yield, and his continued audacity is notable, particularly as he uses a cloth meant for blood. I must admit, your resilience in verbal exchanges is unparalleled. In this regard, I, Orochimaru, shall deem you the champion of bravado. Orochimaru finds the battle somewhat tedious. In contrast, the energy clone engages in a fierce tussle with the elderly sage. Despite being at a disadvantage, they manage to exchange blows with the tailed beast-empowered sage. With the myriad snakes possessing tough hides, even the searing magma cannot breach their defenses for long, and Orochimaru continuously absorbs energy from the magma while contending with the four tails. Observing the distant battlefield, Orochimaru dispatches 2 additional energy clones to assist the myriad snakes, as this exertion poses little strain on him. The creation of clones consumes chakra, but the predominant energy remains abundant. This scene does not escape Han's notice. The humiliation he feels is profound. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Even the Mu King within Han stirs restlessly, incensed by the blatant disrespect. Despite being a tailed beast, the attention bestowed upon Sun Wukong is far greater than his own. Although Han battles the main opponent, it feels as if the adversary's focus lies elsewhere, treating him as inconsequential. His own tail is indeed longer than the four tails. The Mu King's agitation infects Han, igniting a fiery rage. Unlike the elderly sage, he lacks patience, and the disdainful words spoken, labeling Orochimaru as the champion of bravado, only fuel his ire. Recognizing that his favored taijutsu cannot overcome the opponent, he resolves to discard restraint. Mu King, I shall temporarily release your seal. I require your assistance to eliminate this arrogant foe before me. Chapter 79. Orochimaru versus Mu King. As soon as the words leave his lips, Han's body undergoes a transformation. The Four Tails beast form is more complete than the Elder Sage's, bypassing the tailed beast cloak phase altogether. Like a ferocious beast breaking free from its confines, a colossal entity nearly 20 meters tall materializes before them. The exquisite, pure white body, adorned with 2 pairs of enormous antlers, resembled an extraordinary creature, a fusion of dolphin and horse, gazed down haughtily at Orochimaru, mirroring its master's arrogance. According to official accounts, Mu Wang's power is among the elite of the tailed beasts, though its authenticity remains to be proven. However, Orochimaru is certain that its speed is unparalleled among the tailed beasts. As soon as Mu Wang materialized, it emitted a shrill cry, akin to that of a horse or dolphin. The piercing sound waves instantly filled Orochimaru with discomfort, a wave of nausea rising from the depths of his being, leaving him slightly dizzy. Could this sonic assault be an attempt to call forth souls? Orochimaru hastily channeled his chakra to negate the onslaught, yet in that fleeting moment, a tailed beast ball had already formed before Mu Wang's maw. The pitch-black sphere surged forward like a cannonball, while Mu Wang vanished from sight. The pristine creature matched the speed of its own tailed beast ball, effectively flanking Orochimaru and cutting off his escape route, clearly intending to execute a pincer attack. This spectacle narrowed Orochimaru's eyes. Truly, it was the sovereign of speed. Without hesitation, driven by a surge of fervor, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. Fourfold Gate of Resurrection. For grand doors sprang forth before him, a summoning technique of the first Hokage. Although he could not yet invoke the fivefold gate due to the fusion with the Uzumaki clan's cells, he was no longer at the mercy of mere amateurs. Almost instantaneously, the tailed beast ball obliterated the structures before him with overwhelming force, while Mu Wang deftly angled its body to avoid colliding with the doors. Yet, this slight maneuver caused it to lag just behind the velocity of the tailed beast ball. This moment was precisely what Orochimaru had awaited. As he touched the tailed beast ball, he activated his technique. In the next instant, both he and the tailed beast ball vanished from sight. Just as Mu Wang's attack arrived, its 4 antlers carved through the space where Orochimaru had stood, propelling forward with relentless momentum. Had it struck him, the consequences would have been dire. Fool, the enemy has vanished. Han's voice echoed in Mu Wang's mind, awakening it to the realization that its prior assault had missed entirely. With nimble hooves, Mu Wang came to an abrupt halt, surveying its surroundings with a look of suspicion, yet finding no trace of Orochimaru. It was inconceivable that any ninja could evade its senses. Just as it presumed Orochimaru had fled the battlefield, a voice descended from above. "Are you searching for me, little horse?" Before the words faded, a beam of energy surged downward, striking swiftly Orochimaru's phantasm. True to its reputation for speed, Mu Wang evaded the sudden assault at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the attack as it singed some of its fur. Yet the assault did not cease. Orochimaru, one hand grasping the tailed beast ball and the other unleashing successive phantasms, relentlessly pursued Mu Wang. The momentum of the tailed beast ball propelled Orochimaru through the air, rendering the sphere devoid of offensive capability, instead transforming it into a source of energy for Orochimaru. His claw-shaped hand began to coalesce numerous orbs of phantasm, launching them towards Mu Wang below. Orochimaru had to concede that his teacher's technique of transformation was remarkably effective. This maneuver resembled a tactical bombardment, with phantasms raining down like divine retribution, relentlessly bombarding Mu Wang. However, such attacks proved futile against the nimble creature, which evaded the barrage with ease, gradually closing the gap between them. Orochimaru had not anticipated that such a tactic would subdue Mu Wang. He merely sought to harness the immense energy of the tailed beast ball, which he could not absorb all at once. He was reluctant to let it go, for where else could he find such abundant chakra? It would be a waste otherwise. As the tailed beast ball shrank to the size of a basketball, Mu Wang approached within 20 meters. With its advance, it became increasingly challenging for Orochimaru to strike. However, he ceased his motions and absorbed all the energy from the tailed beast ball into his body. No sooner had he completed this action than Mu Wang leaped high. Its antlers aimed once more at Orochimaru, emitting a fierce roar. Orochimaru, positioned 30 meters in the air, did not flinch. His fist, freshly charged with the absorbed energy, met Mu Wang's charge without fear. "Drink!" Orochimaru shouted, his fist radiating a dark energy aura. The hardened antlers collided with Orochimaru's fully energized fist, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated for miles. Even the aged Zetsu, entangled with myriad snakes nearby, paused, astonished by the confrontation unfolding above. The shockwaves radiated from the two combatants, snapping surrounding trees and stirring a storm of dust and debris. After several seconds of fierce resistance, Mu Wang suddenly lifted its head, tossing Orochimaru aside with its antler, its massive form crashing to the ground. It shook its head, feeling disoriented as if colliding with an iron wall. After a brief moment, a crack appeared on the antler that had just clashed with Orochimaru, igniting its fury. With a furious roar, it fixed its gaze on the now elevated Orochimaru. Yet Orochimaru too felt the aftermath of their clash. His fist tingled with pain, as though his bones were aching. This was not to be underestimated. It had been a long time since he felt such a sensation. Shaking off the discomfort, Orochimaru's fighting spirit ignited, for nothing compared to facing a worthy adversary. Regaining his composure, Orochimaru charged once more towards Mu Wang, initiating another round of combat. Mu Wang's agile form twisted and turned, attacking with its antlers and massive hooves, leveraging gravitational acceleration for rapid strikes. Orochimaru, in contrast, found himself on the defensive, needing to conserve energy for a decisive blow to contend with Mu Wang's relentless assault. This was unlike his previous battle with Zetsu, where magma provided a constant source of replenishment. As a tailed beast, Mu Wang's endurance far surpassed that of any ninja, especially in a contest of equal footing. This was precisely what Orochimaru sought. Such a battle was exhilarating, even as it drained his stamina, for it merely required managing the absorption and release of energy. The raw power he wielded was not substantial. In this context, a slight deficit would be inconsequential. An hour later, with a fierce kick, Orochimaru sent Mu Wang sprawling 20 meters away. He was no longer the composed figure from before. His fists were bloodied, crimson droplets cascading to the ground. His body bore numerous bruises, with his skin marred by blood, resembling a figure drenched in red. This was the result of exceeding his limits while absorbing energy, leading to the rupture of capillaries beneath the skin, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his eyes sparkled with intensity. After this fierce conflict, he sensed that his body was on the brink of its limits. Another battle of this caliber would surely unlock the full potential of his physique. Meanwhile, Mu Wang was not faring much better. One antler lay shattered, and a front hoof was missing a chunk. Though it bore no visible wounds typical of a tailed beast, the pain was undeniably real. The mere act of expending chakra to heal its injuries left it weakened, let alone the enormous fatigue incurred by its powerful charges. Enough is enough. Complete the primary objective first. Up to this point, Orochimaru has accomplished the purpose of his trial, and his clones have been obliterated by the Old Purple several times. Were it not for Orochimaru dispatching a few more clones to assist, Old Purple would have already arrived. Even so, the clones and the myriad snakes can only engage in a game of cat and mouse with Old Purple, making every effort to impede his approach without confronting him head-on. As the words left his lips, Orochimaru pressed his hand against the ground. It was only now that he truly unleashed his ninjutsu for an attack. Simultaneously, the resurrected Mu Wang charged at Orochimaru with 2 jets of white vapor erupting from his nostrils, his speed undiminished. However, Orochimaru had no intention of engaging him in a struggle. Before Mu Wang could reach him, the earth began to convulse. A swamp suddenly emerged before Mu Wang. The earth release Yellow Spring Swamp. The abrupt change in terrain left Mu Wang no time to alter his course, and he plunged headfirst into the mire. The soft marsh could not withstand Mu Wang's massive frame, and with his ferocious thrashing, the muck swallowed him up to his knees. Before he could gather his strength to leap, numerous earth dragons, each as formidable as the myriad snakes, coiled around him, with 4 more binding his tails. Mu Wang struggled to break free from these constricting earth dragons, yet they continued to manifest, rendering his escape impossible. Orochimaru ascended to his back, creating a shadow clone and unsheathing the long-unused Kusanagi sword. With a swift stroke, he proclaimed, "By the wind's grace, I shall purge the evildoers from this realm. Today, Orochimaru shall enact heaven's justice." After uttering this grandiloquent declaration, his clone wasted no time in targeting Mu Wang's posterior. Gazing at Mu Wang's rounded rear, Orochimaru displayed a wicked grin, his visage smeared with blood, exuding an aura of villainy. His intentions were not directed toward Mu Wang's rear, but rather at those unruly tails. Lightning release, heavenly thunder from the clouds. Chakra imbued with lightning surged over the Kusanagi sword, instantly extending its length by 7 or 8 meters. Below, sensing the impending danger, Mu Wang's struggles intensified. "What are you planning?" Mu Wang spoke for the first time, clearly agitated. The Han within him had anticipated Orochimaru's intentions and was equally incensed. "What am I doing? Do you think I have been idle this whole time?" Barely had the words left his mouth when Orochimaru's clone severed 2 of Mu Wang's tails simultaneously. A piercing shriek, sharper than ever before, erupted from Mu Wang, laced with a hint of anguish. As the critical blow struck, Mu Wang convulsed violently, and in an instant, all the earth dragons shattered, the swamp beneath him roiling tumultuously. "Behave yourself." Gravity fist. Regardless of Mu Wang's heart-wrenching wails, Orochimaru summoned his chakra and physical energy, the forces of gravity and strength compounding. With a double impact, he delivered a punch that drove Mu Wang's head into the mire. His limbs sank deeply into the earth, leaving him questioning his very existence. Who am I? Where am I? How can this creature possess such immense power? Was he merely toying with me before? A flurry of questions flashed through his mind, the pain in his head momentarily overshadowing the humiliation of losing his tails. Continue. Without hesitation, Orochimaru's clone struck again, while Orochimaru himself activated the gravity field upon Mu Wang. He could now endure 5 tons of pressure. It was inconceivable for this robust tailed beast to withstand such force without concern for chakra consumption. He could apply as much weight as he desired. If that old fool Anoki could lift meteors, surely Orochimaru, with his mastery of earth release, could do the same. As the tailed beast was composed of chakra, Orochimaru grasped Mu Wang to absorb his chakra while simultaneously pressing down on his head. With increments of 20, 30, and ultimately 50 times gravity, Mu Wang's struggles began to wane. The concept of 100 times gravity is daunting. A pilot can endure only a few seconds under 10 times gravity. Even in this world, where ninjas possess remarkable resilience, they can withstand at most a mere fraction more. The sensation of such colossal weight upon his head was unbearable, and should he thrash violently, Orochimaru would respond with a gravity fist. This technique, employed during the Fourth Great Ninja War, had allowed Onoki, in conjunction with the Raikage's Iron Fist, to shatter Madara's Susanoo. Orochimaru's confidence in his own strength rivaled that of the Raikage, and with the added force of gravity, subduing a tailed beast was well within his capabilities. Soon enough, the clone had severed all 5 of Mu Wang's tails, sealing them away in the process. At this moment, Mu Wang seemed to surrender to despair, his body ceasing to writhe, as if his spirit had been crushed by an immense humiliation, tears streaming down his cheeks. Heh, is it just a few tails that have been severed? Look at the 4 tails. It currently possesses only 1 tail. Orochimaru, oblivious to the fact that a tail is akin to a tailed beast's lifeblood, was unaware that without their tails, these creatures would require a protracted period to recover, rendering their rebirth nearly as lengthy. Embrace annihilation. This life of a beast is devoid of meaning. If word of this were to spread, how could he ever face others? To be mocked by other tailed beasts would be more unbearable than death itself. Mu Wang, gather yourself. It's merely a matter of losing a few tails. They can regrow, rise and resist. Han shouted desperately within Mu Wang's mental realm. Yet Mu Wang remained unresponsive, his spirit extinguished. Just as Mu Wang contemplated giving in to despair, he suddenly spotted Sun Wukong waving at him in the distance, simultaneously launching a tailed beast ball toward him. Orochimaru also noticed the incoming tailed beast ball, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped aside. Mu Wang, freed from his bindings in the nick of time, narrowly evaded the attack. A mushroom cloud erupted, and once the dust settled, the location where the 4 tails had been was utterly devoid of any trace. Chapter 81, Brotherhood in Spirit. At this moment, Sun Wukong had vanished without a trace, initially believing he could ally with Mu Wang to reclaim their honor. Little did he know that Orochimaru's clones were relentlessly encircling him, and the myriad snakes were buying Orochimaru precious time. The strength of the myriad snakes was formidable. Previously, when Orochimaru summoned them, they would do the work without exerting themselves. Yet after being completely subdued by Orochimaru, they no longer dared to be negligent. Moreover, Orochimaru had promised them a feast afterward. Who could say how long it had been since the myriad snakes had savored delicious roasted meat after leaving the dragon cavern? Who would prefer to gnaw on tough bones when a feast awaited? But before indulging in a grand banquet, they first had to tackle the formidable foe that was the 4 tails. Fortunately, after the last encounter, when the 4 tails had to sever its own tail to survive, it had become merely a larger wild beast without its tails. Though it was a struggle, the myriad snakes, alongside Orochimaru's clones, managed to ensnare it. Just as the 4 tails was about to free itself and come to assist, it witnessed Orochimaru swiftly severing Mu Wang's tails. Observing Orochimaru overpowering Mu Wang, Sun Wukong instantly abandoned the notion of teaming up with Mu Wang against Orochimaru. Sun Wukong was generally loyal, yet in critical moments, he could tolerate an attack on his brother, but never on himself. When his brother was in peril, he would vanish. He was a supportive ally in spirit. Brotherhood runs deeper than blood. When his brother faced trouble, he would feign deafness. In times of trouble, he would be the first to flee. Given how thoroughly Mu Wang had been beaten, Sun Wukong felt he had little to offer. It was not self-deprecation. He had genuinely experienced the terror of being dominated. Thus, he made a decision contrary to the teachings of the Sage of 6 Paths, launching a tailed beast ball to provide Mu Wang a chance to escape, and immediately after, he turned and fled, only leaving the King Mu with a bare backside. King Mu, known for his swiftness, surely outpaced it, and having given prior notice, he could not be blamed for failing to flee. The reality confirmed that King Mu, under the influence of the tailed beast Jade, broke free from his constraints. However, it seemed his intellect was somewhat lacking, as he did not escape at the first opportunity. Perhaps unable to endure the humiliation of losing his tail, he retaliated immediately by launching a tailed beast Jade at Orochimaru. Orochimaru presumed that King Mu would take this chance to flee. With his speed, escape would indeed be a challenge to pursue. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it provided the perfect opportunity to subdue him, contributing to the third battle. An agile turn easily evaded the tailed beast Jade, but before he could close in on King Mu, another tailed beast Jade was hurled at him, followed in quick succession by a third and fourth. Goodness, had this creature lost its mind? It was now King Mu who unleashed a barrage, and upon meeting his frenzied gaze, Orochimaru realized the creature was indeed pushed to desperation. The tailed beast jades released no longer considered proximity. Some even threatened to affect him directly. Yet King Mu remained undeterred, fixating intently on Orochimaru's movements. Orochimaru was correct. King Mu had completely lost his sanity. The Han within him had succumbed to unconsciousness, and the seals were entirely undone, transforming King Mu into a wild stallion unbound. With a fierce roar, he released a tailed beast jade, and at the moment Orochimaru evaded, King Mu seized the opportunity to leap towards him once more. After such a lengthy engagement, Orochimaru was reluctant to linger. His objectives had been accomplished, training completed, tailed beast chakra collected. Thus, he was ready to unleash something substantial. At that moment, the battered Manda arrived near the battlefield, merely observing without approaching, though impatience flickered in his eyes, as if urging Orochimaru to hasten, his hunger mounting. Without further ado, after a brief confrontation with King Mu, Orochimaru clasped his hands together, summoning his chakra. Earth Explosion Star. This technique had proven effective even against the six-tailed Naruto, let alone an unseasoned King Mu. Orochimaru's mastery of earth techniques was not mere boast. The Earth Explosion Star was not exclusive to Pain, as both Madara and the later iterations of Sasuke wielded it. Yet they all shared a commonality, possessing the Rinnegan. With their own variations, Pain wielded a single core, while the Six Paths Madara could summon multiple cores simultaneously. However, these variations were merely quantitative. Sasuke's later ability to seal seven-tailed beasts in one go represented a qualitative leap. To return to the matter at hand, Orochimaru's Earth Explosion Star did not require a black core and could manipulate the earth blocks to fly in desired directions while continuously compressing them. As the command left his lips, the surrounding earth began to tremble, with rocks of various sizes converging upon King Mu, as if he were magnetically attracting the very ground around him. Naturally, King Mu would not remain passive, but as he attempted to evade, he discovered that his limbs were ensnared by earthen dragons, with more climbing towards him. In mere moments, King Mu found himself enveloped in rocks, every last gap sealed. Rise! With Orochimaru's commanding shout, the spherical mass encasing King Mu began to ascend slowly, while more rocks continued to float towards the sphere. Observing the scene, one could see that the surrounding rocks were being lifted, as this battlefield lay within the land of grass. Nestled against the land of earth and the northwestern reaches of Konoha, its karst landscape abundant with stones. This spectacle did not escape the notice of Manda, nor even the distant Sun Wukong, who, having fled some distance, caught a glimpse of the stone sphere hovering above. Goodness, how fortunate to have fled in time. What on earth was happening? Had King Mu not escaped? Even the proud Sun Wukong found himself swallowing hard, cold sweat beginning to bead upon his brow. The chakra signature of King Mu had vanished. It seemed dire straits awaited. We must move. Being targeted by that creature would spell trouble. We have done our utmost. Han was simply too complacent. With that, he turned and fled, his form gradually shrinking until, having diminished to a mere 5 or 6 meters, he disappeared into the foliage. At this moment, King Mu was indeed in dire straits, ensnared by a multitude of rocks, unable to resist, let alone move a finger. As the weight of the stones accumulated, King Mu felt the increasing pressure surrounding him, forcing him to channel chakra in a futile struggle against the external forces. His attempts were evidently in vain. Orochimaru tightened his grip on the sphere, his fingers slowly compressing the mass, yet it felt as though a repulsive force resisted him, requiring immense effort to draw inward. Perish! With veins bulging upon his hand, he clenched his fist, and the massive black sphere, with a diameter of 500 to 600 meters, abruptly contracted. In that moment, an anguished cry seemed to echo in Orochimaru's ears, and he distinctly sensed the pressure within the sphere intensifying dramatically. A futile resistance. King Mu's desperate struggles quickly waned, ceasing altogether after a brief while. Chapter 82. An unexpected delight. This creature was utterly ruthless. Manda beheld the scene above, watching as the sphere seemingly crushed like a burst fishball, contracting significantly. He instinctively tightened his rear. Though lacking a posterior, it did not hinder his imagination of what King Mu must be experiencing. Should you wish to experience such a fate, I could arrange for you to witness your own brain matter in a mere second. As he contemplated becoming a snake in the future, Orochimaru's voice echoed in his ears, causing an involuntary shiver. Brother Snake, do not jest. I have risked everything this time. Manda, wearing a face of feigned bravado, clearly understood Orochimaru's temperament, and that he would not strike without cause. Very well. You return to the dragon's lair and prepare the ingredients while I ascertain whether this creature still breathes. With Orochimaru's consent, Manda vanished with a resounding pop. The ensuing events were straightforward. The sphere in the air continued to compress. Once the sphere had contracted to half its size, the amalgamation of rocks was nearly reduced to powder. Even if King Mu had not perished, he would surely have glimpsed his own brain matter by now. After a while, when Orochimaru felt it was sufficient, he leaped above the sphere, reaching out to sense the movements within. With his earth affinity, detecting the life forms inside was a trivial task. If he failed to find a pulse, it would indeed reflect poorly on him. Controlling the sphere, he created a fissure, and the sphere in the air cracked open like a halved egg, with earth and stone cascading downwards. Gazing within, the form of King Mu had vanished, replaced by a distorted humanoid figure. The fate of antagonists is often grim. The more arrogant they are, the harsher their demise. One need only look at the likes of the white-haired brother and the loudmouth. Seizing Han's lifeless body in a flash, Orochimaru returned to the ground. As the sphere behind him lost Orochimaru's control, it plummeted downwards in a freefall. Upon sensing again, he confirmed that King Mu had disappeared, leaving behind only a shattered shell. Scouring Han's pockets, he could not overlook the spoils of the fallen. The steam armor he wore was now contorted beyond recognition, certainly no longer usable. Whether it was his invention or not, the armor sparked a thought in Orochimaru's mind: trains. With such advanced technology, why not create a train? He wondered if the land of frost had developed trains as well. Pondering this, Orochimaru considered the possibility of crafting a steam engine, striving to be the first to explore uncharted territory. In the embrace of Han, Orochimaru unearthed 2 scrolls and a handful of cash. Weighing them in his hands, each a high denomination, summing to approximately 5 or 6 million. Goodness, they are indeed wealthy, Orochimaru muttered under his breath. Realizing that the restlessness of a Wagakure was justified, such affluence breeds unwarranted ambitions. He unfurled one of the scrolls, only to discover it was a severely damaged sealing scroll, rendered unusable and of limited capacity. Casting it aside, he gingerly opened the remaining scroll, which was relatively intact. To his intrigue, it was a summoning scroll. The inscription revealed it to be not one for summoning beasts, but rather a specialized summoning scroll for ninja tools, specifically crafted as a sealed scroll. A sealed scroll means that even if the scroll is lost, it cannot be opened without the original owner's blood. Without requiring Han to bleed, Orochimaru pressed his bloodied fingertip against the scroll, forming the necessary hand seals for summoning. As smoke billowed forth, an ancient long sword materialized before him. Astonishingly, it was a katana. Orochimaru examined the katana closely. The hilt lacked a guard, resembling more of a saber. As the blade was drawn, it gleamed menacingly, its cold aura alerting Orochimaru to its formidable nature. The blade reflected his serpent-like eyes, and as his palm brushed against it, a bright metallic sound resonated. With a flourish, he danced the blade, effortlessly severing a tree trunk as thick as his thigh, the smooth diagonal cut revealing the extraordinary sharpness of this sword. Far exceeding that of an ordinary katana, the sensation was delightful, rivaling that of the Tenko Yukin. He surmised the sword's origin. If his conjecture was correct, it was the legendary Kusanagi. In this world, swords and blades are indistinguishable, and even sword masters may wield a katana, much like the renowned Miyamoto Musashi, who favored the long sword. The appearance of this blade mirrored that of the Kusanagi used by his past self, the second pillar. The Kusanagi is a mythical artifact, with 3 notable appearances: Orochimaru's Tenko Yukin, the second pillar's Kusanagi, and Itachi's Toketsu sword, which he later used to seal Orochimaru. The former 2 were acquired by Orochimaru. The Tenko Yukin is reserved for formidable foes, such as the 4th Kazekage, Raza, his mentor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto. The Kusanagi was gifted to the second pillar, who subsequently found a favorable fate. It remained uncertain whether this incarnation of the second pillar would possess such fortune. As for the Toketsu sword, also known as the Sake Cutter, it lacks a physical form, being composed of chakra. In the original story, Orochimaru had sought it for some time, only to find it already claimed by Itachi. Chakra surged through the blade as he formed a single-handed seal for lightning release. The blade pulsed with lightning chakra, reminiscent of the second pillar's Raijin Chidori. Indeed, it was the Kusanagi. Confirming his suspicions, Orochimaru felt elated. The Kusanagi was no less than the famed blades of Kirigakure, prized for their rarity. Having acquired 2 of the 3 legendary artifacts, he would surely command respect in the future. Though Orochimaru had seldom wielded the Kusanagi, it was not due to a disinterest in swords. Rather, each battle presented an opportunity for self-enhancement. The visceral thrill of combat outweighed the use of a sword. What merit is there in merely slashing away when the purpose of training is to hone one's prowess? To him, his current strength had yet to reach the point where he could draw the sword with ostentation. And for whom would he perform? The oblivious snakes of the great serpent, or the tailed beasts? To his astonishment, this blade had found its way to him. While Orochimaru was unaware of the original source of this sword, what mattered now was that it was in his possession. Sheathing the sword, he placed it alongside the Tenko Yukin at his waist. He typically donned swords on his outings. But this unexpected boon meant he would now be a man equipped with 2 blades, aspiring to become a master of both sword and blade. Switching between them. What child has not wielded a stick in their youth, mimicking the art of swordsmanship? Once he grew weary of the ethereal swordplay, he would transform into a deity of blade, shattering stars with a single stroke. To commemorate the moment, he unleashed a burst of fire release upon Han, embracing environmental conservation through cremation, responding to the call of duty. Had it not been for the battlefield, ravaged for miles around, one might have thought Orochimaru possessed a high level of ideological awareness. Chapter 83. The confrontation. Meanwhile, in the southwestern region of Takigakure, bordering the land of earth and the land of fire, a Leaf Village squad was hastening towards the border of the land of earth. The border is extensive, and their mission paralleled that of Jiraiya, to gather intelligence. Only elite teams would dare to scout at this time. And although their overall strength may not match that of Jiraiya's squad, they possessed the Byakugan, an ability that could rival them. Indeed, this was an elite team composed of Hyuga clan ninjas, led by Hinata Hisashi, the clan leader's younger brother. At 27 years of age, Hisashi was also an exceptional jonin, and the Byakugan of their clan was ideally suited for reconnaissance. As one of the 3 great ocular techniques, the Byakugan originated from the Otsutsuki clan. A complete Byakugan grants a 360-degree field of vision, enabling the user to perceive the opponent's chakra network, chakra flow, and even distant objects with clarity. By manipulating chakra, the Byakugan can magnify vision up to 1 kilometer, surpassing the Sharingan in terms of insight. Like Jiraiya's team, Hisashi had 3 jonin accompanying him, with 8 pairs of Byakugan. They could detect any movement within a kilometer in all directions, highlighting the formidable composition of their squad. Captain, we have already penetrated deep into Takigakure, yet we have yet to encounter any ninjas from Iwagakure. Do you think it possible they are not advancing from this direction? Inquired a recent jonin from the Hyuga clan, somewhat anxious as it was his first engagement in such a high-stakes war. However, the journey had been uneventful thus far, providing him a measure of reassurance. Do not let your guard down. The intelligence was gathered by the Anbu and is highly reliable. Stay alert, Hisashi commanded. Yes, Hisashi was born just as the Second Great Ninja War concluded. While he did not fight personally, he was a seasoned jonin with experience from nearly 100 battles. Fully aware of the unpredictable nature of warfare, his maturity and composure had earned him a position on the front lines of intelligence gathering, where typically only 1 Hyuga ninja would accompany a regular squad. However, with the war freshly ignited, their presence was indispensable as frontline troops. An additional scout would be no burden. Shortly thereafter, as if to validate Hisashi's concerns, several shadowy figures appeared on the horizon. Prepare for battle. As his words fell, the approaching figures became clearer, another ninja squad, distinguishable from ordinary ninjas by their attire. Most notably, their forehead protectors bore the emblem of Iwagakure. The newcomers also recognized Hisashi's team, yet they approached without hesitation, exuding confidence. What a narrow road for our adversaries, the Leaf Village scum, boasted the leader of the opposing team, hands on hips, disdainfully locking eyes with Hisashi and his companions. Humph. Such bravado. Encountering us today spells your misfortune, Hisashi retorted, equally unyielding. Both parties shared the same intent, standing on opposing sides. Enemies meeting on the battlefield evoke heightened animosity. When scouts from rival factions cross paths, the choices are limited, either to flee or to engage in a fight to the death, with no room for discourse. In such encounters, the brave emerge victorious. In the next moment, Several individuals sprang into action simultaneously, for from Konoha faced off against 3 from Awagakure. All were elite jonin, undaunted by the confrontation. It was a clash of titans, a king against a king, a general against a general, with sharp blades drawn. The shinobi of Konoha and Sunagakure engaged in a deadly duel amidst the land of waterfalls. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, having fled the battlefield, did not return to Awagakure to report, but sped towards the land of waterfalls. In his eyes, no command or grand strategy outweighed the value of his own life. After all, Mu was a living testament to this. He had no intention of returning until Inoki resolved the threat posed by Orochimaru. Having narrowly escaped death twice, once losing 4 tails, and this time thanks to Mu shielding him, he could not rely on such fortune again. The thought was terrifying. Mu had been killed without resistance, and he resolved to keep his distance. Mu was renowned as the strongest in close combat among the tailed beasts, while Han, having trained rigorously in physical techniques, was no match for Orochimaru. With these thoughts, Orochimaru quickened his pace, while the specter of Orochimaru, a nightmare for him, was preoccupied with other matters. "Brother Snake, when are we eating?" By the river, the massive form of Manda lounged in the water, its truck-sized head observing the scene before it. "Just a sprinkle of seasoning, and it will be ready." Orochimaru diligently turned the hundreds of pounds of grass carp on the grill, the fire below roaring brightly. The land of grass bordered both the land of earth and the land of fire, and lay close to the land of rain, presenting a geography reminiscent of a tropical rainforest. When it rained, it poured, yet under the sun, the heat was intense. Fortunately, the past few days had been dry, and in nearly 40-degree heat, even the colossal fish, rarely seen in his previous life, cooked swiftly. Such a massive fish was undoubtedly brought by Manda from the Dragon Cave, where the oxygen was rich, allowing both flora and fauna to grow larger than those outside. Orochimaru promised Manda an ample feast, and he was truthful. 1 fish would not suffice, hence there were over 20 grills. In addition to the grass carp, there were equally sized lobsters, king crabs, and river clams larger than millstones. However, Orochimaru was too lazy to do the heavy lifting himself, so each grill was tended by an energy clone focused intently on cooking. Why exert oneself when one had clones? This was not the time of rigorous training in the Dragon Cave, where he had to do everything personally. What was Orochimaru's main body doing at this moment? Healing in the shade of a rock. Indeed, healing, though he had no broken bones or torn muscles. His body had sustained some internal injuries due to energy overload. Many warriors bear the scars of battle, often neglecting them in youth, only to face consequences as they age. Without the ability to reincarnate, Orochimaru needed to take good care of his body. Even the first Hokage had met an untimely end at a young age. He had been defeated by Madara in his 3-tomo state, then again when Madara achieved the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and yet again when he unleashed the 9-tailed Susanoo. Regardless of Madara's strength, Hashirama could always overpower him, but excessive strain on one's life would take its toll, even with Hashirama's cells coursing through him. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to be disciplined. The young must learn to care for their health. There is a saying, a man must protect himself outside. Orochimaru wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that a wise man does not fall into romantic entanglements, and that adults deserve to indulge in self-care. Life is precious and cannot afford to be wasted. Nurturing oneself is the greatest comfort. He sighed, contemplating seeking advice from Jiraiya on a better day. This sweltering weather was unbearable. Perhaps a bath was in order. Manda, the serpent, was indeed enjoying itself, having soaked in the river for some time. "Brother Snake, are you joining me for a bath?" Manda asked, grinning as it spotted Orochimaru entering the water. "Yes, this is quite rejuvenating." Chapter 84, The Society of Manda. After a brief wash to rid himself of dust and blood, Orochimaru had to admit that a cool bath on a hot summer's day was a blissful experience. The land of fire, located at the continent's center, had mild summers and winters, making the climate quite pleasant. He suspected he would return with a sun-kissed complexion. After drying his hair, Orochimaru donned a fresh set of clothing, having packed 2 or 3 outfits for his journey. Unlike other shinobi, Orochimaru felt as though he were on vacation, and indeed, he had that mindset. "Let us bring some fish back for Lady White Snake and the elders," he said to Manda. Although he had left the Dragon Cave, maintaining good relations was essential. One never knew when they might need assistance in the future. Moreover, indulging alone would not reflect well upon him, while no one dared to speak out. The risk of Manda causing him trouble was not to be underestimated. All right, fine. Manda's tone was somewhat reluctant. But upon learning it was for Lady White Snake and the elders, it complied, knowing it could not afford to offend them. Everyone knew Manda had brought back a plethora of ingredients from the Dragon Cave. It would be remiss not to share, especially with so much to spare. After thrusting the skewered fish between Manda's fangs, the aroma of the grilled meat made Manda salivate uncontrollably, prompting a look of disdain from Orochimaru. Go on, Shu. With that, Orochimaru released the summoning technique and began to savor the culinary delights before him. After a lengthy battle, he was indeed famished, considering his extraordinary physique. He required significant caloric intake. After finishing a large fish, Orochimaru summoned Manda once again. Oh, Brother Snake, you had me worried, Manda exclaimed, eagerly lunging at a large lobster. Ignoring the skewer it was impaled upon and devouring it whole. Look at you, no concern for your stomach. While Orochimaru relished his afternoon tea, Jiraiya's team had returned to Konoha. Thanks to Minato's flying thunder god technique, they made it back to the village in mere moments. Their urgency was understandable. News about the Jinchuriki was critical, and relaying it swiftly could prevent significant casualties. However, Minato had borne the brunt of the journey and was nearly exhausted upon arrival. After all, he had single-handedly faced hundreds of Awagakure shinobi, continuously employing the flying thunder god technique without pause. Minato, how did you tire so quickly? You are destined to be Hokage, Jiraiya teased, patting Minato on the shoulder. You may be fast, but it seems you lack endurance. Shuyi and Daka offered their gratitude and encouragement, but Minato nodded in agreement with Jiraiya's words, realizing he still had much to learn. Hehe. Perhaps you are swift and your performance commendable, earning praise from others. But in front of your teacher, sorry little brother, you still have to practice. Jiraiya was pleased with his humble disciple. Upon returning to the village, they all sighed in relief, engaging in light conversation as they made their way to the Hokage Tower. After Jiraiya's team reported their mission to the Hokage and shared the battlefield encounters, it was revealed that they had undertaken an S-rank mission, personally sanctioned by the Hokage. Upon hearing about the appearance of the Jinchuriki, Orochimaru, and Han, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. He promptly convened the higher-ups of Konoha to discuss countermeasures and dispatched more scouts to gather intelligence. The entirety of Konoha fell into a state of readiness, functioning like a well-oiled machine, with various missions being issued. Many of these tasks were related to the ongoing war, including escorting supplies, protecting advancing troops, and various operations to disrupt enemy forces. However, the minimum requirement to undertake these tasks is that one must be at the level of a Chunin. Konoha conducts Chunin exams annually, and many young ninjas have successfully ascended to this rank. Among the distinguished Chunin who have advanced in recent years are Nara Shikamaru, Nara Rin, Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, and Sarutobi Asuma. They have all been summoned by Konoha, forming teams of 3, each led by a Jonin. Those who have yet to form a team need not worry, as the results of this year's Chunin exams will soon be announced. In order to recruit more exceptional ninjas in response to the ongoing war, the higher-ups in Konoha have implemented corresponding measures. In these extraordinary times, the traditionally held Chunin exams in the latter half of the year have been rescheduled to the first half. Congratulations to Shizune, and may you smoothly ascend to Chunin. Yuhi Karini said gently to Shizune, and her sincere smile clearly reflected her happiness for her. Don't just congratulate me, I extend my congratulations to you as well. Shizune replied with a smile, as both of them had successfully passed the Chunin exams, although they were a year behind Nara Rin and Obito. You two needn't flatter each other. Tonight, I shall treat you to a celebration. Asuma, who had been waiting outside the examination venue, declared boldly. One must admit that there is a reason Asuma married early. He is generous with his spending, lacking in complexity, and simply throwing money around. What a straightforward approach. What girl could resist such a magnanimous man? You said it. Tonight, let us indulge in some extravagance. Karini said without a hint of embarrassment. After all these years, the two had grown quite close, and politeness seemed unnecessary. Asuma, of course, did not mind the expense. How much could 2 girls eat? He, the son of the Hokage, had his share of advantages. Although his father rarely communicated with him, he never skimped on his allowance, and while others perceived the 3rd Hokage as stern, they were unaware that his hefty monthly allowance was a profound expression of paternal love. Darn it, I nearly made it. You fared better than I. I was eliminated right from the start. The two girls, seemingly delicate, surprised everyone with their formidable strength. Isn't that little Asuma? He knows these two. It seems that exceptional individuals attract equally remarkable friends. The group of ninjas who failed the exam whispered amongst themselves, envious of the scene before Asuma. Then I shall bask in your glory, Asuma. Don't hold back on my account, Shizen said, linking her arm with Karini's and smiling charmingly as they departed with Asuma, igniting envy among the onlookers. Naturally, other ninjas who passed the exam also celebrated. Though no one treated, they were happy to invite a few friends to celebrate. Meanwhile, those who did not pass felt increasingly disheartened. Chapter 85, Undercurrents Captain. Should we continue to delve deeper? A Hyuga ninja inquired of the leader, Hyuga Hizashi, his tone laced with fatigue, yet his expression resolute. Hizashi stomped his foot, pressing against the soil beneath them, having just disposed of a batch of enemy ninja corpses. The meticulousness of Konoha's ninjas is commendable, ensuring both disposal and concealment of evidence. If not entirely erasing their tracks, allowing for a delayed discovery. Their mission was to ambush and gather intelligence, thus maintaining secrecy was paramount. They had encountered 3 waves of enemies thus far, all of which they had navigated with minimal peril. However, they had paid a price. One ninja had a fractured arm, currently bound with bandages, while the other 2 sustained various injuries, fortunately not life-threatening. Ahead lay the border of the land of Earth, and they must press on. Having reached this point, turning back was unsatisfactory. Having come this far, it would be disheartening to retreat. The ambush mission was largely accomplished, but they must seize any opportunity to expand their success. Hearing the command, none expressed dissatisfaction. They were all competent ninjas, and obeying orders is a fundamental trait of their kind. Let us take a brief rest. If the situation turns dire, we can retreat at a moment's notice. The advantage of their Byakugan became apparent. Should they face insurmountable odds, they could escape from a kilometer away, making retreat feasible. With that, Hizashi sat down on a rock, retrieving military rations from his ninja tool pouch. Though not particularly palatable, these rations were effective in satiating hunger and restoring energy. After consuming the rations and drinking some water, the weight of hunger began to lift, and the other 3 followed suit. Xiaoming, how is your injury? Hizashi asked with concern towards the most injured member of their team, as it was his duty as the team leader to ensure all his subordinates returned safely. It's nothing. I can't use this hand for now. I've held the team back. Xiaoming, a member of the Hyuga clan, replied with a faint, apologetic smile. Injuries are inevitable. It's not your fault. Just stay behind me. I will protect you. Hizashi waved dismissively, offering reassurance to Xiaoming. He knew firsthand that one could not regard an injured comrade as a burden. He could not watch someone perish before his eyes. It was now a little past 2 in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day, and as they neared the land of Earth, the trees grew sparse, forcing the group to rest in the shade of a large rock. Let us proceed a bit deeper today. If all goes well, we can return tomorrow. Hizashi stood once more, rallying his team. Hearing their captain's words, the group's spirits lifted, and they readied themselves. Yes, they packed their gear, erased their traces, and set off, with no news being more exhilarating than the prospect of returning home. Soon, they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the front line of the land of Earth, a large contingent of Awagakure forces was stationed at the junction of the land of Earth, the land of grass, and the land of waterfall. 10 dispatch teams had yet to report back, either delayed by unforeseen circumstances or encountering issues. Within the military tent, several elite jonin from Awagakure gathered, including the son of the Tsuchikage, Anoki, and others such as Doshi, Sumagashi, Magaru, Hayakage, and Oishi. Leading them was Anoki, responsible for commanding and coordinating the troops. While Doshi had just reported the situation, here are the routes taken by these teams. Doshi spread a map on the table, marking several locations, prominently featuring the route taken by Hyuga Hizashi. However, in addition to their route, there was another route from which 3 teams had gone missing, while others had at most 2 teams unaccounted for. Observing the situation, the expressions of those in the tent darkened. The map indicated that these teams had faced adversity in their initial engagements, and soon, Konoha's ninjas from those 2 routes would likely confront them. Have we identified the enemy on these 2 routes? Anoki inquired, his demeanor grim, mirroring the expressions of the others. According to reports from the surviving scouts, one team is led by Uchiha Fugaku, while the other team remains unidentified. Sumagashi quickly relayed the gathered intelligence. He was a special jonin from Iwagakure responsible for frontline intelligence. Cursed Uchiha. Could the other team belong to the Hyuga clan? I wouldn't assume so. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has also arrived on the scene. In a moment, the tent was abuzz with discussions, and indeed, they had accurately guessed the situation. What they did not anticipate was that Konoha would immediately dispatch such a formidable team. Shouldn't there have been a period of mutual probing first? They should have resorted to deception or ambush against a Wagakure, such a breach of martial ethics. The two routes must deploy even more scouts. They cannot allow the battlefield to extend into the land of Earth. After a brief pause, Kodo continued, the other defensive lines also require our attention. We must showcase our strength and not allow Konoha to underestimate us. Receiving the orders, Kusama quickly set to work, dispatching elite Jonin-led squads in various directions. Prior to this, Kusama had already sent out several small teams, but evidently, it had not been taken seriously enough. The conflict between the two nations would undoubtedly burden the land of grass and the land of waterfalls, for weak nations possessed no rights. Regardless of whether it was the second, third, or fourth Great Ninja War, the chosen battlegrounds were always within the territories of these small nations, with the great powers indifferent to their fates. Dissent? Those who dare to oppose would risk being swept away themselves. Were it not for the presence of some daimyos in these smaller nations, the larger countries would not hesitate to annex them. The reason they afford these nations a semblance of survival is to maintain a buffer zone. Such territory holds little value for them and can serve as a battlefield during conflicts. Ultimately, it boils down to insufficient strength. Consider Hanzo, despite being in a minuscule territory. The five great nations dare not underestimate him. Mitsuharu has also managed to establish himself among the great nations through his swordsmanship, having garnered some respect when proposing the resolution for a neutral country. After all, it did not infringe upon their interests. Positioned outside the buffer zones of the great powers, they are of little concern. They may disregard these lands, but others do not. At this moment, Orochimaru was also making his way toward the land of waterfalls, seizing the rare opportunity to investigate the smaller nations beyond the five great ones. Chapter 86. The thief shall not escape. Xiaoming, are you all right? Nichiha, clutching his punctured clavicle, approached Xiaoming, who was leaning against a tree trunk. Captain, you're injured? Xiaoming, equally in pain, inquired anxiously as he winced due to the agony from his fractured arm. Had it not been for the captain and his comrades' protection during the battle, he might have already succumbed to death. The blood from his injuries was seeping through, clearly indicating the severity of his wounds. The other two team members had also sustained significant injuries. Their gentle fist techniques were not impervious, and it was common to suffer injuries to their bones. Both of them had varying degrees of muscle strains, which paled in comparison to the enemies they had dispatched. It's nothing. We've already been compromised. Let us pack up and retreat. The medical ninjutsu practitioners among the team hurriedly rushed to staunch Nichiha's bleeding and bandage his wounds. They had arrived at the border between the land of waterfalls and the land of earth, encountering their second wave of enemies today, with ninja squads appearing increasingly frequently. They had managed to avoid confrontations several times, but this time, the enemy team possessed sensory ninjas, leading to their exposure, which resulted in a fierce struggle. While it is still light, we must depart quickly. The two lightly injured team members supported Xiaoming and hurried back towards Konoha. Naturally, they could not retrace their steps. They had already devised a relatively safe alternate route, all part of their prior preparations. Observing Nichiha leading the way ahead, Xiaoming's eyes brimmed with guilt and gratitude, as he recalled the words of the Hokage regarding the will of fire. Could this be the spirit of self-sacrifice? One must admit that the indoctrination by the third Hokage was indeed effective, and he silently vowed to become an equally remarkable ninja in the future. Not long after their departure, an Iwagakure ninja arrived at the battlefield where the two sides had just clashed. Iwagakure ninja. The newcomer quickly examined the bodies sprawled on the ground. Their pulses had ceased, but the blood remained warm, indicating that the skirmish had occurred not long ago. Old Purple. There's a slight chakra fluctuation to the left. It appears to be from the party that just engaged in battle. The newcomer was none other than the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, who had raced along the border from the land of grass, intending to venture into the remaining smaller nations. The reason for following the border of the land of earth was due to his familiarity with the terrain, and he surmised that Orochimaru would not venture close to areas frequented by Iwagakure ninjas. Since he had encountered them, he could not remain a passive observer. Before departing, he resolved to lend his final efforts for the land of earth. With this thought, Old Purple swiftly headed in the direction indicated by Sun Wukong. His speed was incomparable to that of Nichiha and his remaining comrades. Before long, Old Purple caught sight of several fleeing shadows. Similarly, Nichiha and his team sensed the pursuers behind them, though they were still at a distance, and with dusk approaching, they could not clearly discern the pursuers' identities. "Captain, we have pursuers behind us." The teammate responsible for rear vigilance immediately relayed the situation to Nichiha, who was leading the way. "Increase your speed. There's a forest ahead. If we can enter it, our chances of escape will be significantly higher." With that, they quickened their pace, while Old Purple also sensed their acceleration. Fortuitously, he clenched his fists, and in the next moment, the lava release chakra mode manifested, greatly enhancing his speed. "Thief, do not escape." Just as Nichiha and his team stepped into the forest, Old Purple charged in like a cannonball, crashing heavily before them. "Dear sirs, isn't it rather rude to leave after putting on such a show?" Old Purple crossed his arms, lacking any semblance of a monk, while his gaze scrutinized Nichiha and his companions. "It's Old Purple, the Jinchuriki of Awagakure." Xiaoming swallowed hard, for they were all acquainted with the Jinchuriki of various villages. And this war had particularly drawn their attention to the two Jinchuriki from Awagakure. Though it was their first meeting, they were already familiar with the appearances of Old Purple and Han. Having been cautioned before undertaking this mission to avoid rash actions upon encountering a Jinchuriki and to retreat, if necessary, it seemed that luck was not on their side. They could not always turn peril into safety. Nichiha felt a weight settle in his heart, unable to fathom that Awagakure had directly sent a Jinchuriki to intercept them. The only silver lining was that it was just Old Purple alone. They still had a slim chance of survival. If two Jinchuriki had appeared simultaneously, they would be left with no option but to await their demise. "Follow my orders and prepare for battle. We will scatter to escape. Our odds of survival will increase if we do so. Someone must return to the village." Nichiha was not one to hesitate. As the leader, he had to take decisive action. "Captain, we want to flee. We'll fight him." "Yes, what are the Jinchuriki? We, the Hyuga clan, have never feared outsiders." "Silence. This is an order. If you acknowledge me as your captain, you will follow my commands." In such moments, there was no room for indecision. Survival would amplify their worth. Just as Nichiha issued his command, Old Purple seemed to discern their intentions. As an experienced ninja, it was no trivial matter to encircle 4 individuals alone. Earth Release, Earth Clone. In an instant, Old Purple created 3 Earth clones, each infused with lava release chakra. Upon witnessing this, Nichiha's team turned pale. They were all significantly injured, especially Xiaoming and Nichiha. Let alone escaping, engaging in combat was beyond their capacity. "Think you can flee? I shall send you all to your demise." Before they could scatter, Old Purple's Earth clones intercepted them one by one. Nichiha's expression turned grim, and a hint of despair flickered in his eyes. Old Purple, however, paid no heed to their plight. He charged directly at Nichiha, for to capture the leader was to subdue the rest. Ever since being humiliated by Orochimaru, he had endured a great deal of frustration. And no matter how composed one might be, a tinge of anger inevitably arose. Now that he faced Konoha's ninjas, he could hardly contain his desire for release. Lava Release, Scorching River Rock Technique. 8 trigrams Air Palm. War loomed on the horizon, as the thunderous sounds of battle erupted simultaneously across 4 fronts. Despite suffering a penetrating injury to his shoulder, Nichi, a capable leader among the ninjas, proved his mettle, managing to hold his ground against the formidable Old Purple for a brief period. The 2 lightly injured Hyuga ninjas, though somewhat lacking in strength, managed to fend for themselves against Old Purple's clone. However, it was Xiaoming, the most severely wounded among them, who suffered greatly. A single encounter sent him flying, leaving a large area of his arm scorched. The pain was excruciating, causing him to grit his teeth and break into a cold sweat, as the extensive burns radiated a penetrating agony throughout his entire being. Old Purple's abilities were particularly effective against ordinary ninjas, especially in a battlefield rife with collateral damage. Without a means to counter him, he wreaked havoc like a force of nature. Amidst the fierce struggle, a figure 5 kilometers away sensed the tumult of flames and chaos. "Oh, how lively it is." Chapter 87. The Byakugan acquired. Nichi spat out a mouthful of blood, the most severe of his injuries concentrated on his shoulder. The bandage wrapped around the wound was already soaked with blood, his palm pressed against the injury, yet the blood continued to flow like a fountain. while even the slightest movement of his other arm caused him immense pain. Humph, the Hyuga clan is nothing remarkable. Old Purple remained as arrogant as ever, regaining his former confidence. Just as he finished speaking, a small-tailed beast bomb was launched towards Nichi. Witnessing this, Nichi's heart raced. Though his Byakugan could evade most attacks, the wide area of effect of this tailed beast bomb made it nearly impossible to avoid. Gritting his teeth, Nichi summoned all his strength to leap aside. And the next moment, the bomb detonated close by. Taking refuge behind a stone, Nichi was spared from a direct hit, but the shockwave from the explosion left him dizzy. Not only was he affected, but even the two nearby Hyuga ninjas felt the repercussions. Old Purple's clone had been prepared for this moment, seizing the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to the two unsteady ninjas, one of whom was knocked unconscious. The other ninja suffered severe injuries, while Xiao Ming, who had barely managed to defend himself throughout the ordeal, was left in a pitiful state, teetering on the brink of death. With even a lowly genin capable of ending his life, this one-sided battle brought Old Purple immense satisfaction, effectively dispelling the frustrations that had built up within him. Just as he relished his apparent victory, a warning echoed from Sun Wukong. Old Purple, flee quickly. That guy is closing in. The urgency in Sun Wukong's voice resonated in Old Purple's mind, causing him to halt abruptly in his tracks. That guy? Who? Lost in the thrill of overpowering the Konoha ninjas, Old Purple was momentarily taken aback. However, upon hearing the name that haunted his nightmares from Sun Wukong's lips, his hair stood on end. Without a second thought, Old Purple bolted towards the land of Earth, leaving behind any thoughts of the wandering monk or the rogue ninja. 2 kilometers away, Orochimaru noticed Old Purple's hasty retreat, yet a faint smile graced his lips. Quite vigilant. Before he could finish his thought, his figure vanished from sight. Moments later, he materialized on the fiery battlefield, where vast stretches of forest lay scorched by Old Purple's molten lava, and flames still raged in the distance. His gaze fell upon the remnants of battle, initially intending to eliminate Old Purple, but upon spotting the fallen Konoha ninjas, he reconsidered his course of action. Why? It's a team from the Hyuga clan, led by Nichi. Orochimaru's attention shifted to Nichi, who lay unconscious behind a large stone. As he gracefully descended from the sky and approached the first branch member of the Hyuga family. At this moment, Nichi was in a semi-comatose state, surrounded by the searing heat of the flowing lava, the hissing steam reminiscent of a cooking pan. Yet, these external circumstances were far beyond his concern. His mind was engulfed in a buzzing haze, as the surroundings gradually faded from his perception. Just as his heavy eyelids began to close entirely, a long shadow, illuminated by the flames, appeared before him. Without a doubt, it was the specter of death beckoning him. He intended to memorize the visage of his assailant before succumbing. Yet as his eyes shut, consciousness slipped away. How fragile! A single blow, and death awaits. Amidst the raging inferno, Orochimaru approached Nichi, stepping upon the lava with ease. Not everyone possessed his extraordinary resilience. For an ordinary person to hold their own against a Jinchuriki for even a moment was a rare feat, especially when faced with 4 severely injured ninjas. After requesting the Byakugan from Danzo for so long without success, he found it fortuitous to encounter it today. With a smirk, Orochimaru contemplated the purity of Nichi's bloodline, being the younger brother of the clan leader. Just look at Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi, each so outstanding. Surely, trading one eye for the lives of all of them would be a fair bargain. Orochimaru quickly made a decision, or rather, decided for Nichi. Producing a scroll containing medical supplies, he injected 2 serums into Nichi's unconscious body, who remained unresponsive. The first was an anesthetic, while the second was an anti-inflammatory agent. One was to prevent him from waking in pain, while the other was merely a precaution for someone supposedly on the same side. As a doctor devoted to saving lives, Orochimaru could hardly stand by idly. His reputation as a benevolent figure was well known. To extract the Byakugan, the host must remain alive. If the host dies, the visual nerves in the brain would actively destroy the eyeball. Each adult member of the branch family bore the mark of a caged bird, and Nichi, as the clan leader's younger brother, was no exception. With deft precision, Orochimaru skillfully incised the flesh and carefully extracted the Byakugan. Midway through, Nichi appeared to sense discomfort, his brow twitching slightly, yet he remained unconscious. Orochimaru's movements were swift, and within 2 minutes, he had successfully removed the eyeball. Orochimaru paid no heed to the need for full anesthesia. After all, he would eventually have to bear the burden for his brother's demise. Why not take advantage of the situation? Placing the extracted Byakugan into a small petri dish. Do not question why Orochimaru had such items on hand. Scientists are always prepared for research. After completing the procedure, he applied pressure to 2 acupressure points on Nichi to stem the bleeding, before casting his gaze towards the other eye. Should I take this one as well? After all, this short-lived soul won't last long. Just as this thought crossed Orochimaru's mind, a voice echoed from a distance. Xiaoming, where are you and the captain? A figure staggered towards them from 200 meters away. Due to Nichi being concealed by a stone, he was not immediately recognized, and the encroaching darkness, despite the bright flames, hindered the Byakugan's vision. Forget it. You should thank my mercy. Shaking his head, Orochimaru abandoned the thought, and in the next moment, his figure vanished, as if he had never been there. The other 2 ninjas, alerted by the commotion, called out in confusion, but their priority was to find their captain and escape this perilous place. There. I see the edge of the captain's clothing. Captain, please come quickly. There's still a breath, but how could this happen? Chapter 88, My Foolish Udo. 3 days later, the Hinata team successfully returned to Konoha. Upon their arrival, they were immediately taken to the Konoha hospital for treatment. Despite Hinata's desire to first report their mission, he could not resist the pleas of his teammates. As soon as he entered the hospital, a group of Umbu ninjas followed closely behind. We are all severely injured and must receive treatment first. Can we report the details of our mission here? Hinata explained the situation to the Umbu ninjas behind him. Seeing the injured group supporting each other, the Umbu ninja, though not lacking in a sense of propriety, nodded lightly. Acknowledging the special circumstances, after all, it would be unreasonable to bring someone on the brink of death to see the Hokage. Soon, the return of the Hinata team reached the Hokage's ears, who promptly arrived at the hospital, alongside members of the Hyuga clan coming to offer their support. Upon discovering that Hinata had lost an eye, the Hyuga ninjas could no longer contain themselves. The clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, and several elders hurried over. Once the doctor had treated Hinata's wounds, he exited the room, leaving Hinata alone in the empty ward. Sigh. He had foreseen the family's reaction. The moment he realized he had lost an eye, he had contemplated ending his life right there. However, he understood it was futile, and his mission remained incomplete. He needed to ensure the safe return of his teammates to Konoha. With a creak, the ward door slowly opened, pulling Hinata back to reality, revealing a stern visage. Hokage-sama, you have arrived. The visitor was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hinata's emotions were a whirlwind. Even the Hokage's arrival did not surprise him in the slightest. Hinata, following the Hokage, was another ninja of similar age, who bore a slight resemblance to Hinata, yet his features exuded authority. Clan leader, you two have come. The two exchanged nods, their expressions revealing little, though their eyes conveyed differing emotions. Once they entered, the door closed behind them. Some elders of the Hyuga clan wished to enter and assess the situation, but restrained themselves. They understood the gravity of the Hokage's position in the village. The Hokage was there to ascertain the details of the mission, and so was Hayashi. Given the magnitude of the incident, he had the right to understand the full story. Not to mention that Hinata was his brother. As they approached the ward and beheld Hinata's pale, haggard face and the bandaged eye socket, Hinata spoke before either could inquire. We encountered the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails from Iwagakure. The revelation stunned both men. What? The Jinchuriki? Upon hearing this, both Hiruzen and Hayashi's expressions grew serious, while the Hokage's visage shifted to one of confusion. According to reports from Jiraiya's team, the 4 and 5 Tails Jinchuriki were last seen on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. What had transpired? Initially, everything had gone smoothly. We had successfully dealt with 6 waves of enemies from Iwagakure and had reached the border of the Land of Water and the Land of Earth. Without needing further prompting, Hinata recounted the mission's events. At first, both men appeared puzzled, but as Hinata's tale unfolded, they began to grasp the situation's complexities, their expressions growing increasingly grave. When Hinata revealed that he had unknowingly lost his Byakugan, Hayashi's face darkened with a palpable intensity. Simultaneously, he lamented, "My foolish Udo." The Hokage fell into deep thought, grappling with the question of why the assailants had not taken both of his eyes. According to the doctor's account, their methods were remarkably skilled. Even with a lack of time, they could have easily extracted the eyes. It was an unfortunate reality. One could hardly expect compassion from enemies on the battlefield. Fortunately, they had not discovered the pinholes on Hinata's body, Otherwise, it would have spurred even more speculation. Meanwhile, the originator of this incident, Orochimaru, remained oblivious to the happenings within Konoha Hospital. At that moment, he was en route to Takigakure, where villages like these smaller nations lacked a capital like the five great countries. Only with the presence of a daimyo could there be a capital, and as Orochimaru knew, among the smaller nations above the Land of Earth, only the Land of Hot Water had a daimyo residing within it. The Land of Hot Water, renowned for its hot spring culture, was said to allow ninjas to forget their troubles and the wars that plagued them. It was one of the few economically developed nations, standing apart from its smaller counterparts, making the daimyo's residence entirely reasonable. The Land of Iron once housed a daimyo, but it did not operate under a ninja system. Rather, it adhered to a samurai system. As a neutral nation, it refrained from interfering in the disputes of other countries, and its northern location made it inhospitable during the harsh winters for those seeking pleasure. Orochimaru's current expedition aimed to survey the ninja villages within these smaller nations, assessing their geographical locations, terrain, economic strength, and overall power. The primary focus was on economic development, as it was directly linked to national strength. System, do you think I could transplant the Byakugan onto myself? Orochimaru asked the system, flying along the way, not truly expecting an answer, but hoping for some response. Yes, however, the current capabilities of the Byakugan do not measure up to the Sharingan you possess. Your body is not yet strong enough to evolve the Byakugan. Transplantation is not recommended at this time. To Orochimaru's surprise, the system responded, and the answer brought him both joy and confusion. According to what you say, if I transplant the Byakugan, could it still evolve? Orochimaru harbored a faint suspicion. In the original story, Otsutsuki Kagaya transplanted Hanabi's Byakugan, leading to the evolution into the Rinnegan, a power that rivaled the Sharingan. Could he possibly replicate this? Excited by the thought, he pondered further. Yes, provided the host possesses a high-level bloodline that can facilitate the evolution of the Byakugan. Otherwise, the transplant would offer little benefit. As expected, this meant that Orochimaru would need to revise his plans. The Rinnegan was not frequently encountered, only appearing briefly in the later stages of the Otsutsuki clan. While it was merely a fleeting moment, its power was undeniable. As the ultimate form of the Byakugan, it possessed nearly all the abilities of the Byakugan, some even surpassing it. Unlike the Sharingan, which evolved through the stages of 1, 2, or 3 Tomo, only Otsutsuki Kagaya had successfully evolved the Byakugan. This could be related to the Hyuga clan's caged bird curse, or perhaps the requirements for evolving the Rinnegan were simply too high. Nevertheless, such a research-worthy and challenging endeavor was precisely what Orochimaru sought. Are you not going to tell me about this matter unless I ask? You wretched system. The world has declined, and hearts have grown cold. I had intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon, yet all I found was the moon illuminating the gutter. Chapter 89. In the realm of the Seven Nations, I seek 99. Orochimaru searched for 3 days in the Land of Water, but could not locate Takigakure. Though it appeared small on the map, it was still roughly the size of a province in his past life. Searching alone proved quite difficult. Especially since Takigakure was hidden behind a waterfall, it resembled more of a tribe than a ninja village. It seemed meeting the current Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails would be an unlikely endeavor. Shaking his head, Orochimaru concluded that the one thing that caught his interest in the Land of Water was the Seven Tails, Shomei, assigned to them during the first 5 Kage summit. At that time, this small nation was still somewhat dissatisfied and ambitiously dispatched an economist to attempt the assassination of the first Hokage. The assassination not only failed, but upon his fortunate return to the village, he was betrayed by his own people and imprisoned. Ultimately, he bribed the prison guards with 100 ryo and stole the treasured artifact of Takigakure, the Yuan Yu, thus becoming a rogue ninja. The future host of the Seven Tails, Fu, had yet to be born, so there was still time. Although Fu's appearances were scant, she did manage to sneak into the Chunin exams co-hosted by Konohagakure and Sunagakure, only to be captured shortly thereafter by Kakuzu and Haiden. Her age was roughly comparable to Naruto and Gaara. With this in mind, Orochimaru deemed it unnecessary to venture to Takigakure. It would be a loss if the Seven Tails were to perish. Subsequently, Orochimaru departed from the Land of Waterfalls, setting his sights on the next destination. Arranging the countries from west to east, they included the Land of Grass, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Iron, the Land of Rice, the Land of Frost, the Land of Hot Water, and an unnamed small nation. Orochimaru's primary goal was to visit the ninja villages of these nations. The system of one village per country was indeed quite convenient. Simultaneously, he aimed to survey the geography of these lands to determine which crops could be cultivated. Judging by the enormous trees that could not be embraced by 5 or 6 people, the soil was evidently fertile. Otherwise, such trees would not thrive. Furthermore, the high oxygen content in this world suggested it was suitable for the cultivation of various crops. The absence of towering skyscrapers and steel jungles indicated that the technological level of this world was still underdeveloped. This was, after all, Orochimaru's greatest advantage as a time traveler. Advancing technology to uplift a nation was not an insurmountable task. After all, he had not solely devoted himself to the study of biological cells, which consumed a considerable amount of his time. He had already developed numerous modern technologies. However, Konoha was nearly in ruins under the influence of the third Hokage, Danzo, and the various clans. Engaging in discussions about technological advancement with the third Hokage, who espoused the will of fire. Nonsense. The proper approach would be to discuss the dream of becoming Hokage with him. At the very least, the third Hokage was not worthy of Orochimaru unveiling his years of research, nor would the clans allow emerging innovations to undermine their status. Consider the day when their own bloodline limits ceased to be esteemed, leading to a decline in their standing within the village. Do you think these clans would remain passive? Orochimaru's expedition during the chaotic period of the Third Great Ninja War was also a strategic move for planning after his defection from Konoha, and he had no intention of engaging in petty skirmishes as depicted in the original narrative. The land of Rice alone could not satisfy his ambitions. He sought to incorporate all the small nations east of Konoha into his domain, establishing the 6th great nation of the ninja world, in a world ruled by 7 nations. I desire 99. This was not merely Orochimaru's audacious ambition to challenge the authority of the 5 great nations. Rather, it was a necessity for these small nations to unify in order to survive amidst the encroachment of the larger powers. Just look at the fate of these small nations. Shortly after the second pillar slew Orochimaru, the land of Rice was destroyed, and the land of Iron was nearly obliterated following the Fourth War. The lands of the land of Hot Water and the land of Frost, battlegrounds of the Fourth War, similarly suffered substantial losses. The larger nations, on the other hand, merely packed up and departed, indifferent to the plight of their smaller counterparts. Orochimaru found himself too compassionate, unable to tolerate the suffering of the common people. A smile unconsciously crept onto Orochimaru's lips, his heart swelling with ambition, as his figure darted through the sky with increased speed. Meanwhile, all was not tranquil within Konoha. After the Hokage departed from the hospital, the elders of the Hyuga clan finally paid a visit to Hyuga Hayashi. However, upon exiting the hospital, the expressions of the gathered elders were grim, and they convened an immediate meeting upon returning to the Hyuga family compound. We must retrieve the Byakugan. It cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. An elder spoke first, emphasizing that this matter not only concerned their clan's reputation, but also the most significant secret of the Byakugan. We must recover it. And what of the Jinchuriki? The Hokage must provide us with an explanation. The primary blame lay with Hayashi's insufficient strength. During wartime, the Hokage would at most allocate additional personnel, making it unlikely for Konoha to lend full support in our pursuit. As he spoke, the elder cast a cautious glance at the clan leader seated at the head of the table, eager to discern the young leader's opinion. The discussions among the elders grew increasingly heated, transforming the solemn conference room into a cacophonous marketplace. Those seated here were all cunning old foxes, despite their fervent disputes. Only they knew the true extent of their anger. This spectacle was merely a manifestation of self-interest, as they sought to leverage this incident to challenge the clan leader and expand their own power. In their hearts, they understood that while the Byakugan was indeed significant, without their clan's bloodline, harnessing the Byakugan's abilities was utterly impossible, not to mention the potential rejection from transplanting the eyes of different clansmen. Without the innate innatured constitution like that of the Uchiha, the Byakugan could not be properly utilized. Even those possessing such a constitution would find the Byakugan merely a tool for reconnaissance without the accompanying techniques of their clan. Enough. Silence. Hayashi rapped the table, his first words since returning from the hospital. Though still young, there was already a hint of authority in his tone. Given the involvement of the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, Konoha would undoubtedly take this seriously. When the time comes, I believe the Hokage will have no objections to our involvement. Pausing for a moment, Hayashi continued, his tone softening somewhat. I too bear responsibility. It is a failing of my role as clan leader. After all, Hinata is my younger brother, and I will provide everyone with an explanation. It was clear he was asserting his position as clan leader, acknowledging that the incident was caused by his brother, and indicating that he would take responsibility. However, he also urged everyone to temper their demands. The ensuing time was filled with the elders bickering. Those who spoke in support of the clan leader would not go ignored in the aftermath, ensuring that their descendants would have a smoother path. Not only the Hyuga clan convened a meeting, but the higher-ups of Konoha also held an internal meeting regarding the Jinchuriki and the Hyuga clan. Just as the results of the Chunin exams were announced, the ninja teams had been assembled, and it was time to dispatch them to the front lines. Chapter 90. Fated encounter. As Orochimaru entered the territory of the Land of Iron, he initially found nothing different, but as he traveled northward, the temperature gradually dropped. After a day, he arrived at the imperial capital of the Land of Iron. No wonder this place was a neutral nation. Not only was it remote, but it was also perpetually shrouded in snow, rendering conquest hardly worthwhile. Gazing down from above at this village, which was roughly the size of Konoha, Orochimaru remarked to himself. To combat the cold, most of the buildings here were constructed from earth and stone, appearing significantly more imposing. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was intercepted by two armored samurai. Outsiders must first register and declare their identity and purpose. Orochimaru had already removed his ninja headband and, observing the heavily armored warriors, complied with their request and registered his name. The name was, of course, fictitious, and his purpose was noted as tourism for a duration of 1 day. Although the Land of Iron was remote, it occasionally welcomed traveling merchants, and it was not uncommon for tourists to stop by, especially during wartime when various ninja villages were on high alert. Successfully entering the imperial capital of the Land of Iron, Orochimaru observed his surroundings as he walked. It was afternoon, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. As he had expected, these passers-by were clad in thick garments. Even the most beautiful women appeared somewhat roughened, leaving little to admire. Over the course of the afternoon, Orochimaru explored various locations within the capital, discovering that their most renowned aspect was the way of the samurai. Upon arriving at an inn, I learned from the innkeeper that the samurai of this nation are categorized by strength into levels: junior, intermediate, advanced, and master. Their prowess corresponds to the ranks of Genin, Chunin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. With this understanding, Orochimaru could discern the relative strengths within the Land of Iron. On the streets, most of the patrolling ninjas were of the lower rank, with a few at the intermediate level. However, the advanced and elite Jonin were nearly absent, likely residing in the palace, which was a place Orochimaru could not access. Nevertheless, through his mental network, he sensed the presence of several powerful chakra signatures, approximately a dozen. In contrast, Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great nations, could muster only 20 to 30 elite Jonin at their peak, including the Umbu, which brought the total to around 50. It was quite impressive for a small nation to possess even a few elite Jonin. After spending a night and gaining insights into the strength of the Land of Iron, Orochimaru decided to depart from this cold northern land. Indeed, these small nations are quite feeble. It's no wonder that the Land of Rain was so easily conquered by pain. Small nations with sparse populations possess weapons of little use. Lacking the advantageous geographical positioning of the Land of Earth and the exceptional ninjas like Hanzo, their development is a formidable challenge. Shaking his head, Orochimaru felt a tinge of disappointment. The already cold climate did little to foster economic progress. Although the Land of Iron is rich in iron and coal resources, these are rarely exported, perhaps reflecting the lifestyle habits of the ninja world, yet other nations have needs as well. There is certainly a market for such developments. But the Land of Iron remains a neutral nation, content in its isolation. In stark contrast, the Land of Frost, also known as the Land of Snow, not only boasts a feudal lord, but has also fostered prosperous economic growth. Truly, one can see the disparity in capabilities. I hope my next destination does not disappoint. Rejuvenating his spirits, Orochimaru hastened toward the Land of Rice, a nation he had previously conquered in his past life. Piquing his curiosity, in the original narrative, Orochimaru established a base here, founding the Sound Village. Geographically, the Land of Rice is situated amidst various smaller nations, making it a strategic location that doesn't attract undue attention from the major countries. Moreover, the Dragon Cave lies within its borders, perhaps contributing to Orochimaru's decision to treat it as a stronghold. After another day's travel, Orochimaru entered the land of rice. He flew toward the site of the Sound Village. And as the terrain became flatter, he encountered numerous villagers along the way. Before long, a flicker of fire caught his attention. Is there a fire in broad daylight? That could lead to imprisonment. Recalling the warnings etched into his DNA from his previous life, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile, feeling a surge of interest as he made his way toward the flames. Hey there, little girl, come with us. We are good people. One of the men leered, his demeanor suggesting he was far from trustworthy. In a few years, you'll be a stunning beauty, and I'll take good care of you. Brother, this little one is already a beauty. I can't wait to savor her charms. Can I have her first? 3 unsavory men surrounded an 11 or 12-year-old girl, their lewd comments and vile expressions revealing their intentions. The burning thatch house nearby cast a sinister glow on their faces. The girl, with her hair styled in 2 drooping braids, possessed a charming visage, her tightly pursed lips embodying her defiance. You brutes! Though fear gripped her heart, the girl did not retreat. Her grip on the crystalline weapon tightened, her fingers turning pale from exertion. Brother, you're scaring her. A delicate flower like her deserves the care of a gentle uncle like me. One of the men chuckled, oblivious to her plight. Come on. We all know I favor spicy little peppers. Let me have her first. The girl's demeanor seemed to invigorate the brothers rather than intimidate them. You all deserve punishment. Before the youngest could retort, the girl had reached her limit and sprang into action. Crystal release, crystal pentagram. In an instant, crystalline spikes erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the trio. Watch out. The elder brothers dodged just in time, but the weakest, caught unawares, was skewered through the heart. As blood splattered, the remaining 2 men were paralyzed with fear, realizing that this seemingly ordinary girl possessed terrifying abilities, capable of dispatching them in an instant. Run. The eldest brother, abandoning all sense of loyalty, turned to flee, while the second brother, trembling in terror, felt a warm liquid trickle down his leg, the stench of fear permeating the air. Crystal release, shuriken. Snowflake-shaped projectiles engulfed the fleeing second brother, his cries echoing in the air. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. The second brother, now on his knees, realized too late the folly of underestimating the girl. Seeing the once arrogant bandit reduced to a quivering wreck, the girl hesitated, her resolve faltering as the former aggressor now begged for mercy. Just as she lowered her weapons, the kneeling thief suddenly sprang to his feet, brandishing a kunai aimed at her abdomen. Chapter 91. Is life always this painful? The distance between them was merely 3 meters. With a lunge, he could inflict grave harm. The bandit lunged at the girl, his kunai poised to pierce her soft belly. The moment was ripe for bloodshed, yet the girl remained frozen in shock. The kunai was destined to strike true, but instead, the girl remained unscathed, as a towering figure intervened, blocking the attack. Indecision leads to defeat. Hesitation can be fatal. The person who appeared was Orochimaru, who swiftly dispatched the assailant with a single blow, sending the bandit's head spinning. Who are you? Startled, the girl stumbled back, still reeling from the earlier encounter, now confronted by this imposing figure. Your abilities intrigue me. Orochimaru knelt before her, his expression softening. Just like in the original tale? He mused, as the girl regarded him with a mix of curiosity and caution. I am Orochimaru, passing through and witnessing this scene. Realizing that the assailant had been vanquished, the girl finally found her voice. I am Honglian. Her timid tone revealed her uncertainty. Her hands clasped before her as she displayed the demeanor of a typical young girl. Do you adore camellias? Here, take this. Orochimaru produced a bouquet of camellias, handing them to Honglian, which brightened her demeanor as she admired the flowers she cherished. The camellia may not comprehend the white rose, and Orochimaru may be oblivious as well. Yet he is certain that Honglian must possess a fondness for it. As anticipated, upon gazing at the camellia, Honglian's expression gradually eased, and she unknowingly accepted the flower from Orochimaru's hand. There is no child that Orochimaru cannot charm. Orochimaru's smile grew more pronounced, and he instinctively ruffled Honglian's hair. How did you know I like camellias? Honglian asked, joyfully inhaling the fragrance of the flower, her innocent gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. Because you are as beautiful as they are. Upon hearing this, Honglian's eyes widened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The naive girl could hardly withstand Orochimaru's sweet talking. Why don't you tell me what transpired? Orochimaru shifted the subject, observing the chaotic scene around them, and inquired. The remaining thatched cottage had been consumed by flames, with the fire now threatening to spread to the forest. It's on fire. Realizing the danger, Honglian dashed towards the inferno, clearly intending to extinguish it. Orochimaru, however, effortlessly extinguished all the flames with a water technique. Now can we talk? Seeing the fire extinguished, Honglian turned her gaze back to Orochimaru. They were all thieves. Through her narrative, Orochimaru learned the backstory. It turned out that the three individuals had frequented the area as bandits. Honglian had been content at home until they suddenly intruded, with ill intentions towards her. Naturally, she did not remain passive. After fleeing her home, the thieves, finding nothing of value, had set the house ablaze in a fit of rage. Their subsequent intentions turned towards her, leading to the scene Orochimaru had witnessed, easily dispatching two of them. He nearly succumbed himself due to a moment of compassion, but fortunately, Orochimaru arrived just in time. Otherwise, she would have been gravely injured, if not killed. Such chaos breeds monstrosities. War cultivates heroes, but it also brings forth those who seek profit from calamity and chaos. These are the inevitable consequences of conflict. Orochimaru-sensei, what do you mean? Honglian looked at him with confusion, her youthful face expressing a poignant innocence despite the suffering she had endured. What about your family, Honglian? At the mention of her family, Honglian's expression darkened. They have all passed away, she replied, her voice heavy with sorrow, raised solely by her mother. The one she cherished most had recently succumbed to illness. Is life always this painful, or is it just during childhood? Observing the numbed expression on Honglian's face, it was evident she had faced countless hardships over the years. It is always thus. Reality is harsh, yet we must face it. The answer extinguished the flicker of hope that had briefly illuminated Honglian's eyes. Would you consider following me? Orochimaru gently tousled her hair, his tone soft. Their fateful encounter was undeniably serendipitous. Orochimaru-sama, may I? Feeling the tender touch on her head, she realized it had been long since she had experienced such care and recognition since her mother's passing. If you accompany me, you will no longer go hungry. No one will dare to bully you. You shall not endure a life of wandering. I need you to help me build a powerful nation. As he spoke, Orochimaru knelt to meet her gaze. One could not help but notice that Honglian possessed a precocious beauty. In the future, her appearance would exude an air of sophistication, leaving one to wonder about her true age. So, do you wish to come with me? This time, Honglian did not hesitate, nodding vigorously. In the tumult of the world, establishing oneself is fraught with difficulty, and achieving greatness is arguably more challenging than ascending to the heavens. Orochimaru wiped a smudge from Honglian's cheek, resembling a gentle older brother. Yet, if kindred spirits unite, even through trials and tribulations, a day of radiant sunshine shall inevitably arrive. In that moment, Orochimaru transformed into a mentor, imparting the wisdom he had accumulated over the years. The effect was indeed profound. To Honglian, Orochimaru appeared as her guiding light, dispelling the fog of confusion that had clouded her mind, and her gaze began to solidify with determination. Just then, a rumble interrupted their exchange, revealing that it was Honglian's stomach protesting. Let us depart and find a place to satisfy our hunger. Orochimaru placed a hand on her shoulder, and in the next instant, they soared into the air. What is happening? Why am I flying? Honglian looked down in bewilderment, panic rising within her as she felt her body defy her control. Do not be alarmed. It is merely a simple levitation. Observing her reaction, Orochimaru chuckled, understanding that anyone would be flustered during their first experience of flight. Recognizing Orochimaru's influence, Honglian calmed down, her eyes now reflecting a newfound admiration. She had indeed latched onto a formidable ally. Chapter 92. Schrodinger's clone. The system detected the host, triggering the plot. Capturing Honglian. The host is presented with the following choices. Persuade Honglian to join under your banner, which grants the reward of a mirror clone, or refuse to take her in, embracing solitude as a strong individual, which bestows the reward of crystal escape. At the moment Orochimaru connected with Honglian, the system activated the plot, and he was not disappointed. The rewards presented were indeed substantial. Both the mirror clone and crystal escape were enticing. While the former remained somewhat ambiguous, he was well aware of the latter. As a rare bloodline limit within the ninja world, crystal escape allows the user to crystallize nearby matter into various forms for combat. Those are objects crystallized which shatter like glass into powder. This ability is indeed formidable. However, it is not without its flaws. Bat's sonar can disrupt crystal escape, presenting a critical vulnerability. In the original narrative, Honglian was cornered by the Bat's sonar of Linner. Had it not been for Nyo's Earth technique, she would have met her demise. Orochimaru would not opt for such a flawed ability, especially as his current powers sufficed. Acquiring crystal escape would merely be a luxury. Conversely, Honglian, as she matures, would undoubtedly possess considerable strength, had she not had her weaknesses. She might have been capable of overwhelming Kakashi and his comrades. Moreover, her loyalty, akin to Kimimaro-s, was unquestionable, even after being neglected for years. Her devotion towards Orochimaru remained steadfast, always aspiring to be his vessel of reincarnation. Ultimately, Orochimaru chose to favor the more exceptional figures, which allowed her to escape a dire fate. Congratulations to the host for capturing Honglian, gaining the mirror clone. Note, you think I'm on the second level, but I'm actually on the third level. As Orochimaru made his choice, information flooded his mind. Mirror clone, the ability to create an identical entity from one's body. Inheriting all of the host's current strength and possessing an identical thought process. It can independently condense chakra, with a loyalty rating of 100. Upon reading the description, Orochimaru comprehended the immense value of this reward, rivaling that of crystal escape. The mirror clone, as the name suggests, bears resemblance to the water mirror technique of the Mizukage's water style, capable of creating indistinguishable clones of enemies with identical skills and power. It also bears semblance to the crystal escape's green crystal clone technique, elucidating the emergence of this ability. With this capability, he could engage in subterfuge and orchestrate events. Previously, to maintain a clone for extended periods, he had developed an energy clone, yet its power was ultimately insufficient, and it was challenging to recharge when drained. The energy clone does not utilize chakra, thus attempting to recharge through the overweight rock technique is evidently impractical. As for other methods, they draw too much attention, ultimately proving inconvenient. Now, however, the system has graciously bestowed a clone upon me, one that inherits the host's thoughts and abilities, in a certain sense. It bears no distinction from Orochimaru himself. System, does the death of the clone have any consequences for me? Orochimaru inquired, voicing the most pressing concern. Numerous tales in the realm of cultivation recount instances where the demise of a clone results in grave repercussions for the original. It was imperative to clarify this matter. Rest assured, host. Although the clone exists as an independent entity, its soul is crafted in a one-to-one likeness to that of the host. Should it perish, the host will remain entirely unaffected. While the soul is intrinsically linked to the host, it is also distinctly separate. The moment the clone dies, its soul will dissipate, and the host will only lose this particular clone. A note, only one clone may exist at any given time, and this ability cannot be employed again until the current clone has met its demise. In everyday matters, the clone is indistinguishable from any ordinary person, capable of utilizing spirit-based ninjutsu, such as spirit transformation or corpse demon sealing. However, if the original perishes, the soul will instantly vanish, making it impossible to extract it. How intriguing. It bears a resemblance to Schrödinger's cat. Until death, one cannot ascertain whether the clone possesses a soul. Utilizing this technique in exchange for a death god would surely be a tremendous gain. With this thought, Orochimaru was filled with elation. This single functionality was already immensely formidable. While it may not be entirely without limitations, the costs associated with the clone are likely substantial. Only through experience will one truly understand. Wow, the scenery beneath Lord Orochimaru is exquisite. Once acclimated to the floating heights, Honglian gazed excitedly at the landscape below, her enthusiasm pulling Orochimaru back to reality. Hehe. You'll become accustomed to it in due time. Perhaps you'll even grow weary of it. Organizing his thoughts, although he was eager to experiment with his newfound ability. This was not an appropriate location. Any potential side effects from its use would be undesirable. Such beauty will never grow tiresome for me. Honglian nodded obediently, her cherubic face alight with joy. Perhaps this was her happiest moment thus far. With keen eyes, she spotted a small stream 3 kilometers away and promptly flew toward it. Simultaneously, Orochimaru dispatched a shadow clone, which immediately activated its infrared vision, swiftly detecting animals, or rather, ingredients, within the depths of the forest. In the next moment, the shadow clone darted towards a specific direction, while Orochimaru's original form maintained its course toward the stream. This scene elicited a deep envy within Honglian, her admiration for him intensifying. Soon, they arrived at the water's edge, and Honglian, still brimming with excitement, eagerly requested assistance. Let's gather some firewood first to solve our lunch dilemma. Finding a cool and spacious spot, Orochimaru instructed Honglian to collect firewood, just as the shadow clone returned. The advantage of infrared vision made foraging for ingredients exceedingly convenient. The clone carried a goat weighing around 100 pounds and a wild chicken, both unconscious. One must commend the natural environment of the ninja world. Small animals abound in the forest, showing no fear of hunger. The arduous tasks fell to the clone, leaving Orochimaru free from the burdens of skinning and plucking. After gathering firewood, Honglian busied herself by the stream, unperturbed by the bloody scenes before her. A smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. It was understandable, given that she had already witnessed death, and by her age, she had long since graduated from the Ninja Academy. Today's children are not the pampered youngsters of yore. Most graduate from the Ninja Academy by the age of 9, with exceptions like Moonlight Gale, who repeated a year. Can you imagine? Moonlight Gale repeated 3 years, graduating the same year as Itachi from the Ninja Academy. Speaking of which, Tsunade should have already been promoted to Chunin. Chapter 93. Would you care to be my disciple? Before long, a whole roasted goat was prepared, accompanied by a pot of wild chicken soup simmering nearby. Seizing the moment, Orochimaru called Honglian over, intending to assess her proficiency in ninjutsu. I only know a few simple techniques, she murmured, her gaze lowered, fidgeting with her clothing, her voice lacking confidence. No matter. I shall guide you from now on. Let me first evaluate your foundation. Observing her self-doubting demeanor, Orochimaru recognized that children raised in such environments often grapple with insecurity. Yet, such children are the most amenable to guidance. Not only obedient but also diligent in completing the training tasks assigned. Under Orochimaru's encouraging gaze, Honglian shed her timidity, forming several hand seals. Crystal release, crystal shuriken. A series of shuriken materialized before her. However, their quantity was limited, and their speed was sluggish, far from imperceptible to the naked eye. Crystal release, crystal pentagon road. As she executed each technique, Orochimaru began to grasp the extent of Honglian's abilities. Apart from her striking bloodline limit, her other offensive techniques were overly conservative. Her skill level was that of a low-ranking ninja, only slightly above average among her peers. This proficiency sufficed against ordinary individuals, but facing experienced low-ranking ninjas would likely lead to her downfall. For now, focus on improving your physical condition. I will teach you some physical techniques and combat strategies. Little Honglian nodded obediently, determination glimmering in her eyes. The difference between having guidance and being left to one's own devices is immense. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, was famously a lackluster student, trailing behind Orochimaru and Tsunade during his early years. It was only after fortuitously entering Mount Myaboku and receiving guidance from the Toad Sage that he caught up to the two. Even the brilliant Minato required Jiraiya's mentorship, and the prodigious Itachi Uchiha advanced under the guidance of his predecessor Shursui. Not to mention, the second Hokage traveled far to seek knowledge, willing to become a rogue ninja and risk losing his body in order to follow Orochimaru. One can only imagine the significance of a good teacher. After teaching Honglian a set of physical techniques, Orochimaru himself was no slouch in this regard. Not only did he possess a solid foundation, but also his years of sparring with Tsunade and tailed beasts had greatly enhanced his skills. Of course, he refrained from utilizing techniques like the serpent's manipulation, maintaining a serious demeanor. Drawing from the ninjutsu he recorded in the Forbidden Technique repository was more than sufficient to instruct his disciple. Even without crystal release, he could easily convey related concepts. His vast reservoir of knowledge was his greatest asset. Having been a student himself, he was far more adept at one-on-one teaching than the typical ninja school approach, which often resembled a free-range style. Once the correct guidance was given, little further concern was necessary. Now, you're applying the wrong stance. You should exert force like this, or you risk injury. Orochimaru patiently corrected Honglian's movements. The immediate priority was to enhance her physique and improve her overall fitness. For most females, physical techniques are often a weak point. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to begin with body training, as one must be strong within to withstand the forge. Honglian clenched her tiny fists and rapidly swung them forward. Within moments, sweat adorned her small face, yet her gaze remained resolute, her expression unwavering. After 15 minutes, Honglian successfully completed a set of physical techniques that Orochimaru had imparted to her. In this world, physical techniques do not follow the same patterns as those from previous lives. Most are aimed at strengthening the body. Orochimaru, having never learned any formal routines, distilled his combat experience from countless battles throughout his life, which cannot be simply categorized into a few techniques. The text discusses various specialized techniques for exerting maximum strength, evasion, and counterattack, all of which are practical skills. However, merely discussing these methods without practice is insufficient. It is best to engage in paired training through practical instruction. Unfortunately, Honglian's physique is rather frail. Even a child aged 6 or 7 seems to surpass her in stamina, as she quickly becomes drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, this young girl demonstrates considerable determination, pursing her lips as she familiarizes herself with the movements. Well done. Take a break. We'll be eating soon. Orochimaru praised Honglian, and she finally exhaled, a smile gracing her face. Children thrive on recognition, and Orochimaru is never stingy with his compliments. Lord Orochimaru, I'm going to wash my hands. With a smile, Honglian dashed to the riverbank to cleanse her hands and splash her face. By the time she returned, Orochimaru had prepared her chicken soup and cut a piece of lamb rib for her. The combination of lamb ribs and chicken legs, alongside the simple joys of life, is indeed delightful. Being able to enjoy 2 of those delights is already commendable, with hopes of gathering them all in the future. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Honglian was taken aback by the soup he prepared, her surprise evident, but she quickly expressed her gratitude, demonstrating her politeness. Eat well. Once you've regained your strength, I will need you for missions. Noticing Honglian's initial hesitance despite her hunger, Orochimaru spoke to ease her spirits. He indeed intended to assign her some tasks, requiring her proper development. Yes, I will heed your guidance, Lord Orochimaru. With that, Honglian began to savor her food. Each bite was delightful, a flavor she had never experienced before. After relishing a sip of chicken soup, she found herself unable to stop, soon finishing the entire bowl. Wild chicken, indeed, is distinct. High-quality ingredients often require only simple preparation, and this particular fowl, likely aged around 2.5 years, was exquisite. There's still plenty. Serve yourself. Observing her bashfulness, Orochimaru chuckled, realizing that their initial encounter felt somewhat awkward, a situation that would require time to mend. After they had eaten their fill, Orochimaru sat back, picking his teeth, while Honglian scurried to the stream to wash the dishes. You are my second disciple. Do you wish to become my apprentice? Upon her return, Orochimaru's words left Honglian momentarily stunned, causing her to drop the iron pot she was holding. The day had already been filled with shocks, bandit attacks, flying, and exquisite food, and now, being offered apprenticeship left her head spinning. Indeed, she was his second disciple, the first being Shinjuro, and though Akane had not yet been accepted, she could only be considered a half-disciple. Is today my lucky day? Am I dreaming? How could I encounter so many fortuitous events? What? You do not wish to? Orochimaru observed her astonished expression, a smirk playing on his lips. This remark snapped Honglian back to reality, her face lighting up with joy. With a thud, she knelt before Orochimaru, offering several respectful bows. Chapter 94. Scarcity of talent. In Orochimaru's view, while Honglian's crystalline release demonstrated potential, her character exhibited a degree of fragility. Her narrow perspective limited her achievements. Perhaps this trait is common among the women around Orochimaru. Individuals like Akane and Honglian seem devoid of grand ambitions. Akane seeks a stable life, while Honglian aims solely to become Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. Upon first encountering the true form of the Three Tails, she was left speechless, her performance disappointingly lacking. In contrast, Kimimaro possessed a resolute belief. Regardless of the circumstances, if not for a critical moment of physical failure, Gaara's presence would have been irrelevant. The grand stage of the ninja world beckons those with dreams. The law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are consumed by the strong, a timeless truth. Having provided herself with such a unique ability, Orochimaru saw no harm in nurturing her further. Why should the true potential of her bloodline limit be left untapped? Crystalline release is comparable to ice shields, yet its hardness surpasses that of the latter, making it a worthy avenue for development. As for counteracting sound waves, solutions could surely be devised. No bloodline limit is perfect, Even the Kamui Sharingan offers Kakashi only a 50-50 chance, and while Kunai may be commonplace, they can still pierce the Rinnegan in Boruto's hands. Orochimaru chuckled as he helped Honglin to her feet, brushing off her clothes. All right, we must set off again. There is no formal apprenticeship ceremony in the ninja world. Reaching this level is commendable enough. After a brief tidying up, Orochimaru once more took to the skies with Honglin. Do you know where the hidden rice village in the land of rice is located? During their journey, Orochimaru inquired. Although he had a vague idea of its location, he was unfamiliar with the specifics. Despite having undertaken missions in the land of rice before, he had never had the opportunity to visit their village. Having spent considerable time in the area, Honglin proved more knowledgeable than he expected, pointing out a direction. There, the largest ninja village is just 20 kilometers from here. Adjusting their course, Orochimaru continued. What is the purpose of our visit, teacher? Her curiosity was understandable. Being dragged about raises questions for anyone, especially a novice. We are here for reconnaissance. There are many places we must explore, so prepare yourself. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Honglin felt reassured. She believed her role was simply to follow his arrangements. Before long, they arrived at the hidden rice village. Orochimaru had no intention of entering. He merely surveyed the village from a high vantage point. This village paled in comparison to the capital of the Land of Iron, not only in size but also in the scarcity of elite ninja. The location, however, was quite favorable, nestled in a vast plain. It is no wonder Orochimaru considered it a base in the original narrative. Such a setting is indeed suitable for establishing a village. Let us proceed to the next location. Huh, aren't we going in? Before Honglin could react, Orochimaru lifted her and soared into the distance. Their visit had been rushed, and their objectives extended beyond this solitary location. Once they had surveyed all the small nations' ninja villages, she would have ample tasks to undertake. While the 7 nations may be small, conquering them posed no challenge. However, maintaining control is far more arduous. Without sufficient personnel for management, Orochimaru anticipated exhaustion. His current focus was on preparation and the recruitment of subordinates. He couldn't help but reflect on how abundant talent was in Konoha. Not only did elite ninjas emerge every decade or so, but formidable fighters also continued to arise. With stalwarts like the Inoshikacho trio and the legendary Sannin, as well as the likes of White Fang, the subsequent generations, Minato, Kakashi, Guy, and the future elite of the 12, were enough to evoke envy. In contrast, Orochimaru found himself scouring various regions for talent, many of whom he had personally mentored, such as the Sound Three. What a challenging endeavor this was. It was no easy feat for Orochimaru to juggle fatherhood, mentorship, and research, all while seeking promising young talents. Moreover, he had to conduct these activities discreetly, ever wary of the Akatsuki and a certain silver-haired individual from Konoha. Establishing the Sound Village alone was a testament to Orochimaru's exceptional capabilities. Yet, nurturing the younger generation was not enough. In the short term, he was the only high-end combatant available, necessitating an urgent effort to recruit more personnel during this time of war. Orochimaru, in a moment of introspection, pondered whom to approach. The Akatsuki was still in its nascent stages under Pain's leadership, not yet having descended into darkness. Thus, recruiting a few individuals should not pose a significant challenge. As he considered this, familiar faces flitted through his mind, prompting a meticulous analysis of their personalities and exploits. First, he contemplated the immortal duo, individuals like Kaku. Driven solely by monetary gain and possessing a proud demeanor typical of seasoned ninjas, would likely be difficult to dominate. Then there was Haiden, a notorious psychopath with a less than favorable reputation. Had he encountered Haiden in his youth, there might have been potential for cultivation, but now his character had solidified. Eliminating these two from consideration, Orochimaru turned his attention to Deidara, who, at present, had yet to become a rogue ninja. Nevertheless, he wondered if an artist could truly engage in meaningful discourse with a scientist. As for Sasori, who harbored a grudge against Konoha, any attempt to connect before his defection would likely be futile. Why was it that he could only consider such unruly madmen? Orochimaru found himself somewhat distressed. Locating a strong yet disciplined ninja proved to be quite the challenge. Kisame appeared to be a viable option, diligent in executing missions, but careful planning would be paramount. After much consideration, it seemed that Kisame was the most suitable candidate for the future Akatsuki. His defection stemmed from betrayal by his captain, rendering him a more reliable choice compared to those who had committed fratricide, murdered village leaders, or fled from home. Orochimaru harbored no ulterior motives. He certainly was not referring to Itachi, Sasori, Kakazu, or Deidara. Itachi would not hesitate to betray the Akatsuki for Konoha. Kakazu could easily be lured away with a handsome salary, and Sasori would provoke his demise if faced with Chiyo. In contrast, Kisame's cold and ruthless demeanor, coupled with his meticulous approach to missions, resonated with Orochimaru's own traits. His induction into the Akatsuki was merely a result of being misled by Obito's Moon Eye plan. In his perspective, he had simply chosen the wrong side, fixated solely on his tasks without any rebellious inclinations. Each time he conversed with Itachi, he respectfully addressed him as Mr. Uchiha, demonstrating a polite demeanor akin to Orochimaru's. There was no expectation for titles such as Lord or Leader, and a few polite exchanges with Orochimaru sufficed. Thus, the path to redemption began with Kisame. Even before taking the plunge, Orochimaru had already envisioned his ascent, and the Land of Water appeared to be a promising locale. How many souls trapped in despair awaited his salvation? It was evident that a journey to the Land of Water must be prioritized, yet a minor issue required resolution beforehand. Meanwhile, Honglian noticed Orochimaru lost in thought, occasionally muttering to himself without disturbing him, instead gathering her chakra, as flight required no concern from her. Chapter 95. The Hidden Dragon awaits the gathering clouds. As Orochimaru traversed various nations, Konoha and Iwagakure had engaged in a back-and-forth conflict. With the passage of time, Ojiro returned to the Land of Earth and immediately relayed his previous encounters to the Iwagakure ninja he encountered. Although Ojiro and their Tsuchikage had their differences, the Iwagakure ninja held a degree of respect for this powerful elder. Upon learning of the situation, the Iwagakure ninja's expression shifted dramatically, and he rushed to bring Ojiro back to the village to report directly to Inoki. However, Ojiro flatly refused. He feared Inoki, not for his strength, but for the likelihood of being sent back to the battlefield, where his life would no longer be his own. He could easily become the next Han. Realizing he could not compel Ojiro, the Iwagakure ninja hastily returned to report to the Tsuchikage. The next day, news spread what? Ojiro had actually fled? And Han's fate was still uncertain? Inoki slammed the table, glaring at the kneeling ninja before him, his voice a tempest of fury. According to Ojiro's account, the situation was as follows. It should not be mistaken, for our ninja had also detected the battlefield. The ninja trembled in fear, but could only speak the painful truth. Orochimaru. Who could have anticipated such formidable strength from Konoha? Inoki's rage mounted as he seethed with hatred for Orochimaru. Having just lost 2 biological weapons from their village, now they were left to engage Konoha in a desperate struggle. Reinforcements were necessary. They must retaliate. Nearby, an Umbu ninja received the command and quickly set to work. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone, for they had the support of the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, both with shared objectives. Having lost their Jinchuriki, the Iwagakure front adjusted their strategies, becoming more cautious in their attacks. This information soon reached the ears of Konoha's ninjas. Orochimaru had been absent for so long, only to confront the 2 Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, remarked Hizashi, who appeared equally astonished. It was said that the battles had been intense. The current circumstances remained uncertain. How could Orochimaru possibly contend with 2-tailed beasts? He may have already met his demise, interjected Mito. Danzo, however, exhibited skepticism. Orochimaru still possessed utility, and he preferred not to see him perish too soon. In their minds, although Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, it seemed implausible for him to stand against 2 Jinchuriki alone. Hadn't Jiraiya's team fled after a mere encounter? Orochimaru could barely hold his own for a few exchanges. Little did they know, Orochimaru was biding his time, lying low like a hidden dragon awaiting the gathering clouds. Much like a fierce tiger concealed in the forest, ready to strike with the winds of change. Hadn't the intelligence indicated that he had lost contact with the 5-tailed Jinchuriki? It was possible that they had both sustained heavy injuries. Tsunade interjected, and as her words fell, the others pondered. This information was relayed back by Konoha's spies embedded in the Land of Earth. Any further specifics were elusive. Regardless, this intelligence was vital for them, as their reflections were not motivated by concern for Orochimaru's safety. Perhaps the 3rd Hokage held some anxiety. As for the others, they were preoccupied with strategizing how to achieve a resounding victory without the Jinchuriki in battle. The team responsible for addressing the Jinchuriki remained on standby, while the Land of Earth front could afford a brief respite, allowing excess personnel to be redirected to the Land of Lightning front. The Hokage, breaking the silence, acknowledged the weight of pressure from engaging two major nations in warfare. He had no intention of seizing the opportunity to counterattack the Land of Earth. Instead, his strategy focused on a defensive posture. Hyjin, we should seize this opportunity to attack the Land of Earth, Danzo interjected, contradicting the Hokage. As a hawkish figure in Konoha, he was typically more aggressive. Casualties were merely numbers to him. Eager to showcase his prowess, Danzo was undeterred by the implications, intending to exploit the war for his own gain. Only a figure like Danzo, who held sway over Root, could audaciously confront the Hokage, while the other two elder statesmen, lacking authority, refrained from interjecting in their dispute. In the current situation, stability was paramount. The battlefield in the Land of Lightning took precedence, and this was not a matter Danzo could meddle in. The Hokage stood firm, asserting that warfare was a serious affair and could not be approached frivolously. However, he did not close off dialogue entirely. He could centralize authority or distribute it, but he refused to establish a dictatorial regime. Otherwise, what was the purpose of convening meetings? Thus, he continued, you may proceed to the Land of Earth front to oversee operations. The specifics are at your discretion, but the front lines cannot afford to falter. Witnessing the Hokage relent slightly, Danzo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but chose to remain silent. He had now secured a basis for involvement, and in due time, the military orders would be his to command. With plans already forming in his mind, Danzo envisioned how he would reap benefits from this conflict. Not to mention, the opportunity to expand Root's influence would be entirely justified. Soon after, a rumor began circulating among Konoha's ninjas. Orochimaru had single-handedly repelled the two Jinchuriki of Iwagakure. Whether this information was intentionally disseminated by someone with ulterior motives remained uncertain. It began reasonably enough but gradually devolved into absurdity with the passage of time. In the mouths of the common folk, a brand new version of events has emerged. For instance, one enthusiastic elder proclaimed, I heard that Orochimaru defeated two monsters from the Land of Earth, leading Konoha to a resounding victory. Her conviction was such that it seemed as though she had witnessed the events firsthand. Another chimed in, you're behind the times. My second cousin is on the front lines and told me that Orochimaru not only dismantled the offensive from Iwagakure, but also severely injured the Tsuchikage. I've always said that among the three legendary Sannin, Orochimaru is the most accomplished. Such conversations were rampant, and the higher-ups of Konoha did not refute these claims. This chatter alleviated the tense atmosphere within the village and inadvertently bolstered the morale of the ninja, who were aware of the truth regarding the war. Not long after, an individual appeared, seemingly affirming the villagers' speculations, which propelled their discussions to a crescendo. Lord Orochimaru, you have returned. As Orochimaru, now donning the Konoha headband once more, approached the village entrance, he was greeted by two gatekeeping ninjas. Is something amiss? Orochimaru queried, puzzled by their astonishment. Though he was not accustomed to entering through the main gate, he did not expect such a reaction. Without further thought, he strolled into the village, where the commoners regarded him with reverence, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was it merely a brief outing that had transformed him into a figure of idolization? Had he become their beacon of hope? With confusion lingering, Orochimaru soon arrived at the Hokage Tower to report his findings. The situation is as such. I returned as soon as my injuries improved. In the Hokage's office, he stood before the desk, recounting the events of his recent excursion. Present were not only the Hokage but also the other three high-ranking officials of Konoha, as the matter pertained to the Jinchuriki from Iwagakure, necessitating their collective presence. You mean to say that after a clash with the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, he vanished? Tsunade was the first to inquire. The older generation of ninjas had experienced the first great ninja war, yet at that time, villages had not yet tamed their Jinchuriki, thus lacking a concrete understanding of their destructive potential in battle. They knew they were formidable, but the strength of Jinchuriki varied. For instance, the Mizukage Yagura or the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, whose abilities to wield tailed beast power were rather rudimentary, were not particularly fearsome, while they might fear a pure-tailed beast. The same could not be said for Jinchuriki. Just look at Naruto in the future, who could easily be manipulated. Indeed, if it weren't for the Four-Tails Jinchuriki's absence, I believe their combined efforts would have made escape difficult. Orochimaru replied solemnly, his gaze steady upon the elders. He could not reveal that he had the upper hand against both Jinchuriki, for whether or not anyone believed such astonishing news, if it were true, it would certainly incite trepidation among Konoha's elders. Orochimaru had no interest in the will of fire or being bound by it. The idea of trading benefits for a position as elder or Hokage was utterly implausible. You should return and recuperate. Do not leave the village during this time, as you may be summoned at any moment. The third Hokage finally interjected, his expression revealing little emotion, while the other three elders remained silent. As Orochimaru departed, the third Hokage's eyes reflected a deeper contemplation, his smoking becoming more frequent. Danzo, what is your perspective? Do you find Orochimaru's words credible? The silence was broken by Mito's inquiry. After all, Orochimaru was a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his teacher's insights were paramount. I suspect he is concealing something, Danzo declared, disregarding the opinions of others. He found it implausible that Orochimaru would possess such noble intentions devoid of any self-interest. If anything, he would expect that from himself. Although he may not know Orochimaru as intimately as Hiruzen, their prolonged collaboration had revealed that Orochimaru was not one to act without a hidden agenda. Why had he suddenly become a self-sacrificing hero? The typical response to a task involving a confrontation with Jinchuriki would be to flee. As evidenced by Jiraiya's team, there was no way they would remain to fight. Regardless of his hidden motives, the outcome ultimately benefited Konoha. Everyone has their own interests. Yet as long as no harm came to Konoha's interests, he would be regarded as a hero. Hiruzen exhaled a heavy plume of smoke, feeling increasingly perplexed by his disciple, especially after the years spent alongside Danzo, leading to a more secretive demeanor. Contemplating this, he cast a meaningful glance at Danzo, who met his sharp gaze but quickly averted his eyes, perhaps feeling a pang of guilt. If Orochimaru commits any heinous acts, it is my duty to eradicate the pests within Konoha. You needn't remind me of my responsibilities, Danzo proclaimed with righteous indignation, his words echoing like the cries of a thief caught in the act. This matter required further intelligence before drawing any conclusions. With the Jinchuriki issue resolved, a new strategy was imperative. Tsunade shifted the topic away from Orochimaru, focusing on the adjustment of frontline strategies. Stepping out of the Hokage tower, Orochimaru's expression lightened, the earlier gravity of his demeanor lifting, replaced by a sense of ease. There were no internal injuries. Such tales were mere fabrications. He was unperturbed by the possibility of the elders seeing through his ruse. What of it? He had indeed contributed significantly. If they wished to confine him to the village, so be it. The endless cycle of battle was tiresome, and he preferred to engage in research within the village's confines. While he could afford to disregard the higher-ups, he could not afford to lose face in front of his mentor. Moreover, his current form was a mere shadow clone. His true self was still adrift with Honglian. As he had surmised, after splitting off this clone, his original body had entered an unprecedented state of weakness, even the slightest movement proving arduous. This was no mere clone. It had drained 99 of his vitality. Fortunately, there was no threat to his life. It merely felt akin to a severe illness that required several days of rest for his chakra to gradually recover. The clone had remained by the original side for 2 days before returning, but had not wasted any time, taking the opportunity to train this young one diligently. Upon returning to Konoha, the clone immediately sought an audience with the Hokage, who, having watched Orochimaru grow, failed to discern any abnormalities in his form, let alone anyone else. Before long, Orochimaru arrived at Tsunade's residence. As he opened the door, a small head peeked out from the kitchen. Uncle, Tsunade's apprentice, Shizune, rushed over, throwing herself into Orochimaru's embrace. All right, you're all grown up now. Orochimaru chuckled, ruffling her hair, noting that she was no longer the weeping little girl he once knew. I heard you were on the battlefield. Both the teacher and I were quite worried. Shizune, slightly embarrassed, released him, her eyes brimming with concern. Although Orochimaru had previously vanished for extended periods, it was during times of peace, without the chaos of war. This time was different. Many familiar faces had ventured into battle and failed to return, imparting upon Shizune a newfound awareness of the horrors wrought by war. I heard you were promoted to Chunin. I thought you would be at the front lines as well. As Orochimaru closed the door and stepped into the yard, Shizune's face initially broke into a radiant smile before gradually fading. Observing her swift change in expression, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. What's this? Aren't you happy about your promotion to Chunin? Orochimaru gently pinched her little cheek, noting that the girl had grown. Her face was no longer as squeezable as it once was. It was due to her promotion to a chunin that she would soon find herself on the battlefield. And her teacher had suggested that she serve as a medical ninja in logistics to gain experience. If you delay your return by even a couple of days, you might not see me again, Shizune said reluctantly, her discontent perhaps stemming from Orochimaru's late return or the impending battle. Ah, you are quite the little adult now, indeed. It is time for you to experience the world. Without acknowledging her complaints, Orochimaru strode towards the kitchen, but before he could reach it, another voice rang out. Shizune, who has come? Chapter 97. The brand of loyalty. Upon hearing the voice, Orochimaru instantly recognized it. Entering the kitchen, he spotted a small figure washing vegetables, her bright, lively eyes gazing up at him. Teacher Orochimaru, Akado exclaimed excitedly, standing up with her hands still wet and unsure. Ah, it is you, Akado. Thank you for your hard work. Orochimaru approached and ruffled her hair. After some time apart, he noticed she now wore a ninja headband on her forehead, a symbol of her status as a ninja. It's nothing. I am just happy that teacher is back. Gazing at the endearing, innocent girl, Orochimaru found it hard to fathom how he had once been so ruthless in a past life. He was fond of her simplicity now. As dinner time approached, Orochimaru decided to cook himself, having not had a proper meal in days amidst the chaos of battle. Warfare was troublesome. Even starting a fire required caution, and he was always wary of potential threats lurking in the night, though he himself was unafraid. With 2 helpers, a sumptuous feast was quickly prepared. Tsunade, returning from her escapades, did not inquire further upon seeing Orochimaru. She simply sat down at the table, while Shizune poured her a bowl of soup. Oh, you certainly know how to indulge yourself, returning just in time for dinner. Orochimaru teased Tsunade, though she appeared unfazed by his jibe. Who cares? She retorted dismissively, continuing her meal with an air of indifference, as if to say she would enjoy the feast regardless of his comments. Sighing in resignation, Orochimaru reflected on the fickleness of human hearts, while Shizune looked at him curiously, asking, Uncle Snake, what do you mean? It sounds like you're suggesting that teacher has changed. Akado, equally puzzled, blinked her innocent eyes between Orochimaru and Tsunade. Heh, the affairs of adults are not for children to pry into. You'll understand when you grow up. Orochimaru lightly tapped Shizune on the forehead with his chopsticks, eliciting a pout from her, as she felt simultaneously treated like a little adult and a child. If you provide for me my entire life, Uncle Snake, I might consider being with you when I grow old. Tsunade shot a glare at Orochimaru, clearly amused at the thought of losing her pride in front of the younger generation. Ah, the world of adults is far too complex, Akado remarked, realizing that simply enjoying delicious food every day was a rather pleasant existence. By the way, Uncle Snake, Akado has graduated from the Ninja Academy, but there are no arrangements for her yet. Didn't you mention you would take her as a disciple? Shizune inquired again, knowing that Akado had been eagerly anticipating Orochimaru's return. Her urgency was understandable, as many of her peers had already formed their ninja squads, leaving her without a place to belong. It wasn't that the academy had forgotten about her. Rather, it was common knowledge that she was essentially Orochimaru's chosen disciple. It would be inappropriate to assign another teacher without consulting him first, as the Sannin had certain privileges. Oh, that is not out of the question. Akado, what are your thoughts? Orochimaru looked into her wide, expectant eyes, already aware of her desires. I am willing. Lord Orochimaru, please accept me as your disciple. Akado exclaimed, quickly setting down her bowl and sitting up straight to bow deeply to him, or perhaps to prostrate herself. In that moment, a familiar mechanical voice resonated in Orochimaru's mind. To his surprise, this clone had triggered a storyline. Simultaneously, far away, the original Orochimaru received the same message in his mind. Plot triggered, Akado's apprenticeship. The host has the following choices. Accept Akado as a disciple, gaining the reward of the brand of loyalty, a skill that ensures complete loyalty from the recipient. Refuse to take her as a disciple, gaining the reward of mastery of deception. Without hesitation, Orochimaru chose the first option. As for the latter, what was the point of being skilled in deception? If he did not accept her, would he become a deceiver himself? After all, he had indeed promised to take her as a student upon her graduation. Young people should not resort to deceit. What is next? An ambush. Such underhanded tactics are to be avoided at all costs. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the brand of loyalty. The brand of loyalty allows you to bestow loyalty upon others. Note, The brand is ineffective against those with strong hostility. The stronger the opponent, the more time and mental energy it consumes. Note, as a researcher, one must have loyal assistants. How fortuitous. Just when he had been contemplating forcefully unifying the 7 nations, he unexpectedly acquired this skill, akin to a slave's brand. The only downside was that it did not work on those stronger than Orochimaru himself or those filled with hostility. Indeed, if there were no limitations, what was the point of fighting? He could simply brand the 5 Kage and achieve world peace. Noticing Orochimaru's prolonged silence, Tsunade grew impatient and kicked him lightly. Well, all right. From now on, Akado, you shall train with me. Orochimaru finally returned to the moment, a smile gracing his face. He would not go back on his word. And after waiting so long, it was time to reap the rewards. Having an assistant would certainly aid his research, as constantly utilizing shadow clones became rather monotonous. Engaging with another person would be much more entertaining. Akado was indeed a good choice, obedient and well-meaning. Though her talents might be somewhat lacking, that was of no concern. He had no intention of sending her into battle. In the final years of his time in Konoha, he did not mind nurturing her. It required little effort. Elated by his affirmative response, Akado eagerly bowed her head to Orochimaru several times. However, he warned her that the days ahead might be somewhat tedious and challenging. Do not complain about my strictness later on. Yes, I am not afraid. I will work hard. Her enthusiasm remained unshaken, her eyes filled with determination. All right, enough chatter. It's time to eat. Tsunade chided, her tone dismissive, as Akado's forehead had turned red from bowing. Huh. Let us celebrate our little Akado. Shizen raised her drink, and Akado could not contain her laughter as she followed suit. Orochimaru and Tsunade also lifted their cups, and for that moment, they all forgot their troubles and reveled in the beauty of the occasion. Chapter 98. Public indecency is uncivilized. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Orochimaru had arrived in the Snow Country's Snow Ninja Village. He intended to begin his journey here before heading south to the Hot Springs Country and eventually to the Water Country, a route that seemed quite convenient. The Snow Ninja Village lay in the northern central region of the Snow Country, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, reminiscent of the Iron Country. The snowfall here is notably thicker, blanketing the houses in a pristine white, creating a uniformity that persists throughout the seasons. Unlike the Land of Iron, which experiences a distinct winter and summer, here, the environment remains unchanged. Let us proceed. Let's take a look inside, Orochimaru suggested, leading Honglin towards the village without lingering outside. At that moment, Honglin had donned a deep green sweater, purchased from a marketplace in a small village along the way, perfectly complementing her demeanor. In the ninja world, a system of one country, one village prevails, indicating that only a single ninja village can exist within a nation to facilitate the focused training of ninjas. There are numerous ordinary villages and towns, as it would be impractical for a single village to govern such vast territory. After all, Tsunade has traversed countless places and villages throughout the ninja world. If there were only a few villages, what purpose would such extensive travel serve? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Honglin did not inquire further. It seemed unreasonable to travel such a distance merely to glance around and depart. Halt! What is your purpose? Just like in the Land of Iron, Orochimaru and Hondo were intercepted by 2 gatekeeping ninjas. Observing the pair clad in specially designed white armor, Orochimaru recognized it as their nation's unique chakra armor. He did not resist, but complied with their search. All his belongings were confiscated, including the 2 blades at his waist, which had vanished without a trace. As for where they had gone, the old adage held true. Orochimaru's stomach could hold a boat. During this process, he faced no undue trouble, and soon, Orochimaru and Honglin had registered their entry into the village. Unlike the Land of Iron, the citizens of the Land of Snow appeared to have acclimatized to the frigid climate, with vendors setting up stalls in the icy streets as if it were an ordinary day. This nation possessed its own ninjas, heavy industry, and chakra technology that far surpassed that of other countries. Orochimaru also observed many ninjas adorned in specialized armor, which he scrutinized closely from his observations. This armor could be deemed the most advanced in the ninja world. He pondered why only Kakashi and his team had previously visited this place, struggling to comprehend how such advanced technology could have gone unnoticed by others. Not only this armor, but also projectors, microphones, airships, trains, and automobiles, all of which were significantly more advanced than those found in other ninja villages. It left him to wonder if other nations had become so complacent, ignoring such high technology, while Orochimaru himself had been solely focused on human experimentation. The wealth of this nation stemmed from its king, who was also a renowned researcher. He was uncertain who currently held power. According to his recollection, after the death of Kazuhana Yuki's father, her uncle Kazuhana Nudo had usurped control. It took Kakashi's team a decade to return Kazuhana Yuki to the land of snow and reclaim the throne. "Sir, where shall we go now?" Upon entering the village, Hong Lian could no longer contain her curiosity, surveying the bustling streets. Orochimaru's appearance had significantly changed. For safety, he had altered his features slightly, tying his long hair back and adopting a rogue's attire. This guise was undoubtedly to avoid recognition, and with others present, he instructed Hong Lian to address him as Sir. "Let us proceed to a restaurant for a meal." With that, Orochimaru headed towards an inn ahead, a place where valuable information could easily be gleaned, though he was wary not to overestimate the discretion of the patrons. As they entered the inn, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The difference in temperature between the indoors and outdoors was stark, akin to stepping into another realm. Given the mealtime rush, a throng of patrons filled the establishment. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What may I offer you?" Upon finding a small vacant table in a corner, as soon as Orochimaru and Hong Lian sat down, a server approached with a menu. "2 bowls of ramen, please." Scanning the menu, he noticed many unfamiliar dish names and opted for the simplest option, hoping to avoid the embarrassment of ordering something he couldn't enjoy. The server quickly took their order, and Orochimaru poured himself and Hong Lian a cup of hot water while observing the other patrons in the inn. The establishment's quality was evident, suggesting that its clientele possessed considerable wealth. Such individuals were likely to be well-informed, with their insights closer to reality than the exaggerated tales of neighboring townsfolk. As anticipated, shortly after settling in, Orochimaru overheard a nearby table discussing a topic of interest. "I heard Princess Yuki attempted to escape again, only to be caught." A rosy-cheeked young man, reeking of alcohol, exclaimed, reveling in the misfortune. "Indeed, it's her 3rd attempt this year," chimed in a companion with a shifty demeanor, their camaraderie evident in their shared delight. Shiyu, Hoshua, you've had too much to drink. Let's refrain from discussing state affairs." A more sober companion quickly interjected, glancing around nervously as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Oh, it seems the situation is far from simple." Orochimaru sipped his hot water, his gaze drifting over the crowd towards the table, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "Please excuse me. I must step outside for a moment to purchase cigarettes." Orochimaru rose abruptly, leaving a bewildered Hong Lian behind. "Cigarettes? Do you smoke, sir?" Before long, the server returned with 2 steaming bowls of ramen just as Orochimaru re-entered. "Try it while it's hot." He then turned his attention away from the surrounding chatter and beckoned Hong Lian to eat. Halfway through their meal, the trio at the adjacent table staggered out after settling their bill. As they exited, the cold wind hit them, causing them to shiver. "Hoshua, do you think you can make it home? I'll see Shiyu back. He has had a bit too much," one sober companion said, supporting the inebriated Shiyu. "I'll be fine. My home is nearby. You two take care." Hoshua slurred, accustomed to such situations, confidently assuring them of his ability to return home. After exchanging farewells, Hoshua stumbled towards home, feeling a bit dizzy but still able to walk. When he reached a secluded alley, he paused, instinctively adjusting his pants to relieve himself. With a shudder, he found everything rather unremarkable. Once finished and fastening his belt, a chilling voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sharp edge of a kunai at his throat. "Public urination is quite uncivilized, you know."